Interstellar beauty, 1vn male celibacy, heartthrob, occasional forceful love. Wanwan is an academically gifted female student at a music academy who unexpectedly traverses into the interstellar beast world and descends into a desolate zone. Her cultivation talent is impeccable, having already achieved the sss level. Due to her physique being inadequate to support such overwhelming energy, she can only forge a contract with high-ranking beastmen to facilitate energy conduits. The insectoid prince regards her with an air of mystery, while showering her with tender care. The medical prodigy gently treats her injuries with profound affection. Feng Chueji, the owner of a music company, offers his entire enterprise as a dowry in exchange for a single song from her. The leader of the wandering beastmen is captivated by her bravery and kindness. The empire's genius crown prince also finds himself deeply enamored with her. Wanwan merely wishes to survive, yet it appears that the prominent figures harbor intentions beyond that. Chapter 1. The system is a new system alert. Alert! The starship has encountered stellar turbulence and has automatically activated advanced defenses. The defensive barrier has been breached, initiating automatic repairs. Repair failed. Hull damage exceeds 80%. Imminent crash. Please evacuate promptly. Bang! A resplendent mushroom cloud blossomed in the outer realm, releasing a formidable shockwave. Several escape pods, having barely evaded disaster, were tossed like small boats in turbulent seas, scattering chaotically into the vast primordial forest. System. Must I truly proceed in this manner? Is there no alternative? Wanwan gazed at the disheveled yet strikingly handsome man before her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Host, the energy within you is overflowing. If this continues, the system, shall be compelled to undergo reconstruction alongside you. Hurry, the short film has been prepared for you. You know what to do. Do not be coy. Quickly strip him of his clothing and take action. Wanwan. System. I understand your urgency, but please contain yourself. How can I not be anxious? Boo-hoo. Host, the energy within you is on the verge of explosion. If you perish, I will also cease to exist. Boo-hoo. This is my first mission, and I do not wish to be obliterated. Wanwan is not from this world. 3 years ago, while studying at a university on Blue Star, she was swept away by the water while attempting to rescue a drowning girl. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself amidst a horde of bizarre creatures, fleeing in terror. It was during this tumultuous moment that the system made its appearance. Being a new system, it was unskilled in its operations and inadvertently overexerted itself while binding to the host, resulting in the loss of crucial data. This led them to believe it was merely a tool to assist the host in enhancing her powers and wreaking havoc. Subsequently, the two relied on each other for survival, and through sheer willpower and the extraordinary cultivation talent of her body, she managed to endure in the outer realm. Wanwan transformed from a frightened prey being pursued by the bizarre creatures to a dazzling figure chasing after them, achieving a remarkable turnaround. Yet, just as her strength broke through to SS, the system's lost data was restored. Only then did she realize that it was, in fact, a consort contract system. In the interstellar world, polyandry is quite commonplace, making the system's presence here entirely logical. The pair, having experienced a comical misunderstanding, spent an entire morning staring at one another in bewilderment, only to suddenly discover that the energy within Wanwan was swelling uncontrollably. Upon examination, it was revealed that her body was exceptionally suited to be a sacred vessel for reproduction, yet it was not a sacred vessel for cultivation. It could not possibly withstand such immense energy. The SS level was the utmost limit for her physique. Even if she ceased all cultivation from this moment onward, any misstep could easily cause her to be obliterated into fragments by the overwhelming energy within. The sole solution was to find a male cultivator of SS rank or above to engage in the primal act of life. This would allow the surplus energy within her to be channeled into her partner, while the system would also receive rewards for Wanwan's successful completion of the task, thereby enhancing her constitution. But do not fret, host. Although we may be taking advantage of the situation, should we abandon him amidst this energy turmoil, he would undoubtedly perish within the hour. Wanwan blinked. Energy turmoil? Does that not lead to beast transformation? If something goes awry, cough, would I not find myself in a perilous predicament? Rest assured, host, your mental fortitude is sufficient to soothe his energy turmoil. Both parties will find immense satisfaction throughout this process, and there is absolutely no cause for concern. The system patted its chest, exuding an air of confidence. Wanwan yearned to delay, yet at that moment, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her body. Hiss, she inhaled sharply. The energy expansion had commenced anew. Host, hasten. If you do not act swiftly, we shall both meet our demise. The system implored tearfully, urging her on. Please assist me in giving him a bath. No matter her inner turmoil, the specter of death overshadowed her indecision. However, prior to that, cleanliness must be prioritized. She had no desire to be entwined with a man caked in mud. Such a trivial matter. Leave it to the system. As the system's words fell, a gust of wind swept through, transforming the once dreary man before her into a vision of renewal. Wanwan stared in astonishment. She understood that the man chosen by the system for her guidance would surely not be of unattractive countenance. Yet, when she beheld him with her own eyes, she was still taken aback by his stunning appearance. His features were as if meticulously sculpted, each aspect perfectly proportioned, leaving no room for criticism. His eyebrows were thick and well-defined, as though delicately painted with the finest brush, with a slightly upward tilt hinting at a carefree and rebellious spirit. His nose was elegantly prominent, its lines flowing naturally, as if crafted by divine hands, exuding a sharp yet refined aura. Wanwan's gaze wandered across his visage, ultimately resting upon his cherry blossom-like lips, causing her heart to quicken its pace. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to resolve herself and leaned in to kiss him without hesitation. In that fleeting moment of intimacy, the energy within Wanwan experienced a brief release, swiftly transferring through the connection of their lips. Yet it was far from sufficient. She gasped softly and reached to unbuckle the man's belt. Upon awakening, Wanwan found the morning light flooding the hollow of the tree. A night had already passed. She hurriedly rose to assess the energy within her body. Rest easy, host. The expanded energy has been safely transmitted through intimate means, and you are temporarily secure. The system's jubilant voice echoed in her mind, allowing her to exhale in relief. As long as she could continue to live, that was sufficient. Host, you have successfully contracted a male beastman. Would you like to view your rewards? Show me. For the first time, Wanwan discovered that utilizing the system came with such delightful features. A high-tier male beastman has been successfully contracted. You have earned 10,000 points. Please continue your efforts. The system store is now open. Would you like to exchange for a body refining pill? Exchange. Without hesitation, Wanwan did all this for the body refining pill. 5,000 points have been spent to exchange for a body refining pill. It has been placed in your inventory, leaving you with 5,000 remaining. Wanwan sighed in relief, knowing that upon finding the opportunity to use this pill, her life would be temporarily safeguarded. Host, your personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? View. Name, Wanwan. Gender, female, age 18. Height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, bust, 84 centimeters, waist, 61 centimeters, hip, 90 centimeters, appearance, exceedingly beautiful, level, SSS. Number of males contracted 1. Wanwan scrolled down, clicking on the data card linked to her contract. Contracted male beastman, name, Chimabai, gender, male, beast form, 9 nether Xian ice dual-winged white lion, height, 195 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, level, SSS. So, the system has these functionalities as well? Had I known earlier, I would not have toiled so hard to level up. You speak the truth. Both Wanwan and the system sighed in unison. Host, he has awakened. Wanwan's body stiffened. Oh dear, she had let her excitement get the better of her and forgotten that another person resided within this hollow tree. Ahem, well, good morning. Wanwan turned back, her smile radiant, as she endeavored to appear less awkward. Chimabai's expression was impassive, his deep, ice-white eyes gradually settling upon her face. Memories of the previous night began to resurface, causing his gaze to flicker slightly. You experienced an energy turmoil yesterday and were in dire need of mental support. I did not intend to exploit your vulnerability. It was merely a temporary measure. Wanwan spoke awkwardly, unable to resist rubbing her face. After all, she was just an ordinary university student from Blue Star. Growing up, her elders had been strict, forbidding her from engaging in anything beyond her studies, and she had never truly experienced romance until university, let alone holding hands or kissing. The events of the previous night were largely thanks to the little film provided by the system. Coughing, as she thought of this, Wanwan's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Initially, she had been quite reserved, but ultimately, she had resorted to imitating what she had seen in the film. Later, when Chimabai opened his eyes, Wanwan was uncertain whether he was conscious or not at that moment. In any case, they were both quite pleased with the ensuing events. Her voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Chimabai's hand slowly clenched, only to relax moments later. Where is this? This is a realm beyond. You fell from the sky yesterday, and I brought you back. You still have injuries. If you are fatigued, please rest for a while. Here is some food. You should eat something, Wanwan said, pulling her outer garment from the edge of the tree bed to drape over herself, leaving some fruit behind before swiftly exiting the hollow. Chi Mabai pursed his lips, pulling back the fabric on his left shoulder. A silver-white butterfly mark rested upon his shoulder, shimmering faintly with silver light. The mark of the wife. Pressing his forehead and taking a deep breath, Chi Mabai reluctantly accepted this reality. His palm opened slowly, gathering force, and a swirling mass of deep blue ice began to coalesce. His pupils constricted. SSS. Chapter 2. SSS. If memory serves, he was merely an SS-class superhuman before yesterday. Perhaps within 5 years, through sheer diligence, he could aspire to ascend to SSS. However, this would imply that the energy within him might spiral out of control at any moment, risking his consciousness and reducing him to a frenzied beast. To his astonishment, he had advanced overnight. Furthermore, his mental realm was extraordinarily tranquil, showing no signs of collapse. Could it be due to her? System. I have a foreboding feeling that the energy I've just stabilized will soon breach its expansion threshold. Not far from the tree hollow, Wanwan was grilling meat. The meat was a rare delicacy from beyond, complemented by several spices akin to 5-spice powder that she had discovered in the outer realms, making it quite palatable. Ahem, host. Your intuition is correct. Your body possesses an extraordinarily high cultivation talent. Even while resting, energy will naturally accumulate within. Thus, within 3 days, you must undergo an energy purging. And during this period, you cannot utilize your energy. 3 days? Are you implying? Wanwan's eyes widened, contemplating a possibility. Yes, within 3 days. You will need to engage in intimate contact with an SSS-class male to facilitate the energy purging.
Wanwan, host, he has arrived.
The system interjected. Wanwan turned to see Chi Mabai striding towards her with long, elegant strides. Lost in thought, she instinctively extended her hand, passing him the grilled meat. His long eyelashes fluttered gently, resembling feathers dampened by morning dew. His alabaster face bore a subtle shadow, akin to an ink wash painting illuminated by moonlight, evoking a sense of ethereal mystery. Beneath those lashes lay a pair of eyes as clear and deep as white ice, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. He stood close enough for Wanwan to sense the faint, invigorating aura emanating from him. This essence flowed like a crystal-clear spring into her nostrils, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety. Since the last encounter with the 2 corpses swept in by the stellar turbulence, she had not seen a living soul for a long time, especially not someone with whom she had shared such an intimate connection the previous night. The meat sizzled over the fire, its smoky aroma somewhat overwhelming. Noticing his furrowed brow, she couldn't help but suggest, "How about I take over the grilling?" "No need. I shall handle it from now on." He declined her offer, pausing momentarily before adding, "I am Chi Mabai." Wanwan was already aware of his name, so it did not surprise her. However, the implication of from now on left her somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by that? Her gaze was too innocent, as if she had never considered the future. Chi Mabai's eyes flickered. "You do not wish for a future with me?" Wanwan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. The previous night had merely been an accident. If he chose to leave, he could do so at any moment, and they could pretend that their encounter had never occurred. She felt it was unreasonable to expect someone to stay just for a fleeting liaison. The discomfort on her face was unmistakable, and Chi Mabai's expression darkened, a flicker of hurt crossing his eyes. Host, the interstellar realm is not Blue Star. Males place great importance on their first wives. What you just said is akin to pulling up your trousers after a dalliance and denying any connection, a behavior most unbecoming. Moreover, do not forget, within 3 days, you will require the help of an SSS-class male to purge your energy. You mustn't scare him away, or we shall find ourselves in dire straits. To prevent Wanwan from making a grave mistake, the system's voice echoed frantically in her mind.
What should I do then?
He's unlikely to stay, is he? Foolish host, if he does not stay, you can follow him. Previously, we could not leave because we lacked the ability to fly across the outer seas. But this man undoubtedly possesses a starship. We can hitch a ride. A light of realization dawned upon Wanwan, and she turned to find Chi Mabai wearing a mask of indifference. "Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it." Chi Mabai's voice became cold and distant as he placed the grilled meat on a clean leaf before her and began to rise.
"Wait."
Chi Mabai looked down at her hand clasping his, her gaze compelling him to retreat, yet she resisted the urge. I apologize. That wasn't my intention. It's just that I haven't seen anyone in so long that I don't know how to express myself. What I mean is, can you take me with you when you leave? Chimabai followed her small hand upwards, his gaze landing on her delicate face. Her petite features were pale and immaculate, and her eyes shimmered like melting winter snow, reflecting his image and pleading silently. Chimabai recalled the previous night, her visage stained with tears. As captivating as the most maddening treasure in existence. He swallowed hard. Very well. Seeing his expression soften, Wanwan exhaled in relief and tugged at his sleeve, inviting him to sit. After a brief silence, Chimabai inquired, "Why are you alone in the outer realm? Where are your family?" Wanwan shook her head slowly. "I do not know. I have never met my parents. I've lived alone since childhood, and I was accidentally transported here through a spatial rift." A spatial rift? Chimabai was taken aback. High-level beastmen often met grim fates when encountering spatial rifts. Her survival was a stroke of luck.
Yet,
How had a girl managed to survive in such a perilous outer realm? What had sustained her? Are you referring to those aberrations? This place is somewhat unique. Those aberrations do not dare to approach. Chimabai paused, recalling that he had indeed seen no aberrations nearby the previous night. It was likely the stellar turbulence outside the island deterred them. His gaze fell upon Wanwan's composed countenance, and his heart ached. As a distinguished female, enduring life alone in such a treacherous outer realm must have been fraught with hardships, yet she uttered not a word of it. His eyes swept over her small mouth, and in an impulsive gesture, he used a wind blade to slice the grilled meat into bite-sized pieces.
eat.
He pushed the meat towards her. Can this wind blade be used like a knife? Wanwan marveled inwardly. She was envious. The knife she used for cutting vegetables was fashioned from animal bones, which was not particularly convenient. Without further ado, she devoured the meat. After a night of exertion, though she was not the primary participant, she was quite hungry. Chimabai's gaze flickered towards the nearby woods, but his peripheral vision remained fixed upon her face and lips. The juices from the grilled meat glistened on her cherry blossom-colored lips, giving them a lustrous sheen. Chimabai cast his eyes downward. It was not until Wanwan was satiated that Chimabai rose to tidy up. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" Chimabai looked down at her small hand that had halted his departure, his lips pressed together, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "You want me to eat?
Why?
Are you not hungry?" Wanwan questioned, puzzled. The meat was grilled to perfection, neither tough nor dry, and quite delectable. Was he truly dissatisfied? Seeing him unmoving, Wanwan poked a piece with a small stick and offered it to his lips.
Try this.
Chimabai lowered his gaze. He knew Wanwan was remarkably beautiful, particularly her eyes, which sparkled like the thawing snow of winter. Observing her up close only intensified the urge to ravish her. He swallowed hard, inexplicably opening his mouth to accept the morsel. He had braced himself for an energy upheaval, yet surprisingly, his body exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Chapter 3. Don't push me away. It seemed that what he had just consumed was not aberrant meat, but rather premium beast meat cultivated in the A-class breeding zones of the imperial capital. Chimabai gazed incredulously at the grilled meat and took another piece for a taste. No, there was no surge of energy. Wanwan discreetly observed him, while sipping water. Chimabai exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Even though he initially ate with a hint of haste, he still possessed a unique charm. What was merely a mundane dining experience felt devoid of any rudeness. As the roasted meat diminished in his hands, Wanwan could not help but envision a noble young master of an ancient court dining regally, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Chimabai, feeling relaxed and having shaken off his initial disbelief, was acutely aware of her furtive glances, the corners of his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. My people will locate this place within 3 days. If there's anything you wish to take with you, you may prepare it in advance. Even without Wanwan's input, Chimabai had no intention of allowing her to remain there any longer. This was a perilous realm, and she was a precious rarity among women. The search for wandering women was also part of their expedition's duties, though it had been a long time since they had encountered one. Is it that soon? I would like to gather some fruits. I'll accompany you. Wanwan had initially intended to suggest that he rest in the tree hollow but swallowed her words instead. Very well. The fruit trees were not far from the hollow and constituted one of Wanwan's primary sources of sustenance. The fruit was entirely crimson, its skin smooth, with diamond-shaped protrusions near the flower base, each the size of a fist, growing on gnarled branches. Chimabai glanced at them, somewhat surprised. It's the Qiling fruit. So this fruit is called Qiling? I've always referred to it as the red fruit. Yuan smiled with her eyes crinkling. The trees were quite tall, and to harvest the fruit, one had to climb. Yuan was still contemplating how to ascend without using her energy when she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist. Bai had wrapped his arms around her, gently lifting her into the tree.
Thank you.
Yuan expressed her gratitude sincerely, then immersed herself in the enthusiasm of fruit picking.
Bai not dead.
His hand at his side idly fiddling with his fingers, noting how slender her waist was. Suddenly, Yuan lost her footing and began to fall. Instinctively, she wanted to release her energy, but halted her descent at the critical moment. Looking up, she found Bai's chiseled jaw within arm's reach. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and she blushed at the small strawberry mark she had left on his alluring Adam's apple. Bai caught her as she landed, his gaze falling upon her flushed face. Her luminous eyes glimmered like enchanting jewels. Tension suddenly coursed through him as he fixated on her rosy lips. Without warning, he leaned down. The unexpected kiss not only startled Bai, but also left Yuan momentarily speechless. She blinked, and by the time she regained her composure, he had already pulled away. Ahem, you rest first. I'll go gather the fruits. With that, Bai leaped effortlessly onto the tree. Be careful. The flower base of that fruit is poisonous. Don't touch it. Yuan hastily cautioned, realizing this was precisely why she had intended to pick them herself.
Am aware.
Bai's deep voice resonated from the tree. He didn't dare turn around to look at Yuan, deftly harvesting the fruit with precision. Yuan intended to assist with the carrying, but Bai stopped her, effortlessly shouldering 3 full bags of fruit and striding forward. This physique was indeed admirable. Yuan thought. At dinner, Yuan transformed the freshly picked fruits into juice and approached Bai, who was grilling meat, tugging at his sleeve. Are you an ice elemental ability user? Could you freeze 2 blocks of ice to add to this? She had recalled how he had used ice to chill the fruits earlier and thought of the refreshing fruit juice. Unfortunately, she was not an ice elemental user herself. Otherwise, she would have concocted it long ago. Meeting his expectant gaze, Bai chuckled lightly and casually conjured 2 ice blocks into the juice. Yuan eagerly took a large sip. The icy, sweet juice slid down her throat, banishing the heat within her completely. Her eyes sparkled as she sighed contentedly. Your ability is truly wonderful. Now there will be an endless supply of chilled fruit juice for summer. No wonder he was so composed last night. Suddenly, Yuan froze mid-sentence, lifting her gaze to find the increasingly perilous look in his eyes. Ahem, I'll go take a shower, she exclaimed, retreating in haste. What a blunder. Why did I have to mention last night? Lingering on the fruit juice, she had just sipped until her figure disappeared into the tree hollow. He picked up the cup and took a sip. Indeed. It's very sweet.
Ding.
A notification from his wristband chimed, prompting Bai to look down and accept the incoming call. Boss, I finally reached you. I knew you would be all right. A rugged male voice on the other end brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Boss, are you okay? I've pinpointed your location, but it's a bit far, so it will take some time to reach you. Another feminine voice chimed in, accompanied by the sounds of equipment being operated. It's fine, there's no rush. Has the cargo been safely delivered? Bai responded, indifferent to how soon he could return. Don't worry. Lisa is on the job, you can trust me. The cargo has been safely delivered to the research facility, and they are already ramping up the research. Keep a close watch on those lurking in the shadows. Don't let them cause any trouble. After a few more instructions, Bai ended the call and turned his gaze toward the treehouse. His keen hearing allowed him to distinctly hear the sound of flowing water, mingled with the soft, comfortable hum of a girl. Bai's eyes darkened. That night, he had felt the tumult of energy within him, followed by the sweet essence of the woman invading his senses, wrapping around him like soothing waves. It was a resonance that penetrated to the depths of his soul, akin to a long-awaited rainfall. As a general of the SS Empire's war zone, while his control level had not yet reached the critical threshold of 90, it hovered around 80, due to years of field missions. He lacked energy suppressants, but those merely quelled energy surges. They could not suppress his primal instincts. He had never experienced such exquisite pleasure before, a tranquility that soothed him from the depths of his psyche to his body. Though he found it hard to believe, he had to accept that this wandering Yuan possessed formidable psychic strength. The sensation was akin to the alluring temptation of a poppy. The mere thought of it left him restless. Chi Mo Bai closed his eyes, waiting until the sounds of washing from the treehouse faded before he rose to approach. Yuan had few garments, all scavenged from the deceased, meticulously cleaned by the system, and then fashioned for her. The loose tank top revealed her two alabaster arms, and she wore no undergarments beneath, leaving her in a state of nudity. Normally, she would wear an additional layer to obscure any protrusions. When Chi Mo Bai entered, Yuan was in the midst of combing her long hair. The loose fabric shifted as she raised her arms, revealing glimpses of enticing scenery from the sleeve openings. He swallowed hard. The shower is over there. If you wish to freshen up, you may go, Yuan kindly reminded him as she noticed him standing still. Chi Mo Bai stepped into the shower, turning on the cold water to douse his thoughts. However, the suppressed urges resurfaced upon glimpsing the delicate figure resting upon the bed. Yuan was suddenly embraced from behind, the heat radiating through her thin attire. Wanwan, soothe me once more, his captivating, deep voice poured forth, laden with insatiable desire. Before Yuan could protest, Chi Mo Bai had already repositioned her. His fervent kiss descended, swallowing her soft gasps entirely. Yuan's eyes widened.
System.
He is in heat. Host, I forgot to mention that once a male beastman bonds with a female, a special pheromone will manifest on that female. The pheromone exuded an irresistible allure for male beastmen, inciting them into a state of ardor. Unless mitigated by an inhibitor or sufficiently calmed, it could prove detrimental to their well-being. Within mere proximity, Yuan beheld the lust that permeated his ice-white gaze, akin to a ripe fruit awaiting harvest.
Wanwan.
Do not push me away. Sensing her reluctance, the man's eyes flickered, as though on the verge of shattering. Their breaths intertwined, igniting a fervor within Yuan. A night of indulgence. Chapter 4. A misbuttoned closure. Yuan awoke to the commotion outside the door, faintly discerning Chi Mo Bai engaged in conversation with someone. Were they here to fetch him?
Indeed, host.
We shall soon depart from this wretched place. The system expressed an exuberance that rivaled Yuan's own, urging her to step outside. After tidying herself, she emerged from the hollow of the tree, her gaze immediately drawn to a colossal starship hovering in the distance. Its sheer size was astonishing, roughly estimated to be over 100 meters in length. It loomed silently in the air, resembling an unassailable fortress, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Though Yuan had long been aware that this world differed from Blue Star, witnessing such a grand starship firsthand stirred an indescribable awe within her.
System.
Is this a starship? Affirmative, host. This starship embodies the pinnacle of interstellar imperial technology. Apart from its speed, its defense and offensive capabilities are unparalleled. Only such a vessel could carve a passage through the tumultuous currents of the stars, arriving on this island. Not far off, Chi Mo Bai was conversing with several young individuals clad in dark green combat uniforms. They occasionally cast glances her way, their expressions a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Moments later, they approached with purposeful strides. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lisa and Garen, and this is Yuan. Chi Mo Bai appeared quite familiar with them, his demeanor relaxed and his expressions at ease. Who would have thought there could be such a beautiful woman in the desolate outer regions? Lisa's eyes sparkled as she extended her hand towards Yuan. Hello. Greetings, Yuan replied politely, shaking hands with each of them. Lisa boasted a cascade of stunning red waves, her spirited smile effortlessly endearing. Garen sported a close-cropped hairstyle, his angular features exuding a rugged charm. Neither of them seemed to regard Yuan's simple attire with disdain. The team will remain here for an hour to collect data. I shall escort you aboard the starship. Yuan did not decline Chi Mo Bai's kind offer, her curiosity piqued about the interior of the starship. I'll go, Garen volunteered, only to be halted by Chi Mo Bai. With deft hands, Chi Mo Bai retrieved 3 large bags of redling fruit, along with the ingredients Yuan typically gathered. One hand carried the burdens, while the other encircled Yuan's waist, and with a magnificent display of wings, he soared towards the starship.
Wow.
The sudden sensation of weightlessness compelled Yuan to clutch his garment, quickly rendering her awestruck. Is this the dual wings of the 9-nether ice white lion? How magnificent! The wings, spanning over 3 meters, were pure white, devoid of any blemish. Paired with Chi Mo Bai's striking visage and silvery hair, he resembled a celestial deity descended upon the mortal realm. On the ground, Lisa shielded her eyes from the light, observing the two ascend onto the starship, elbowing Garen playfully. Garen, does it seem our leader is about to acquire a mate? Garen, evidently perplexed, exhibited a look of confusion.
Huh?
Honestly, you dolt. Lisa rolled her eyes at her oblivious companion. When have you ever seen the boss so close to a woman? He even personally carried her aboard. Her excitement was palpable, as if she had stumbled upon a monumental discovery. For years, there had been no other woman in the leader's vicinity. Of course, she regarded him solely as a leader, without any ulterior motives. The leader himself had shown no interest in women, having spurned the affections of numerous noble women from the capital, even those who offered dowries in pursuit of his affection. Who would have thought that on this expedition, he would be so readily captivated? If the women of the capital were to learn of this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Garen's gaze followed the pair until they vanished through the starship's entrance. Only then did understanding dawn upon him. Indeed, previously, when encountering unfamiliar women, the leader always assigned him to look after them. Yet, just moments ago, his offer had been declined. Could it be that the leader was truly to have a mate? After all, he was an SS male beastman. Could this girl truly soothe him? Garen scratched his head, noting that he felt no mental energy emanating from Wanwan. Lisa, too, appeared taken aback, sensing the complexity of the situation. It was known that among the millions in the capital, only a few thousand women possessed a mental energy level of S, and even fewer reached SS. As for SSS, aside from the reigning empress, there had been no reports of anyone else. Clearly, the girl before them did not belong to such a rare echelon. To effectively calm an SS Chimalbai, a woman's mental energy would need to be at least SS. Such extraordinary beings were not easily encountered. In other words, it was highly probable that the leader was enamored with someone who could not provide any solace. This was not a favorable situation for them. An advanced male beastman, unable to receive sufficient calming, posed a significant danger if his collapse threshold exceeded 90. Lisa's brows knitted in concern. Unbeknownst to Wanwan, who was diligently leading Chi Mabai's exploration team, the task of surveying the desolate outer region was the responsibility of his team. Although Chi Mabai typically did not concern himself with minor details, he chose to engage in the task at hand, since they were present. Wanwan was well acquainted with the small island, and the progress of the team's exploration proceeded swiftly. Within an hour, they had completed their mission and returned to the vicinity of the tree hollow. Are we ready to depart? Is there anything else to bring? Wanwan scanned the entrance of the tree hollow and suddenly spotted the stone she often used as a sharpening stone, her eyes lighting up. I almost forgot it, she exclaimed, rushing to retrieve the stone and stowing it in her large bag. All set. Chi Mabai regarded her with a fond glimmer in his eyes. Let us set off. As the starship ascended, the small island quickly diminished to a mere black in the distance. Wanwan perched by the window, observing the air currents flow past until the starship pierced through the starry turbulence above the island, escaping the atmosphere. The visible landscape gradually darkened, eventually leaving only an expanse of inky blackness, intermittently illuminated by the flickers of starlight. The journey home would take approximately 7 days, and the starship boasted a leisure area should anyone feel bored. As Chi Mabai explained, he reached out to correct the misbuttoned closure of her garment. The outfit belonged to Lisa. Although it was a snug combat suit, the fabric far surpassed the rags Wanwan typically wore, thus she did not refuse it. Lisa's figure was quite appealing, yet Wanwan's waist was evidently more slender, accentuating her delicate form. Perhaps it had been too long since she donned anything so formal. Had Chi Mabai not noticed, she would have remained oblivious to her wardrobe malfunction. A flush crept across Wanwan's cheeks, a blend of embarrassment and shyness. Chi Mabai's slender fingers brushed against her collar, intentionally or not making contact. Allow me. As she attempted to take over, Chi Mabai gently grasped her hands, a serene smile gracing his lips as he continued to fasten the buttons at a leisurely pace. What if you misbutton it again? Wanwan. They were close enough that she could see his handsome face mere inches away. The faint, crisp scent enveloped her senses, causing her cheeks to redden further. After finally fastening the last button, Chi Mabai suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Startled, she looked up only to have her head gently held in place. The kiss descended upon her like a tempest, overwhelming and fervent. Chi Mabai's darkened gaze had been fixated on her rosy lips ever since her cheeks had flushed. In that moment, he simply surrendered to his desires. Soon, Wanwan found herself devoid of all strength, completely leaning against Chi Mabai. Just as they were about to escalate their intimacy, a rapid notification chimed from his wristband. Chapter 5. The Unheralded Songstress. Beep. Beep. Chi Yen requested a video call. Qi Yan requested a video call. Qi Mo Bai halted his movements, his breath heavy as he gradually regained composure, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Yu Wanwan's ear. "It's my sister." Yu Wanwan snapped back to reality, hastily extricating herself from his embrace and adjusting her attire. The button on her chest had come undone again, prompting her to shoot him an accusatory glare. Yet Qi Mo Bai merely chuckled softly. "Let me help you with that." This time, things went smoothly. He deftly secured the button before activating the video call. "Mo Bai, are you alright? I heard you. Wait, who is she?" Surprised, Qi Yan's wide almond eyes widened at the sight of a woman in her brother's video. Yu Wanwan was equally taken aback by Qi Mo Bai's decision to direct the camera towards her, momentarily left in a daze. "She is Yu Wanwan," Qi Mo Bai stated, pulling her hand into his and drawing her closer, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. "If all goes as planned, she will be my wife." Qi Yan's eyes bulged in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger at Qi Mo Bai. "Why you cough, sister?" Despite her embarrassment, Yu Wanwan understood the importance of maintaining her composure and politely addressed Qi Yan. At the Qi residence, Qi Yan, still reeling from shock, was taken aback by Yu Wanwan's unexpected formality. Just then, Maidie C, who had been waiting outside, couldn't contain her impatience and stepped into the room. Jian, did Mo Bai receive the communication? How is he? Is he safe?" With a swift motion, Qi Yan covered the communication screen, hurriedly shutting down the video call. Facing Maidie C's bewildered gaze, she feigned calmness and cleared her throat. "Indeed, Mo Bai is safely aboard the starship. In a few days, he will return to the imperial capital, so you need not worry." "Oh, I wanted to say a few words to Mo Bai." Jian, why did you hang up?" Maidie C pouted, looking forlorn. Qi Yan felt a twinge of guilt, hastily covering her wristband. "Mo Bai is currently occupied. You know, as a general of the Empire. He has been quite busy lately due to the recent theft of research specimens." Though disappointed, Maidie C did not question Qi Yan's words, nodding resignedly. "If Mo Bai is busy, then I won't disturb him." Jian, shall I accompany you for lunch?" "Yes, that sounds good." Qi Yan felt a sense of relief as she managed to divert attention, silently cursing Qi Mo Bai for his secretive ways, clearly disregarding her as a sister. "It seems your sister is upset," Yu Wanwan remarked, glancing at the darkened screen, her confidence wavering. After all, her encounter with Qi Mo Bai had been serendipitous. If her own brother had quietly acquired a fiancé, she too would be incensed. Sensing her unease, Qi Mo Bai embraced her tightly, planting a kiss atop her head. "It's all right. She won't be angry, just a bit surprised." In the fleeting moment before the video ended, he had caught a glimpse of an outsider's voice. It was evident that the abrupt termination of the call was not without reason. Though Yu Wanwan felt a pang of guilt, the matter pertained to her very survival, and she believed she would choose the same course again if the situation arose. She could only apologize to Qi Mo Bai's sister in her heart. After spending a while in the lounge with Yu Wanwan, Qi Mo Bai took his leave to attend to other matters. Left to her own devices, Yu Wanwan began to explore the starship, which expanded her understanding significantly. In addition to essential living facilities, the starship boasted specialized training rooms and gaming areas. Intrigued, she ventured inside to experience them firsthand. The training room offered various physical and energy exercises, while the gaming area served as a recreational space, featuring the most popular short videos and games currently trending online. Not particularly interested in gaming, Yu Wanwan clicked on an icon featuring a double star, discovering a function for listening to and recording music. To her delight, she casually selected several free songs and soon, soothing melodies filled the air. A music aficionado, Yu Wanwan had graduated from a prestigious international music university on Blue Star, where she had registered an account on a popular platform to share her original compositions, gaining a modest following. With this in mind, she felt inspired to create a new account on the Dual Star Music platform and recorded a short segment to share. At the Dual Star Music headquarters, Foam KG rubbed his temples, sinking languidly into a genuine leather sofa, displaying a visage of impatience. Uncontrollable surges of restless energy repeatedly assailed his patience, causing his temples to pulse insistently. Scattered across the floor were recently utilized suppressants. However, with his power levels escalating, his threshold for collapse neared 90. The suppressants on the market had proven largely ineffective. Were it not for his superhuman willpower, he would have long since lost his sanity. "Boss, why not acquiesce to the Duke's request and allow the Duke's daughter to soothe you? Though it would mean acknowledging the Duke's daughter as his fiancée, it would be preferable to enduring the agony of this energy upheaval alone." One of his subordinates, unable to bear his suffering, cautiously suggested. The man on the sofa abruptly opened his eyes, his azure irises constricting as if brewing a tempest. Xiao Wen. I hope this is the last time I hear such words from your lips. Xiao Wen's heart raced, quickly bowing his head in respect and replying, yes, sir. Daring not to question his boss's decisions any further. Bring me another suppressor. Foam Keiji gasped a few breaths, his deep voice laced with pain. Xiao Wen hastened to fetch the suppressants. The room soon fell into silence, only to be interrupted by a soft, melodious meow. A long-haired ragdoll cat gracefully hopped onto the table, stepping delicately over the player, before leaping into Foam Keiji's embrace. Its tiny paws inadvertently pressed the song selection button, and a gentle, soothing hum resonated in the air. Foam Keiji's previously agitated spirit suddenly found tranquility, and the tumultuous energy within him began to settle. He raised an eyebrow, cradling the ragdoll deeper into the sofa's embrace, gradually closing his eyes. When Xiao Wen returned with the suppressants, he found his boss had inexplicably drifted into a peaceful slumber. Though surprised, Xiao Wen refrained from disturbing him, carefully placing the suppressants aside before exiting the room. The clear, female voice continued to sing without any musical accompaniment, possessing an uncanny power to calm the heart and quell all restlessness. When Foam Keiji awoke, 2 hours had passed. The sweet, clear melodies still lingered in the air. He gently set the sleeping ragdoll aside and grabbed the player, his brow arching in surprise. The author was a newly registered account he had never heard of, and the song had been uploaded merely 2 hours prior. Remarkably, despite his own views, the song had already garnered thousands of views and was accumulating at an alarming rate. The comments section was ablaze with excited discussions. What a divine voice. I feel my collapse threshold diminishing, right? I too feel my chaotic mind clearing up. It can't be just my imagination, can it? Although this song merely consists of a simple melody, it seems to embody the soothing power of feminine spirit, creating a most delightful listening experience. I have resolved that this enchanting figure, the squid little dream, is my goddess. Her voice is simply divine. Such comments abound, casually expressed by those captivated by this unadorned performance. Foam Chueji casually flipped through the reviews, surprised to find not a single negative remark, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. However, it is only natural. If even his sss-level prowess could be gently calmed by the song, one can only imagine the effect it has on lesser beings. Who, then, is this squid little dream? Foam Chueji summoned Xiao Wen, directed him to the profile of Squid Little Dream, and commanded, investigate who this person is, and find a way to keep her within the twin stars. Xiao Wen's gaze swept across the profile of Squid Little Dream, astonished. The boss, it seemed, had taken an interest in an obscure female singer? Was he still half asleep, or had he lost his mind? Chapter 6. The delicate and alluring mantis on board the starship. Wanwan remained blissfully unaware that her casual rendition of a tune had triggered a chain reaction. At that moment, she was savoring the delicacies offered by the ship's restaurant. According to the staff, the dishes before her were the finest the establishment had to offer. Wanwan's brow furrowed slowly. Although the food appeared immaculate, its taste left much to be desired, lacking the vibrant flavors of Blue Star. It was akin to having tomatoes and zucchinis merely sliced and served. In short, it was exceedingly bland. For Wanwan, a connoisseur of Blue Star delicacies, this was utterly unsatisfactory. System, could you perhaps procure some seasonings and ingredients from Blue Star? I long for spicy hot pot and crave crayfish. Host, your words suggest you have not thoroughly read the task rewards. What do you mean? Wanwan was somewhat befuddled. Ahem. Access your personal information. Open the contract with the male beastmen, and you will find a pictorial guide with an exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Unconsciously swirling the cup of water in her hand, Wanwan followed the system's instructions. Activating the pictorial guide for breeding various types of beastmen offspring allows for random rewards from Blue Star. The reward categories can be set for life skills, mechanical skills, scientific research skills, or artistic skills. Wanwan thought she had misread and blinked in disbelief. Breeding offspring to activate the pictorial guide? Is it what I think it is? Indeed, host. We are currently operating under a spousal contract system. Breeding beastmen offspring is merely a facet of our system's functionality, and the rewards you desire are included. Breeding offspring? With Chimabai? A blush crept across Wanwan's cheeks. Host, since you are already their spouse, breeding a few offspring is hardly a concern. High-level psychic beasts are greatly affected by violent energy, making it difficult for them to have their own offspring. If you were to bear them children, they would surely be overjoyed. Wanwan blinked, While that was true, she was still quite young, having just graduated from university. Was she really expected to become a mother so soon? Didn't you say that high-level male beastmen find it challenging to have children? Chimabai, with his sss-level strength, should find it difficult as well, right? Rest assured, host, I possess a 100 effective conception elixir. As long as you desire a child, you shall conceive on the first attempt. The system's tone was filled with pride. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. It can work like that? A host. Rewards from Blue Star can only be obtained through this method. As your system, I sincerely wish for you to enjoy a good life. The system spoke earnestly. While the activation of the pictorial guide was beneficial for it, it still believed the host should make her own choices. Well, I shall leave this matter for later. Wanwan decided, opting to establish her footing in the beastmen world first. As the two chatted casually, the chandelier above suddenly flickered. Wanwan paused. Sensing several unfamiliar presences within her range of mental perception, a shadow darted swiftly past the half-open door. Inside a small adjoining room, several starship guards were tightly ensnared by spider silk, a spider beastman brandishing a dagger, preparing to silence them.
Bang!
A small firework suddenly exploded, obliterating the spider beastman's hand that held the dagger, flesh and blood splattering. Before the spider beastman could react, several beams of white light erupted, causing the creature to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Wanwan pushed the door open and glanced at the now-reverted spider beast man on the floor, her brow furrowing slightly. Host. This spider beast man bears the mark of a vagrant beast. Prompted by the system, Wanwan noticed the faint blue-white flower insignia on the exposed arm of the spider beast man. Vagrant beasts do not belong to any nation, most having been expelled from their respective countries due to criminal acts, leaving them homeless. However, a few years prior, vagrant beastmen had banded together to carve out a territory in the Outer Realms, forming an alliance. Any vagrant beast could join, and those who did would bear an indelible faint blue-white flower mark on their arms. The sudden appearance of these vagrant beasts aboard the Imperial starship and their assault on the guards could only signify a nefarious purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Wanwan freed the trapped guards and exited the room. Meanwhile, alarms blared throughout the starship. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected. Wanwan had not anticipated encountering such a situation on her first excursion. With a sigh of misfortune, she quickly made her way deeper into the starship. Host, be cautious. Your power surges within you. At this rate, you may exceed the threshold of this body. Seeing Wanwan advance like a harbinger of death, leaving no foes standing in her wake, the system grew anxious. The cultivation talent of this body was the most formidable it had ever witnessed. Even without effort, it could rival others in rigorous training. If she unleashed her full potential to slay monsters, her energy would surge uncontrollably, with no signs of a bottleneck. While the system had reveled in Wanwan's rapid advancement in the wilderness, it was now filled with trepidation. It feared that if she were to push herself too far, she might burst like a balloon, leaving the system in dire straits. Wanwan too felt the restlessness of the energy within her and sighed helplessly.
All right.
I will seek out Chimabai and let him handle this. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a dagger pressed against her skin, resting at her neck. Don't move.
Ah.
Host, you're being held hostage. The system screeched in Wanwan's mind. She longed to shout at the system to be silent, for the noise was deafening. But clearly, now was not the time. The man behind her had appeared without a sound, clearly possessing some skill to conceal his presence. Instinctively, she sensed that this individual was far beyond the caliber of mere cannon fodder, making escape a daunting task. Moreover, she had just been cautioned by the system. Wanwan felt despondent. She had always been plagued by misfortune, as if she were destined to encounter calamity at every turn. Otherwise, it would not have been her luck to arrive in the wilderness, suffering for years without anyone noticing. Being kidnapped upon her first outing seemed all too typical. Move. The assailant urged, pushing Wanwan toward the end of the corridor. He appeared well acquainted with the layout, guiding her deftly, avoiding surveillance cameras with ease. Arriving at a metallic door, Chimabai's men had yet to reach this location. Wanwan speculated that the number of intruders aboard the starship must be considerable. Even Chimabai would have a challenging time dealing with them. Wanwan feigned compliance, which seemed to please Hingyi. Had she screamed during her abduction, he would have killed her outright. Instead, her obedient demeanor allowed her to appear harmless and vulnerable, facilitating his plans. Hengyi's tension eased slightly as he held Wanwan with one hand while swiftly attempting to crack the door's code with the other. Wanwan seized the opportunity to glance at the man's appearance. He sported a rugged beard, yet his features were noticeably more profound than those of the imperial orcs, with lengthy eyelashes framing his golden, deep-set eyes. Quite distinctive and wild. Noticing Yuanshan's unabashed gaze, Hengyi cast her a sidelong glance. Observing her bold stare, which betrayed no awareness of her status as a hostage, he furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. Behave yourself, or your life is forfeit.
Oh.
Yuanshan averted her scrutinizing gaze. Although this degree of coercion posed little threat to her, she was curious to see what these individuals intended to do, so she remained still. Hengyi, seeing her compliance, wasted no time and led her through the metallic door. The moment the door closed, Yuanshan felt a surge of freedom, while Hengyi, after warning her to behave, lunged toward a transparent crystal box at the center of the room. It was then that Yuanshan noticed a 3-meter-tall pink mantis trapped within. At first glance, she assumed the mantis was a mere illusion. After all, she had never encountered such a soft and charming mantis, its pink body resembling vibrant flower petals. However, she soon realized that the mantis appeared to be alive. Its thorax subtly rose and fell, indicating it was breathing. Could this be the diversity of the interstellar beasts? Before Yuanshan could fully comprehend the shock, she saw Hengyi rush toward the pink mantis, suddenly transforming. Chapter 7. Do you want to eat? In mere moments, he morphed into a mantis-like being that bore an uncanny resemblance to the pink mantis, though this one was a dark golden hue. Ignoring the astonished Yuanshan, it raised its sharp forelimbs and began to slice through the crystal box. Host, they are not imperial orcs. They belong to the insect race. The insect race? Yuanshan recalled having seen introductions to the insect race while surfing the star net. They were a species independent of the orcs, known for their formidable reproductive capabilities. With vast populations and a naturally combative disposition, there had been numerous conflicts between the insect race and the orcs, rendering them mortal enemies. The fact that insect beings had infiltrated Chi Mabai's starship was astonishing. Were they here to rescue the trapped pink mantis? As the thought crossed her mind, Yuanshan suddenly grasped the situation. The multitude of attackers outside the starship was merely a diversion. Their true objective was to enter this room and rescue their comrade. With this newfound understanding, Yuanshan felt a sense of calm wash over her, watching with keen interest as the golden mantis struggled to cut through the box. The golden mantis, clearly taken aback by the unexpected difficulty of slicing through what appeared to be an ordinary crystal box, toiled for what felt like an eternity before managing to carve out a small notch in the corner. Time was running short. Growing anxious, it produced a palm-sized transparent crystal. Yuanshan did not recognize the object, but the system, well-versed in various knowledge, did. Gulp, the system swallowed hard. Host, it's a star crystal. This stone is rich in energy and serves as a substantial nourishment for digital entities. Yuanshan sensed the implication. Do you wish to consume it?
Yes.
The system thought that occasionally indulging in a bit of charm with its host would not tarnish its image. Host, may I partake? Yuanshan pondered for a moment, considering whether there might be an opportunity later. All right. The system rejoiced, knowing its host was the best. Sensing the system's delight, Yuanshan's feelings about being held captive lightened. Hengyi had been closely observing her, thinking that if this woman proved ungrateful, he would deliver a lethal blow. However, seeing Yuanshan merely gazing at him and the golden mantis without making any notable movements eased his tension. He exhaled softly and pressed the crystal against the surface of the box, making a decisive incision. With a shrill sound, Hengyi lifted his forelimb and sliced along the path etched by the crystal. Instantly, the once impenetrable crystal box shattered into 2 halves. Hengyi's eyes gleamed as he made several more strokes with the crystal, causing the box to fracture and splinter like glass. The pink mantis was freed. The golden mantis hastily placed it on its back and moved toward the exit. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted at their feet. Looking down, Hengyi saw his robust right leg severed, blood mingling with bodily fluids as pain contorted his expression. Who ambushed me? Alarm bells rang in his mind as he scanned the room with wide, compound eyes. It was you. His gaze fell on Yuanshan, filling him with wariness. Yuanshan, with an innocent expression, shook her head vigorously in denial, insisting it wasn't her. Her panicked face, anxious demeanor, and pitiful appearance led Hengyi to believe he was overthinking it. The individual capable of silently injuring his leg would have to possess at least SS-level strength. And Yuanshan clearly did not qualify. Unable to identify the source of the attack, Hengyi found the situation perplexing but dared not dwell on it further. He turned to continue opening the door.
Bang!
Another explosion rang out. Hung Yi's expression changed as he looked down, noticing that another explosion had occurred on the opposite side, causing his other leg to be blown off. Hung Yi's expression darkened, his gaze scanning the room intently before fixating once more on Wanwan. The only ones conscious in this room were him and her, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. This time, he did not ask if it was her. Instead, he launched an attack directly at Wanwan. The golden energy descended upon her like a blade. Wanwan widened her eyes, seemingly unable to react, squatting in place as if awaiting her demise. Hung Yi's heart fluttered. It must be said that the instinct to protect precious females was inherent even among the insect orcs. Given a choice, he truly did not wish to kill her. However, when faced with the choice between his life and his brother's or hers, he did not hesitate to choose to eliminate her.
Bang!
In the split second of white light, the sudden attack collided forcefully against the golden mantis's armor. The golden mantis, taken by surprise, was sent sprawling backward, crashing against the nearby wall, pink mantis in tow. The star crystal was also flung from its grasp.
Montag by.
Wanwan's eyes brightened as she sprang forward.
Henki, dumbfounded.
Watched as his golden attack vanished cleanly before reaching Wanwan, almost doubting his own sight. Where did his attack go? It had been so substantial. With Wanwan's strength, dissipating such an attack required no effort at all. Thus, Hung Yi remained unaware that she had intervened, believing instead that Mabai had come to her aid while multitasking. This was a beautiful misunderstanding, and Wanwan had no intention of clarifying it. Upon receiving Wanwan's message, Mabai rushed over with all due speed. Along the way, he was filled with anxiety, fearing for his dear wife's safety. When he suddenly spotted Wanwan lunging toward him, he instinctively opened his arms, enveloping her in a warm embrace. His anxious heart found solace in that moment. He took a deep breath, relieved. Wanwan, I'm so glad you're safe. I'm fine. I'm very strong, so you needn't worry about me. Wanwan replied with a bright smile, nuzzling against his neck like a comforting cat. Mabai couldn't deny the joy welling within him. Even when he first laid eyes on the silver butterfly on his shoulder, he hadn't felt such a peculiar sensation. At that moment, he realized with clarity that he had a wife. She was someone he ought to cherish for a lifetime. Who would have thought that the rumored cold-hearted general of the empire, Mabai, would also possess a tender side, leaving me utterly astonished. The golden mantis rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, and assisted the pink mantis to a side. As if discovering a new frontier, its gaze flitted back and forth between Mabai and Wanwan. Mabai drew Wanwan behind him, shielding her from Hung Yi's sight, his ice-like eyes glinting with coldness. The prince of the Zerg, daringly infiltrating our imperial starship, harbored the audacious intention of absconding with the empire's prisoners. Does he truly believe that our empire is devoid of guardians?
Ha!
I was so close, so very close to rescuing my brother.
Kimobei.
You are indeed a persistent specter. Reminded of his failed mission, Hung Yi's golden eyes reddened with fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. To this day, he remained oblivious to what had caused his injury. Had it not been for the delays, he would have already departed with his brother. Since he has come, he shall not depart unchallenged. Mabai, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, shielded Wanwan as he retreated. With a decisive command, the soldiers behind him sprang into action. Hung Yi recognized that the opportune moment had slipped away. There was no chance of taking the pink mantis now, and thus he refrained from retaliating. Casually, he injected a peculiar serum into the chest of the pink mantis and glared menacingly at Mabai. Mabai, I shall return. As his words fell, the golden mantis melted away like a wax figure, swiftly transforming into a pool of golden liquid, which evaporated into nothingness with the slightest breeze.
Boss.
This is a puppet technique of the Zerg royal family, Garen remarked, stepping onto the spot where Hung Yi had just vacated, clearly dissatisfied. He had anticipated ensnaring his foe, only to witness yet another escape. The Zerg possess an arsenal of cunning tactics. Hung Yi would not have risked himself without a reliable backup. Mabai cast a glance at the still unconscious pink mantis and issued the order to clear the battlefield. Chapter 8. The absence of psychic energy in the Zerg royal palace. The third prince, Hung Yi, suddenly opened his eyes, startling the nearby Zerg priest. Before he could utter a word, Hung Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression visibly waning. Mabai, prepare yourself. One day, I shall take your life. The Zerg priest, his countenance unchanged, had already begun to speculate. It appeared that the operation had failed. Having vented his frustrations, Hung Yi gripped the armrest adorned with insect heads and, with a fierce expression, commanded, "Contact the White Mist Alliance. Inform them that I have a business proposition to discuss." "Your Highness, do you intend to involve the White Mist Alliance in the rescue plan?" The Zerg priest furrowed his brow. Given that the starship had yet to penetrate Imperial territory, and with their previous endeavors having failed, what chance would they have if Chi Mabe returned to the Beastman Empire with the second prince? "No, it is not a rescue plan." Hung Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk as Yuanshan's flustered visage flashed in his mind. Her final leap towards Chi Mabe was too enchanting, too beautiful to resist destruction. That face should not smile so brightly at Chi Mabe. "I want them to kill a certain individual. Money is no object."
Boss.
These individuals were slain by a powerful explosion of light elements. It was not our people who did this. Garen had ordered the bodies of all the invaders to be brought forth, quickly discerning an anomaly. Over half of these corpses bore the marks of a unique light element. This sudden force had emerged amidst the Zerg invasion, annihilating numerous invading rogue beastmen and Zerg, thereby saving many starship guards. Regrettably, the invaders were all deceased, and the starship guards, having succumbed to unconsciousness, were unaware of the occurrences, though it currently appeared that the opposing force bore no malice. Who could guarantee that this unknown power would not pose a threat to them? Chi Mabe's gaze sharpened as he reviewed the documents handed to him by his subordinate. The trajectory of this power aligned precisely with the direction his petite wife had taken. "This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. I shall handle it." With the specially crafted crystal lock now destroyed, the Zerg creature would be personally overseen by him. "Have them transfer it to my quarters." Having said this, Garen ceased to question and promptly instructed his subordinates to relocate the pink mantis. Meanwhile, Yuanshan tossed a star crystal, eliciting a series of exclamations from the system. "Host, please refrain from trembling. If you drop it, it will lose its value." "Is it still valuable if I don't drop it?" Yuanshan inquired with a smile. "Well, all right, here you go." Yuanshan, no longer teasing, handed the star crystal to the system. A flash of white light enveloped her hand as the star crystal vanished, leaving the system gleefully to absorb it. The system had been her first friend in this world. Had it not been for its presence upon her arrival in this alternate realm, she might not have survived. When Hung Yi fled, he inadvertently left the star crystal behind, which she had casually retrieved. The ensuing days passed in tranquility. The starship fortified its defenses, and the Zerg made no further incursions. Due to Chi Mabe's earlier disappearance, a considerable backlog of official duties had accumulated. Each time Yuanshan opened the door, she found him diligently working at his desk. Pushing a glass of juice made from crimson fruit towards him, she met Chi Mabe's gentle gaze and smiled. "You've been working all day. Take a break." Chi Mabe effortlessly gathered her into his embrace, nuzzling her cheek, the scent that belonged solely to her soothing his weary nerves. Accepting the juice she offered, he took a sip, finding it less sweet than expected.
How could this be?
Yuanshan asked, puzzled, as she lifted another cup to taste. "No, it's quite sweet. I specifically added ice cubes." Her unfinished words were interrupted as his lips descended upon hers, devouring her words. The essence of his flavor flooded her senses. After a moment, Chi Mabe released her, grinning like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. "Now that is sweet." Yuanshan, originally assigned a room adjacent to Chi Mabe's, found that he had never allowed her to stay there. "I'm going to take a shower." Noting the darkness that clouded Chi Mabe's gaze, a flicker of desire ignited within. Yuanshan sensed impending trouble and hastily retreated to the bathroom. By the time she emerged, having dawdled, Chi Mabe had already finished his shower and was seated on the bed, attending to his affairs. Upon seeing her, his eyes brightened, and he abruptly ended the video call with his subordinate. He scooped Yuanshan into his arms, cradling her like a princess. 2 hours later, Chi Mabe, content, held his petite wife close, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her unique scent. Had someone told him a month prior that having a wife would be such a delightful experience, he would have scoffed. Yet now he had no doubts. Having savored the sweetness of her presence, Yuanshan's aroma was the most alluring pheromone in the universe. When her neck was playfully teased, she instinctively shrank away. Chi Mabe chuckled softly, ceasing his playful torment, simply holding her close to relish this moment of tranquility. "Wanshan, we shall arrive at the imperial capital tomorrow." Yuanshan's body stiffened slightly. The imperial capital was Chi Mabe's birthplace. Were they to arrive so soon? Having spent several years in the wasteland, her social anxiety had intensified, and she was increasingly reluctant to face strangers. However, the thought of meeting Chi Mabe's family rekindled her courage. Yes, I wish to meet your sister. Yuan Shan had learned that Chi Mabe had lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his sister, Chi Yan, while she wished to avoid others. Meeting Chi Yan was essential. Yes, just my sister. You need not mind the others. Sensing her apprehension, Chi Mabe tenderly brushed her hair back from her face. Do not fear. My sister is very kind. Yuan Shan nestled her head against his chest, encircling his slender yet sturdy waist, gradually drifting into slumber. None noticed that the pink mantis, previously motionless at the center of the room, had begun to stir. A fleeting glimmer flickered in its pink compound eyes. After a day's flight, the starship entered Imperial territory and anchored at the Qixia mountain docking point. 2 orderly rows of soldiers stood guard, and the captured Zerg prince, the pink mantis, was taken by Imperial personnel. Yuan Shan awaited Chi Mabe's completion of the handover with the Imperial capital's representatives before descending from the starship alongside him. In the distance, she spotted a group of people waiting to receive them. Among the crowd, she instantly recognized Chi Yan at its center. Sister, this is Yuan Shan, Chi Mabe announced, holding Yuan Shan's hand as they approached. Chi Yan's gaze had long since settled on Wanwan. The girl before her was clad in a sleek combat uniform, her figure graceful, with delicate curves in all the right places. Particularly striking was her petite face, which boasted both exquisite features and a beautiful bone structure, resembling a masterpiece crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself. It was no wonder that men were captivated. And even Chi Yan, as a woman, felt an instant admiration. Dear sister, Wanwan smiled as she glanced over, her expression causing Chi Yan's heart to flutter.
Goodness.
This was truly a stunning beauty. No wonder her younger brother was easily enchanted during his brief outing. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a small gift for you, Chi Yan said, originally torn about whether to present the gift or not, but upon seeing Wanwan for the first time, her decision was made. Wanwan turned to look at Chi Mo, who smiled slightly and said, This is just a small token from my sister. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Wanwan no longer hesitated and accepted the gift with both hands. Sister, I also have a gift for you, she said, presenting a red box. The box, produced by the system, bore no special markings and appeared rather unremarkable. However, Chi Yan was not one to judge, in her eyes. Considering Wanwan's background as a girl abandoned in the desolate outer realms, the thoughtfulness behind the gift was commendable. All right, I shall accept it, Chi Yan said with a bright smile as she took the box, then pulled Chi Mo aside to quietly inquire about the situation. He answered her questions one by one, and it was apparent to him that his sister had taken a liking to Wanwan. By the way, has Wanwan tested her mental strength? What level is it? Given Chi Mo's own strength as an SS-level beastman, it was essential that his mate possess at least S-level mental strength for effective calming. Although the calming effect might be lacking, it was surely better than the detrimental effects of suppressants. Chi Yan had casually asked, having even prepared herself for the possibility that Wanwan might only possess S-level mental strength, as her brother had a fondness for her. To her surprise, Chi Mo fell silent.
What?
Does she have low mental strength? Chi Yan's heart skipped a beat. She has no mental strength at all? Chapter 9, My Mate What? Chi Yan's expression changed dramatically as she grasped Chi Mo's sleeve, her tone urgent. Are you serious? You've chosen a mate with no mental strength? Are you joking with me? Chi Mo furrowed his brow, knowing his sister would react explosively to this news. Although Wanwan lacks mental strength, she can indeed soothe my energy fluctuations. Chi Yan shook her head, visibly pained. Mo, you are an SS-level beastman, just a step away from SSS. Do you understand what it means for a high-level beastman to have no mate to soothe him? She had initially thought that Wanwan merely had low mental strength. But as a woman, her pheromones should provide some calming effect during deep relaxation sessions. Little did she know that Wanwan's total lack of mental strength meant that even deep soothing would be ineffective for Chi Mo. The energy surges of high-level beastmen were no trivial matter. They could drive an ordinary person to the brink of madness. Chi Mo frowned. He had indeed tested his little mate's mental strength aboard the starship, and it was confirmed that she possessed none. But the soothing effect during their deep exchanges was undeniably real, even if his sister clearly did not believe it. He was hesitant to inform Chi Yan that he had already advanced to SSS. Nevertheless, he had reported this matter to his superiors, and he expected that soon the Empress would send someone to address it. Sister, Wanwan is already my mate. Chi Yen exclaimed, a younger brother who cannot be kept. When Chi Mo Bai and Chi Yen returned, Yuanwan could clearly sense that Chi Yen's demeanor was somewhat off. However, Chi Mo Bai reassured her not to worry. So, she dismissed her concerns. The group split into two parties and boarded the flying vehicle, heading directly towards the heart of the imperial city. As they traversed a mountain range, the villages below gradually became denser, and she could vaguely see crowds bustling about. Before long, the flying vehicle sped into the city's aerial traffic, plunging into the vibrant and bustling metropolis. Gazing around, she beheld towering buildings that reached for the heavens, resembling colossal pillars thrusting into the clouds, radiating an air of advanced interstellar technology. Wanwan's eyes widened in curiosity as she gazed out at the spectacle. She noticed numerous flying vehicles whizzing by on the nearby skyrail, creating a unique skyline for the city. On the streets, orderly patrol robots were methodically surveying the area. These robots were tall, their sleek exteriors gleaming with metallic luster, each step exuding precision and strength. Flanking the streets were shops galore, their myriad signs and neon lights dazzling the senses. Wanwan observed, with fascination, the occasional beastman transforming in the streets, instantly becoming adorable creatures, fluffy rabbits, comical bears, and majestic hounds. There were also beastmen who transformed into humans, such as a sleek black cat that had just been striding gracefully, now morphing into a tall and handsome beastman. Wanwan was entranced, her eyes sparkling with wonder, completely captivated by the enchanting city. Chi Mo Bai kept a watchful eye on her expression. Seeing her interest in everything around her only deepened his affection. His little mate had spent the first half of her life in the lonely desolation of the outer realms, suffering greatly. How different from the women of the imperial city, who enjoyed the privileges afforded to them by the empire, living lives of abundance and comfort. Gently, Chi Mo Bai drew Wanwan into his embrace and kissed her innocent eyes. If you find it intriguing, I will bring you to see it often. Realizing she was pitted by Chi Mo Bai, Wanwan instinctively wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist and nuzzled against his neck. I know. Mo is the best. By the way, Mo, is your beast form a white lion? Wanwan asked, breaking free from his embrace and looking up at him with bright eyes. Do you want to see Wanwan? The eagerness in her eyes was unmistakable, demanding Chi Mo Bai's full attention. Yes, yes, yes. Wanwan nodded vigorously. Chi Mo Bai's expression turned serious, his icy white eyes darkening. Do you truly wish to see? Of course, is it inconvenient? Wanwan asked, sensing something was amiss in his demeanor. Chi Mo Bai slightly closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Wanwan found herself nestled in a soft expanse of white fur. When she finally managed to rise, she was met with the stunning ice-blue gaze of a snow lion, which gazed back at her with deep affection. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. The snow lion was grand, measuring over 4 meters in length and more than 2 meters in height, its build robust, and its fur a pristine white. It approached Wanwan, lowering its head slightly to nuzzle her palm with its soft, large head. This form of Chi Mo Bai was less sharp and aloof than in his human guise, instead exuding a sense of noble simplicity. As Wanwan stroked the snow lion's head, showering it with affection, her heart melted. She failed to notice the faint hint of crimson that flickered in the depths of the snow lion's mesmerizing eyes. Chi Mo Bai, don't lick, it tickles. The snow lion lowered its large head and playfully licked her neck, causing Wanwan to squirm away in laughter. Before long, she was gently pulled back, the snow lion's paws resting lightly on her shoulders. She looked up to find Chi Mo Bai's dark, profound gaze fixed on her. Wanwan, this is what you wish to see. It was from this day onward that Wanwan would come to realize that the pheromones emanating from a mate after the bond was formed had an exponentially greater allure for a transformed beastman. It was akin to the seductive nature of poppies. Chi Mo Bai's home was a garden villa located in the center of the imperial city. The villa spanned thousands of square meters, with a third of that dedicated to building space, and the remainder to lush green lawns. While not overly large, the location was exceptional. The aerial vehicle had just come to a halt at the entrance of the villa when the intelligent butler detected the arrival of guests and automatically opened the grand door. Yuanshan was cradled in Chi Ma Bai's arms as they descended from the aircraft. It was her first encounter with the ferocity of Chi Ma Bai in his beastly form. Even now, the aftereffects lingered in her legs, which felt unresponsive. Fortunately, the villa was staffed solely by emotionless robots. Otherwise, anyone with keen observation would have easily discerned the marks adorning her skin. Chi Ma Bai gently placed his delicate wife in their chamber, prepared a bath, and then softly began to assist her in shedding her garments, attending to her bathing needs. Her porcelain skin bore a multitude of crimson marks, a sight that was indeed alarming. Chi Mabai's heart trembled slightly at the sight. Wanshan, does it hurt? He regretted succumbing to her pleas to transform into his beast form, realizing it had led to her current state. Yu Wanshan, reading his expression, shook her head. I often get injured in the wilderness. These little marks are nothing. I'm sorry, she added. Chi Mabai embraced her, his voice low and somber. Then perhaps be a little gentler next time? Yu Wanshan suggested softly. Taken aback, Chi Mabai chuckled lightly. Wanshan, you haha, I was just teasing you. There won't be a next time. She extricated herself from his embrace, reclining in the bath, savoring his ministrations. Chi Mabai swallowed hard, yet he restrained his impulses. After they had finished bathing and consumed a light meal prepared by the robotic chef, the butler announced a communication. Master, Miss Maydezi and Marshal Leyland are here. The system has detected that Marshal Leyland possesses a royal token and has opened the door for them. Before the butler's words had fully settled, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the villa. Brother Mabai, I heard you were home, so I rushed over to see you. I have wonderful news that I'm sure will delight you. Maydezi dashed into the villa, her opulent emerald princess gown billowing with her movements, perfectly complemented by her exquisite makeup, radiating affluence. However, her smile froze upon seeing Yu Wanshan beside Chi Mabai.
Who is she?
Chi Mabai, a young general of the Empire and an SS-class high-level beastman, was not lacking in admirers, despite the Empire's skewed gender ratio of 1:100,000. Nevertheless, his aloof demeanor had left no noblewoman able to capture his heart, including Maydezi herself. She had assumed he was merely patient and tolerant. This marked the first occasion she had encountered an unfamiliar young woman within 3 meters of Chi Mabai. With a mere glance, her instincts warned her that their relationship was far from simple. Chi Mabai had his arm wrapped around the young woman's waist. Chapter 10. The special privileges of SSS. As you can see, Wanshan is my wife, Chi Mabai stated, well aware of Maydezi's feelings towards him. He had previously chosen to ignore it, but now, wishing to prevent any misunderstandings on Wanshan's part, he directly clarified their relationship. What did you say? Maydezi was incredulous. You said she is your wife? Chi Mabai reiterated, his expression impassive. Wanshan is already my wife. No, it's impossible. It can't be, Maydezi exclaimed, covering her face as she shouted. Chi Mabai, you are mine. I should be your wife. Miss Duchess, I advise you to mind your language. Chi Mabai's expression darkened, his voice taking on a sharp edge. Maydezi seemed to snap back to reality, her gaze turning towards Yu Wanshan as if she wished to devour her with her eyes. Yu Wanshan furrowed her brow but remained silent, while Chi Mabai enveloped her in his embrace, blocking Maydesi's line of sight.
Chi Mabai,
how could you treat me this way? You know I have feelings for you. All these years, I have remained alone, waiting for you.
How could you do this to me?
Maydezi cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice raised in accusation. Miss Duchess, you are well aware of my stance towards you. I have explained multiple times. I do not harbor feelings for you. There is no need for you to waste your time on me. I have a wife now, so please refrain from making such nonsensical claims in the future to avoid misunderstandings with my wife.
Chi Mabai,
You are an SS beastman. Can she truly be worthy of you? Only my S-level psychic ability, can soothe you. Maydezi's face was filled with resentment, directed not only at Yu Wanshan for her unwelcome intrusion, but also at Chi Mabai for his lack of appreciation. With her S-level psychic power, countless beastmen would vie for the position of her husband. She could not fathom that one day, the rightful position she had reserved for him would be usurped by an unknown woman. Who was this woman? What was her background? What sort of psychic ability did she possess? Casting a glance behind her, she immediately summoned a servant to investigate. Just then, a deep, commanding voice resonated from outside. Maydezi, you are a person of systemic matching, under the Emperor's command. You cannot be compared to some unknown woman. The imposing figure of Marshal Leyland strode in, accompanied by a group. Upon seeing the Emperor's most trusted envoy, Chi Mabai's expression shifted slightly. With Leyland's reminder, Maydesi's eyes brightened. That's right. I have systemic matching and the Emperor's decree backing me. Chi Mabai, the interstellar matching system indicates that our compatibility has reached 70. The Emperor has decreed a marriage between us. You should be my beast husband, not that woman's. Maydezi pointed at Yu Wanshan, her demeanor haughty and triumphant. The Emperor's marriage decree should have already reached your wristband. Even if you've privately bonded with her, I wouldn't mind clearing the bond mark for you. Chimabai. You are destined to be my beast husband. The atmosphere grew tense. Wanwan could distinctly feel the pressure emanating from Chimabai, indicating his anger. She had not anticipated that on her very first day in the imperial capital, someone would attempt to snatch her beast husband right before her eyes. Wasn't it said that in this world, women were esteemed and held great power? Host, regardless of the world, the power of speech is held by those in authority. It is evident that Meidezi is emboldened by the Emperor's backing. Wanwan understood this, yet she remained uncertain whether Chimabai could withstand such pressure. Noticing the unease in her gaze, Chimabai gently patted her hand, reassuring her not to be afraid. With that, he rose and approached Marshal Leyland. If I recall correctly, high-level beastmen of SS rank possess the right to submit a preferred partner to the matching system and request a rematch. Achieving SS rank in the matching system conferred a certain uniqueness, especially after submitting preferred partner information, almost guaranteeing a match with the intended partner. However, this privilege was exclusive to male beastmen who had attained SS rank. You've reached SS rank? Leyland inquired, intrigued. Coincidentally, I just advanced a few days ago, Chimabai replied, his right hand slowly clenching. If you wish to verify, you are welcome to do so. Chimabai had reported this matter earlier. But it appeared there had been some complications, as the Emperor seemed unaware. Leyland, naturally, was keen to verify, as it pertained to whether the Emperor's decree could be issued that day. The group moved outside the villa, and with a swift motion, everyone except Leyland and Chimabai was sent flying several dozen meters away. The two stood at the center, erecting an energy shield to prevent energy fallout. The battle was about to commence. Neither transformed into their beast forms. Instead, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. It is known that as beastmen ascend in rank, their physical attributes also enhance, and once they engage, they can ascertain each other's levels. Upon realizing Chimabai had ascended to SS rank, Leyland no longer held back. And Chimabai, refusing to be outdone, retaliated fiercely, the clash of their energies creating sonic booms as they exchanged blows. At that moment, Meidezi finally grasped the significance of Chimabai's elevation to SS rank. Watching him hold his own against Leyland in battle, her jealousy flared, her eyes turning a shade of crimson. How formidable was an SS Ice-type offensive beast man. This was supposed to be her beast husband, yet someone else has seized the opportunity. With this thought, Meidezi turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Wanwan. I advise you to withdraw voluntarily. The energy eruption of an sss-level male beastman is no trifling matter. As an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power, you offer him no comfort whatsoever. Your obstinacy will only lead to his ruin. Meidezi's servant had already shown her Wanwan's profile. She had initially thought Wanwan to be a unique spiritual power wielder, only to discover she was completely devoid of any. At this moment, her gaze toward Wanwan was filled with contempt and disdain. In this world, spiritual power determines a woman's standing. Those without it are not even worthy of sitting at the table during a feast. Wanwan turned her head, meeting Meidezi's envious glare, and raised an eyebrow. As for my affair with AMO, I do not require the opinions of others. Miss Duchess, instead of competing for a married man, why not seek out other unclaimed male beastmen? Her expression remained tranquil, her tone unhurried, yet it nearly provoked Meidezi into a fury. You will regret this. Will I? I believe neither AMO nor I shall have any regrets. Their conversation reached an impasse, words failing them. System, what does she mean by that? Claims I lack spiritual power? And what does comfort entail? Although Wanwan feigned indifference, doubts began to brew in her heart. Had she not already reached the SSS level? In terms of the beast world, this meant her spiritual power was at the pinnacle of SSS. Host, your spiritual power has indeed reached SSS. However, your spiritual power differs from that of the beast women here. It does not exist in the form of a spiritual sea, hence the instruments here cannot detect it. As for the energy eruption of male beastmen, it is akin to Chimabai that day. Energy eruptions can drive beastmen into a frenzy, and if not soothed, it can harm both body and spiritual sea. However, rest assured, although your spiritual power is unlike that of other beast women, your comforting abilities are by no means inferior. A little SSS is a mere trifle for you. The system patted its chest in assurance. Wanwan understood, I see. Meanwhile, the combatants in the arena gradually ceased their struggle, bringing the fight to an end. Marshal Leyland, how did it go? Meidezi asked anxiously, stepping forward. Leyland nodded. his gaze toward Chi Mabai deep and earnest. Chi Mabai indeed possessed SSS strength, and he had advanced several days prior, his power stable. How is this possible? Isn't advancing for beastmen a perilous endeavor? Without a wife to provide adequate comfort, he could very well succumb to an energy eruption. Mei Daisy was unwilling to accept this. Leyland shook his head. That remains uncertain. However, Chi Mabai shows no residual effects of an energy eruption, which indicates he must have received ample comfort during his advancement. To adequately soothe an advancing SSS male beastman, the other party's spiritual power must be at least SSS as well. Yet, Chi Mabai's wife clearly lacks any spiritual power. I will promptly submit a request to the matching system for a new wife, based on my SSS strength. I ask that you convey the Empress's decree and explain the situation to her. With Chi Mabai's words, Leyland and the herald could only nod respectfully and dismiss the assembly. Despite her myriad of grievances, Mei Daisy dared not act out in front of so many people. Chapter 11. The Empress's Thoughts Imperial Palace. The graceful and stunningly beautiful Princess Su Weina reclined on a sofa, feigning sleep. The door creaked open, and a young man clad in dark purple court attire entered the room, kneeling respectfully before the figure on the sofa. Your Highness, Marshal Leyland and Miss Duchess have just entered the palace to meet Her Majesty the Empress. Mei Daisy has entered the palace as well? The eldest Princess Su Weina was somewhat taken aback. This meant that the Empress's decree had not been smoothly delivered. How disappointing, considering I went to such lengths to suppress the news of Chi Mabai's advancement. Although feeling disheartened, Su Weina found it somewhat expected. Mei Daisy harbored feelings for Chi Mabai, yet he showed no interest in her. What could be the reason? Your Highness, it is said that General Chi Mabai has already contracted a wife. Su Weina raised an eyebrow slightly, pausing as she lifted her wine glass. This was indeed surprising. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the palace, Empress Glanelia received Leyland and the others, expressing her astonishment upon hearing of Chi Mabai's advancement to SSS. Your Majesty, General Chi Mabai is now an SSS-level beastman, possessing immense strength. He is far beyond what his wife, who lacks any spiritual power, can soothe. I implore Your Majesty to take action to annul their marital contract. According to the Empress's decree, allow me to become his wife. Mei Daisy had contemplated this throughout her journey, since she could not persuade Chi Mabai. She could only seek alternative methods. If the Empress could issue a decree to nullify Chi Mabai's contract, she might still become his wife. The Empress lowered her gaze, her eyes settling on Mei Daisy. The girl's intentions were clear. She desired Chi Mabai and wished to be his wife. However, she also knew that Mei Daisy was aligned with Su Weina. If Mei Daisy were to become Chi Mabai's wife, then this newly advanced SSS beastman would undoubtedly belong to the eldest princess. With a shift in thought, the Empress spoke slowly. Mei Daisy, SSS beastmen possess the right to submit one request for a potential wife to the matching system. Even as Empress, I cannot bypass that system. Moreover, you mentioned that the girl named Wanwan is merely an ordinary person without spiritual power. It is likely that the matching system will reject their compatibility. Why are you in such a rush? But Your Majesty, enough, this matter is settled. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Leyland. Yes. Even with her reluctance, under the Empress's imposing gaze, Mei Daisy could only acquiesce and slowly withdraw. Leyland, how is the research institute progressing? Your Majesty, the sample of the insect species sent was a male in a state of agitation, specifically a golden silk mantis. The Research Institute has extracted the mantis's bodily fluids and is in the process of refining the M1215 fragrance. I expect good news will emerge shortly. The Empress's gaze was profound. With the increasing number of SSS beastmen in the Empire, energy eruptions were becoming more frequent. If we can successfully master the production of SSS suppressants, even without a substantial number of S-rank female beastmen, the Empire will remain stable. This is a matter of immediate importance with far-reaching benefits. I have great faith in your endeavors. The Empress's appreciative gaze fell upon Leyland, who instinctively straightened his posture and bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Noel, this rascal Mabai, after worrying about his every need in childhood, he still doesn't let anyone rest easy now that he's grown. In the suburban villa, upon returning home, Chi-Yen accepted the beauty soup handed to her by her beast husband, Noel, and, thinking of Chi Mabai and Wanwan, could not help but frown in distress. He went out and found himself a wife, which would have been fine, but she turned out to be an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power. You know the risks of energy eruptions in high-level beastmen. Without a wife to provide comfort, what will he do? Noel quietly listened to his wife's complaints, refilling the teacups on the table. I possess an A-level spiritual power as a woman. Before your advancement, I could comfort you completely. Since your advancement to SSS, if my comfort is insufficient, you'll need suppressants. The Empire lacks suppressants for SSS-level beastmen, and the lower-level suppressants are ineffective. Every time I see you suffering from an energy eruption, I share in your pain. Noel, Wanwan lacks spiritual power. When Mabai goes into a frenzy, he will have to rely on suppressants. How will he endure? What should I do now? The more Chi-Yen thought about it, the more fear gripped her heart. Had he known this would transpire, he should have compelled Mabai to wed Meidaizi. In the event of an energy eruption, Meidaizi's formidable spiritual power could undoubtedly pacify it. Yen Mabai is a man of conviction. Having chosen Yu Yuanswan, he must have his reasons. Observing how Chi-Yan's sorrow deepened with each word, and her fear escalated, Noel promptly enveloped her in a comforting embrace. After much effort, Chi-Yan's emotions began to stabilize, when the intelligent butler interrupted with a communication. Master. The Duke's lady requests an audience. She is already at the door. Meidaizi? Chi-Yen straightened her posture. She had heard that Meidaizi had brought the Empress's decree to Chi Mabai's garden villa, and she was eager to learn the outcome. Let her in. Meidaizi appeared quite unwell, yet upon seeing Chi-Yen, she managed to smile, warm and familiar as ever. Sister Yen.
Noel.
Please serve a bowl of the nourishing soup to Cece. Chi-Yen sensed that her younger brother might rely on Meidaizi in the future, and maintained her usual gentle demeanor. However, it was not long before she learned from Meidaizi that her brother had ascended to SSS rank. What did you say? Mabai has leveled up? Yes, Sister Yen. You didn't know? Brother Mabai is now of SSS strength. Meidaizi spoke with admiration, her eyes sparkling whenever she mentioned Chi Mabai. It's a pity that Brother Mabai seems to have been misled by some unknown individuals and has rejected the Empress's marriage proposal. Sister Yen, you have witnessed the tragic fates of high-ranking beastmen who lacked a mate to soothe them. What will happen if Brother Mabai chooses a mate without spiritual power? What will he do during an energy eruption? With a concerned expression, Meidaizi's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she continued. I truly wish to spare Brother Mabai from such anguish. Sister Yen, please persuade him to accept the Empress's decree. One to you? You know my rightful position has always been reserved for him. Meidaizi's pleading demeanor, coupled with her earnest words, successfully unearthed the anxiety lurking in Chi-Yen's heart. Chi-Yen had indeed witnessed the chaotic aftermath of high-ranking beastmen who succumbed to energy eruptions without the comfort of a mate. That had been her second beast husband, the charming leopard Lingdong, whom she had cherished most dearly. Yet, due to her insufficient spiritual power, she could only watch helplessly as he lost his sanity in an energy eruption, inflicting pain upon himself to the point of death. Chi-Yen's complexion turned pale, her hands gripping her clothing tightly, fear etched across her face. Thankfully, Noel grasped her hand just in time, pulling her back from the tormenting memories. Yen, do not dwell on those thoughts. I will be here with you. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Yen nodded at Meidaizi. I will talk to him. Thank you, Sister Yen. If you are feeling unwell, please rest first. I will come to see you again. Meidaizi, ever obedient, rose and bowed, noticing her troubled expression, before taking her leave. In a state of melancholy, Chi-Yen nodded wearily, allowing her to go. She then embraced Noel and wept. Noel understood that Chi-Yen feared that Chi Mabai would share Lingdong's tragic fate. That time, Chi-Yen had lacked sufficient spiritual power to soothe Lingdong because she had first focused on him. As he had ascended to SSS rank, she had expended all her strength to calm him with her A-grade spiritual power, leaving her with no reserves to soothe Lingdong afterward. Since then, Chi-Yen had refrained from seeking other beast husbands. She feared that her spiritual power might once again prove inadequate, forcing her to watch a beloved suffer unto death. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to console Chi-Yen, knowing that Yu Yuanswan truly lacked any spiritual power. Now, with Chi Mabai elevated to SSS, the situation was even more dire. The market's energy eruption suppressants were nearly ineffective. All he could do was hold Chi-Yen close, gently patting her back, offering his silent support. Chapter 12. Su Xingzi. The intended match between Yu Yuanswan and Chi Mabai had not succeeded. The matching system failed to detect Yu Yuanswan's personal information. Chi Mabai was somewhat taken aback, but soon reconciled himself to the fact that Yu Yuanswan had lived alone in the outer zones. In this world, Many individuals remained off the grid, lacking the information needed for registration. The imperial system required one's identity information for matching, necessitating a visit to the research institute beforehand. Chimabai explained to Yuan. She expressed her understanding, having learned from the system that the original owner was a squirrel beastman born in a remote area. Having grown up without parents, no one had registered her information, rendering her a complete black market citizen. Her wandering into the outer zones was due to her pursuit of newly discovered mines, where she had accidentally fallen into a spatial rift. Chimabai had initially intended to accompany Yuan to the research institute, but just then, a summons from the Empress arrived. In the end, he had to entrust Yuan to the robotic butler for her journey to the research institute. The flight assistant has set the destination. Just follow the robotic butler. Be sure to dress warmly. The research institute has a low temperature, and you wouldn't want to catch a chill. You can rest during the journey. It's a bit far, and will take over half an hour. Worried that Yuan might feel anxious, Chimabai meticulously detailed everything. Yuan found it amusing to watch him fuss, pulling at his clothing and kissing his incessantly chattering lips. I understand, keep talking, and you'll turn into a nagging wife. Chimabai gazed at his little wife with exasperation as he gently teased her nose. I've already informed the research institute. Once you arrive, you can proceed directly, and you'll be back in no time. Yuan nodded vigorously and finally, under Chimabai's reluctant gaze, boarded the aircraft. So, this is what it means to have a wife. Gon stroked his chin, observing Chimabai from a distance. Reminiscent of a husband gazing at his wife, his expression contemplative. Lisa also found it incredible. Was this truly their decisive and ruthless imperial general? Hello. I am here for identity information collection. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yuan, escorted by the robotic butler, successfully entered the Imperial Research Institute. Compared to the towering buildings in the capital, the structures here barely reached 15 stories, which felt somewhat peculiar. In the hall, a few guests were queuing, mostly the wives accompanied by their beast husbands. The reception staff were all male attendants. Yuan had studied some information about the Empire in the past few days. Generally, women rarely worked. Beast husbands would provide for their wives. Unmarried minor females received basic living assistance and funds from the Empire. However, if a woman reached adulthood and turned 18 without a beast husband, the imperial system would automatically match her with a beast husband whose spiritual power and genetic compatibility were high, after which the beast husband would provide for her. Only those without spiritual power and lacking a willing beast husband would find themselves at the bottom tier, forced into service. Upon explaining her purpose, the robotic butler presented her identity information, and the staff immediately became enthusiastic. Oh, so you are Miss Yu. The general has specifically instructed us to welcome you.
Please follow me.
The staff personally guided her to the elevator while explaining the process of information collection, which included basic data such as height, weight, and measurements, followed by spiritual power assessments, genetic testing, and iris information collection. Once all this was completed, the information would be input into the system. Yuan listened attentively, oblivious to the person approaching from the other side of the elevator until she collided with him and fell into his arms. In the instant of the fall, she instinctively reached out for support, grasping his arm. The pristine white lab coat crumpled slightly, and before Yuan could react, the coat was pulled away. Standing upright, Yuan was about to apologize when she met the man's gaze, who wore an expression of disgust, as if he wished to throw her off yet found himself unable to do so. Behind the man, the considerate little assistant promptly handed over the items in her possession to another individual, deftly grasping the man's collar to assist him in shedding his white coat. Yuan pondered. Does she possess poison? Surely not. It was merely an inadvertent touch. Once the man had removed his coat, he adjusted his shirt and entered the elevator, immediately attempting to close the doors, entirely disregarding Yuan and her companion. Cough, Miss Yu. Shall we perhaps take the next elevator? The staff, noticing Yuan discomfort, hurriedly attempted to smooth over the situation. Yuan furrowed her brow and cast a glance at the man's face. Though handsome, his eyes were devoid of emotion, not even sparing her a glance. His haughty demeanor made it difficult to assess him fairly. Internally, Yuan could not help but berate him, her temper flaring. According to the order of arrival, they had reached the elevator first. To suggest she wait for the next one? Absolutely not. With a disdainful huff, she stepped into the elevator just before the doors could close. The staff, left with no choice, followed suit. Upon seeing Yuan enter, Su Machang's brow furrowed in irritation. The little assistant's expression shifted as he stepped forward to block Yuan path. Miss, if it's not too much trouble, might you consider taking the next elevator? Not at all. Wanwan firmly rejected him, pushing aside his obstructive hand to position herself in the center of the elevator, just a body length away from the man. The man's face visibly darkened with annoyance. The assistant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, thought to himself, what is this? Is this elevator owned by her? Does she believe everyone must yield to her? With a cold laugh, Wanwan retorted, since it is neither, by what right do you insist I step aside? Though not one to cause unnecessary trouble, she had clearly witnessed the disdainful expression on the man's face. Having never been treated with such contempt in her life, she was unwilling to let it slide. The little assistant was left speechless, utterly at a loss. Enough, let her be, Su Machang muttered, adjusting his collar and retreating to a corner of the elevator, maintaining a considerable distance from Wanwan. A faint floral scent wafted through the air, almost imperceptible. Su Machang's expression soured further, his irritation intensified as the elevator doors closed. He harbored a severe aversion to germs, especially concerning women. Were it not for the malfunctioning elevator at the B08 lab, he would never have chosen this one in the lobby. All he desired was to return to his office for a thorough cleansing, particularly his arm that had been touched by a woman. Resolutely, he decided to close his eyes and breathe deeply, only resuming his senses when the elevator doors opened, allowing Wanwan to exit with the staff. Ensure that the elevator at the lab is repaired immediately, he commanded, unwilling to share an elevator with any woman again. The little assistant promptly complied, exiting the elevator to fetch a new lab coat. Miss Yu, I apologize. Su Shengzi has a severe germ phobia and did not intend to single you out.
Su Shengzi?
Yes, Su Machang, known as Su Shengzi, is a genius at our Imperial Research Institute. He has done extensive research on the suppression of male energy surges and the application of female psychic abilities. Currently, he is working on an important project commissioned by the Empress. Regrettably, we staff in the lobby have no access to such projects. The staff's expression turned to one of admiration when discussing Su Machang. Wanwan understood that this was likely a common reverence and envy felt by ordinary students toward exceptional scholars. Miss Yu, Su Shengzi prefers to avoid contact with women. Thus, the B Lab has no female researchers, per his request. Therefore, his earlier demeanor was not personal, but rather a reflection of his general aversion. The staff, eager to clarify any misunderstandings regarding the esteemed scholar, continued to explain, eliciting a faint smile from Wanwan. All right, I understand. Once the basic information was collected, the staff began testing Wanwan's psychic abilities. The process was simple. She placed her hand on a crystal ball, channeling her psychic energy into it. The crystal ball connected to a data terminal, recording the psychic information into the system. The staff appeared taken aback when they discovered that Wanwan had no psychic energy whatsoever. Upon seeing the conspicuous none in the psychic level section of the data panel, they were momentarily stunned. However, recalling that she was an exception as directed by the Imperial General, they quickly reassured themselves that her lack of psychic ability would not hinder her progress. Miss Yu, the gene collection is complete. We only need to record your iris information now. This data will be submitted to the system, and your information will subsequently appear in the Imperial database. Once the system connects to the wristband, you'll be able to access your personal information at will. Wanwan complied and provided her iris information, with a satisfying chime. The data entry was completed. Miss Yu, the wristband connection will take a little time. May I escort you to the lounge while you wait? Very well. Wanwan did not refuse and followed the staff to the lounge. After serving her tea, the staff busied themselves elsewhere. Wanwan sat for a moment, feeling a sense of ennui, and rose to peruse the nearby bookshelf for something to read.
Suddenly, a tremendo explosion ressonna-t-elle. Chapter 13, Collapse Boom.
The tea on the table splashed, the overhead chandelier swayed violently, and books tumbled from the shelves. Wanwan felt as though she were swaying along with the building. An earthquake? Host, it's an energy shockwave. Hurry, host, run. This building is going to collapse. Wanwan was taken aback. What kind of dreadful luck was this? Before she could gather her thoughts, the ground beneath her began to crumble at a visibly alarming pace. The foundations sank, walls crumbled, and dust billowed ominously. In that moment, she suddenly understood why the buildings at the Research Institute were generally so low. It was all to minimize losses. Several escape pods frantically shot from the building, landing on the distant open ground, from which emerged a cluster of disheveled individuals clad in specially designed lab coats, clearly researchers from the Institute. Damn it! Just when we were about to receive results, that damned mantis chose this moment to act up. What on earth caused the insectoid uprising? Has anyone figured it out? Amidst a chorus of complaints, a middle-aged man, likely the leader, hurriedly inquired, dusting himself off. Teacher, we haven't discovered the cause yet. The insectoid agitation phase is different from ours. There are numerous factors that can interfere. What about Su Ma-chong? Has he emerged yet? Chief Su went to the insectoid containment room and hasn't returned. We can't connect with him through the wristband. In the dim light, in the cramped corner of the room, dust swirled chaotically. Wanwan gazed at a bloodied man across from her, her lips twitching. During the tremors, she had managed to retreat to the window. Had she possessed even a modicum of wind element, she would have soared out the window. Alas, as a light element wielder with the form of a squirrel, she lacked any means of flight, forced to await her fate beneath the collapsing structure. What she had not anticipated was that Su Ma-chong would also fall, and in such a disheveled and bloodied state. Wanwan glanced up at the triangular support beams above, cautiously navigating through the debris strewn across the floor to reach him. Hey, wake up, wake up. She gently tapped his face, but he remained unconscious, motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Though she bore no fondness for those who looked down upon her, leaving an injured person unattended was out of the question. System. Are there any healing potions available in the store? Some hosts find that a potent medicine costs 5,000 points. Once administered, it cures the patient instantaneously, allowing them to bounce back to life. Meanwhile, a standard remedy requires only 1,000 points and, with external application, a patient can usually be up and about after a couple of days of rest. Wanwan is not a saint, with the system's points so difficult to obtain. She needs to reserve some to exchange for body refining pills. Given her current physical cultivation speed, she will require a body refining pill in about half a month. After acquiring the healing medicine, she needs to figure out how to earn more points. Alas, poverty. Upon receiving the system's healing powder, Wanwan hesitated only briefly before she began to rummage through his clothing. Although Zhou is tall and slender, the physique beneath his attire is exceptionally well defined. Beneath his pectoral muscles lay a perfectly sculpted six-pack, complemented by an exquisite V-line. After a fleeting glance, Wanwan quickly shifted her focus to the wounds on his body. He had sustained 2 deep gashes on his chest and abdomen, bleeding profusely from a mysterious source, a sight most alarming. Swiftly, she sprinkled the system-provided powder onto his wounds, and the bleeding ceased almost instantly. The efficacy of this ordinary medicine is impressive. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, the system's products are potent, even the ordinary medicine. The system interjected with evident pride. Wanwan smiled silently, tearing off a strip from her long dress to bandage the wounds. After tending to the 2 most significant injuries, she applied some more powder to the other wounds, which did not require bandaging due to her lack of spare fabric. At that moment, Suochang appeared far less dignified than he did in the elevator, his body caked in dirt and blood, a sight most unseemly. What expression would he wear upon waking to such a state? Wanwan mused, indulging her mischievous side by fashioning a delicate bow with the bandage atop his wounds. Once her tasks were complete, she retreated to a corner, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed to recuperate. She had already observed that the lounge was situated deep within the building, surrounded by collapsed debris. In such conditions, forcibly using elemental powers to escape might trigger further collapses, complicating rescue efforts. The only feasible course of action was to await rescue. The research facility was not tall, and excavation should not be overly complicated. As Zhou gradually regained consciousness, the dim, cramped space came into view, along with the peacefully sleeping Yu. The pain and grime on his body caused a visceral discomfort, and surveying his surroundings revealed only a few square meters of space. In such an environment, distancing himself from Wanwan was utterly unfeasible. The faint fragrance of femininity mingled with the odor of concrete and blood, heightening his unease. Do not move, he admonished himself. The entire structure relied precariously on the wall and beams for support, and any misstep could lead to their entombment. Hearing a rustle, Wanwan opened her eyes to see Zhou attempting to rise using the wall for support. Goodness, all the steel-reinforced walls in this place must remain undisturbed. The already fragile structure could easily collapse at any moment, burying them alive. For Wanwan, being buried alive would not be fatal, but it would be unpleasant. She had no desire to be excavated from the earth. The veins in Sumochang's forehead throbbed violently. Not only was he averse to the proximity of women, but even the sound of her presence elicited a strong physiological response. He longed to escape, to distance himself. Yet, at that moment, he was utterly drained of strength. When the insectoid mantis had gone berserk, he had been extracting its salivary fluid and was caught off guard, resulting in injury from its capture. Following that, he was struck by an energy wave that crashed him against several reinforced walls. Fortunately, he had already ascended to the SSS rank, otherwise, that blow would have been sufficient to end a lower-tier beastman. Observing the pallor of Zuma's face brought a sense of satisfaction to a severe germaphobe caught in a collapsing building? He must be feeling utterly miserable. With his lips pressed tightly together, Ochang cast a glance at Wanwan and hoarsely remarked, "Stay away from me." Wanwan thought to herself that this issue was no longer merely a case of germophobia, it was a genuine affliction. It was absurd that she had spent 1,000 points to save him. "I am, after all, your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Following her gaze downwards, Sochung's expression froze upon noticing the bow she had tied at his chest. "You applied the medicine? Who else could it be? Is there a third person in this place?" Wanwan shrugged in response. Sulmo Chang assessed his condition. The internal energy and blood flow were temporarily subdued, likely due to the medicine's influence. However, his mental state had been severely impacted, and he should have remained unconscious. Furthermore, he usually could not suppress the overwhelming physiological aversion at the mere thought of a woman touching his body. Yet, upon realizing it was Wanwan who had administered the medicine, he felt only a peculiar sensation, devoid of any other feelings. Had his affliction miraculously dissipated? Suochang furrowed his brow deeper, his gaze inadvertently drawn to There was no denying that she was strikingly beautiful. Her face was petite and exquisite, akin to a meticulously carved seed. Her deep-set eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating and enchanting. Her lustrous black hair cascaded in gentle waves over her fair shoulders, contrasting sharply with her skin, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Each smile and glance radiated a playful charm. Yet, that was all there was to it. He was acutely aware of his condition. He would not find favor with any woman. The reason he did not reject the bandaged wounds on his body must be attributed to his state of unconsciousness. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the walls threatened a secondary collapse. Instinctively, Wanwan stepped back, only to see Ochang struggling to rise from the ground. Above him, a beam was struck by a falling concrete block, teetering precariously on the verge of breaking. After a moment's hesitation, her feet moved faster than her thoughts, and she hurried towards Ochang.
Boom!
The beam snapped, grazing Wanwan's back before crashing to the ground. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as a searing pain shot through her back. In the urgency of the moment, she had only managed to shove Ochang aside before squeezing herself into the cramped space. However, the area was too confined, and even as she pressed herself against him, her back still sustained a blow. Dust and debris rained down, and Ochang leaned heavily against the wall, his entire body slumped against Duna's shoulder. His severe germophobia made him feel as though he had been tainted, causing him to grit his teeth in discomfort, instinctively burying his face against her shoulder. Compared to the swirling dust, it was evident that she was far cleaner. Thinking he was injured and weak, Wanwan could only hold him tightly, securing his form. For a moment, they were almost entwined, both too afraid to move. The delicate fragrance emanating from Wanwan enveloped Zerg's senses, rendering him utterly still. Chapter 14. Catnip beastmen are acutely sensitive to scents. He could easily discern the various aromas that wafted into his nostrils, each belonging to different parts of her body. The fragrance of her hair, the scent of her neck, and a hint of jasmine from her clothing all mingled together. It was a complicated blend. He should have detested such scents, just as he had felt uneasy even from 2 meters away in the elevator. Yet, at this moment, he remained motionless, allowing Wanwan to hold him tightly, her head resting against his chest. Her scent filled his nostrils, intoxicating and perilously alluring, akin to a dangerous poppy, possessing a fatal charm that compelled him to inhale deeply. The unique pheromones of a woman surged through his bloodstream, causing Zochang to shudder, a fleeting palpitation coursing through him. Coming back to his senses, he realized what he had done and recoiled instinctively, unwilling to accept it. Yet he was caught by Wanwan, who quietly warned him. "Do not move. The wall behind us is unstable. Do not lean back." The exquisite contours of her form coiled tightly against him, an unfamiliar sensation creeping up his limbs. Su Machang's face flushed crimson, and in the dim light, he could only gasp for breath. Wanwan was acutely aware of the man's severe cleanliness obsession and misandry. Yet the urgency of the situation left her with no choice. The paramount concern was survival until help arrived. Approximately 3 minutes passed before the collapse of the wall behind them gradually ceased, However, the space available for movement diminished further as a consequence of this latest collapse. She could only maintain her position alongside Su Machang. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Why was Su Machang's body so hot? His breathing had grown more labored. Wanwan glanced up to find Su Machang with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring some internal struggle, his body trembling uncontrollably. A pang of concern struck Wanwan. Su Machang, are you alright? Realizing his aversion to women, she wondered if her proximity was triggering his condition. She had heard that certain psychological disorders could easily flare under specific circumstances, leading to significant trauma. Clearly, Su Machang was not in a good state. What to do? The rescue team had no indication of when they might reach them. Su Machang, hang in there. Once we're out, I'll find a doctor for you. She reached out and gently tapped his face, causing his lashes to flutter as he suddenly grasped her hand.
Huh?
Wanwan was momentarily taken aback as Su Machang drew her hand slowly to his face.
Ah?
With her wrist caught in his grip, she found herself staring into his innocent, clear eyes, momentarily unsure whether to pull away or let him hold on. His condition seemed to improve somewhat. His body was no longer quaking as violently. However, the gaze he fixed upon her grew increasingly affectionate. Indeed, it was affection. Wanwan thought she must be hallucinating and scrutinized him closely. Was it possible that Su Machang was not genuinely misandrist? His expression was undeniably tender.
System.
What is happening with him? For a moment, she found it difficult to articulate the man's state and concluded that she should consult a professional about the matter. The system surely possessed more profound knowledge of the beastman world than she did. Host, he is in heat. Indeed. His condition appears to have been triggered by your presence. Host, due to the unique nature of your mental energy. It does not exist in the mental sea but rather manifests as pheromones in this world. These pheromones hold a fatal allure for certain male beastmen under specific circumstances. Su Machang has spent the first half of his life suppressing his urges with inhibitors and immense willpower to control his energy surges and the instinctual heat of a beastman. The harsher the suppression, the more overwhelming the rebound when it occurs. Thus, he was inadvertently induced into heat by your pheromones. Wanwan pondered if there were any inhibitors available to alleviate his condition. Host, the system has already detected that there are no inhibitors in the vicinity. Then what should I do? Su Machang could no longer restrain himself and was pressing closer to her. In the confined space, they were almost pressed together. With a mere tilt of his head, he could easily nestle against her ear, burying his face in her neck. His warm breath sent shivers down her spine. And Wanwan felt an urge to retreat, but he grasped her waist firmly. The sole silver lining was that he seemed oblivious to the actions typically associated with being in heat. Apart from nuzzling her neck, he made no further advances. The system is uncertain about this. Perhaps, host, you could break through the building and fly out? The system sincerely suggested, recognizing that with Wanwan's abilities, such a feat was indeed possible. Are there no other life forms in this building? She inquired while attempting to manage Su Machang's erratic movements. There are, host. The system has detected a total of 23 research staff still trapped within the collapsed structure. If I break through the building, what about them? Host. They are all low-tier beastmen. If the building collapses severely, they likely will not survive. Wanwan exclaimed, then there's no point in that. Although she was not a paragon of virtue, she was not so callous as to disregard human life. Is there any other way? Wanwan felt like a catnip toy, endlessly sniffed and nibbled at by Su Machang, who seemed to be in a frenzy. Host, the system just thought of something. There is a beastification agent in the system store. If administered to Su Machang, he will transform into his beast form. Beastification? What if he grows larger? Wanwan glanced around the cramped triangular space. With both of them nearly squished, what would happen if Su Machang morphed into a larger animal? Rest assured, host. The system has just verified that Su Machang's beast form is that of a red fox, which is not large in stature. The beastification agent can be used without concern. Then what are we waiting for? Bring it to me. Unable to withstand Su Machang's relentless actions, Wanwan coldly pressed her hand to his forehead. Deprived of his catnip, Su Machang shook his head in dissatisfaction. In the next moment, the agent provided by the system was swiftly injected into the nape of his neck. Host, this exchange costs 1,000 points. You currently have 3,000 points remaining. Wanwan resolved to earn points quickly. Fortunately, the agent's effects were remarkable. Almost instantaneously upon injection, Su Machang's body began to shrink. The triangular space felt suddenly spacious, and looking down, she beheld a red fox no larger than an ordinary teacup, affectionately nuzzling against her ankle. Is this Su Machang's beast form?
So small?
Overwhelmed with delight, her hands instinctively lifted the tiny red fox from the ground and cradled it in her arms. Host, considering the current situation, the system has tailored this agent specifically to reduce the size of the beastman S form. His current beast body is only 1/10 of its usual size. How impressive. Such a potion exists? Wanwan marveled, her hands unconsciously stroking the soft, fluffy little creature. The diminutive red fox, with its soft body and fluffy fur, was irresistibly adorable. Wanwan couldn't help but pet it enthusiastically, recalling how Su Machang had previously regarded her with disdain, as if she were something filthy. She huffed in amusement and began to stroke it even more vigorously. Meanwhile, enveloped in her pheromone-like mental energy, the little red fox let out a few comfortable whines, even rolling onto its back, inviting her to pet it as she pleased. The collapsed building was cleared 4 hours later. As they had been buried deep, it was already entirely dark when they were rescued.
Wanwan.
Wanwan, still in a daze, looked up to find Chi Mabai anxiously embracing her. Feeling his concern, she gently wrapped her arms around his waist.
Amo, ai fine.
Chi Mabai held her tightly, reassured by her steady breathing, and felt his anxiety gradually dissipate. Yes, Wanwan, let's go home. With the imprint of a mate indelibly marked upon him, he knew she was unharmed, yet he could not suppress his worry. Upon learning of her predicament at the research institute, he had rushed from the palace. Wanwan nodded gently, preparing to leave when the little red fox nuzzled against her ankle, its eyes shimmering with innocence. It is, Chi Mabai began, casting a glance at the little red fox, his brow furrowing. This is no ordinary animal. It is a beast man. Chapter 15. Pheromones. Oh, he is a member of the research institute, just like me, trapped within the collapsed structure. Indeed, Su Machang was a staff member of the institute, so her statement was not inaccurate. Wanwan gently tugged at his sleeve, urging him to leave, her exhaustion evident. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate further, Chi Mabai refrained from probing her any further. When his little wife expressed her fatigue, Chi Mabai immediately bent down to scoop her up, making his way toward the spacecraft. Among the ruins, a diminutive red fox curled up, its soft and fluffy tail enveloping its 4 paws, sitting obediently and adorably. Its bewildered eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and in an instant, its body, influenced by the metamorphic beast transformation serum, began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the aloof and disdainful Su Machang. The image of the woman's warm and gentle embrace flashed repeatedly in his mind, causing Su Machang to furrow his brow, the veins on his forehead pulsating. In his beast form, he had temporarily sealed away his memories and humanity, relying solely on instinct to navigate perilous situations. The red fox, enamored by Wanwan's embrace and the scent that clung to her, stubbornly lingered by her side, even displaying various endearing and affectionate gestures. These memories did not vanish with his transformation. Instead, they relentlessly assaulted his chaotic mind. How could he display such alluring behavior towards a woman? In moments of amnesia, he could be forgiven for his capriciousness, but now, fully aware, he should feel disgust and revulsion. Yet, miraculously, he was devoid of such symptoms. Could it be that his affliction was truly healing? It was evident that Wanwan also held great affection for the red fox, repeatedly stroking its fur. The sensations of her touch reverberated along his spine, chest, and tail, damnably enticing. Su Machang's breath grew heavier. Chief Su, is that you? Are you alright? A small assistant's voice of surprise interrupted his rapturous thoughts, causing him to momentarily halt. He felt as if he had lost his mind, wondering why he would think of that woman while, in his human form.
Fine.
Su Machang returned to his usual icy demeanor. The assistant quickly offered him clean clothes, relieved to see that his wounds had been bandaged. It would have been catastrophic if anything had happened to Su Machang at that moment. What about that insectoid creature? Any news? Su Machang inquired, donning the clothes and leaping from the ruins to seek out others. Chief, that insectoid vanished right after the riot, along with you. We've scoured the surrounding areas, but found no trace of it. The assistant's face fell as he recounted the situation. Currently, the M1215 fragrance had yet to be thoroughly researched, and the volatile insectoid specimen had fled? What were they to do next? This research had initially been commissioned by the Empress, and if she were to hold them accountable. The insectoids were cunning, possessing the unique ability to alter their size unlike the beastmen. Thus, a meticulous search was imperative. Su Machang did not dwell on such matters. In his eyes, research was of utmost importance, and everything else fell outside of his considerations. He briefed the assistant briefly before hastening to meet with the institute's instructors. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, a tall man lay on the couch in the adjacent lounge of the laboratory, staring up at the ceiling. His breathing was labored, his chest rising and falling rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the veins on his pale skin pulsing, as if he were struggling against something. Scattered at the foot of the sofa were several empty syringes of suppressants, their efficacy minimal. Su Machong felt as if his entire body were ablaze. Having maintained a life of abstinence for years, the mere proximity of a woman ignited a fierce desire within him. This sensation was so unbearable that it made him want to curse. Unfortunately, the SSS suppressants had yet to be developed, leaving him reliant on these highest-grade SS suppressants to quell his urges. However, having caught the scent of a compatible female pheromone, he found that once aroused, no amount of suppressants could contain it. He gasped heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead, trickling through his light brown hair and over his jaw. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself, letting out a low growl as he sank into a bathtub filled with ice. The contrast of hot and cold left bruises on his fair skin. After approximately 2 hours, the heat within him gradually subsided. When he finally emerged from the bath, trembling and pale as a ghost, Wanwan had been cradled in Chi Mabai's arms aboard the spacecraft, enjoying a peaceful slumber. Upon returning to the garden villa, Chi Mabai placed her down only to fill the bathtub. As the warm water enveloped her skin, the wounds on her back were laid bare before Chi Mabai's eyes. Wanwan, you're back. Oh, it was just a brush from a fallen beam in the ruins. Is it serious? Wanwan could not see her own back. She had only felt a brief sting, which had soon dulled to numbness, not causing her any pain. It's a large bruise. Chi Mabai's eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion. He carefully used his fingertips to wash her, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was his failure to protect his wife, leading her into danger. Wanwan relished his touch and the soothing massage, resting comfortably against the edge of the tub until a heavy, guilt-ridden voice broke the tranquility. I'm sorry, Wanwan. I failed to protect you. Startled, Wanwan opened her eyes and turned to see the handsome man with tears brimming in his eyes, his fist striking his chest in frustration. The imprint left by the blow was evident, and his face bore a look of self-punishment. She seized his hand, preventing him from striking himself again. What are you doing? I failed to protect you. I must punish myself. Chi Mabai gazed at her with tenderness. Yet his fist remained clenched despite her grip. Wanwan, feeling at a loss, understood that no one could have anticipated the accident at the research institute. It was an unforeseen event, not his fault. Let go of your fist. Be obedient. She was taken aback that he would go to such lengths over her injury. Wanwan, Without further ado, Wanwan stood and embraced him tightly.
Amontak.
You must not harm yourself, I forbid it. Did you hear me? Chi Mabai's body tensed, his lips pressed into a thin line, yet he remained silent.
To him.
Failing to protect Wanwan felt as grave as not completing a military mission. Military discipline was strict, mistakes warranted punishment. Wanwan felt a surge of frustration. Her gaze softened as she suddenly rose on her toes to kiss his lips. The kiss was gentle, like a warm spring breeze. In an instant, Chi Mabai's tightly clenched fist relaxed, instinctively wrapping around Wanwan's waist. Sensing his stirring emotions, Wanwan flashed a cunning smile, abruptly halting her movements and playfully poking his chest with her finger. Promise me you will never harm yourself again, no matter when. I promise. Chi Mabai could hardly resist the allure of his little wife. He seized her mischievous hand, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. 2 hours later, Wanwan, weary, nestled in Chi Mabai's embrace, her expression drowsy. Chi Mabai, clear-headed, looked down at her with tender satisfaction. He adjusted her position for her comfort, watching her as she drifted off to sleep. Only after she had completely succumbed to slumber did Chi Mabai gently lay her down and retreat to the adjacent study to handle official matters. In the quiet room, only the soft sound of Wanwan's breathing could be heard. Amidst her silky, slightly curled black hair, a flicker of pink light suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a minuscule pink mantis stealthily climbed onto Wanwan's cheek, tilting its head to gaze at her exquisite face. After a moment, as if to confirm something, it slowly crawled to her cheek to take a sniff. The female pheromones stimulated the senses of the pink mantis beastman, who began to shift its body in search of the area where the pheromones were most potent. At last, his gaze fixated upon the delicate contours of Wanwan's lips. where he felt the most intense sensation. Driven by instinct, he inched closer, carefully observing the weary figure in slumber. Leaning in, he cautiously extended his mouthpart, drawing in a gentle breath. The rich aroma of pheromones wafted from his mouthpart, enveloping him entirely, and the restlessness within his being dissipated significantly. The mantis's eyes sparkled with delight as it could not resist taking in another breath. Chapter 16. Compatibility 100 Imperial Information Processing Center. As night deepened, the staff who had just completed their shift began to immerse themselves in the nocturnal work routine. After inputting the unfinished data from the day's shift, this moment marked the quietest and most comfortable time of the day. A few employees stretched their limbs, preparing to take a discreet nap. Suddenly, an urgent system alert resonated throughout the hall. Beep, beep, beep. Special compatibility SSS female matcher detected. Generating matcher list. Matcher list generation complete. Proceeding with calibration. Calibration complete. Inputting high compatibility matcher list. The rapid beeping sounded like a clarion call piercing the night, jolting everyone into alertness. A special compatibility SSS female matcher? A matcher of such significance that it warranted an alarm? Before the staff could examine the details, the studio door swung open, and a group of individuals hastily entered. At the forefront was a tall figure clad in resplendent attire, possessing striking features and an air of noble grace that commanded attention. What has transpired? Why has the system issued an alert? His voice was calm, yet resonated with authority, his brow slightly furrowed, exuding an aura that demanded respect. The studio personnel quickly straightened their posture, bowing respectfully to the arrival. Greetings, Your Highness. Suzhui waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on the studio head. He had merely come for a routine inspection but was taken aback upon entering to hear the system's urgent alarm. Such a situation was unprecedented in his many years of experience. Old Yang, the head of the studio, approached, his expression animated, and reported to the Crown Prince, Your Highness. The Imperial Information Matching System has just issued an alert identifying a special compatibility SSS female matcher. For the system to provide such a notification, it must indicate that she possesses SSS-level psychic abilities. This means she is a female beastman capable of perfectly soothing SSS-level male beastmen. With this revelation, the entire Information Processing Center erupted into excitement. An SSS female psychic? Is this truly real? I can't be dreaming, can I? I heard it clearly. Currently, the only SSS-level female in the Empire is Her Majesty the Empress. To think that after so many years, another SSS-level female has emerged, this is indeed a momentous occasion. If I recall correctly, Your Highness has been at SSS for many years now. If this is true, then... All eyes turned to Suzhui, who maintained an outward calm while his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. An SSS female psychic? A woman as powerful as the Empress? This was undeniably a significant event. Compile the matcher list and gather information on that female matcher. As Suzhui's command echoed, Old Yang promptly acknowledged and hurried to carry it out. He too was eager to discern the identity of this SSS female matcher. On the massive display screen in the information hall, the system connected to the quantum computer, beginning to scroll through the matcher information. Matcher list. 1 Suzhui, level SSS, compatibility 100, Imperial Crown Prince, height 189 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms. Beast form, Golden Amethyst Mouse Royalty 2. Chi Mabai, level SSS, compatibility 100, Imperial Citizen, height 195 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, beast form. 9 Nether Ice-Winged White Lion 3. Su Ma Chang, level SSS, compatibility 100, Chief Researcher of the Empire, height 188 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms, beast form. Spirit Fire Red Fox 4. Foam Chueji, level SSS, compatibility 100, CEO of Twin Star Music Company, Duke of the Empire, height 190 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, beast form. Soul-Snatching Nine-Tailed Cat 5. Old Yang wiped the sweat from his brow for the third time, cautiously glancing at Suzhui's expression as the matcher list continued to scroll. The latter wore a stoic face, his hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure imposing. Yet, Old Yang sensed a flicker of discontent emanating from the solitary silhouette. The Crown Prince seemed somewhat displeased. Although he ranked first on the matcher list, the subsequent entries had yet to refresh completely. Moreover, all were SSS-level beastmen. Clearly, the Imperial matching system had categorized every SSS-level beastman as potential matches for the mysterious female. To make matters worse, all exhibited a perfect compatibility of 100. This implied that every SSS beastman would remain stable under the soothing influence of this female's advanced psychic abilities. It was akin to finally finding a wife only to discover a throng of suitors eager to compete for her affections. As the crown prince of the empire, a figure of immense status and unparalleled strength, how could he possibly be pleased? Old Yang dared not utter a word, merely praying for the system to cease its operations and not continue any further. However, the system, it seemed, was indifferent to his silent prayers. Even if it had heard him, it would not relent. It merely adhered to the matching rules, listing all suitable candidates from the empire. The hall fell into a silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to exhale loudly or utter a word. As the system continued to refresh the list of SSS young beastmen without wives, the crown prince finally spoke. There are enough candidates. Manually halt the process. Igregajes. I'll try, Old Yang stammered, hastily moving forward to execute the command. Yet it was evident that this so-called Imperial 001, the highest level system, was sometimes beyond the control of its operators. It did not cease its listing of matchers despite Old Yang's attempts to intervene. From the capital to the smallest cities, all SSS male beastmen without contracts were included. Old Yang's expression turned awkward. Your Highness, this cannot be stopped. The Imperial Information Matching System possesses the most advanced intelligent quantum computer and, at times, exhibits independent thought beyond control. Su Zhui pursed his lips in silence. The hall sank once more into quietude. After about 15 minutes of relentless scrolling, just as everyone had grown numb and speechless, the matcher list finally came to a halt. A line of bold text appeared below. This female matcher possesses a 100 compatibility with all recorded SSS-level male beastmen in the Empire without contracts. Individual listings cannot be provided. For inquiries, please refer to the Empire's list of SSS-level male beastmen without contracts. The collective breath of the audience was finally released. After decades without a single SSS female psychic matcher emerging, the moment one did, she possessed a 100 compatibility with all uncontracted SSS male beastmen. This news was nothing short of explosive. Your Highness, I will now investigate the identity of that female matcher. As the list concluded, Old Yang did not forget Su Zhui's instruction and hurriedly approached to query the mysterious woman's details. Name, height, weight, measurements, beast form, querying. Just as the information was about to refresh, the large screen suddenly quaked and turned blue. Simultaneously, the entire information center plunged into a blue screen. Panic etched on everyone's faces. What is happening? Is the system malfunctioning? How could it possibly blue screen? Heavens! In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed the Imperial system experiencing a blue screen. Where are the maintenance personnel? Hurry, hurry, come and repair it. The scene was in disarray. I hadn't even seen the information from that enigmatic woman, and now the system has crashed. Su Zhui's expression was frigid, his mood exceedingly displeased as he cast a cold glance at Old Yang. Old Yang trembled slightly, intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere, and hurried to urge the repair staff. Approximately 15 minutes later, the large screen re-established the system connection, accompanied by the standard electronic tone of the system. System malfunction detected. Repairs have been completed. Quickly, quickly. Search for the mysterious woman who can contract all the unbound male orcs of the Empire with an SSS rating. Old Yang fumbled at the screen, frantically clicking. The system's large screen spun around and soon displayed, target not found. Please change search criteria. Old Yang thought it was a mistake on his part and hastily tried again, this time meticulously inputting the criteria before clicking search once more. Target not found. Please change search criteria. Old Yang was bewildered. Where was that SSS female spiritual match of his? That towering mysterious female match? Why could he not find her? Chapter 17. Signature. Su Zhui narrowed his eyes. What on earth was happening? Your Highness, the matching system has encountered a malfunction, and we can no longer access the information regarding SSS female matches. So you're suggesting that the female with the perfect match rate of 100 was merely a glitch? Su Zhui's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over the researchers with an imposing intensity. The researchers, under his scrutiny, felt a shiver run down their spines but managed to suppress their fear and nodded slowly. Your Highness, it must be a system error. How could the Empire possibly produce an SSS spiritualist akin to the Empress? That is utterly impossible. Old Yang quickly reviewed all the female data entered into the information database yesterday. Among them were women with no spiritual power and those with A-level spiritual power. But not a single SSS female. No wonder he hadn't received further notifications. The system had suddenly gone haywire. It turned out to be a system malfunction. Old Yang's heart raced, and upon looking up, he indeed saw the Crown Prince's face darkened with displeasure. Information Processing Center really knows how to create problems. A system malfunction and no one to investigate? If that matching information had been disseminated, do you realize the social upheaval it would have caused? Just the news of an SSS female spiritualist would be enough to incite turmoil throughout the entire imperial capital. Not to mention, once a match is successful, the system would send notifications to those successful male matches. At that point, countless SSS male orcs would converge upon the imperial capital, and chaos would ensue. Old Yang trembled, clearly envisioning the grave consequences. All personnel will have their salaries docked for 6 months. Do any of you have objections? After delivering his reprimand, Suzhui observed that everyone kept their heads down, not daring to voice a single dissenting word. If news of this were to leak, they would all lose their jobs. In this day and age, jobs are hard to come by. Humph. Suzhui cast a cold glance at them before striding away. It was not until his figure vanished down the corridor that old Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang, what on earth is going on? How could the Empire's matching system malfunction? I have never seen it fail in my life. How would I know? Old Yang rolled his eyes, after all. It was just a system. It was bound to malfunction. All right, let's put an end to this matter. No more discussions. Get back to work and process the information entered into the system today again. If anything like this happens again, our jobs will be at stake.
With a sigh,
Old Yang concluded, prompting the others to hurriedly agree and immerse themselves in self-checking tasks. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit underground location of the Imperial System's mainframe, a beam of white light suddenly illuminated the area. Within the white light, a transparent silhouette gradually materialized, casting its shadow on the ground. A dazzling brilliance erupted, and shortly thereafter, a real-life boy, aged 140, appeared on a stone bed. The light from the mainframe swept through the air and entered the boy's forehead. The once lifeless boy abruptly opened his striking purple eyes, captivatingly beautiful. The corners of his ruby lips curled slightly, brimming with intrigue. An SSS-rated female? I've been searching for you, for quite some time. Upon awakening, Wanwan licked her lips, feeling an uncomfortable dryness. After drinking half a pot of tea from the table, she felt considerably better. The robotic butler brought breakfast. The meal looked delectable, but tasted like cardboard, far inferior to the roasted meat she had prepared in the wasteland. After a couple of bites, she ordered the robot to take it away. Opening a nearby cabinet, she pulled out a piece of jerky to snack on. These were cured meats she had prepared while in the wasteland, and they still tasted quite good. Chimo Bai had gone to the military early in the morning. After finishing her breakfast, Yuamon felt a bit bored, so she casually activated the wristband on her arm. The wristband connected to the Star Network, and with the authentication of her account and password, she could log in. However, the last time she used it, she hadn't entered her identity information, but this time, she could bind her identity information to her account. Congratulations, your identity as Squid Little Dream has been successfully authenticated. The untitled new song you released has reached the minimum recommendation threshold and has been pushed to the new Star channel. The untitled new song you released has reached the intermediate recommendation threshold and has been pushed to the orange Star channel. Your untitled new song has received 999 comments. Would you like to view them? A series of system notifications popped up, causing Wanwan to raise an eyebrow as she clicked to check one by one. To her astonishment, the simple melody she had casually hummed and released aboard the starship had been played nearly 10 million times. Wanwan thought she had misread and pointed at the numbers. Counting them one by one. Hundreds of thousands, millions, oh my. It truly was 10 million. 32, 515, 889 plays.
Gulp.
Wanwan swallowed hard. Was it really that exaggerated? That little tune was something she had spontaneously created back in the day. She quite liked the melody, and it was rather pleasant to hear. She had also released it on Blue Star, and it had garnered a modest amount of attention, totaling only a few million plays. Yet now, within just a couple of weeks since its release on the Star Network, it had reached tens of millions. Moreover, the cumulative plays were only increasing with time.
Ding.
Your new fan, Melancholy Cat King, has gifted you a spacecraft. Please check your account.
Ding.
Your new fan, Melancholy Cat King, has gifted you a luxury cruise ship. Please check your account.
Ding.
Your new fan, Melancholy Cat King, has gifted you a skyscraper. Please check your account. A series of gift notifications popped up, leaving Wanwan momentarily stunned. Gifts? Could it be? Wanwan opened her personal account and was taken aback. Her dual-star backend account. unbeknownst to her, had accumulated a staggering 3 million star coins. Wanwan rubbed her eyes and examined the figures closely. It was indeed star coins. She glanced again at the gift notifications.
Ding.
Your new fan, Melancholy Cat King, has gifted you a crown. Please check your account.
Ding.
Your new fan, I Want to Hear Songs, has gifted you a spacecraft. Please check your account. Ding. Your new fan, What Flavor is Snail Noodles, has gifted you an ice palace. Please check your account. Wanwan scrolled down and found that she had not even reached the end of the list. Most of these gifts were worth thousands or even tens of thousands of star coins. The sheer number of gifts had accumulated into this substantial amount. Simultaneously, beneath her release melody, the comments were overwhelmingly praising the song's beauty, with many urging her to release new songs. During this period, she had not accessed the Starnet, thus remaining oblivious to the tempest that had erupted on the platform due to her presence. Is my song truly that enchanting? Wanwan had not anticipated that upon her arrival in the imperial capital, the Starnet would bestow upon her such an astonishing surprise. Just when she was at a loss for what to do, this opportunity had presented itself. A delightful endeavor that also promises financial gain. This is a job she adores. Contemplating this, Wanwan activated the recording function on her wristband and uploaded a song she had sung. It was a melody that echoed the dreams of youth, one she cherished deeply. Years ago, during a national concert in the Blue Star, she had been unjustly sidelined due to nepotism, which had inspired her to compose this very piece. The song embodied the courage of a young girl confronting adversity, resonating with a clear and melodious tone, yet retaining a tenacity that was unmistakable. Coupled with her ethereal voice, it was captivating enough to ensnare the hearts of listeners. However, just as she completed the release of her new song, a private message suddenly appeared. Greetings, I am Wanwan, the director of Twin Stars Entertainment. Your song is truly remarkable, and I would like to invite you to become our resident singer. Would you accept? Beneath the message lay a formal contract. Upon glancing at it, Wanwan recognized the title, Twin Stars S Contract. She had encountered this title while browsing online, knowing it to be the pinnacle of singer contracts within Twin Stars Entertainment. Once signed, artists were obliged to release their music exclusively on the Twin Stars platform, yet the company would also provide comprehensive promotional support for the artist and their songs. The revenue was distributed under the most favorable terms of 80-20. With the artist receiving 80 and the company 20, a remarkably lucrative arrangement. She had even seen a jest online claiming that, despite the existence of the S contract, no artist had truly secured it, with most only attaining an A contract. Many had cast doubt on the authenticity of this S contract, as no one had dared to claim they had received one over the years. Reflecting on this, Wanwan felt a surge of astonishment. Was this truly an S contract being offered to her? As she remained momentarily speechless, the other party, growing impatient due to her silence, sent another message. Hello, are you dissatisfied with the contract terms? Chapter 18, Sweet as Honey. Apologies, it is not dissatisfaction. Merely astonishment. Does Twin Stars Entertainment genuinely wish to sign me to an S contract? The terms presented were exceedingly generous, requiring her only to compose a new song every half month. For her, this was an absolute breeze. In the Blue Star, she was undoubtedly a creative prodigy, with an abundance of material at her disposal. Wanwan had just typed a brief reply when a smiley face promptly appeared in response. Yes, Ms. Squid Dream. Your songs possess a distinctive personal style. Upon signing, we will provide all necessary equipment, including recording devices, delivered right to your doorstep. You need only focus on your creative endeavors. The sincerity of the offer was palpable. Wanwan scrutinized the emblem of the Twin Stars certified director, confirming its authenticity, and her heart settled. Very well, I agree. Excellent. Here is the detailed electronic signing process for your review. At the headquarters of Twin Stars Entertainment, Feng Chueji lounged languidly on the sofa, the sound of Wanwan's new song playing through his headphones. This piece was aptly titled The Dream of a Young Girl. The previous song she had released, A Simple Melody, had now been renamed Starry Night. These two songs were the only ones he had stored in his player. He had specifically instructed Wanwan to keep tabs on Ms. Squid Dream's updates, knowing the instant she released a new song, he would be among the first to download it. As anticipated, this new song was also imbued with a soothing essence. Merely listening to it alleviated the pent-up frustration that had reached a breaking point of 90. Much like the first time he had heard Wanwan's Starry Night, its calming power was unparalleled. However, such soothing effects tended to diminish for the same male beastman with repeated listens. This necessitated continuous innovation from the creator, which was why Feng Chueji was so intent on securing Miss Squid Dream at any cost. With a contract in place, he could expect to hear a new song from her at least every half-month. Only someone of his SSS caliber could truly grasp the extraordinary talent of Ms. Squid Dream. Her voice could achieve effects that suppressants could not, all without any adverse side effects. A female singer capable of calming an SSS beastman with her voice was akin to a glittering gold mine, one that could be snatched away at any moment. It was imperative to secure her. During the time Ms. Squid Dream had been offline, he had repeatedly played Starry Night, and the soothing effects of that melody had significantly waned. Finally, he awaited her new song, a long-lost comfort that was utterly intoxicating. Feng Chueji hummed contentedly, waving Xiaowen away, signaling him not to interrupt his listening experience. Xiaowen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily retreating and softly closing the door behind him. As Feng Chueji's emotions settled, a plush cat leaped onto the sofa, nestling into his embrace as a makeshift armrest. Meanwhile, Wanwan, following the system's prompts, was in the process of transferring funds from the Twin Stars backend to her personal account. Observing the numbers in the thousands, tens of thousands, and more, she smiled. At last, she was no longer destitute. Host, you might consider a different perspective. It need not be so arduous. A different perspective? The system's sudden interjection left Wanwan momentarily stunned. Ahem. In this world, half of a beastman's assets belong to their mate. If you truly have an affinity for wealth, you could easily seek a wealthy beastman, thereby acquiring half of their fortune without concern for finances. Ahem. Can it truly be so simple? Wanwan felt her cheeks flush, finding a wealthy beastman other than Chimabai. It was not entirely out of the question, especially since he required points from the system to exchange for body-refining pills. Possessing such extraordinary cultivation talent was not without its drawbacks. Her physical condition could not keep pace with her growing power. Even if she attempted to suppress it, she could not do so indefinitely. Recently, she had sensed she was nearing a critical threshold. However, could the fruits of her labor truly be compared to those handed to her? As a citizen of the Blue Star, her mindset was independent. She did not wish to be a mere ornament, reliant on others. At the very least, she wanted to support her own life. Host, I must remind you that you currently have 3,000 points, which is insufficient to redeem for the next body refining pill. The energy growth within you is accelerating too rapidly. Within 5 days, you must consume another body refining pill. Wanwan's power had already reached SSS level. Yet her physical constitution lingered at a mere C grade, creating a delightful dilemma. A moment's carelessness could result in energy overflow and catastrophic consequences. Wanwan's once joyful demeanor felt as though it had been doused with cold water, leaving her chilled to the core. She pressed her lips together, letting out a soft sigh. So soon, Chimabai would be heartbroken. Host, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Survival necessitates such measures. The system consoled Wanwan. Moreover, this is the beast world, not the Blue Star. Male beastmen do not possess such intense jealousy. Perhaps Chimabai might not mind? Chimabai had noted Wanwan's increased assertiveness over the past couple of days. To what extent had her assertiveness grown? Regardless of the setting, be it the balcony, the living room, the kitchen, or even the restroom, she would willingly present herself to him. The rich pheromones enveloped him like a deadly poppy, offering an unparalleled experience for both body and mind. He felt as though the first half of his life had been wasted. Having a mate like her should have been a source of joy, yet he had persistently rejected it.
No.
It was not that he rejected the notion of having a mate. He simply resisted the idea of anyone else becoming his mate. If that mate were Wanwan, he would wholeheartedly embrace it. He felt fortunate that on that fateful day, it was Wanwan who had rescued him. Contemplating these thoughts, Chimabai exerted himself even more vigorously, as if he intended to give her his entire being. All right, I understand. We will arrive tonight. Wanwan emerged from the kitchen, having just collaborated with the robotic chef to prepare a meal, and happened to witness Chimabai ending a communication. Is it your sister? Yes, he replied. She mentioned that the banquet hall is ready and that we should arrive on time. In recent days, Qian had persistently urged Chimabai to contemplate potential candidates for a wife, only to be met with his unwavering refusals. Until the day before yesterday, she seemed resigned, ceasing her entreaties and instead broaching the subject of the wife banquet. In their world, where males outnumber females, a female beastman could have multiple male spouses, while the female family could forego a wedding banquet. The male family was required to host a wife banquet to announce the significant matter of securing a wife to friends and family. Chi Mo Bai had inquired with Wanwan, and upon learning it was their tradition, she did not decline. This bore resemblance to the wedding banquets on Blue Star. With an exemplary beastman like Chi Mo Bai, why would she hide such a fact from others? Consequently, Chi Mo Bai entrusted this matter to Chi Yen. The time was set for 5 p.m. today, on the 99th floor of the High Tian building. Wanwan nodded and invited him to sit down for a meal. After enduring several tasteless dishes crafted by the robotic chef, she resolved to take matters into her own hands, preparing some comforting home-cooked dishes to reward herself. Unfortunately, this world lacked the rich array of seasonings found on Blue Star. Scouring the Star network yielded only the most basic salt, while various sauces and semi-finished seasonings were entirely absent. Perhaps due to the reliance on advanced technology to easily extract nutrients from flora and fauna, the need for strong flavors had diminished. Moreover, the development of interstellar civilization had severed the historical continuity of ancient human culinary arts, leaving no in-depth research or traditional cookbooks in this world. The ubiquitous seasonings on Blue Star were non-existent here, and no one seemed to mind. Left with no choice, Wanwan borrowed some ordinary seasonings from the system and, utilizing the local salt, prepared a stir-fried soup dish that was pleasantly seasoned. Even so, it was far tastier than the unseasoned ingredients served by the robot. "How is it? Delicious?" she asked, presenting the mushroom meat soup to Chi Mo Bai, her gaze fixed on his reaction. As he took a bite, his eyes lit up. "It's sweet and delicious." Wanwan's face broke into a radiant smile. "I think it's better than what the robotic chef makes. If you like it, eat more." She served him more, and Chi Mo Bai felt warmth in his heart as he reciprocated by offering her a generous portion. "You should eat too. Tonight's banquet might last a while. You can have the butler robot prepare some food for you to snack on if you get hungry." Originally, Wanwan had been feeding Chi Mo Bai, but now she found herself on the receiving end. Her bowl was piled high, her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, making it difficult for her to respond clearly. Chi Mo Bai had intended to comfort her, assuring her not to be nervous, but as his gaze fell upon her exquisite face, he found it impossible to look away. The soft sunlight streaming through the window illuminated Wanwan's delicate oval face, causing her fair skin to glimmer. Her petite, rosy lips parted and closed as she swallowed her food, instinctively licking the remnants from the corners of her mouth, revealing glistening, enticing saliva. An oddly quiet atmosphere settled between them. As Wanwan sensed something amiss and prepared to raise her head, Chi Mo Bai drew her into his embrace. "Wanwan," he murmured in a voice thick with suppressed emotion, causing her heart to flutter. "Amo," she breathed, as his kiss fell upon her like a tempest, spiraling uncontrollably. Chapter 19. The exchange of the gown in the imperial palace. Su Wei Na languidly reclined upon a gilded silk couch, gently stirring her coffee before taking a sip and placing it on a nearby table. In the guest seat, Mei Dai Si excitedly ended her communication. "Your Highness, we have received a definitive response. Chi Mo Bai and that wretched woman will undoubtedly attend the wife banquet tonight. As long as I plan appropriately, I shall ensure Chi Mo Bai sees that I am meant to be his wife, not some worthless being devoid of any mental prowess." With that, a simpering smile spread across Mei Dai Si's face as she referred to that thing. Su Wei Na, fully aware of what she meant, gestured for a servant to present a tray bearing a crystal blue potion. "The item is, of course, prepared for you, Mei Dai Si. Do not disappoint me, my dear." Her tone was measured, accompanied by a knowing smile. Mei Dai Si's spirit soared, akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir, as she eagerly responded, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." The eldest princess wished for her to become Chi Mo Bai's wife, and she too desired him. Their goals aligned, and she was determined to give her all. Once the plan succeeded, her lengthy efforts in brainwashing Chi Yen and persuading her to expedite the wife banquet would not be in vain. The outcome of the night would determine it all. Wanwan slowly awakened, finding herself cradled in Chi Mo Bai's arms in the living room. She stretched and attempted to rise, only to be pulled back into his embrace. "Rest well, the stylist will be here soon, and it may be a bit tiring."
Oh.
Hearing this, Wanwan decided to stay put, comfortably enjoying his warmth. Chi Mo Bai fed her oranges with one hand while gently massaging her lower back with the other. Wanwan sighed contentedly, feeling fortunate to have such a considerate beastman as her spouse. Reflecting on their previous intimacy, she playfully poked his chest. His well-defined muscles were soft in their relaxed state, entirely different from when he exerted himself. This body, like its owner, was utterly captivating. "What is it?" Chi Mo Bai inquired, having been attentive to her expressions. Noticing her sudden shift from admiration to melancholy, he couldn't help but ask, "Did I press too hard?" Wanwan shook her head, unable to resist cupping his face in her hands. His handsome visage, with icy, deep-set eyes reflecting her image, had captivated her from the moment they met. "Amo, you are truly wonderful. I cannot bear to part with you." Chi Mo Bai detected the bitterness in her words, his emotions rising. "Wanwan, is the energy within you acting up again?" Wanwan's eyes widened in shock. You know?" Chi Mo Bai grasped her hand and kissed it. "From the first moment we were together, I sensed a vast energy within you. The reason I advanced to SSS is likely due to that energy, isn't it?" Wanwan bit her lip, falling silent. "You are with me for that reason too." His tone was unwavering. Chi Mo Bai was no fool. With his innate talent, he could indeed reach SSS, but not at such a swift pace. Moreover, having been with Wanwan for so long, he had consistently felt her uncontrollable energy leak. Each time they grew close, he experienced subtle enhancements in his own abilities. He had researched and discovered that she possessed a rare innate holy body, born for cultivation with an astonishing talent for it. Even if she lay idle day after day, her energy would automatically convert and flow into her body. If Wanwan's physical constitution were robust, she would undoubtedly be an unparalleled high-ranking female beastman. However, he had examined her, and she only had a C-grade constitution. A C-grade body could not endure the presence of SSS energy. Yet, there was a method to alleviate the situation, akin to the deep energy transfer they had experienced upon their initial meeting. A tremor of guilt washed over Wanwan as she realized he understood everything. Amo. Chi Mo Bai embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, gently stroking her hair like a docile cat. "Wanwan, you need not feel any guilt. I am truly fortunate that it was you who found me. Otherwise, how could I ever have had the pleasure of knowing you? Wanwan, I aspire to walk alongside you for all time. I wish for your safety, and whatever decisions you make, I will support you unconditionally. I shall forever be your first beast husband." Chi Mo Bai's gentle voice flowed forth, imbued with fervent and sincere affection. Wanwan felt her heart soften, filled entirely with thoughts of him. He knew everything. He understood it all. Wanwan cradled his face, uncertain of how to convey her feelings, and could only bestow a tender kiss upon his rosy lips. The system was indeed correct. The men in this world were truly different. The gentle kiss fell like the delicate drizzle of early spring, cascading softly onto Chi Mo Bai's handsome cheek. Chi Mo Bai grasped her waist, instantly reversing their roles, deepening the kiss. "Is this the gown my sister sent?" Wanwan returned from the bathroom to find Chi Mo Bai holding two differently colored gowns, inquiring of the stylist who had come to their door. "Yes, sir. This is the banquet attire Ms. Chi Yen instructed us to bring." The female stylist maintained a courteous demeanor in the presence of the imperial general. Even though Wanwan was merely an ordinary woman without spiritual power, she did not treat her with disdain, slightly bowing in respect. Wanwan reciprocated the bow and approached. The male gown, tossed onto the bed, was predominantly a deep black, with gold-threaded embellishments along the cuffs and hem, featuring exquisite patterns and an excellent cut. In contrast, the female gown Chi Mo Bai held was a striking red, adorned only with somewhat juvenile lace at the hem, remarkably simple in design, with an exaggerated floral accent at the waist that lacked any substantial three-dimensionality. While it appeared acceptable overall, it paled in comparison to the black ensemble, seeming to belong to an entirely different tier. "Is this truly the gown Sister Chi Yen provided?" A momentary doubt flickered through Wanwan. "Wanwan, it seems my sister has sent the wrong attire. No matter, I will have someone procure a new set." Chi Mo Bai, unfamiliar with formal wear, realized upon first glance that the dress was not befitting of Wanwan. Noticing her gaze fixated on the female outfit, he hastily cast it aside, instructing the stylist to collect his male attire as well. He was about to call for someone to buy garments that suited their measurements. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Wanwan chuckled and stopped him, blinking her eyes playfully. "No need, I actually have two gowns I've already set my sights on." "You have gowns in mind?"
Chi Bai was somewhat surprised.
During this time, though Wanwan was aware of the upcoming wife banquet, she had remained remarkably calm, leading him to believe she did not care. Little did he expect she had secretly prepared attire. "Wait a moment." Wanwan caught his steps as he prepared to follow her, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she dashed into the room. "System, Exchange the two couple S gowns I admired last time in the mall. Upon entering the room, Yuan quickly summoned the system. Host. The two deep sea star blue couple gowns require a total of 500 points. Do you wish to confirm the exchange? Exchange. More debt was of no concern. After all, 3,000 and 2,500 points were not vastly different. This was Chi Mo Bai's singular wife banquet in his lifetime, and she did not wish for him to have any regrets. Completed. The gowns have been exchanged. Please check host. As the system's voice faded, two sets of boxed gowns appeared in Wanwan's hands. The gowns were impeccably tailored, with a unique fabric that shimmered under the light, resembling a reflection of countless stars. Breathtakingly beautiful. Their design was exceptional. The male outfit was noble and dignified, adorned with a hollow silver butterfly on the shoulder, from which several golden ornaments cascaded. The female gown was lavish and opulent, featuring a grand, flared fishtail skirt that complemented the silver butterfly on the shoulder and the diamond embellishments at the waist, enhancing its regal elegance. When Yuan had perused the system mall, she had been captivated by these two gowns but hesitated due to their high cost. Now, however, she was eager to dress Chi Mo Bai in the finest, and thus, she felt no reluctance. Chi Mo Bai accepted the garments Yuan handed him, warmth blooming in his heart as he could not help but embrace his little wife. They each changed into their outfits. Chi Mo Bai emerged first. His long legs crossed as he sat elegantly on the sofa, his gaze filled with tenderness directed toward the changing room where Yuan had disappeared. Soon the door opened, and the female stylist who had been preparing Yuan's look stepped out, her face aglow with excitement as she welcomed the next arrival. Then, a tall and graceful figure slowly emerged. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with alabaster skin and long black hair highlighted with subtle hints of crimson at the tips, exuding a hint of allure. Clad in a deep blue gown that shimmered with flecks of light, it appeared as if she were adorned with stars. The silver butterfly danced lightly, and as she moved, the stars seemed to twinkle, casting ethereal glimmers around her. She was more radiant than flowers, her elegance unmatched. Miss Yu is naturally exquisite. This gown seems tailored just for her, fitting perfectly, the stylist remarked in awe. This enhanced Wanwan's already considerable beauty, adding twofold allure. Even the other stylists present were left in astonishment. Surely, even the Empire's most beautiful princess could not rival such beauty. Chi Mo Bai's eyes sparkled with admiration as he rose to greet Wanwan, personally retrieving jewelry to adorn her. The gown he selected is blue, which coincidentally matches the set of accessories I chose. His gaze gleamed with delight as he wrapped his arms around her waist, unable to resist planting a kiss upon the crown of her head. Chapter 20. The Wife Banquet on the 99th floor of the High Tian building. The expansive banquet hall was brightly illuminated, with transparent crystals refracting vibrant colors. The sound of the indoor fountain mingled harmoniously with the violin melodies played by the band. Guests mingled, toasting and enjoying a pleasant atmosphere. The Qi family held a significant position in the imperial capital, not solely due to Chi Mo Bai's status as a general but also because of his sudden advancement to SSS. Typically, male beastmen who ascend to SSS receive recognition from the Empress, along with a high-ranking military title of Imperial Marshal unique to SSS males. This honor and grace bestowed by the royal family serves as a means of allegiance, as the nation requires such formidable beastmen to fight on future battlefronts. While the former SS Empire general was merely noteworthy, the current SSS Chi Mo Bai warranted serious attention. As long as he managed his energy surges and mating urges, he would undoubtedly become a backbone of the Empire's military might. Thus, the wife banquet tonight was exceptionally lively. Whether from royal families or guests of the Qi household, anyone receiving an invitation was sure to attend. Wanwan, hand in hand with Chi Mo Bai, entered the banquet hall, the flowing lights casting radiant star-like glimmers. Instantly, their contrasting hair colors and stunning appearances drew the attention of all present, a perfect pair that seemed to embody the very essence of beauty. Upon recognizing their faces, many gasped in astonishment. Is that the Imperial General Chi Mo Bai? And the beautiful woman beside him is his wife. It was no wonder even the aloof Chi Mo Bai had succumbed. Such beauty was truly mesmerizing. Yet, beauty alone could not soothe a high-ranking beast man without spiritual power. When Chi Mo Bai's mating urges manifested, she would merely be a spectator. In the crowd, some held their glasses, captivated by Wanwan's stunning visage, while others snickered, reveling in their misfortune. Chi Mo Bai's sudden advancement had taken all high-ranking beastmen by surprise. No one had anticipated this young general would ascend to SSS so swiftly. It would be disingenuous to claim they felt no envy. However, despite their internal jealousy, appearances had to be maintained. As Wanwan accompanied Chi Mo Bai through the gathering, numerous guests approached to toast and offer compliments. Chi Mo Bai maintained his customary demeanor of indifference, skillfully navigating the interactions. Mo Bai? That outfit of yours doesn't seem to be the one I selected, remarked Chi Yan, arriving alongside her beast husband, Noer, her eyes lingering on the pair with unabashed astonishment. It was chosen by Wanwan, Chi Mo Bai replied, his earlier aloofness melting away as he spoke politely. Yuan also called out to her sister. In terms of appearance, Yuan was undoubtedly more beautiful than Mei Si, and she complimented Chi Mo Bai splendidly. Chi Yan had a fondness for this lovely girl. However, the fact that she lacked spiritual power was an undeniable truth. Suppressing the bitterness within her heart, Chi Yan smiled and nodded at Chi Mo Bai, reminding him that someone from the royal family would be attending tonight, urging him not to neglect them. Yes, I understand, Chi Mo Bai replied, adding a few more words. When suddenly a voice announced from the entrance of the hall, Her Royal Highness the eldest princess, His Royal Highness the eldest prince has arrived. Everyone turned to look as a group entered. Su Wei Na led the way, occupying the center stage, with her brother, the imperial eldest prince, Su Zhuai, positioned behind her. Although Su Zhuai held the title of eldest prince, the imperial tradition favored women, meaning only the daughter of the empress could inherit the throne, namely the current princess, Su Wei Na. Thus, she was also referred to as the eldest princess, signifying her unparalleled status. Greetings to the two highnesses. The crowd bowed in respect. The eldest princess, donned in a dark golden gown, appeared amiable as she waved her hand with a smile, saying, Please rise. Tonight is the banquet for the general's wife of the Qi family, and we are not the focal point.
Mei Si,
who had been standing at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but step forward, her heart brimming with joy as she searched for Chi Mo Bai's figure. She had specifically worn a heavy black gown identical to Chi Mo Bai's, all for this moment. In contrast to Yuan's garish red gown, she and Chi Mo Bai would appear as a match made in heaven. Even the eldest princess seemed to notice her intentions, merely smiling in acknowledgement without uttering a word. However, disappointment washed over her the next moment. Why are you wearing that outfit? Mei Si's expression shifted upon seeing Chi Mo Bai. The exquisite attire worn by both Chi Mo Bai and Yuan resembled thorns, pricking her eyes. Wasn't Yuan supposed to wear that garish red gown to accentuate her compatibility with Chi Mo Bai? Why wasn't she wearing it? And Chi Mo Bai? That was a garment personally sent by his sister. Why wasn't he wearing it either? Why would I not wear this gown? Chi Mo Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Mei Si's words seemed laden with deeper meaning, and why did her dress resemble the male attire he had received? How did this outfit come to be on you? Is it not the one I had delivered to the garden villa? Chi Yan, standing nearby, was equally astonished. The gown worn by Mei Si was indeed intended to match Chi Mo Bai's, handpicked by her. Though she disapproved of Chi Mo Bai's contract with Yuan as his wife, she would not be unreasonable towards Yuan in such matters. Yet, upon observing the expressions on Chi Mo Bai and Yuan's faces, Chi Yan's demeanor soured. You changed your gown? Mei Si had previously confided in her about vying for Chi Mo Bai's favor at tonight's banquet to dissolve the contract with Yuan. Although she did not agree with this, she had refrained from opposing it, genuinely hoping Chi Mo Bai would have a wife capable of soothing him. Little did she expect Mei Si to engage in such underhanded tactics. It was no wonder that Mo Bai, typically indifferent to attire, had chosen to wear matching garments with Yuan tonight. Mei Si's expression darkened, and as Yuan and Chi Mo Bai exchanged glances, they discerned the situation's intricacies. It appeared that a schemer was at play behind the scenes. The true matching gown selected by Chi Yan had been stealthily swapped by Mei Si. Intending to humiliate Yuan tonight, Chi Mo Bai's expression hardened, his voice laced with ice. Miss Duke, I have made my refusal clear. Do not engage in futile antics. Or, do not blame me for disregarding the Duke's house in public. With that, Chi Mo Bai turned away, leading Yuan as they departed. Chi Yan sighed, following suit. Observing Chi Mo Bai's demeanor, it seemed that Mei Si's efforts would yield no results. Her elder sister was troubled.
Mei Si's face pallid.
Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the departing figures, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Miss, are you alright? Her personal maid approached to support Mei Si's arm. Taking a deep breath, Mei Si cast a lingering glance at Chi Mo Bai's retreating back. a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Once she became his wife, she would ensure he regretted his actions today. Give it to me. The maid dared not delay, handing over the potion Maidie had previously entrusted to her. With a cold smirk, Maidie turned and strode into the banquet hall. Not far away, Su Na observed their little drama unfold, a subtle smile curving her lips, her gaze deep and inscrutable. It is all due to my beastly husband being too outstanding. Even after the wife contract has been established, other women still covet him. Meanwhile, Yuan followed Chi Mo by to the lounge, her thoughts racing with criticisms. The system chimed in agreement. Indeed, host, you must protect our beastly husband. Maidie is no good person. Naturally, once he has entered my bed, he belongs to me. Yuan grinned mischievously, turning to accept the snacks Chi Mo Bai offered. Meeting his profound gaze, she felt a playful urge and suddenly licked his fingertip. The tender touch, infused with rich pheromones, sent a jolt through Chi Mo Bai, causing him to tense up. Noticing the sly smile of his little wife, he chuckled helplessly. Yuan, behave yourself. Yuan was confident he would not act out in this setting. So she pulled his chin, capturing his lips in a kiss. The sweet flavor mingled with the potent pheromones enveloped them, causing Chi Mo Bai to lose much of his rationality in an instant. He deepened the kiss, and soon, their garments became disheveled, breaths entangled. Chi Mo Bai longed to pull the enchanting figure before him into his embrace and cherish her thoroughly, yet reason prevailed, prompting him to halt. He restrained Yuan's mischievous hands, inhaling the scent near her neck. Yuan, if you continue to tease me, don't expect to get out of bed tomorrow morning. Such a threat was evidently effective. Yuan chuckled awkwardly, retracting her hand that had ventured to his waist. After a moment of calm, Chi Mo Bai released her. Yuan, you must be tired. Rest here for a while I step out. After all, tonight was Chi Mo Bai's banquet, and as one of the main characters, he had to uphold appearances. Feeling justified in her idleness, Yuan smiled sweetly at him. All right. After Chi Mo Bai left, Yuan sat alone in the lounge, snacking. The banquet offered a variety of dishes, yet most did not suit her taste. There was, however, a delightful treat made from milk that had a pleasant milky flavor, which she enjoyed. After devouring 3 or 4 pieces, her mouth felt parched. She stood to find a beverage to quench her thirst when suddenly, a commotion erupted behind her from the door. A loud crash echoed, as if something had fallen to the ground, followed by a stifled groan of pain. Yuan's heart raced. Was there someone else in the lounge? Host, the person inside is about to die. You must go check. The system urged. Yuan raised an eyebrow. The system wouldn't be so kind as to prompt her to save someone unless it was someone she knew? Sort of. Given the system's insistence, Yuan grasped the door lock, ready to enter. Just as her fingers brushed the lock, the door swung open suddenly, and a hand seized her arm with lightning speed, pulling her inside. Before she could react, she found herself enveloped in the embrace of a koala. The sharp scent of antiseptic wafted into her nostrils, a hint of familiarity. Moments later, she felt delicate nibbles at her neck. Yuan's eyes widened as she struggled to pry the person away, only to see that it was indeed him. Su Mo Chong, what on earth are you doing? Let go of me. However, the current state of Su Ma Chong is evidently far from normal. His face is flushed, and his once dark pupils have transformed into a vivid crimson, his heavy breaths indicating an imminent loss of control. Su Ma Chong? Yuan raises her voice, attempting to restore his rationality. Yet, it is clear that he is devoid of any semblance of sanity. His biting motion is intercepted by Yuan, who, dissatisfied, grasps his hand and pulls it aside, only for him to bury his head into the crook of her neck. The delicate kisses serve as a catalyst that renders Yuan unbearably uncomfortable. She has attempted to struggle, but Su Ma Chong, being an sss-level beastman, is simply beyond her capacity to escape unless she disregards the turbulent energy and unleashes her most formidable attack. You knew all along that it was Su Ma Chong behind the door? Cough, host. Well, I assure you, I am only considering your best interests. This Su Ma Chong possesses sss-level strength and could very well become your next contractual target. So, the system is indeed being deliberately mischievous? Yuan grits her teeth in frustration. Even if she were to undertake a task to contract someone else, it cannot occur during Chi Ma Bai's banquet. What would that imply for Chi Ma Bai? System. Should there be another instance of this, do not expect to feast upon star crystals again. System. The host is quite fierce. Su Ma Chong's breathing is heavy, his entire being pressed closely against Yuan. Beneath the thin fabric, she can already sense his difference. Yet he seems oblivious to how to alleviate the state, relentlessly drawing closer to her and gnawing at her skin. Wanwan fears her shoulder may be gnawed raw. With a steely resolve, she bites down hard on Su Machang's shoulder. Su Machang emits a muffled groan, his crimson eyes flickering, regaining a modicum of clarity. Upon seeing Wanwan in his embrace, he instinctively pushes her away. Had she not steadied herself against the wall, she would have surely fallen. Wanwan shoots him an exasperated glare. "You lunatic." With that, she storms out, slamming the door behind her.
Bang!
As the door closes, beads of sweat trickle down Su Machang's forehead, slowly sliding down the wall as he collapses to the ground. What has happened to him? He had previously managed to control his estrus phase well. Why can he not do so now? During this period, he had immersed himself in ice water every night, supplemented with suppressive medication, successfully restraining the sudden onset of estrus. He had no intention of attending the banquet tonight, but had succumbed to his mother's insistence. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, he had merely made an appearance before retreating to the lounge, only to unexpectedly encounter Wanwan and her beast husband. His exceptional hearing, despite his efforts to remain calm, picked up the intimate sounds shared between Wanwan and her beast husband. The mingling of their lips and the soft sounds of affection became akin to an incantation, invading his ears and disturbing his nerves. His body, so acutely sensitive to Wanwan's scent, ignited uncontrollably with desire even through the door. At the most inopportune moment, that woman drew closer, further exacerbating his condition. Su Machang's expression darkens, a mix of unusual flush evident on his face. Anger courses through him at Wanwan's proximity. Yet, he cannot help but repeatedly recall the sensation of holding that woman. The pheromones emanating from her tantalize him, incessantly stimulating his fragile nerves. This sensation renders him utterly devoid of strength to rise. He slumps to the floor, gasping desperately, one hand tightly clutching the curtain beside him, while the other retrieves the suppressants, injecting them into his body one after another. It is only after Wanwan is long departed and her scent gradually dissipates from the air that he begins to feel a slight reprieve. Wanwan checks her shoulder in the restroom, relieved to find it merely reddened, without any broken skin. She exhales in relief.
Now.
She has no intention of resting and plans to seek out Chi Maobai. Just a few steps into her journey, a piercing scream echoes through the air. Wanwan looks up to see a figure flung out at the end of the corridor. The heavy indigo gown appears somewhat familiar. Following closely is a white figure. Wanwan stares in surprise. That white shadow looks familiar too. With no time to ponder, she hastens towards that direction. Turning the corner to find Maidie C sprawled against a table's edge. "It's you, Wanwan?" Maidie C did not expect that Wanwan would be the first to discover her, momentarily taken aback. She had approached a scion of a prominent family, mixing the crystal blue potion into his drink, prompting him to toast Chi Maobai. Unbeknownst to him, he was then led to a private room. Seizing the opportunity, she entered the room. Indeed, Chi Maobai had succumbed to the drug, lying unconscious on the bed. Her plan was flawless. All she needed was for Chi Maobai to experience the profound comfort of an female, and he would undoubtedly grow fond of the sensation, begging for more like a loyal hound. Just as she envisioned her success for the night, Chi Maobai suddenly erupted in an energy surge, flinging her away. The strength of an sss male beastman is immense. She was violently hurled to the ground, pain coursing through her body, rendering her unable to move for the time being. "Maidie C, what have you done? Who is that white figure?" Maidie C looks up at Wanwan's stunning face, a smirk of vindictiveness curling her lips as she replies. "The white figure is none other than Chi Maobai. Yes, you are his wife. He has lost control of his energy and has transformed. I wonder, as an ordinary person, can you manage to keep him unscathed?" Presently, Chi Maobai, in his frenzied state, not even Wanwan, a mere ordinary person devoid of any mental power, could pacify him, let alone Maidie C herself, an female beastman. The energy surge of an sss male beastman is not to be trifled with, especially one triggered by an uncontrollable drug. He loses all reason and becomes a true killing machine. She eagerly anticipates the spectacle of Wanwan meeting her demise at the hands of the frenzied Chi Maobai. What she cannot possess, no one else shall have.
Slap.
Wanwan delivers a resounding slap across Maidie C's face, her voice cold and unyielding as iron. "If anything happens to Chi Maobai, I will not let you off lightly." Maidie C is momentarily stunned by the blow. She did not expect that a seemingly ordinary girl who emerged from nowhere would dare to lay a hand on her, an S-Duke's daughter. By the time she regains her senses, Wanwan has already fled. Anger seethes within her, leaving her face ashen. Meanwhile, Wanwan has burst into the banquet hall. The once harmonious and warm atmosphere has descended into chaos due to the frenzied White Lion. Many formidable male beastmen have transformed, confronting the frenzied White Lion, escorting their wives and families out of the hall. The piercing screams of terrified women and the cries of frightened children intertwine, creating a cacophony of panic. The hall is in utter disarray. Sister. Wanwan spots Qi Yan amidst the crowd and rushes over. Qi Yan is in a state of utter turmoil. Qi Mabai has gone mad, not merely beastifying, but truly frenzied. Just like before when Ling Dong perished, he is now unrecognizable, devoid of reason, a genuine slaughtering machine. Noir stands beside her, gripping her hand tightly, attempting to provide comfort, but to little avail. Qi Yan is on the verge of tears, desperate to avert witnessing her younger brother meet the same fate as Ling Dong. She is bewildered. Qi Mabai had appeared fine just moments ago. Why has he suddenly gone berserk? Hearing the commotion, Qi Yan sluggishly turns to see Wanwan approaching with a grave expression. Wanwan, please save Mabai. Please save him. She cries, tears streaming down her cheeks, burning hot against Wanwan's hand. He has been without parents since childhood. I have raised him with my own hands. Please, Wanwan. I beg you, save him. Qi Yan clutches Wanwan's sleeve, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Noir quickly pulls her into his embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her.
Then,
he turned to Wanwan and said, Yennefer is currently in a state of distress. I hope you can forgive her. He understood that Wanwan was just an ordinary person, devoid of any mental power. In the face of the frenzied Qi Mabai, she offered no comfort and was of no assistance to him whatsoever. Wanwan shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Yet her eyes remained anxiously fixed on the White Lion in the center of the hall. The White Lion, towering in stature, had its mane standing erect due to its frenzy, the previously docile demeanor it had displayed before Wanwan was long gone. At that moment, it resembled the sovereign of the forest, with blood-red eyes surveying everyone from a commanding height, exuding a formidable presence. Chapter 22. Soothing him, the two SSS male beastman guardians beside the Grand Princess had already entered the fray, while the beastmen hired by the hotel were also engaging with the White Lion. However, the power of the frenzied White Lion was terrifyingly immense. These individuals gained no advantage, but rather suffered injuries. The collapse value had already surpassed 95, and he had completely lost his mind. Su Weina glanced up at the rampaging White Lion and spoke in a detached tone, "Relay my orders. Swiftly summon the Empire's foremost divine guard to subdue the frenzied White Lion." "No, please don't. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, Mabai will regain his sanity. He will certainly recover." Upon hearing Su Weina's command, Qi Yan was so frightened that she wriggled free from Noelle's embrace and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Su Weina pressed her lips together in silence, while a nearby guardian spoke first. "Miss Qi Yan, we are equally distressed by the General's frenzy, but given the current situation, General Qi's collapse value has already reached above 95. There is no chance for him to regain his sanity. It is well known that the Empire's most powerful soother, Her Majesty the Empress, with her SSS level of mental power, can only soothe SSS frenzied beast men with a collapse value below 90. If Qi Mabai had not advanced and remained at SS, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now that Qi Mabai is a bona fide SSS beastman, and his collapse value is too high, even Her Majesty's arrival would be futile. In other words, Qi Mabai is now nothing more than a soulless frenzied beastman, with the only outcome being capture and execution. No, it cannot be. Mabai will be fine. Your Highness, please, I beg you. Qi Yan, disregarding her dignity, knelt down, but was effortlessly lifted by the guardian and handed to Noelle. Take good care of your wife. As for what comes next, you need not witness it. Given that frenzied beastmen lack reason, their pain receptors dulled, the methods employed by the Divine Guard to subdue them are brutal, requiring lethal force each time. Therefore, no captured frenzied beastman leaves unscathed. Blood flows like rivers, and severed limbs are a common sight. Moreover, since Qi Mabai is originally a strong offensive beastman, he must give his all. His situation would be no better than that of the frenzied beastmen before him. While Wanwan observed Qi Mabai's condition, she listened to their conversation. It was evident that the Empire's foremost divine guard was not to be trifled with. Chi-Mabai must not fall into their hands. Yet, she did not rush forward. System, does Chi-Mabai still recognize me? In such a critical moment, she felt it necessary to consult the system. Host. Chi-Mabai's collapse value has reached 96. Under normal circumstances, he would no longer recognize anyone but. Speak without gasping for breath. Hurry up. Wanwan rolled her eyes and urged. Ahem, however, Chi-Mabai does recognize your aura, or rather, your pheromones. Wanwan's eyes brightened. Does this mean he still has a chance? What should I do? Approach him and soothe him. The system provided no further elaboration. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, beginning to grasp the system's intent. You want me to be here? Ahem, host, you silly girl. You can do what you can here, and for what you cannot. Once he regains some rationality, finding a secluded spot would be effortless, wouldn't it? Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I understand what to do. After discussing with the system, Wanwan patted Chi Yan's hand reassuringly. Alma will be fine. I will go save him. As soon as she spoke, without waiting for Chi Yan to react, Wanwan had already sprinted towards the battlefield. Chi Yan regained her senses and, seeing this, hurriedly grasped Noel's arm, urging him, Quick, bring her back. Don't let her do something foolish. Little did she know that Wanwan held deep feelings for her brother and was willing to risk her life to save him. But she was merely an ordinary woman without any mental power. Facing the frenzied Chi-Mabai, wasn't that a path to certain death? Noel, possessing considerable strength, quickly caught up to Wanwan and grasped her arm. Chi Yan wants you to return. Wanwan turned to glance at Chi Yan and then fixed her gaze on Noel, tilting her head. You must understand, at this moment, the only one who can help Amo is his wife. But you have no mental power, you can't help him, and instead, you might die. Is that so? Wanwan raised an eyebrow and, with her other hand, began to pry Noel's grip off her arm. Then, in the astonished gaze of Noel, she dashed towards the battlefield without a backward glance. Noel, what happened? Why didn't you bring her back? Noel, faced with Chi Yan's reproach, pursed his lips. Perhaps it was worth letting her try.
What?
Do you know what you're saying? She's just an ordinary person without any mental power. Noel enveloped the oncoming Chi Yan, taking a deep breath and soothingly said, Don't worry, Yenner. Perhaps it will be all right. Medea, with her servants carrying a stretcher to a corner of the banquet hall, happened to witness Wanwan recklessly rushing towards the frenzied white lion, her pupils constricting. Has she lost her mind? That is an SSS frenzied white lion. As a woman with S-level mental power, I cannot withstand even a casual strike from him. How dare she, a worthless being without any mental power, approach him? Is she courting death? Amidst her shock, Medea smirked. Very well. An ungrateful beastman paired with a foolish wife. It would be best if they both perish. This way, no one will know what transpired tonight. Nor will anyone remind me of the events that occurred. It is merely a pity for Chi-Mabai, a man of such exquisite appearance and strength, who remains virtuous and unblemished, a rarity in the Empire. However, that was due to his lack of discernment, repeatedly rejecting her proposals.
He deserves to die.
Medea seethed inwardly, her gaze fixated on Wanwan's figure as she dashed forward. She wished to witness Wanwan being torn apart by the white lion. The Grand Princess also noticed Wanwan charging out. One must admit, Chi-Mabai's wife was indeed strikingly beautiful, even she felt a hint of inferiority in comparison. But what a fool, knowing it was a path to certain death, yet still choosing to fly into the flames. After a mere glance, Suwaina averted her gaze. Simultaneously, Wanwan entered the battlefield. The other beastmen within the circle changed their expressions upon seeing her, hastily restraining their strength to avoid inadvertently harming her. After all, she was a noble female beastman of the Empire, and prioritizing the safety of female beastmen was ingrained in the upbringing of male beastmen. However, this resulted in a gap being created in the otherwise tightly encircled white lion. A slightly weaker SS male beastman was brutally struck by the white lion's paw, sent flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, the white lion pounced, its cold, sharp teeth bared to bite down. The outcome was all too predictable when an SSS frenzied beastman faced an SS beastman.
Stop it.
Koya, a female wife, gripped her collar tightly, her heart leaping into her throat as she watched the scene unfold in terror. The white lion's eyes were ablaze with crimson, its frenzy having completely stripped it of reason, leaving only the instinct to tear and devour. Just then, a slender, Pale hand reached out first and covered the white lion's eyes. The deep blue gown fluttered, without wind. Silver butterflies glimmering, dancing as if alive. The slender figure of the woman, delicate yet resolute, embraced the magnificent head of the white lion without hesitation, gently resting her forehead against his imposing brow. In that moment, it was as if beauty had collided with ferocity, poised on the brink of chaos, limbs shattering, and bodies rendered unrecognizable. Like a moth drawn to a flame, her act was both hauntingly beautiful and tragically poignant. All present were rendered speechless, astonished by Wanwan's audacity. Who did she think she was? Did she truly believe that the frenzied white lion would spare her? What a folly! Ignoring the myriad gazes fixated upon her, Wanwan tenderly cradled the lion's head, soothing him as one would a child. The rich aroma of her pheromones enveloped the white lion, nurturing his senses and calming the restless energy within him. The lion paused momentarily, surprisingly refraining from aggression, instead closing his eyes and surrendering to her gentle ministrations. This scene was both bizarre and inexplicably harmonious. Chapter 23. The curse. How could she possibly be unharmed? Matis stared in disbelief as Wanwan approached the rampaging white lion, embracing him without suffering an immediate attack. The lion, nestled in her arms, appeared almost docile.
Why?
By what right? The servants surrounding her sensed their master's fury and dared not utter a word. Gently, Wanwan pushed the lion's head back, prompting him to release the grip he had on the male beastman, who quickly scrambled to his feet and retreated from the fray. The other beastmen, witnessing this, instinctively stepped aside, their tension palpable. A pained growl escaped the lion's lips as he violently shook his head, the agony causing him to instinctively dig his claws into the ground. Host, the white lion's breakdown value is alarmingly high. This approach is ineffective. Wanwan, keenly observing the lion's movements, recognized the truth in the system's assessment. Such superficial soothing would hardly suffice for Chi Mabai in his current state. Should his primal instincts overpower her calming influence, he would undoubtedly lose control. Just as if to affirm Wanwan's thoughts, the lion suddenly tossed his head, his crimson eyes sweeping towards the nearby beastmen, releasing a dangerous roar. This was a signal that he was ready to attack once more. Quickly, host, provide deeper comfort. Wanwan. She considered herself fairly open-minded, but before such a crowd, it was utterly humiliating. Host, do not hesitate. Any delay could lead to a catastrophic breakdown. Even if you were to strip bare, he may not respond. The words stung, yet Wanwan took them to heart. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly tugged down the strap of her gown, exposing her fair shoulder to the cool air, exuding an alluring fragrance. Wanwan pressed her body against the lion's head, causing him to pause, a flicker of clarity appearing in his crimson gaze. It worked. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with hope. Many male beastmen shifted their expressions, turning their faces away, while some daring souls stole glances. The white lion, facing Wanwan directly, was enthralled by the breathtaking view. In an instant, Chi Mabai transformed into his human form, swiftly wrapping his arms around Wanwan, shielding her from the gaze of onlookers. His crimson eyes scanned the crowd, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Those nearest were unable to withstand it, retreating step by step. Only when they had distanced themselves by 20 or 30 meters did he retract his aura, encircling Wanwan completely. This approach is effective, host. Keep it up. The system cheered within Wanwan's mind, ecstatic. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her sense of shame overwhelming. Were there a choice, she would never have acted thus. Before so many, her image was tarnished. Chi Mabai held his little wife tightly, inhaling the scent from her neck, striving for calm. Yet, with a breakdown value soaring to 96, such tranquility was not easily achieved. He was in agony, yet he could not bear the thought of harming Wanwan or allowing her to come to harm. With a thread of rationality struggling to prevail, his instincts compelled him to protect her. Wanwan, close enough to sense his distress, understood that her current soothing efforts were inadequate. She wrapped her arms around him, placing delicate kisses along his neck, trailing down to his chin, finally resting on his lips. Softly, she ventured forth, teasingly licking the corners of his mouth. The mingling of saliva and potent pheromones sent electric shocks through Chi Mabai's nerves. He abruptly opened his eyes, grasping the back of Wanwan's head, forcefully capturing her lips. The hall was filled with stunned onlookers, their mouths agape at the sight of the impassioned kiss, so oblivious to the world around them, so fervent. The crown princess narrowed her eyes, her gaze lingering on Wanwan, a deeper contemplation in her expression. An SSS male beastman, even in a state of frenzy, could be calmed? Was there any historical record of such a phenomenon in the empire? Returning to the crown prince, there had never been such an occurrence. Su Weina's expression shifted slightly. She exchanged a glance with a companion, who nodded in understanding and discreetly withdrew. The kiss between the two grew more intense, hinting at a deeper escalation. Mo, take me away, Wanwan whispered, pressing a kiss to his ear, her voice breathy. Earlier, it had been Chi Malbai's lack of rationality that forced her to loosen her garments in such an exposed manner.
But now,
the pheromones in her saliva had restored some clarity to him.
all right,
Chi Malbai nodded, unwilling for his little wife to be a spectacle for others. He wrapped his arms around Wanwan's waist, unfurling his wings, and soared out through the window. Under the dim, warm orange light, Wanwan was gently laid upon the resting room bed by Chi Malbai. Her inky tresses cascaded around her, contrasting sharply against her porcelain skin, while Chi Malbai's gaze darkened, the crimson in his eyes intensifying. Yet, he fought to suppress the last vestiges of reason. Wanwan, reason warned him that his current state was unsuitable for intimacy. A delicate, fragile woman could not withstand the force of a frenzied beast man. But his primal instincts kept him from relinquishing control. He yearned for her, driven nearly to madness. Yet he could not, for he wished to shield Wanwan from harm. Chi Malbai clutched the edge of the bed tightly, inhaling deeply several times to contain the tumultuous energy within him, abruptly turning away. I'm sorry. As the words fell from his lips, he prepared to leave, but Wanwan grasped his hand first. Her fingers were cool, her skin soft, and the moment they touched sent shivers coursing through him. Chi Malbai dared not turn his head. He feared that a single glance at Wanwan would shatter the resolve he had so painstakingly built. The power of a high-ranking beast man in a frenzy was overwhelmingly domineering. Should his wife attempt to soothe him now, that energy would inevitably transfer to her. Most women could not endure such force. He would harm Wanwan. Wanwan, if I were to die tomorrow, you must find another beast husband. His voice choked, laden with sorrow and reluctance. Before he could finish, a soft hand covered his mouth. Stop saying foolish things. You promised me, no matter what, you would never harm yourself. Wanwan tilted her head, gazing at Chi Malbai's tortured expression, and sighed gently. I'm not like ordinary women. I want to come to harm. With that, she removed her hand from his mouth and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Chi Malbai's eyes widened in astonishment as the rich pheromones enveloped all of his senses. Was Wanwan speaking the truth? Would she truly be unharmed? His heart raced, his body trembling, and before he could verify, his arms instinctively encircled her waist. In the dimly lit resting room, a tall figure slumped against the door, the curtain torn down in the throes of his heat. Scattered around him were nearly 10 vials of SS suppressants. The restless energy within him gradually began to calm, bringing a sigh of relief from Su Machang. As he sat on the floor, taking a moment to rest before departing from the lounge, sounds emerged from outside the door. He recognized a familiar female voice.
It was Wanwan.
And her beastman companion? Su Machang's expression shifted slightly, his steps faltering. He had initially presumed they were merely stopping by for a brief respite, expecting them to leave shortly. However, to his astonishment, after a few muffled exchanges of painful dialogue, the delicate sound of kisses wafted into his ears like an incantation. Following that, feminine gasps and masculine growls intertwined with suggestive sounds, all of which reached his ears without exception. At that moment, he loathed the acute sharpness of his hearing, which only served to amplify the tumult of emotions he had just managed to suppress. The fervor within him, previously quelled, surged once more amidst the proximity of those sounds. And no amount of suppressants seemed to alleviate the intensity this time. After some time, Wanwan's soothing presence seemed to grant Chimo by a semblance of calm. His initially uncontrollable state gradually yielded to clarity. The crimson hue of his eyes began to clear, transforming into the familiar icy white that Wanwan recognized. She gently kissed those eyes, her body trembling from exhaustion, yet she tirelessly provided him with reassurance. It was only when Chimo Bai was fully restored that he tenderly embraced her. Amok, I feel a bit weary. Please take me home. With those words, Wanwan collapsed into his arms. Without hesitation, Chimo Bai cradled her and boarded the flying vehicle, returning to their garden villa. He meticulously washed her and dressed her in comfortable sleepwear. He intended to stay by her side, but unexpectedly, the Empress sent a summons, demanding his presence at the palace. As a general of the Empire, he could not refuse the Empress's decree. He instructed the robotic butler to care for Wanwan, placed a kiss upon her forehead, and departed from their home. Wanwan awoke, jolted by the turmoil of energy within her.
Hiss.
She gasped, her mind frantically calling out to the system.
System.
What is happening? Why does it hurt so much? I feel like I might explode. Host, you utilized an excessive amount of soothing spiritual energy last night, equivalent to rigorous training for half a month. Consequently, your internal energy has surged. Ahem, therefore, host, it is time to arrange for a new beastman, or else the system will follow you as well. Wanwan sighed, exasperated with her troublesome body. She had initially intended to resist, but the ever-increasing force within her served as a constant reminder. She was indeed about to burst. Waves of pain accompanied the energy surges, battering her sensitive nerves. This body had reached its threshold of endurance. After struggling in vain, Wanwan collapsed onto the bed, gritting her teeth and managing to utter, "Tell me the position of a suitable male beastman." She had resigned herself to the fact that she needed to find one eventually, so why not today? Host. There is actually one in this room right now. Chapter 24. Cool and ascetic Wanwan thought. She must have misheard. What did you say? Host. That individual has been following you since the banquet, and is currently hidden in this room. However, he has activated a talent for concealment, so the system cannot pinpoint his exact location. You could devise a way to lure him out. This time, Wanwan understood clearly. There was indeed a male beast man in this room, and he seemed to harbor intentions towards her. The man chosen by the system was undoubtedly exceptional in every regard, which did not concern her. Yet, she had not anticipated that this individual had been observing her from the shadows, maintaining a patient silence. Quite the intriguing character. With a glint in her eye, Wanwan propped herself up on the edge of the bed, fanning her face with her hand. "It's so hot." As she spoke, she casually discarded her sleepwear's outer garment. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, and her gently curled black hair cascaded over her shoulders, moving slightly with her actions, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. On the soft quilt, her slender legs grazed against each other, her delicate toes flexing and relaxing. Wanwan tilted her head back, revealing her graceful, smooth neck, her lips parting slightly as she breathed softly, radiating an innate charm. She sensed a gaze fixed upon her. The feeling of being scrutinized was undeniably aggressive, both fervent and stifling. "Are you not coming out?" Wanwan thought to herself. "Oh dear, I'm all dirty now. I'll have to change." She tugged at the loose collar of her sleepwear and sighed, gracefully moving her pristine legs to the wardrobe to retrieve a clean set of sleepwear, heading to the mirror to change. With each article of clothing she removed, the breaths from the hidden figure grew heavier. In the shadowed corner of the room, a tall silhouette slowly materialized, his crimson eyes fixated intently on her as she changed. Suddenly, hot hands encircled Wanwan's waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Her sleepwear slipped from her hands, and in fright, she turned her head to meet the chillingly beautiful face of the man. "Sumo-chan? Is it you?" Wanwan deliberately refrained from inquiring about the identity of the person hiding in the shadows, aware that the system understood her desire for this surprise, and thus remained silent. Seeing Sumo-chan now genuinely astonished her. The last time they met, he had exuded an aura of asceticism and disdain for women, appearing rather ill. Now, he was stealthily lurking in her room, spying on her? Was this reasonable? Regardless of Wanwan's shock, Sumo-chan's once turbulent gaze was now entirely crimson, filled with an unmistakable possessiveness as he looked at her. He lifted his fingers to grip the back of her head, and their kiss was like a tempestuous wave. Wanwan was taken aback. Was this the same ascetic boy who only knew how to nibble on shoulders before? Why had his kissing skills suddenly improved so much? With her clothes still not donned, she found herself pressed tightly against the thin fabric of a shirt. Through that delicate barrier, she could sense the tautness of his muscles, radiating a searing heat. He was in heat? Wanwan realized. Male beastmen's mating seasons were incredibly difficult to control, without a mate's soothing presence. Only the Empire's SS suppressants could be employed. Yet, these suppressants were largely ineffective for SSS-grade male beastmen. Thus, it made sense that Sumo-chan, against his own will, had sought her out. Did he desire her comfort? Coincidentally, she also needed the energy release from a high-grade beastman to earn task points from the system. Wanwan did not care why he had come. Since he was here, he could not leave. Sensing the female's responsiveness in his embrace, Sumo-chan's heart raced. and his previously restrained movements became audacious. Images of what he had witnessed in the lounge flooded his mind. How Chi-Mo-Bai had acted, what Wanwan preferred, what action she favored. These scenes had replayed countless times in his mind as he sat behind the lounge door, listening to the waves of sound. He mimicked Chi-Mo-Bai, gradually igniting her body into a fervent blaze, tightening his grip around her. 2 hours later, Wanwan nestled against Su Ma-chong. She quickly instructed the system to exchange her newly acquired points for a body-refining pill, discreetly swallowing it. The pill melted in her mouth, flowing through her limbs like a warm current, eliciting a soft moan of comfort from her. The sound stirred Su Ma-chong awake. The woman in his arms slept serenely, akin to the most resplendent peony, beautiful and sweet. The crimson hue in his eyes had faded, and his gaze, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, sparkled with depth and allure. Su Ma-chong had once believed that he could never develop feelings for any woman, nor would he ever have a mate. However, everything changed the moment he met Wanwan. His mating season began uncontrollably, and though he should have felt revulsion towards such matters, his mind involuntarily recalled everything about her. That delicate, heart-shaped face, the slender waist that could be grasped in one hand, the fair skin exposed to the elements, and those gently curling, long black locks, how delightful they would feel to the touch. And now, this longing had finally come to fruition. His fingers instinctively tangled in her cascading hair. Wanwan was oblivious to the unwavering gaze fixed upon her. At this moment, she had just consumed a body-refining pill, and after an energy release, felt an immense pleasure coursing through her body and mind. As she nestled comfortably in the man's embrace, preparing to catch some sleep, her movement stirred a man who had just experienced desire, igniting his passions anew. The fluttering in his heart began, and Su Ma-chong captured Wanwan's lips with his own. Since they had already crossed that line, what harm could a few more kisses do? The kisses transformed from gentle spring breezes to the clamor of summer storms. Wanwan quickly regained her senses, her eyes meeting Su Ma-chong's deep, enchanting gaze. She struggled to break free, only to find her hands firmly held above her head. Wanwan was taken aback, realizing that such a seemingly aloof and restrained individual could become so fervent after experiencing desire. How could this once naive boy transform into such a passionate wolf? Where had he learned such behavior? Suddenly, a remark from the system echoed in her mind, suggesting that Su Ma-chong had been following her since the banquet. What about her encounter with Chi-Mo-Bai in the lounge? Wanwan's eyes widened in realization. Noticing her distraction, Su Ma-chong's mesmerizing crimson eyes flicked to her, and he pressed his lips against hers with greater intensity. Su Ma-chong, are you a dog? Wanwan gasped, but her protest was swiftly swallowed by his fervor. In her ears, his cool voice, laced with intoxicating desire, urged her to focus. 2 hours later, Wanwan emerged from the silk covers, her body aching, only to find Su Ma-chong, fully dressed, observing her. "What are you doing?" she inquired. This man, who had just exhibited such wildness, looked quite dashing in his attire. No matter how many times she gazed at him, she felt a sense of awe. With such thoughts, Wanwan felt no regret. "I'll carry you to wash up," Su Ma-chong said, his lips pressed together. "You wouldn't want to meet Chi-Mo-Bai like this, would you?" The mention of Chi-Mo-Bai sent Wanwan springing from the bed. Quickly, he is coming back. Seeing her urgency, Su Ma-chong's heart stirred, and he swept her into his arms. "Are you so afraid of him?" "Not afraid. I don't want to hurt his feelings," Wanwan replied, biting her lip. That man, whose heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of her, she would never harm unless absolutely necessary. Su Ma-chong tightened his embrace around Wanwan and placed a kiss on her forehead. Every male beastman knew from birth that their wives could not have only one husband. They would understand. Yet, if her deeply cherished husband were to take multiple wives, how could she not feel sorrow? But this was her survival rule, unchangeable. When Wanwan finished her morning routine and stepped into the living room, she immediately spotted Chi-Mo-Bai seated in the middle. His silhouette was solitary, emanating an air of despondency, and it was unclear how long he had been sitting there, as the sofa had sunk beneath him. "Amo?" Wanwan's voice broke the silence, prompting Chi-Mo-Bai to slowly turn his head. His gaze swept past Su Ma-chong and landed on Wanwan's face. The once lonely and sorrowful expression vanished, replaced by a gentle, affectionate smile. "Wanwan." He opened his arms, embracing his rushing little wife, burying his face in her neck and inhaling her unique scent. "Amo, it's getting late. You must be hungry. I had the robotic chef prepare some food," Wanwan explained, but was interrupted by Chi-Mo-Bai. who gently pulled her to the dining table. He did not question why Su Machang was there, nor did he inquire about what Yuanshan had experienced. As usual, he summoned the robot to serve dinner, meticulously peeling shrimp for her and bringing chilled crystal fruits, caring for her with unwavering tenderness. Su Machang cast a glance at Chi Mabai, who deliberately ignored him, and sat down directly across from them. After the meal, Chi Mabai escorted Yuanshan back to her room. "Host, will they come to blows?" Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Yuanshan observed the two men confronting each other in the yard, and a flicker of worry crossed her mind. What if they really did fight? Chapter 25. Obsessive-compulsive disorder and cleanliness. The sparse starlight illuminated their handsome profiles. Su Machang broke the silence first. "I will submit a matching application to the Imperial Matching System. From now on, I will love her and protect her as you do." His voice was as cool as the moonlight.
Kimobai scoffed.
"I never imagined the future heir of the Empire, with infinite potential, would one day submit a matching application to the Imperial Matching System." Su Machang's disdain for women had reached a pathological level. If he hadn't heard it from Su Machang himself, no one would have believed it.
Kimobai.
"Don't you think it's pointless to say such things now?" Su Machang shot him a glance. "You should have known by now that she cannot belong to you alone." Chi Mabai fell silent. Yes, he should have known. His Wanshan was so wonderful. How could there be only one man coveting her? "Since Wanshan has chosen you, I will not hinder it," Chi Mabai exhaled softly. "By the way, you should be aware of the secrets regarding her body, right?" Su Machang pressed his lips together. His strength had increased. Originally at the beginner SSS level, it had now risen to intermediate SSS since being with Yuanshan. Moreover, he had a feeling that as long as he was with her, reaching advanced SSS was not impossible. This upended the Empire's traditional progression that had persisted for millennia. It had never been heard that male beastmen could advance through the comfort of females. If this news reached the Empress, it could spell her doom. Chi Mabai lowered his voice. "You know what to do." Su Machang reached out, gently stroking the silver butterfly mark on his shoulder. It was the symbol of becoming Yuanshan's beast husband, as well as the shackles that bound all actions and words of a beast husband. As long as the mark endured, any harm he inflicted upon Yuanshan would result in backlash. At best, he would lose all power and become a useless being. At worst, he would face death. This was also why Chi Mabai dared to openly discuss this matter with him. "Rest assured, I understand," Su Machang replied, pausing before continuing. "Chi Mabai, currently, due to a lack of adequate comfort, the number of SSS male beastmen has drastically diminished, leading them to become savage beasts. Even if news of her ability to help male beastmen advance doesn't leak, just her ability to comfort SSS male beastmen will likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives." Chi Mabai was well aware of this. "I will publicly claim that it is due to the ancestral bloodline of the 9 nether mystic ice dual-winged white lion that I have passed the frenzy period." Su Machang ceased speaking, realizing this was perhaps the best course of action for now, a temporary concealment. "Your energy guidance for her in these past few days has been excellent. I will stay in the military for a few days." With that statement, Su Machang understood. Chi Mabai had accepted his presence. In fact, when Chi Mabai returned at noon and heard sounds coming from the room, he did not intervene immediately. He had already tacitly acknowledged the outcome. Yuanshan hid behind the curtains, eavesdropping, relieved that the anticipated confrontation had not occurred. "System. Can you find out what they were discussing?" she asked, curious. "Of course, if the host wishes to listen, I can comply." The system chuckled, revealing that it had the authority to monitor her beast husbands. Soon, their conversation became crystal clear in her mind. So, they both knew. Yuanshan blinked, realizing she had thought she was concealing it quite well. Amidst her reflections, she felt a warm sensation in her heart. In recent days, she has indeed found herself in need of Su Machang's guidance, as it would allow the energy within her to recover swiftly to a controllable level. Her AMO, so tenderly attentive, evokes a sense of heartache. Su Machang departed to gather his belongings. Under the dim starlight, Chi Mabai's handsome features were tinged with a hint of hostility. After a moment of silence, Chi Mabai dialed a communication number. A few succinct whispers conveyed his intent, and the recipient on the other end understood perfectly. "Yes, leave this matter to me." After ending the call, Chi Mabai returned to the room. Under the warm glow of the lamp, a small figure perched on the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, resting her chin on her hands, her head bobbing slowly. Despite being utterly exhausted, she stubbornly chose to wait. A warmth surged in Chi Mabai's heart as he quietly approached, enveloping her head in his embrace against his chest. He then gently lifted Yu Wanwan's legs, carefully carrying her to bed. Yu Wanwan remained asleep, inhaling the familiar scent, instinctively wrapping her arms around him and finding a comfortable position to drift back into slumber. A hint of indulgent affection graced Chi Mabai's lips as he placed a tender kiss on her forehead, holding her close, surrendering to a night of peaceful rest. The following morning, upon awakening, Yu Wanwan discovered that Chi Mabai had already vanished. Suspecting he had gone to the military, she sighed and rolled about in bed with the blanket. Suddenly, the door creaked open and Su Machang entered, impeccably attired in a crisp white shirt paired with tailored trousers, exuding an air of poise. "You're awake?" he inquired. Yu Wanwan nodded, observing as he set down his belongings and naturally extended his hand toward her. "What are you doing?" she questioned, feeling a tinge of bashfulness despite their previous closeness. It dawned on her that his earlier disdainful glances had made her instinctively resistant. "I'll carry you to wash up." Su Machang's voice remained as melodious as ever, his gaze upon Yu Wanwan calm and restrained, devoid of the initial coldness and resistance. "I can manage myself," she protested, clutching her blanket tightly, a look of reluctance etched upon her face. A fleeting shadow of silence crossed Su Machang's eyes. "Very well," he acquiesced, turning to exit and leaving the room to her. Yu Wanwan exhaled in relief, flinging off the covers and rising to change her clothes. Once she had tidied up and stepped outside, she found a meticulously prepared traditional breakfast awaiting her on the table, wontons and buns that she had crafted with Chi Mabai. This was specially prepared under Chi Mabai's instructions. "I know you enjoy these in the morning," Su Machang explained, noticing her gaze fixed on the breakfast spread. "Where is Amo?" Although she already knew the answer, she felt compelled to ask. "He has matters to attend to at the military and will be away for a few days. I shall be taking care of you during this time," Su Machang replied, his tone still calm and unhurried, as he blew on a spoonful of wontons before feeding her. Yu Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard as she gazed at his strikingly handsome face, marveling at the sheer impact of his features. Up close, his skin was flawless, with not a single blemish in sight. A man like him, miraculously devoid of any feminine traits, radiated an ethereal nobility. Everything he did mirrored his persona, meticulous, pristine, and methodical. The chopsticks lay perfectly aligned on the table, the dishes symmetrically arranged along the central axis, indicating not just a penchant for cleanliness, but perhaps also a hint of obsessive-compulsiveness. As the spoon approached her lips, Yu Wanwan glanced at him and did not reject his attentive service. According to the customs of this world, a beastly husband serving his wife is instinctual, and accepting such care signifies the wife's acknowledgement and affection for her husband. Yu Wanwan felt a twinge of moral decline, reflecting that the old version of herself would never have acted this way. "Host, when in Rome, do as the Romans do," the system interjected, sensing her shifting mindset. Yu Wanwan nodded in agreement, feeling thoroughly acclimated. After consuming a bowl of wontons, warmth enveloped her, leaving her utterly content. Just then, a video call from Chi Yen came through. Glancing at Su Machang, who was tidying up with a cleaning robot, she answered the call. "Wanwan, are you alright, sister?" "I'm fine," Yu Wanwan replied, shaking her head. Chi Yan's expression was one of concern as she scrutinized Yu Wanwan from head to toe. Though she had seen Chi Mabai restored to his normal state and received his reassurances that Yu Wanwan was well, she could not shake her worries. Finally, seeing Yu Wanwan in good spirits, she sighed in relief. "I'm glad to hear that. Apologies, Wanwan. I had no idea May Dicey would cause such trouble at your wedding banquet. Had I known, I would never have allowed her to appear and disrupt your celebration." Yu Wanwan furrowed her brow. "Was it May Dicey who drugged Amo?" "Yes," she confirmed. Yu Wanwan had suspected May Dicey's involvement when she witnessed her being thrown out by Chi Mabai. However, hearing Chi Yan's affirmative response sparked a flicker of hostility in her expression. "Rest assured, Mabai has already submitted the evidence regarding this matter. The imperial law will punish her." Noticing Yu Wanwan's troubled demeanor, Chi Yan hastily reassured her. Yu Wanwan chose not to respond. The imperial law was notoriously lenient towards women, especially those with high-level psychic abilities. It practically encouraged high-ranking female psychics to have multiple high-ranking beast husbands to produce more gifted offspring for the empire. Here, a woman's act of drugging a male beastman to bend him to her will would not incur severe repercussions. Chi Yan's words were merely to comfort her. Nonetheless, Yu Wanwan did not refute, offering a smile and a nod, recognizing the goodwill behind her sentiment. "I'm relieved to see you're well. Come visit me when you have the chance." Chi Yan exchanged a few more pleasantries before bidding farewell to Yu Wanwan. After ending the communication, Wanwan sent a message to Chi Maobai, inquiring after him. Completing her tasks, she exited the star network, only to find herself locked in a gaze with Su Machang's intense stare. "Don't you have work today?" she asked, momentarily taken aback. "I took a leave of absence," he replied, adjusting his collar, a button of his pristine shirt coming undone to reveal his fair collarbone. The sight of his face paired with such an action was irresistibly tempting. Wanwan swallowed hard, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety as she met Su Machang's slightly reddened eyes. "What are you planning to do?" Chi Maobai mentioned that in the next couple of days, "My energy guidance would be most beneficial for you," he stated, and then from across the room, he gracefully approached, his body bending as he drew nearer. Wanwan was compelled to tilt her head back to meet his cool, handsome face, her heart racing with surprise. Surely, he couldn't mean what she feared? Su Machang wasn't he that kind of person, was he? It was still early morning, and the sun blazed outside. Before she could fully process her shock, Su Machang's actions spoke volumes. With a firm grip on the back of her head, his cool lips descended upon hers, tasting the sweetness lingering at the corners of her mouth like a gentle rain after a clear sky. For hours later, Wanwan lay languidly upon the soft silk blanket, resembling a little kitten bereft of all strength, yearning only for a quiet and warm embrace. The morning's embarrassment had completely dissipated. She allowed him to carry her unclothed into the bathroom, where he meticulously attended to her grooming. She had never imagined that this Su Machang could possess such a side. His outward appearance was deceptively innocent, leading her to believe he was utterly serious. Alas, the memories ignited a blush upon her cheeks. One could only wonder where he had learned such an array of techniques. They say that foxes are naturally alluring and possess an inherent sensuality. Indeed, it proved true. As a high-level beastman of the red fox breed, suppressed for so many years, his true nature had been magnified to an extraordinary extent. The pheromones emanating from Wanwan were akin to an intoxicating poison, irresistibly alluring. He appeared to have wholly embraced the notion of having a wife. Seizing every opportunity with Wanwan at his disposal, he indulged without reservation. Within his crimson gaze lay the boundless cunning of a red fox. Though Wanwan had initially intended to resist, she found herself ensnared by his eyes, drawn in once more. In the end, the man wore a look of utter satisfaction, while she was left languid and devoid of strength. In the depths of the palace at midnight, Su Weina sat regally in her elevated position, perusing the confidential missive delivered by the shadowy sentinels. A squirrel beastman? An uncharted territory? No mental energy confirmed? Su Weina murmured the words, a sudden laugh escaping her lips. How could an ordinary woman, devoid of mental energy, manage to pacify a frenzied male beastman? Moreover, according to reports, Chi Maobai emerged from his frenzy unscathed. "Doran, what is your perspective?" she inquired, casting a sidelong glance toward the shadowy figure behind her. The previously unremarkable shadow morphed into an enigmatic silhouette, cloaked beneath a lengthy mantle, obscuring its true form. In response, the shadow bowed slightly, its voice resonating with a mechanical quality. "Quite peculiar, indeed." "Indeed, it is rather strange, especially coming from you," Su Weina replied, leaning back against her plush cushion, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. The sudden emergence of that woman likely harbored some secrets. Although Chi Maobai had reported that his ancestral bloodline of the nine-nether Xianbing double-winged white lion had enabled him to navigate his frenzy, who could ascertain its veracity? The ancestral bloodline of the nine-nether Xianbing double-winged white lion was said to possess extraordinary power, yet such claims remained within the realm of legend. Historically, only one ancestor of the white lion had achieved a bloodline purity exceeding 95, regaining sanity during a bout of madness. The odds were nearly non-existent. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered from outside. The shadow named Doran glanced toward the entrance before silently retreating into the darkness. Upon another glance, the shadow appeared to have returned to normal, as if the figure that had just materialized was merely an illusion. "Your Highness, new information has arrived," the servant announced, kneeling to present the missive. Su Weina raised an eyebrow, extending her hand to accept the document. As she unfolded it, her brow furrowed in surprise. The Empire's chief physician, Su Machang, has submitted a matching application? Moreover, the name submitted for matching was one she had just perused, Wanwan. Recalling Su Machang's visage, her gaze sharpened, confirming the accuracy of the information. This is indeed no mistake. A smile broke across Su Weina's face. Su Machang was a prodigious physician meticulously nurtured by the Empress, and she had anticipated that he would be claimed directly. To her astonishment, a mere ordinary individual devoid of mental energy, had seized the opportunity. Su Weina's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Although she was the empire's grand princess and the nominal first heir to the throne, the empress harbored deeper apprehensions toward her. While elevating her status, she simultaneously sought to keep her in check. The research institute was a stronghold firmly under the empress's control, and Su Machang was a figure upon whom she had pinned great hopes, having been privy to the empire's medical research secrets for quite some time. According to the empress's previous inclinations, a female beastman with an SSS mental energy rating would typically be integrated into the harem, kept close at hand, especially in the presence of such a significant male beastman. Yet now, such an individual had opted to apply for a match with a wife. And an ordinary woman at that. How intriguing! However, such a windfall was not to be easily obtained. A bewitching smile graced Su Weina's lips, laced with venom. In the Ming Emperor's hall, the empress glared darkly at the news presented by her subordinates. The empire's chief physician, Su Machang, had applied for a match with his fiancée, Wanwan, and this was the same Wanwan from whom she had recently processed a matching application for Chi Maobai. While Chi Maobai could be overlooked, given the vast number of high-tier beastmen of the aggressive type, a few slipping from her grasp was somewhat acceptable. Su Machang, as the foremost disciple of the empire's premier research institute, had been afforded absolute priority in resources and privileges. He was an asset that must be retained. The empress was aware that Su Machang harbored a strong aversion to female beastmen and had refrained from forcing his hand in the past. She had intended to wait until the energy surges of the SSS beastman were uncontrollable, at which point she could easily intervene and subdue him. Yet, before she could act, this Wanwan had outmaneuvered her. Talented medical researchers like Su Machang were a rare find. How could such a person not be kept under her thumb? Without hesitation, Alia swiftly struck Su Machang's name from the list. If Wanwan desired a beast husband, the empire's matching system could easily arrange several options for her. As for Su Machang, he was not to be given up. With a decisive stroke, the empress dispatched her missive to the Information Matching Center. She had expected to intercept one matching application, as the Empire system would not refuse her. However, when the application marked with a red cross returned to her, disbelief washed over her. The matching system had rejected it? What was going on? Your Majesty, the matching system has entered a dormant state. It is currently operating autonomously. The application for the match between Saint Su and Wanwan complies with the regulations and has been automatically approved by the system, a subordinate reported, nervously wiping the sweat from his brow under the piercing gaze of the Empress. The Empress's expression darkened instantly. The Empire's matching system was a sophisticated technology bequeathed by the founding emperor. From her earliest memories, it had always superseded royal authority in certain aspects. Moreover, it was said to hold the nation's lifeblood. As long as it existed, so too would the nation endure. The late emperor had cautioned her to treat the matching system with respect. Yet, as time wore on, she increasingly sensed that the system was not merely a tool. It seemed to operate beyond her command in certain regards. At times, she genuinely questioned whether the nation truly required such a matching system. Would it collapse without it? The thought ignited a chilling resolve within her. Perhaps it was time to set her plans into motion. Summon Zhao Peiyuan to me. Upon the Empress's command, the director of the Research Institute, Zhao Peiyuan, was brought into the palace. In the dimly lit hall, the Empress's countenance was as grim as winter's frost. Trembling with trepidation, Zhao Peiyuan knelt, offering his obeisance. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhao Peiyuan, are you aware that Su Machang has acquired a fiancé? The Empress wasted no time, plunging directly into the matter. The revelation caused Zhao Peiyuan to shudder involuntarily, collapsing to the ground. Your Majesty, forgive me. Forgive you? For what crime do you believe you are guilty? The Empress scoffed coldly, descending the stone steps with a measured gait. Under the Empress's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Peiyuan's body quaked, his complexion paling. He understood that Su Machang was a favored candidate of the Empress. It was only a matter of time before the day arrived when Su Machang's energy would surge uncontrollably, at which point the most loyal shadow guards would escort him to the Empress's chambers, laying him at her feet for her to personally soothe. These were truths unknown to Su Machang, but Zhao Peiyuan, the one who had championed him, was acutely aware. And now Su Machang had, behind the Empress's back, sought a match with the Empire's matching system. Chapter 27. An audience in the palace. Zhao Peiyuan could hardly fathom how someone so cold, fastidious, and averse to women as Su Machang would suddenly acquire a fiancé. However, This turn of events disrupted the Empress's plans and likely jeopardized his own future. Your Majesty, forgive me. It is my failure to manage those under my command,
he implored.
Of course, it is your fault, the Empress retorted with a cold snort, her voice tinged with ire. When I appointed you as the director of the Research Institute, it was because I valued your awareness of the times. Yet, you cannot even handle such a trivial matter? What use do you serve? Zhao Peiyuan was drenched in cold sweat, kneeling on the ground in silence. The Empress, having vented her frustration, felt a slight alleviation of her pent-up emotions. For now, let this matter be noted. Should you falter in your duties again, the position of director of the Research Institute shall be reconsidered. Zhao Peiyuan repeatedly acknowledged her words, harboring some discontent towards Su Machang. Why was he not informed in advance about such a crucial matter as the matching of a consort? Enough, rise. The Empress, after her reprimand, softened her tone a bit. I recall that your institute has another young prodigy, often mentioned alongside Su Machang, known as Yuan Bai. Yes, he is indeed a remarkably gifted individual. His research on the SSS male beastman's energy surges, nearly rivaling that of Su Machang. Zhao Peiyuan hastily elaborated on Yuan Bai's credentials to the Empress, even activating his wrist communicator to show her his photograph. He is quite handsome, the Empress nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. His strength may only reach SS, which is somewhat lacking, yet his youth promises boundless potential for the future. Zhao Peiyuan echoed her sentiments, just as the Empress's voice floated back to him as she turned to leave. This night, let the shadows bring him to my chambers. Zhao Peiyuan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, yet he promptly bowed in compliance, yes. As he departed the palace, Zhao Peiyuan felt a heavy weight in his steps. Although he had anticipated this day would come, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. The Empress, spurred by Su Machang's influence, seemed eager to seize the young talents of the Research Institute, with Yuan Bai being the first in line. Female psychics have two methods of comforting males. One is the external projection of psychic energy, and the other is the deeper comfort derived from intimate union. The former, naturally, lacks the efficacy of the latter, which is why many male beastmen take pride in finding high-level psychic females. However, the prerequisite is that the age difference should not be too significant. The Empress, now in her 60s, though she appears to have been rejuvenated by various elixirs to look in her 40s, her age remains apparent. After all, she is not a young girl of 20. Zhao Peiyuan sighed softly. Once, he had worried for Su Machang, who had caught the Empress's attention, and now he felt a pang of regret for Yuan Bai. He had nurtured him personally. Who could say there were no feelings involved? Yet, she is the Empress, and none can refuse her. Had it not been for Su Machang already having undergone female comfort, upon the Empress's command, he too would have been obliged to be carried into the palace by the shadows. Upon returning to the Research Institute, Zhao Peiyuan conveyed two edicts from the Empress. The first was the revocation of Su Machang's position as the chief responsible person for the research direction concerning SSS male beastman's energy surges. The second was the promotion of Yuan Bai to that same position. Such a simple transfer of duties clearly indicated who was held in greater esteem.
Ha ha ha, Su Machang.
Whom have you offended? You have lost your position as the chief responsible individual? Yuan Bai, upon receiving his appointment letter, burst into joyous laughter and, noticing a fleeting moment of shock on Su Machang's face, could not help but revel in his misfortune. This is a direct decree from Her Majesty. From today onward, you, Su Machang, shall be under my command. Su Machang, with an impassive expression, accepted the dismissal notice and cast a glance at the exuberant Yuan Bai. Congratulations are in order. But sometimes, being too favored may not be a blessing. Su Machang was not foolish. Although neither the Empress nor Zhao Peiyuan had uttered anything overtly inappropriate, each time the Empress visited, her gaze upon him carried an ambiguous possessiveness, and subsequently, his status would rise. To assert that there was no connection would be implausible. However, the fact that he had a consort likely irritated the Empress, thus leading to this decree. Yuan Bai interpreted Su Machang's words as mere dissatisfaction over losing his position, dismissing them with a sneer. For years in the Research Institute, he had always been overshadowed by Su Machang. While the world recognized Su Machang as the chief saint, few knew of Yuan Bai. He believed himself not inferior to Su Machang in any regard. Whatever Su Machang could achieve, he could as well. He had always worked diligently, hoping his excellence would be acknowledged. At last, the opportunity had arrived, and it bore the Empress's personal endorsement. The era belonging to Yuan Bai had finally dawned. As night fell, a squad of shadow guards clad in black armor stood at the entrance of Wanwan's modest apartment. Each bore the unique emblem of the Empress's black crown on their wrists. "Is Her Majesty summoning me to the palace?" Wanwan pondered, perplexed by the timing of the summons. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for hesitation. He could not refuse the Empress's call. "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare myself." "No need. Her Majesty requests your immediate presence." The shadow guards blocked his path. Wanwan's confusion deepened, yet he complied and bowed. "Very well. Let us proceed. Since Her Majesty has affirmed his position as chief responsible person, she must regard him highly. Perhaps there is something of great importance that necessitates a late-night audience?" With dreams of the future in his heart, Wanwan followed them into the palace. However, he did not see the Empress immediately. Instead, he was escorted by palace attendants to a bathing area, where he was thoroughly cleansed, adorned in a sheer red garment, and led to a lavish chamber. This chamber was opulent, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, and every piece of decor exuded luxury. With guards stationed outside, the security was formidable. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Is this chamber the Empress's private quarters? Furthermore, his attire, a thin, translucent fabric, subtly revealed his well-built torso. Appearing far from modest, he had only seen young men dressed in such a manner in the seedy lounges of nightclubs. A vague suspicion began to form. The reason for the Empress's summons could not possibly be the speculation was confirmed the moment the Empress entered the chamber. The Empress, in her 60s yet well-preserved, retained an enchanting grace and alluring figure. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, she exuded an air of authority and nobility. Wanwan respectfully knelt in greeting, only to find the Empress stepping forward, taking his hand in hers. "My dear minister, you have worked hard. Let us bathe together and relax." Wanwan's body trembled, and he opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only allow the Empress to lead him, step by step, toward the bathing pool within her chambers. Chapter 28. The Imperial Music Academy. Wanwan was browsing the star net, akin to the internet on Blue Star, filled with updates on various intriguing events. Among them was a discussion regarding Chi Mabai's wife banquet frenzy. Some claimed he was fortunate, as his ancestral bloodline of the 9-nether Xian ice double-winged white lion allowed him to regain his sanity post-frenzy. Others argued he was utterly irrational for choosing a consort devoid of any psychic ability. If another frenzy were to strike, would he be so lucky again? Beneath the post about Chi Mabai's wife banquet, there was an official announcement regarding magnate. The evidence revealed that magnate had drugged the Imperial General Chi Mabai, intending to provide him with deep comfort, yet his resistance led to a frenzy, resulting in damages for which magnate would bear full responsibility, including a compensation of 10 million star coins for Chi Mabai's mental anguish. Furthermore, magnate was ordered to return to the Imperial Music Academy for further studies and was prohibited from leaving without permission. The announcement bore the Imperial seal, signifying that this outcome had been ratified by the Empire. Wanwan's eyes widened slightly. Chi Mabai, having nearly lost his life due to magnate's drugging, and now the instigator was allowed to pursue studies at the academy without consequence. Was this the privilege afforded to women in this empire? Wanwan felt a surge of indignation and immediately began searching for information about the Imperial Music Academy. Soon, descriptions of the academy appeared before her. This esteemed institution is dedicated to the structured instruction of female psychics, integrating their mental prowess with the art of music to soothe the male orc warriors. In the Empire, every woman, regardless of whether she has awakened her psychic abilities, is mandated to undergo over 3 years of advanced study here. They learn about the ferocious energies of the male orcs and the knowledge and techniques necessary for calming them. Despite the Empire's current tranquility, the desolate frontiers and outer realms are rife with numerous alien species and hostile races. Each year, these entities assail the Empire's borders, necessitating the deployment of soldiers to the front lines to defend the nation's territory. Soldiers on the battlefield, influenced by bloodshed and violence, are the most susceptible to surges in energy chaos and emotional breakdowns. While women may be physically weaker and less adept in combat, they possess an irreplaceable calming influence. The purpose of the academy is to teach these female psychics how to channel their mental energy through music, thereby stabilizing the logistics on the front lines. Only the Imperial Music Academy in the capital can bear the title of such an institution, yet beneath its aegis lie countless music academies scattered throughout the Empire, educating female psychics in every city. As Wanwan scrolled down the introduction, she spotted a circular emblem adorned with a rose. The emblem, a delicate shade of light blue, featured two tiny musical notes beside the rose, striking a familiar chord in her memory. Had she seen it somewhere before? Furrowing her brow, she rummaged through her private messages, ultimately discovering the emblem at the end of her correspondence. When her personal information was entered into the main system, her star network had erupted with numerous messages, most of which were advertisements for skincare products, vehicles, housing, and clothing brands. Others extended invitations to nightclubs and KTV bars. She had glanced at them dismissively and moved on, assuming that the message bearing the rose emblem was yet another advertisement. Upon closer inspection, however, it was indeed from the Imperial Music Academy, complete with an official certification insignia. A fleeting moment of confusion washed over her as she clicked on the message. Dear Ms. Wanwan of the Empire, greetings. The Imperial Information System has detected that you have not obtained certification from the Imperial Music Academy. Please enroll promptly to avoid any adverse effects on your personal credit and other affairs. Attached to the message was a policy document related to the Music Academy certification, detailing the annual basic allowance granted to women, as well as various discounts for medical services, travel, and leisure activities. It also outlined the privileges of priority access to public venues and the Empire's matchmaking system for high-quality male partners, along with the importance of personal credit. Without this credit certification, she would face numerous restrictions when purchasing even simple items, which would be exceedingly inconvenient. Wanwan suddenly recalled her earlier attempt to procure ingredients, but was thwarted by the Star Network's limitations, ultimately relying on Chi Mabai to make the purchase for her. This was likely the reason for her lack of personal credit. Just as she pondered this, a message from her friend, noted as the editor-in-chief of the Twin Stars, arrived. Miss Yu, I have detected that you lack personal credit. Have you not attended the Imperial Music Academy? Oh, I encountered a bit of a situation. I have indeed not studied at the academy. Is that a problem? She replied, remembering her S sign with twin stars, prompting her to inquire further. The response seemed to falter momentarily, as if her friend had not anticipated her reply, before coming back after a lengthy pause. Miss Yu, users without personal credit in the Empire cannot earn any income through the Star Network. Even previously earned funds may be subject to claims from third parties. The tone was as gentle as possible, yet the underlying message was clear. Wanwan had previously earned several million star coins through Twin Stars' music streaming feature, but due to her lack of personal credit, those funds were at risk of being confiscated. Wanwan felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Was the money in her account not truly hers? Sensing her distress, her friend quickly followed up with another message. Do not worry, Miss Yu. As long as you enroll in the Imperial Music Academy and become a student, your personal credit will be activated, and you will be able to access the funds in your account. Furthermore, you will be permitted to continue releasing new songs on virtual platforms without any restrictions. Enroll in school? For a brief moment, Wanwan was taken aback. After over a decade of education on Blue Star, she was expected to attend school again in this world? However, considering that this was a music academy, it was likely that the curriculum would pertain to her passion for music, alleviating her initial resistance. She genuinely adored music. I understand. I will handle it as soon as possible, Wanwan replied, contemplating for a moment before sending messages to Chi Mabai and Su Machang. Chi Mabai responded almost instantaneously. The Imperial Music Academy? Wanwan, do you wish to attend? Wanwan shared a screenshot of the private message with Chi Mabai, adding, It's not a matter of wanting to go. I simply don't want the star coins in my account to devolve into meaningless numbers.
Sad face.
Sitting in a military tent, Chi Mabai could almost visualize his little wife seated at a table, gazing at the frozen star coin balance in her wristband with a look of despair. A smile crept onto his lips. If you wish to go, then by all means do so. The academy has qualified instructors, and it will be quite safe. You will also have the opportunity to meet new friends. Wanwan, hailing from the desolate outer regions, knew scarcely anyone in the capital, and he was concerned she might feel isolated. Chapter 29. Enrollment. Wanwan. Just as Wanwan hesitated, the door creaked open, revealing Su Machang's return. Is there an urgent matter at the Research Institute? If you have something to attend to, feel free to go. You need not concern yourself with me. Wanwan felt quite considerate, proud of being a supportive and non-intrusive wife, encouraging her husband's endeavors. Su Machang hung up his coat and took Wanwan's hand, guiding her to the sofa. No, it's merely some personnel adjustments at the Institute. I will have more time to spend with you. He had seen her message while en route, but in anticipation of seeing her, he had refrained from responding. Wanwan nodded gently. I heard every woman is required to attend 3 years of schooling? Yes, the academy teaches women how to utilize their psychic abilities to soothe men, And each year there are quotas for those who need to serve at the front lines. Suma Chang was well informed about this and provided her with a detailed explanation. He narrowed his crimson eyes slightly and added, "If you wish to attend, it would be an excellent opportunity to experiment with integrating your psychic energy into music, which would be beneficial for your future service at the front. The Empire imposes mandatory soothing assignments on female orcs." He recalled Yu Wanshan's unique constitution. Her pheromones had a profoundly calming effect on male orcs, albeit requiring close contact. If Yu Wanshan could learn to channel her soothing powers through music, such intimacy would not be necessary, which he preferred, as he did not want his little wife to have physical interactions with other men. Yu Wanshan was astonished. There are mandatory soothing assignments? Then I absolutely must go. She exhaled deeply, slumping back into the sofa. While she loved music, the idea of added responsibilities was less than appealing. However, considering the numerous female orcs in the Empire who enjoyed privileges in their daily lives and partner choices, a few additional duties seemed rather trivial. Noticing her glum expression, Suma Chang's usually cool demeanor softened into a faint smile. "Last time, I saw you enjoyed this beverage. So, I brought you a cup." Yu Wanshan turned to see the drink Suma Chang produced, her eyes lighting up. Though the food in this world was subpar, the abundance of exotic plants had diversified flavors, and many could be transformed into delightful beverages, which Yu Wanshan relished. "Is this iceberry flower nectar? So sweet," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. The delicate petals of her lips glistened with floral nectar, quivering gently as Wanwan spoke. Suma Chang's gaze deepened, his voice unconsciously low and husky. "How sweet is it? Would you like to drink? Why not have a taste?" Wanwan offered him the drink in her hand. Yet Suma Chang did not accept it. "You take a sip."
Oh.
Obediently, Wanwan took a sip, but suddenly, her neck was captured by someone. Suma Chang pressed his lips against hers, gradually drawing the drink from her mouth. Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, attempting to utter something. But Suma Chang effortlessly sealed her lips once more. The kiss continued. Moments later, Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, her body succumbing to softness in his embrace. Meanwhile, Suma Chang's hands deftly unfastened the buttons of her garment, encircling her delicate waist. Wanwan's mind spiraled into chaos, thinking, "This guy is becoming increasingly skilled." Soon, her muddled thoughts were led astray by the man's actions, leaving only a sense of surrender. 2 hours later, Wanwan leaned against Suma Chang's strong, pale chest. Drowsy and dreamy, her fingers unconsciously tracing the well-defined muscles of his abdomen. So pleasant to the touch. In this world, nothing is more favorable to women than the transformation of orcs. As long as one isn't excessively lazy, their physique is undeniably admirable. Suma Chang's body, having just calmed down, reacted once more to her gentle caresses. His crimson eyes opened, and he leaned closer, whispering into Wanwan's ear, "Is it nice to touch?" Drowsily, she nodded, a silly smile creeping onto her lips, only to be abruptly kissed again. "Then touch to your heart's content." Suma Chang's cool voice, laced with urgency and fervor, sent a shiver down her spine. Startled awake, she sought to escape, but Suma Chang had already secured her waist. Damn, the effects of a potion. The drowsiness vanished, replaced by Suma Chang's relentless passion. His handsome face loomed close, causing Wanwan to feel an absurd sense of unreality. Was Suma Chang's previous aloof, disdainful demeanor merely a facade? How could he have transformed so completely? He was even more clingy than Chima Bai. Wanwan's fair skin quickly flushed a vibrant red, and the surplus energy within her gradually flowed towards Suma Chang, stabilizing in their exchange. Wanwan soon submitted her application for enrollment, which was swiftly approved. On the day of the new semester, Chima Bai returned from the military district. Wanwan, groggy from sleep, was startled to find not Suma Chang beside her, but
Chima Bai. A Montag?
"It's me." Chima Bai's face bore a gentle smile, his deep, icy blue eyes fixed upon her, filled with longing. Wanwan leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Chima Bai, unable to contain his yearning, buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent. After a while, he released her, saying, "All right, today marks your first day at the academy. I will accompany you and Suma Chang." Wanwan nodded, rubbing her cheek against his soft chest. "Then will you carry me to wash up? It would be my honor." Chima Bai gladly scooped up his little wife and carried her to the bathroom, gently cleaning her bit by bit. Wanwan simply relished the handsome man's effortless service. 15 minutes later, Wanwan was carried directly to the dining table. Su Machong presented golden-hued sweet rice dumplings, pan-fried buns, and fresh soy milk. She had attempted to make these before, but due to the mutation of ingredients, her attempts had failed. These were all items she had exchanged from the system, each requiring only a single point. It was a highly cost-effective trade. Feeling generous, Wanwan did not mind the few points spent and redeemed a considerable amount of food. Su Machong, though puzzled, adhered to the principles of their contract and voiced no objections. As long as Wanwan enjoyed it, that was sufficient. After breakfast, the three boarded the flying vehicle, heading toward the Imperial Music Academy. As they traversed through vibrant streets, the flying vehicle approached the outskirts, where the Academy's buildings emerged from the woods, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, grand and majestic. Its entrance towered dozens of meters high, the dark green bricks marred by time, exuding a profound sense of history. At the center of the entrance were 6 golden characters: Imperial Music Academy. Chapter 30. Any questions? At this moment, the entrance of the Imperial Music Academy was bustling with flying vehicles coming and going. Many were parents escorting their children, while others, like Wanwan, were arriving as new students. Due to the Empire's care for women, the Academy admitted new students every half-month, allowing Wanwan to enroll so swiftly. Upon arrival, they noticed a welcoming station for new students, where a faculty member was seated. The trio approached, and sensing the powerful aura of the male orcs, the male teacher, who had been taking notes, suddenly looked up to see Wanwan and her companions approaching. His gaze swept over Wanwan's face, devoid of any psychic energy fluctuations, and then widened in astonishment as he glanced at Chi Mabai and Su Machong behind her. It was known that he was an S-class orc, yet the pressure emitted by these 2 male orcs was strikingly formidable. Even SS-class individuals lacked such an overwhelming presence. Could it be that both of them were SSS-class male orcs? His gaze returned to Wanwan, scrutinizing her closely. After confirming multiple times that she was merely an ordinary woman without any psychic energy, he furrowed his brow. "Miss, are you here to enroll in the Imperial Music Academy?"
Yes.
Wanwan nodded, presenting her enrollment application on her wrist for the teacher to inspect. "Are they your orc husbands?" Upon seeing the partners listed for Wanwan, the teacher, Hai-Tu, was taken aback, his eyes darting back to her information for a thorough review. A woman devoid of psychic energy, yet with 2 SSS male orcs. Was he dreaming, or had the world turned fantastical? SSS male orcs were typically quite proud, absolutely unwilling to associate with a female whose psychic energy was 2 levels below their own. Moreover, this individual was entirely devoid of psychic energy. Yet here stood a woman with 2 SSS male orc husbands. Were SSS male orcs truly that undervalued? Did they seek out women without psychic energy? In an instant, Hai-Tu's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. Any questions? Chi Mabai frowned, having noticed the surprise and curiosity on Hai-Tu's face, along with his scrutiny of Wanwan. Was it not a bit too intrusive for the faculty member of the Imperial Music Academy? And no problem.
Chi Mabai's frown deepened.
And the pressure that came with his status intensified. Cold sweat beaded on Hai-Tu's forehead as he hastily waved his hands, deftly operating his wrist device. Soon, Wanwan received her welcome letter for enrollment. "Very well, esteemed lady, you are now a member of the Imperial Music Academy. You may follow the route prompts on your wrist to locate your classes and teachers. Additionally, the Academy prohibits orc husbands from entering, so I'm afraid you two will have to stop here." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hai-Tu awkwardly smiled at Chi Mabai and Su Machong. Regardless of their wife's characteristics, the aura of these two indicated that their status was certainly not ordinary. He dared not offend them. "Wanwan, you must take care of yourself at school, understand?" Chi Mabai, aware of the Academy's regulations, gently took her hand, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear as he cautioned her. Wanwan blinked, flashing a reassuring smile at Chi Mabai. "Don't worry, you know my strength, right? If I wished, it would only be a matter of me bullying others. No one would dare bully me. All right, my turn."
Su Machong pushed past Chi Mabai,
drawing Wanwan into his embrace. Before she could react, he lightly pressed a kiss upon her lips. Unlike their usual passionate kisses, this one was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, brief yet profound. Wanwan looked up, meeting Su Machong's reluctant gaze. "Wanwan, I will miss you." As she spoke, the arm wrapped around her slender waist involuntarily moved a couple of times, seemingly laden with a hidden implication. Wanwan recalled these past few days, during which she had been ensnared by this fox-like figure, hardly stepping outside for even a day. The door slamming, the embrace on the balcony. The sitting cough in the bath, there was no need to dwell on such thoughts. Raising her gaze, Wanwan caught a glimpse of Chi Mabai's desolate expression. That handsome face, resting against her lips, bore a melancholic look in his eyes. Clearly, he regretted not kissing her as Su Ma-chong had done moments before. How could Wanwan bear to see him in such sorrow? Under his astonished gaze, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently pulled him down to meet her lips. Remember to pick me up after school. With that kiss, Wanwan skipped away, leaving behind a playful silhouette. She really does consider your feelings, doesn't she? Su Ma-chong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the man who had just been kissed. His tone tinged with envy. Had he known it would unfold this way, he too would have sought a kiss from Wanwan. Chi Mabai, uninterested in his comment, turned to watch Wanwan enter the school before departing himself. Hai Tu, who had witnessed the entire scene, was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed these two high-ranking male beastmen held a considerable regard for that unarmed woman. This was certainly something he needed to jot down in the future. When encountering that woman, he ought to be threefold more courteous. Wanwan followed the guidance of her wristband to a carport, where the words rental vehicles were prominently displayed, leaving her momentarily perplexed. I believe I was supposed to find my classroom? Why has the wristband led me here? Inside the rental shop were brand new electric scooters, each equipped with a network screen for Star Network transactions. Host, I believe there is a purpose behind its guidance here. Why not rent one? Wanwan considered this and decided to rent an electric scooter. The scooter was modest in size, comparable to a bicycle from Blue Star. Its self-balancing system ensured that even if she didn't move, she wouldn't topple over, making it quite convenient. Soon, Wanwan understood why this rental shop existed. She rode the scooter for quite some time, yet the end of the path remained unseen. If she had to walk this distance, she would surely be exhausted. Just as she pondered, a sharp voice echoed from around the corner. You lowly commoner. It is a privilege for you that I have taken notice of you. Yet you dare to refuse? Beat him until he begs for mercy. As she rounded the corner, Wanwan beheld a group of 3 or 4 individuals mercilessly beating a solitary figure. Leading the charge was a woman clad in luxurious garments, arms crossed, coldly glaring at the boy on the ground who was protecting his head and trying to evade the blows. Hit him, strike him fiercely. Who do you think you are? How dare you show me disdain? You're nothing but a worthless experiment. Even if you die, no one will care. Just then, Wanwan halted her scooter, tilting her head to observe the scene. Upon noticing her, Xiao Weina's expression shifted, her fury redirecting towards Wanwan. What are you looking at? Do you wish to be beaten as well? Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Did you forget to take your medication before stepping out? What do you mean? Xiao Weina was momentarily taken aback. Wanwan flashed a smile, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. So, you bite whoever you catch? Just like my dog, De Huang?
Quite the illness you have. Da Huang.
Are you calling me a dog? And accusing me of being sick? Xiao Weina's eyes widened in fury as she grasped the insult. Are you seeking death? Wanwan casually dug at her ear, her expression one of disdain. It's quite noisy. Do you wish to fight? In truth, she was not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, having witnessed numerous instances of school bullying on Blue Star, she couldn't help but pause for a moment to observe. Little did she expect that her gaze would draw attention from the assailants. Naturally, she was unafraid of any trouble that might arise. With a nonchalant demeanor, she leaned casually against the handle of her scooter, one hand in her pocket. This relaxed posture only served to infuriate Xiao Weina further. You lot, go beat her. Xiao Weina commanded, halting the actions of her henchmen as she pointed at Wanwan. Perhaps it was Wanwan's striking beauty that irritated her. From the very first glance, she had taken an instant disliking to Wanwan. Moreover, the latter showed her no respect at all, which was akin to courting death. Several male beastmen advanced towards Wanwan, their eyes briefly flickering with astonishment at her beauty. However, being in the presence of a noble lady, they were accustomed to receiving suppressants and financial rewards. They certainly would not risk offending a noblewoman for the sake of a stranger. Wanwan remained unfazed by their approach, her gaze drifting towards the boy at the center of the commotion. He was rather delicate-looking, with tousled hair that barely concealed his deep, golden-green eyes. His features were exquisitely defined, with thin lips and a prominent nose, his face reflecting a fragile beauty. Clad in an old, dark gray long coat paired with gray trousers, his attire was simple, yet could not conceal his innate grace. From a distance, Wanwan had already heard the heavy thuds as the male beastmen struck him, yet he gritted his teeth in silence, refusing to plead for mercy. Now liberated, he staggered to his feet, leaning against a nearby tree as he coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His handsome face bore a haunting beauty. Perhaps Wanwan's gaze was too bold, for Chi Ren's expression shifted to one of surprise as he looked up at her. Upon seeing Wanwan's beautiful face, he paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment before he averted his gaze. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful these noble ladies were, their hearts were all the same, haughty and tyrannical. They treated commoners with utter disdain, devoid of humanity. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Hurry, strike her! Xiao Weina urged from the sidelines, prompting the male beastmen to attack Wanwan. With a raised brow, Wanwan seized the wrist of the first assailant, pulling and twisting with force. Crack!
Ah!
The man hurled backward, his arm dangling at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. His shriek echoed through the air, leaving everyone present, including the boy, in shock. The recently assailed male beastman was of C-rank strength, yet he had been so easily subdued. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. Was this truly a delicate and feeble female beastman? Surely, she was not some sort of monster. How could she possess such strength? To break a male beastman's arm with her bare hands? Does anyone else wish to try? In the midst of stunned gazes, Wanwan clapped her hands nonchalantly. The remaining assailants were left speechless, deterred from making any further advances. They were merely a group of lower-tier energy manipulators, their abilities insufficient for the task at hand. They had been brought in to serve as experimental subjects for the female psychics, practicing their calming abilities, but they had never anticipated becoming disabled. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, noting that no one dared approach her further. Disinterested in the spineless bullies, she turned her attention to the instigator, Xiao Weina. Why you? Don't come any closer. As Wanwan's gaze fell upon her, Xiao Weina trembled, retreating 2 steps. I am a highly esteemed B-rank psychic of the Empire. Should you dare to harm me, the Empire's laws will not spare you. Wanwan regarded her with a bemused smile. Oh, wasn't it you who ordered them to attack me just moments ago? I didn't know you were this strong. Xiao Weina stammered, her voice shaky as she eyed Wanwan warily. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will immediately report you to the school's security team. With trepidation in her heart, Xiao Weina felt emboldened by the knowledge that they were within the academy grounds. Each female student was equipped with a wristband linked to the academy's security team. If any female student found herself in danger, she could activate the alarm, and the security team would be notified and dispatched promptly. She was certain that she would be safe. Observing her cowardice, Wanwan scoffed lightly, not hurrying to take action but rather extending a finger to shake it in a dismissive manner. 1,000,000 star coins, and you can leave here intact today. Otherwise, I shall sever an arm from each of you, particularly you. Wanwan cast a deliberate glance at Xiao Weina, her tone chilling. Xiao Weina's expression shifted. Why you dare? I am of the Xiao family. And what of that? Your delicate arms would be far easier to sever than those of others, Wanwan replied with a wicked smile, pointing at Xiao Weina's right arm. Xiao Weina's face paled in fear as she retreated, clutching her arm in panic. She had no desire to become disabled. Under Wanwan's gaze, which bore a semblance of amusement, Xiao Weina hesitated momentarily before tremblingly activating her wristband. I'll give it to you. Just let me go. A wise man does not suffer losses in the present. Even if the guards were to arrive after an alarm, it would take them a while. What if she truly severed her arm? It was merely 1,000,000 star coins. At worst, she would need to save a few months of pocket money. Wanwan nodded, accepting the transfer on her wristband. Once the payment was made, Xiao Weina dared not linger and hurriedly departed with her companions. The alley fell silent. Wanwan approached the silent youth, activating her wristband. Seemingly unprepared for her to engage him in conversation, he froze momentarily. His azure golden eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, bright and clear. Wanwan's eyes lit up. This young man was undeniably handsome. No wonder he had caught someone's attention and was sought after. She transferred the recently acquired 1,000,000 star coins to him, considering it compensation for his medical expenses. The reason she refrained from giving him the money in front of the others was to avoid any subsequent trouble from them. Why you are from class 3? The youth's voice was as pure and melodious as his appearance. Following his gaze, Wanwan glanced down at her wristband, which indeed indicated her as a member of class 3. Yes, you are also from class 3? Wanwan noted the information on his wristband as well. The difference lay in the prefix. Hers indicated student, while his was marked as trial user. Families in dire circumstances often sent their orc children, who had reached a breaking point, to the academy. This allowed female students to practice their soothing abilities in exchange for meager compensation. And these individuals were referred to as trial users. They were not recognized as official students of the academy, lacking the privileges accorded to students, and even devoid of basic human rights. Just like moments ago, he had been beaten to near death by a noble young lady. Yet, no one sought retribution against her. Instead, he risked losing his position for offending her. I am a trial user. Under Yu Wanshan's captivating gaze, Qi-Ren felt a surge of anxiety, his fingers clutching the hem of his clothing turning white. Chapter 32. Hold me tight system. Provide me with an internal injury remedy. Yu Wanshan summoned the system, exchanging 1,000 points for a healing pill. Though it pained her somewhat, facing the clarity of those eyes made it worthwhile. Open your mouth. Fearing he might refuse, she commanded directly. Qi-Ren was momentarily taken aback. When Xiao Weina ordered him, he had shown no response. But at Yu Wanshan's request, he found himself inexplicably obeying and opened his mouth. The cool touch of her hand brushed against his lips, sending an unusual shiver through his body. His ears flushed crimson. Was she truly feeding him? A dissolvable pill was placed in his mouth, and before he could utter a word, it melted, releasing a pure medicinal energy that coursed through his limbs. Qi-Ren felt an immediate lightness in his previously injured body. Was this a spirit medicine? He had heard of miraculous effects from such remedies that one would feel an instant impact upon consumption. They were strangers, yet she offered him such a gift? Qi-Ren was momentarily dazed, only to see Yu Wanshan already at her small electric bike, patting the back seat. Get on, I'll take you. According to the academy's schedule, class time was fast approaching. The academy enforced strict attendance for students, with even harsher consequences for trial users. Yu Wanshan felt herself to be a good person, and so she resolved to carry out her kindness to the end by offering him a ride. The girl's smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle sun of spring. Her delicate, charming face exuded an approachable familiarity, devoid of any disdain. Qi-Ren's previously quiet heart suddenly raced. Yet, as if recalling something, his beautiful azure golden eyes quickly fell to the ground. It seemed that merely gazing at her face was a form of sacrilege. I am a trial user. He clenched his fist, softly repeating his identity. How could someone like him deserve such gentle treatment from a female student? I know, but you are also from class 3, right? We are in the same class. It's on the way. Yu Wanshan, puzzled by his pretentiousness, pulled his arm and pressed him onto the seat. Hold me tight. Noticing his disheveled state and recalling his severe injuries, she placed his hands on her waist to ensure he was secure. Qi-Ren's hands trembled in disbelief as he looked up, only to see the back of Yu Wanshan's head. She had already mounted the electric bike and was speeding away with him. Qi-Ren stared at his own hands in disbelief. The warmth of her slender waist felt scalding, as if it would burn him. The unique scent of femininity wafted in the wind, rich with alluring pheromones, a fragrance he had never encountered before. His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Stealing a glance at Yu Wanshan, he noticed she was oblivious to his gaze. And he cautiously opened his mouth to savor this intoxicating aroma. A wave of warmth spread through his body, more comforting than the spirit medicine he had just ingested. Even the aftereffects of the energy surge from the failed attempts at soothing by several novice female orc students the previous day felt alleviated. Unable to resist, he leaned in slightly closer, his expression a mix of intoxication and greedy enjoyment of this unique solace. Suddenly, the bike hit a stone, and Yu Wanshan quickly adjusted the handlebars, gripping the brakes. Caught off guard, Qi-Ren leaned forward, instinctively tightening his grip, enveloping Yu Wanshan in an embrace. His chin bumped against the top of her head, and the overwhelming scent of her pheromones enveloped him entirely. It was akin to a prisoner who had abstained from meat for decades suddenly catching the scent of a sumptuous feast. For a moment, he was incredulous, yet nervous and at a loss, ultimately reluctant to release her, wanting to savor this moment for just a little longer. Yu Wanshan halted the vehicle, sensing something amiss behind her, and turned with a hint of concern. Are you all right? Why are you holding me so tightly? Did you hit your injury? His mind momentarily blanked. Qi-Ren reflexively released her, unsure of what to explain. Was it his impure thoughts that made him yearn for that brief embrace? Was he shameless? Was he being excessive? Yet, Yu Wanshan seemed unfazed, instead speaking softly. Your injuries are serious. If you can't sit steadily, it's all right to hold on to me. Just don't fall off. See, can I? Qi-Ren's eyes brightened, his azure golden irises sparkling like they had been washed by snow melt. Of course. Wanwan nodded, awkwardly adding, ahem. I haven't ridden this bike in a long time. My skills aren't very good. Had she not hit a stone earlier, he would not have bumped against his injury. Ren swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Wanwan's petite figure, cautiously placing his hands once more on her waist. Seeing that she did not reject him, he subtly advanced his hands slightly, gently resting them against her back, as if enveloping her entirely in his embrace. The rich scent of her pheromones once again washed over him, causing him to tremble slightly and instinctively tighten his grip. The embrace from behind was somewhat constricting, making Wanwan shift uncomfortably. However, the thought of his injury lingered in her mind. If she did not hold him tightly enough, what if he faltered and fell? Never mind, it wasn't far now. She could endure a little longer. Wanwan tilted her head up, and the outline of the teaching building was already faintly visible ahead. The small path through the academy, quiet in the early morning, was occasionally traversed by students riding on electric scooters, as the use of flying vehicles was prohibited. Yet, among them, Wanwan was the sole exception, carrying a male beastman. In the Empire's academy, only female students were afforded respect and protection. No female student would dare share a vehicle with a male beastman of the lower class, let alone personally transport one. Thus, the stares she garnered were quite pronounced. Wanwan, what brings you here? A familiar voice called out, as Wanwan had just parked her scooter in the designated area before the teaching building. She turned upon hearing the voice, only to recognize a familiar face.
Medici?
Wanwan raised an eyebrow, recalling the Empire's announcement regarding her. She had been penalized and sent to the music academy for further training, forbidden from leaving. What a twist of fate, indeed. Isn't the Imperial Music Academy open to all female beastmen? Why can't I be here? You lack any spiritual power. You simply do not deserve to be here. Upon seeing Wanwan, Medici was reminded of the loss of Chi Mabai and the subsequent punishment imposed by the Empire. Although those penalties held little significance for her, word had spread in their circle about her failed attempt to drug Chi Mabai, leaving her the subject of ridicule. How many whispered behind her back, mocking her. All of this was instigated by Wanwan. The Empire has no objections, and I, the aggrieved party, have none either. Who do you think you are to seek attention here? Wanwan chuckled. If life at the academy ever proved dull, having Medici as a source of amusement was rather entertaining.
You.
Medici's expression shifted, searching for a retort but finding none.
Indeed.
The Imperial Music Academy did not prohibit women without spiritual power from attending. Yet, she was incensed. Why should a lowly creature like Wanwan be allowed entry? Medici's gaze suddenly fell upon Ren, her brows knitting together. Isn't this Ren, the trial participant favored by that woman Xiaowena? Why is he so close to Wanwan? A smirk crossed her face. Wanwan, you truly are incorrigible, having just taken in 2 beast husbands. And now you're after another? A third, perhaps? Her disdainful gaze settled upon Ren. You truly have no standards, not even sparing the Academy's trial participants? Hearing her words, Ren glanced at Wanwan's profile. Did she already have beast husbands? Why was there no trace of their scent? He had assumed she was still without one. Yet, what did it matter if a female beastman had multiple husbands? Among the students present, how many were without a beast husband? Even those without one surely had clandestine companions. Ren pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, Wanwan furrowed her brow. She was unfazed by Medici's taunts, but in this world, the chastity of male beastmen held significance, impacting their future prospects for finding a mate. Medici's attempt to tarnish her reputation with such remarks revealed her true character. Why was it that her noble act of saving someone was viewed as so contemptible in Medici's eyes? Did she only see the sordid affairs of men and women? Wanwan assumed Ren was upset by Medici's words and grew angry. Medici, if you can't speak properly, then do us all a favor and remain silent. No one considers you a mute. Why are you meddling in others' affairs? Do you live by the sea? Medici was left speechless, her anger boiling over. Humph. Wanwan snorted coldly, taking Ren's hand as they made their way towards the teaching building. However, just as they began to walk, another voice rang out from the crowd.
Wait.
He is my exclusive trial participant. You cannot take him. Another familiar voice. One Wanwan had heard not long ago. Indeed, the crowd parted, revealing Xiaowena and her entourage, a notice in hand, her expression brimming with arrogance. This has the Academy's official seal. Ren is now my exclusive trial participant. As long as I am in the Academy, He must remain by my side. Under my care. After being frightened off by Wanwan, Xiao Weina had grown increasingly furious. As a member of the Xiao family, the granddaughter of a prominent mentor at the academy, she believed it beneath her to relinquish her chosen prize to another. Thus, the very first thing she did upon returning was to seek out her grandfather, the academy's chief mentor, to have the document confirming Qi Ren's status stamped. Consequently, as long as Qi Ren remained at the academy, he would be bound to obey her. An exclusive trial participant was a special privilege bestowed upon female students by the academy. Those who fancied certain trial participants could apply for them to become their exclusive trial participants. In doing so, the selected participant would no longer be allowed to undergo training with others. Once their time at the academy concluded, the student had the right to take their exclusive trial participant with them. Ideally, they would become the student's beast husband, or, at the very least, a guest or companion. The beastmen taken away would receive the nurturing of a female, thus averting a return to a life of poverty, where they might succumb to the energy surges that rendered them an anomaly. Therefore, the majority of male beastmen selected to become exclusive trial participants were typically quite willing. However, this did not include Qi Ren. He had no fondness for the domineering Xiao Weina. Moreover, he had sensed a perfect match in the pheromones emanating from Wanwan. He had no desire to survive under the hand of another woman. Qi Ren looked up at Wanwan, his pale face reflecting resistance and anxiety. "What are you staring at? Come here." Xiao Weina, seeing that Qi Ren was ignoring her and instead focused on Wanwan, could no longer contain her fury and shouted. With the exclusive document in hand, she considered herself his master. Once he came to her, she would ensure he was properly tormented. Yet, Qi Ren remained still. If he was to be made Xiao Weina's exclusive trial participant, he would rather leave the Imperial Music Academy starting today. He would choose death over that. Just as Xiao Weina was about to unleash her wrath upon him for his inaction, Wanwan's voice broke the tension. "I recall there is a stipulation in the Academy's regulations that allows for the competition of exclusive trial participants, is there not?" As soon as her words left her lips, a hush fell over the crowd, followed by an uproar. "What? Compete for an exclusive trial participant? Does that mean entering the life and death arena to duel? Heavens, that place is terrifying. This Wanwan truly is a newcomer, unaware of the dangers she dares to challenge." "Exactly. The last time our teacher forced us in, I nearly died of fright, and it took me a week to recover." The murmurs grew increasingly fervent, each voice rising in astonishment. Xiao Weina's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Wanwan would bring this matter up. She had been to the life and death arena once, a true battlefield connecting to the outer realms, where severed limbs and bloodied corpses littered the ground. Upon entering, she had been so overwhelmed she had vomited, her legs turning to jelly before she could even begin to provide comfort. How could Wanwan boldly propose to contest her for an exclusive trial participant? In stark contrast to the shock expressed by others, Wanwan remained remarkably composed. She had already gleaned the conditions for contesting an exclusive trial participant from her wristband. The outer realms? The battlefield? Severed limbs? Such sights were commonplace to her, having lived in those regions for several years. They held no fear for her. "Miss you." Qi Ren's throat tightened. He had not expected Wanwan to stand up for him. When her gaze fell upon him, it resembled fireflies scattered across a summer lawn, tiny yet luminous, flickering with brilliance. Under the gaze of such captivating eyes, Wanwan felt her heart flutter, suddenly struck by a mischievous thought. Did classmate Qi wish to become Xiao Weina's exclusive test subject? Upon hearing this, Qi Ren shook his head vehemently, as if caught in a whirlwind. How could he possibly want to be Xiao Weina's exclusive test subject? Not in the slightest. Yet, the battlefield of life and death was perilous, and what if? Qi Ren's expression darkened with concern. Wanwan appeared so delicate and fragile. A girl of her nature ought to be cherished within the confines of a beautiful greenhouse. How could she possibly venture into a battlefield? That was a domain meant for men. "Do not fret, I am a woman capable of effortlessly snapping the arms of male beastmen," Wanwan teased. Leaning closer to him with a playful smile, her brows arched. Her petite, oval face sparkled with exuberance, dazzling in its brilliance. Qi Ren clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his eyes widening as a tumultuous feeling surged within him, threatening to burst forth. Years later, he would come to understand that this sensation was known as a heartbeat of affection. "Hey, Wanwan, are you truly willing to risk your life for a lowly commoner?" The voice belonged to Maidisi, who stood amidst the crowd. She had not anticipated that Yu Yuanwan would create such a stir upon her arrival at the academy, and she relished the unfolding drama. Xiao Weina, if you wish to compete, then let her compete. A mere ordinary person without spiritual power stepping onto the battlefield is tantamount to courting death.
What?
No spiritual power? Is this Yu Yuanwan truly devoid of spiritual capability? How dare she make such bold assertions? The atmosphere thickened with astonishment, for the battlefield was fraught with murderous intent, and without spiritual protection, one could be corrupted by malevolence, resulting in utter foolishness. Heavenly mercy! Was she out of her mind? As Mady C's words settled, the surrounding whispers crescendoed. More shocking than the news of Yu Yuanwan's intention to vie for the role of exclusive test subject. You truly lack spiritual power? Xiao Weina, too, had not anticipated Yu Yuanwan's deficiency. If Yu Yuanwan was indeed an ordinary woman devoid of spiritual power, she would be consumed by malevolence the moment she stepped onto the battlefield. How could there be any competition? Yu Yuanwan raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the gleeful Mady C. Mady C, undeterred, glared back defiantly. She yearned to witness Yu Yuanwan's disgrace, fearing that Xiao Weina might become intimidated and relent. She wanted to ensure that Xiao Weina understood Yu Yuanwan's lack of spiritual ability. Once on the battlefield, Yu Yuanwan would surely meet her demise. Xiao Weina finds this amusing. A woman without spiritual power is merely a defective specimen among her kind, a cripple. And you dare contend for the role of exclusive test subject? How laughable. Chirin, did you hear that? Do you still hope she can save you? I shall give you one last chance. Will you come or not? Xiao Weina's cold laughter echoed, her gaze toward Chirin now devoid of initial patience. While she admired Chirin's handsome visage, a towering figure at 6'2", with striking features and a well-proportioned physique, undeniably the epitome of male beauty, her interest was also driven by a desire to see him prostrated before her. Yet, after being humiliated repeatedly, the flicker of affection in her heart had nearly extinguished. Chirin, too, was taken aback to discover Yu Yuanwan's lack of spiritual power. He had heard tales of the battlefield of life and death. Every student who entered emerged gravely ill, even with spiritual protection. Without it, one could be rendered a fool at best, or perish on the spot at worst. He wished to refuse Xiao Weina, yet he despised the idea of Yu Yuanwan facing such a fate. After a moment of silence, just as he prepared to suggest leaving the Imperial Academy, Yu Yuanwan spoke first. I will not back down. I am going to the battlefield of life and death. Chirin turned to her in disbelief. Yu Yuanwan's gaze was earnest, devoid of jest. Was she truly serious? Xiao Weina had not anticipated that, at this juncture, Yu Yuanwan would insist on entering the battlefield. If she were to go, then Xiao Weina would have to accompany her, otherwise, she would have to forfeit her claim. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her unwillingness to relinquish Chirin. Yet the thought of facing the battlefield, where fear was a daily companion, filled her with dread. Since she seeks her own demise, why hesitate? Mady C observed Xiao Weina's indecision and promptly urged her. Are you, a B-grade spiritual power wielder, truly intimidated by her? Xiao Weina turned to meet Mady C's gaze, a sudden resolve igniting within her. Yes, if Yu Yuanwan, a woman devoid of spiritual power, was unafraid, why should she be? It would merely be a bit uncomfortable for a few days. Yet for Yu Yuanwan, entering the battlefield without spiritual power was a matter of life and death. Let the competition begin, Mady C exclaimed with a grin. I shall inform the instructor. Everyone is to gather at the training room for the battlefield of life and death. Mady C eagerly anticipated the moment Yu Yuanwan would succumb to malevolence and become a fool. At that time, Chi Mabai would undoubtedly regret his choices. Yu Yuanwan shrugged, her expression nonchalant. Turning, she found herself meeting Chirin's doe-like, pitiful gaze. What's wrong? Are you so worried about me? Chirin's eyes always managed to soften her heart. System, could it be that Chirin is a deer? Yu Yuanwan mused inwardly. Not at all, host. Chirin's beast form is a silver wolf, grand and imposing. Is that so? Yu Yuanwan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A magnificent silver wolf? Wasn't that akin to a large dog? Suddenly, she longed to pet her beloved dog at home. Alas, her dog had not accompanied her to this world. Yu Yuanwan's emotions fluctuated. The silver wolf, keenly perceptive, sensed her changing demeanor. Just moments ago, his heart soared, but now it plummeted. Miss Yu, I am but a lowly test subject. I do not merit such concern from you. He averted his gaze, believing Yu Yuanwan had reconsidered.
Indeed.
He should not be so greedy. A person of his standing ought to remain in the slums, quietly decaying and rotting away. What are you thinking? Wanwan playfully tapped his head, discovering that the wolf's fur was quite pleasant to touch, and she found herself lingering, gently ruffling his hair. Such self-deprecation is not good. One cannot determine their birth, but they can shape their destiny. What kind of person you wish to become is determined by your current self. I can offer limited assistance, but you must also strive. Wanwan made a fist, signaling encouragement. Chi Ren's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Could he truly decide what kind of person he would become? Let us proceed to the training room for the battlefield of life and death. The girl's soft fingers intertwined with his, their touch as delicate as clouds. His heart, which had only just begun to steady, surged anew with intensity. He felt as if he were unwell. Otherwise, why was his heartbeat so uncontrollable? His wolf father had never mentioned that the wolf clan suffered from erratic heartbeats. Dazed, he was led to the training room for the battlefield of life and death. At this moment, the room was already filled with spectators. They did not recognize Wanwan, but were familiar with Xiao Weina and Chi Ren, a well-known noble lady and the test subject favored by her, making quite a name for themselves in Class 3. As Wanwan pulled Chi Ren into the room, they became the center of attention. Countless whispers enveloped them, more so about Wanwan's lack of spiritual power, yet her resolve to enter the battlefield. Is she truly willing to risk her life for a man? How foolish. Does she not realize who she is? What audacity to challenge Xiao Weina. Who does not know that Xiao Weina is backed by the Academy's grand tutor? Indeed, she is utterly deluded. I am Su Wenjing, the homeroom teacher of Class 3. You must be the new student who just enrolled today, correct? You may not yet comprehend the perilous realm of life and death battles. Allow me to elucidate before you decide whether to partake in this contest. Wanshan found herself obstructed by a bespectacled woman clad in a fitted suit. Chapter 35. Strolling amongst corpses. The life and death battlefield is an exceedingly treacherous extraterrestrial combat arena, imbued with a formidable aura of malevolence that poses a lethal threat to those devoid of mental fortitude. Furthermore, should a challenger be defeated, they must forfeit their cultivation resources for the next 6 months to the victor. Su Wenjing elaborated on the details with great care. As a supervisor of students, she upheld her responsibilities with the decorum befitting a homeroom teacher, fearing that Yuanshan might be deceived. Thus she articulated the dangers and possibilities with utmost clarity. Although Yuanshan had gleaned some understanding from her wristband, she listened attentively at this moment. Once Su Wenjing concluded, she nodded, affirming her comprehension. Then, do you still wish to proceed with the contest? It would be unfair for you to participate. Su Wenjing's fervent words abruptly halted at this moment, as she perceived that this student must have misinterpreted her intent. Taking a deep breath, she restructured her discourse. Yuanshan, allow me to reiterate, the life and death battlefield is perilous for those lacking mental power. I understand, teacher. Thank you. However, this is the sole method to compete for exclusive trial user status, so let us commence. Su Wenjing sighed, recognizing that as a teacher, she could not forcibly prevent students from engaging in competition. This constituted a healthy rivalry, permissible even by law. Since both parties expressed no dissent, the contest was set to begin. The two students entered the preparation room. As Su Wenjing's words faded, Yuanshan stepped into the preparation chamber first, followed closely by Xiao Weina, who inhaled deeply, steeling herself to follow suit. Yuanshan, lacking mental power, would soon be eliminated from the life and death battlefield. All she needed was to endure even a few seconds longer than Yuanshan to emerge victorious. She was certain of her triumph. Xiao Weina encouraged herself, unable to resist casting a glare at Yuanshan, only to find the latter unperturbed, her expression devoid of any response. Anger surged within Xiao Weina once more. Just wait. You will regret this. In a flash of light, the two figures vanished from the preparation room. Simultaneously, their silhouettes materialized upon the large screen in the training room. The preparation chamber possessed a teleportation passage connecting to a genuine battlefield in the outer realms, and at that moment, Yuanshan and Xiao Weina had indeed been transported to this treacherous battleground. The desolate expanse was a vast stretch of earthy yellow, shrouded in swirling sands, with only the orange-hued setting sun above and the grotesquely scattered corpses beneath their feet. A pungent stench of decay emanated from the dismembered bodies, invading their nostrils. Xiao Weina doubled over, clutching her mouth as she retched. This place is as foul and terrifying as ever. Had I known, I would have skipped breakfast. Now it's all come back up, and I feel dreadful. Regret washed over her as she patted her chest, surreptitiously glancing at Wanwan to see if she had succumbed to the malevolent aura. As she stepped into the life and death battlefield, the mingling of malevolent energy and the stench of death swiftly infiltrated her pores. The B-level mental power within her had instinctively fortified her body upon contact with the malevolent aura. Thus, she merely felt a slight discomfort, but was not overwhelmed. However, those without mental fortitude would be directly corroded by the malevolence, resulting in excruciating pain. Wanwan would surely experience the same. Why does she appear completely unaffected? Is she not in pain? Wayna stared in disbelief at Wanwan, who advanced with an impassive demeanor, her expression serious, her keen eyes scanning the corpses strewn about, her steps steady. She seemed to navigate the morbid terrain with ease, seemingly impervious to the presence of corpses and the malevolent aura. For a fleeting moment, Wayna was struck by the illusion that Wanwan was leisurely strolling through a garden. This spectacle astonished not only Wayna, but also the onlookers in the academy. Isn't Wanwan a newcomer? How can she remain so composed amid such carnage? Is this for real? I was sickened by these corpses for an entire week when I first laid eyes on them. How is she managing to walk among them? What does walking even matter? She, a person devoid of mental power, will soon be ravaged by the malevolent aura and reduced to a fool. I look forward to witnessing her downfall. After a series of gasps, an untimely voice chimed in. It was a woman beside Maddie C, who had discerned Maddie C's disdain for Wanwan and took it upon herself to echo her sentiments. Indeed, Maddie C scoffed, praising her companion. Mary is right. It is tantamount to courting death for someone without mental power to enter the life and death battlefield. Mary beamed with pride. Observers were left speechless. But she shows no signs of being affected by the malevolent aura. A voice of confusion arose from the crowd. If one were to be tainted by the malevolent aura, their expression would contort in agony, and the more severely afflicted would revert to their beast form. Yet Wanwan remained unfazed. Devoid of any semblance of pain, where was the evidence of malevolent energy infiltrating her being? Su Wenjing, too, was perplexed. She had anticipated a lopsided contest, betting on the notion that this girl without mental power would not endure for long. Yet, it appeared the malevolent energy had no bearing on her at all. Could she be equipped with something that shields against malevolence? Others shared this line of thought. No wonder she appeared so audacious. It seemed she had made prior preparations. But could such an item merely protect her from malevolence, or could it also assist her in calming the chaotic energy of the magnetic field? Mary let out a disdainful snort. The chaotic energy of the life and death battlefield stemmed from the residual energy of fallen warriors. This energy lingered in the extraterrestrial battleground, preventing their remains from being reclaimed, rendering the task of calming it far more arduous than managing the feral energy exhibited by the Academy's beast trial users. Due to the mingling of energies, compounded by malevolent forces, this battlefield served as an assessment for the Academy. Only those who had studied for over 2 years could hope to establish a foothold amidst such chaotic energy through the medium of music. In the previous assessment, Wayna, as a B-level mental power user, had managed to calm a clean area of approximately 3 meters in diameter and received commendation from the assessment instructor. The challenge's difficulty was evident. For a newcomer like Wanwan to aspire to surmount such a formidable challenge was nothing short of folly. No one believed that Wanwan could eclipse Wayna, not even Wayna herself. Observing that Wanwan had not succumbed to the malevolent aura, Wayna could only suppress her nausea and seek a location where the chaotic energy was slightly less intense, preparing to commence her calming efforts. After all, they were competing on their ability to soothe. Whoever could calm a larger area would emerge victorious. She possessed experience in calming the life and death battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Wayna retrieved her flute, an instrument she had chosen without hesitation during her selection of calming implements, having been enchanted by its ethereal sound since her youth. The gentle melodies flowed from the flute, cascading forth like rippling water, extending outward from her position. In that moment, Wayna's mental power transformed into soothing energy, permeating the chaotic magnetic field. Chapter 36. 100 Soothing. The soothing energy ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the music, gradually sweeping over the tumultuous magnetic field, steadily pushing aside the obstructed energies. In mere moments, a small circular area of calm materialized beside Wayna, approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Previously, during her last foray into the life and death battlefield, she had only managed to establish a clean area of less than 3 meters in diameter, so this represented considerable progress. The onlookers in the training room nodded in approval. Truly, as a B-level mental power student, her ability to create such a tidy space amidst the chaotic life and death battlefield was commendable. Beads of sweat formed on Xiao Weina's forehead as the sound of her flute began to falter, clearly indicating her nearing exhaustion. Nevertheless, such a result was already highly gratifying. Victory over Wanwan is more than assured. It is common knowledge that Wanwan lacks spiritual power. For a woman to be devoid of such strength is tantamount to having no soothing influence. Even if she manages to resist the corrosive aura of the battlefield, defeat is inevitable. In the end, Qiren will undoubtedly become Xiao Weina's exclusive test subject, and after this turmoil, Xiao Weina will harbor resentment towards Qiren. His future days will surely be fraught with difficulty. Numerous onlookers, reveling in the misfortune, cast their gazes upon Qiren, who remains seemingly oblivious. His eyes are steadfastly fixed on Wanwan's figure, his heart already made up. Should Wanwan emerge victorious, he would willingly become her exclusive test subject. Should she fail, he would depart from the Imperial Music Academy. Therefore, he remains indifferent. Wanwan, have you resigned yourself to certain defeat, thus relinquishing your struggle? After exhausting her last vestige of spiritual energy, Xiao Weina found herself devoid of the strength to soothe a wider area. She ceased her efforts, smugly mocking Wanwan. Wanwan, who had been pacing nearby, made no extraordinary moves. In the eyes of others, this was a clear sign of surrender. Indeed, as a woman lacking spiritual power, even if she exerted herself to the utmost, she could not summon any soothing influence. However, should you lose this challenge, the resources allocated to you for cultivation over the next 6 months will all belong to me. Xiao Weina chuckled triumphantly. The Academy distributes an equal amount of star coins and spiritual energy refinement stones to each student every 6 months, which she hardly cares for.
Yet,
each student is also granted a chance to enter the Celestial Secret Realm biannually, a prime opportunity to acquire spiritual energy refinement stones and other prospects. Even as the granddaughter of the Grand Mentor, she receives no additional privileges. But Wanwan, in her folly, has issued a challenge to her, effectively wagering this opportunity. She could almost envision the prospect of doubling her chances to enter the Celestial Secret Realm falling into her lap. Wanwan glanced at her, her eyes calm, even evoking a sense in Xiao Weina that she was being regarded as a fool. Does Wanwan perceive her as a simpleton? What kind of gaze is that? How dare you look at me in such a manner? The contest is yet to conclude, and it is premature to speak of wagers. Wanwan spoke softly, interrupting her. Since you have completed your soothing, it is now my turn. With that, Wanwan ascended a slightly elevated hill. System, are you certain this location will suffice? Following the system's guidance, she selected a central point where the magnetic field energy was most chaotic. The moment she halted, she felt waves of uncontrollable energy brush against her skin with a tingling sensation. The energy here seemed to have taken on a tangible form. Rest assured, host. You are a born soothing entity, and your singing possesses a remarkably powerful soothing effect. Calming a mere external battlefield is a trivial matter. The system confidently reassured her. Wanwan's confidence surged. I trust you, system. After conversing with the system, Wanwan steadied her mind and slowly opened her mouth to begin her song. In the southern sun, snow falls, while I in the northern night experience springtime. If time permits before darkness descends, I shall forget the gaze of your eyes. South of the mountains, autumn sorrow. In the southern mountains, there are piles of valleys. The southern winds murmur. In the northern sea, there are tombstones. Her melodious voice, as if kissed by the divine, resonated with a unique timbre, infusing the entire song with profound emotion. The flowing melody enveloped the chaotic battlefield, suddenly cleansing it as if washed with pure water, rendering it eerily silent. Then, the chaotic energies began to align and settle, responding to the cadence of her song, becoming orderly. In that instant, the ominous clouds that had amassed over the battlefield seemed to dissipate, revealing a bright sky. The setting sun bathed the slender, poised figure in a gentle golden hue, as if bestowing upon her a divine glow. The world seemed to hush, with only her ethereal voice echoing, cleansing this realm. All instructors and students in the training room fell silent at this moment. That pure, melancholic voice, imbued with sorrow and tenderness, radiated a soothing force. It seemed that even those women devoid of energy fluctuations found solace. Their hearts inexplicably quieted. Medici loathed Wanwan's resplendent demeanor. She yearned to speak out, to disrupt this sensation. Opening her mouth, she found her throat constricted as if a heavy stone lodged within, rendering her speechless. She could only watch helplessly as Wanwan completed her song. The chaotic magnetic field on the battlefield was corrected, the dense black clouds dispersed, and for the first time, sunlight illuminated this desolate land. A gentle breeze caressed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, signifying the return of warriors to their homes, carrying away their mixed obsessions. In the next moment, as the breeze swept through, the corpses embedded in the sand transformed into ash, dissipating into the earth. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Is this the essence of 100 soothing? Those who have traversed the external battlefield know that the bones scattered across such grounds, imbued with the obsessions of the deceased, intertwined with the volatile energy, are exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Even if forcibly removed, the deceased's obsessions and the errant energy would amalgamate to form a formidable magnetic field, affecting all entities that entered. For every external battlefield, there exists an equal measure of unrecoverable external space. Thus, female spiritual practitioners are required to perform battlefield soothing, which can be categorized into two types. One, like Xiao Weina's approach, disperses the chaotic energy field, creating a safe and stable haven. However, this soothing typically does not last long. Once the soothing force dissipates, the overwhelming magnetic field reclaims its territory. The other type is the elusive 100 soothing. Women endowed with immense soothing power will channel and purify the volatile energies within their vicinity, restoring the area to its original state. The magnetic fields and remains that once stubbornly resided upon this land will dissipate into dust, courtesy of this formidable soothing force. It is evident that Wanwan has accomplished the 100 soothing. I must be hallucinating. Su Wenjing rubbed her eyes. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Throughout their lives, they had only encountered the legend of 100 soothing within the pages of books. Chapter 37. The Black Beetle. How is this possible? Xiao Weina stared incredulously at her surroundings. The erratic and stubborn energies that had been encroaching upon her soothing circle suddenly calmed, as if mischievous children caught in wrongdoing, transformed into obedient beings upon being gently reprimanded by a loving mother. As Wanwan sang the final lyric, the previously chaotic energies became orderly, the turbulent magnetic field settled, and the encroaching malevolence vanished. The entire space seemed to be cleansed. At that moment, the 5 or 6 meter circle she had painstakingly cleared appeared utterly ridiculous. Wanwan sang a song, without the aid of any soothing instruments, achieving the feat of 100 soothing, while she had to exhaust her spiritual energy to create a mere small circle. The comparison was nothing short of ironic. She could not even surpass a woman devoid of spiritual power? Is this truly the soothing effect attainable by someone without spiritual prowess? Am I dreaming? This cannot be real. How could this be? In the training room, murmurs erupted, all present astonished, shaken by the scene before them. Those familiar with the arduous nature of cleansing a battlefield understood that reaching 100 soothing was nearly impossible. But what on earth is happening? She must possess some other means of assistance. Maidisi opened her mouth, discovering her voice had returned, and immediately spoke with certainty. Wanwan is undeniably a woman devoid of spiritual power. She cannot possess such formidable soothing ability. Several noble young ladies who were friendly with Maidisi echoed her sentiments. Only those who have experienced the battlefield of life and death can truly comprehend the arduousness of achieving a 100 in soothing. It is beyond the capabilities of a mere freshman like Yuanchuan. Indeed, she must have resorted to some unscrupulous means. Although others harbored doubts, they refrained from voicing them immediately. Regardless of the methods Yuanchuan employed, she had successfully completed the task of soothing. Within the academy, this was the benchmark for passing the assessment. Observing the approving expressions on the faces around her, Maidisi's envy towards Yuanchuan deepened profoundly. This wretched woman not only stole her chi mabai but now flaunted herself at the Imperial Music Academy. How could a lowly commoner devoid of spiritual power even compare to them?
Ha!
A cold snicker emanated from the side, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Qui reign?
What are you laughing at? Maidisi frowned, and Mary, having caught on, was the first to question him. I laugh at you hypocritical nobles who refuse to acknowledge your defeat, crafting an elaborate array of excuses.
You.
Several noble young ladies, stung by his words, glared at Chi-Run with hostility. What of it? You claim Miss Yu employed improper methods, then present your evidence. Without evidence, it is mere slander. Chi-Ren's voice was icy. Or perhaps you are merely arrogant bullies, leveraging your noble status to oppress other esteemed women? His words left them speechless. They had only speculated that Yuanchuan had used unscrupulous tactics, but in truth, they possessed no evidence. Noticing their silence, Qi Ren snorted disdainfully, no longer wishing to waste his breath on them. His striking azure golden eyes remained fixed on the figure displayed on the large screen, as if nothing else could capture his interest. You have lost. Xiao Weina raised her head, and Yu Yuanxuan stood before her, gazing at her calmly.
Xiao Weina stuttered.
Involuntarily retreating. She did not wish to admit her defeat, yet with so many onlookers, no matter the means Yu Yuanxuan had employed to soothe, the extent and quality of her success were undeniably beyond her capabilities. She had indeed lost. From this day forth, Qi Ren is my exclusive trial partner. You have no authority to command him any longer. Xiao Weina's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands twisted together as she hung her head in silence, clearly struggling to accept the reality of her loss. Yu Yuanxuan shook her head, taking a few steps back, preparing to summon the instructor in the training room to establish a teleportation channel to return them, when she suddenly heard Xiao Weina's startled cry.
Ah!
The sound was tinged with panic, as if she had been startled by something. Yu Yuanxuan's heart tightened. She turned her head just in time to see a shadow hurtling toward Xiao Weina's head.
Bang!
Without a moment to think, Yu Yuanxuan's leg instinctively kicked out. The shadow that had been descending upon them was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pit. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a beetle the size of a human head. Ah, the insect race. Upon recognizing the creature's form, Xiao Weina's complexion turned pale, retreating in fear. This was Yu Yuanxuan's first encounter with a black insect race. Unlike the elegant pink mantis she had seen aboard the starship, this black beetle was completely dark, shimmering with hints of azure. Its shell opened, revealing two thin, grayish wings that fluttered as it buzzed back into the air. Its gray-green eyes appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil, staring intently. Suddenly, it moved its mouth as if releasing some sort of energy.
Ah!
There are insects over there too, Xiao Weina exclaimed, pointing in the direction Yu Yuanxuan was looking. Not far away, on a small hillside, a mass of black beetles was swiftly crawling toward them. Ah, so many insects. Help, help. Teacher, help. Terrified, Xiao Weina hid behind Yu Yuanxuan, suddenly remembering the academy instructors were still in the training room, and she quickly turned to shout behind her. The moment Su Wenjing spotted the black beetles, she activated the teleportation channel. However, to her astonishment, the channel existed for only a fleeting second before being shattered by an unfamiliar force. Watching the flickering teleportation light vanish before her eyes, Xiao Weina was left dumbfounded. Yu Yuanxuan, what is happening? Where is the teleportation channel? Forgetting her animosity towards Yu Yuanxuan, she could only seek her assistance at this moment. Yu Yuanxuan glanced in that direction, her brow furrowing slightly. The emergence of the insect race had significantly impacted the energy in the area, likely affecting the spatial channel as well. We may not be able to return for the time being. What? Xiao Weina screamed. This is a battlefield. We can't go back? What a joke. Are we to perish at the hands of those insects? Xiao Weina never anticipated that a mere competition would lead her to face the greatest crisis of her life. As a pampered noblewoman of the empire, she had never encountered a real battlefield. Gazing at the countless black beetles, her legs trembled uncontrollably, her hand shaking as she clutched Yu Yuanxuan's. Oh, how could I be so unfortunate? She even questioned whether her recent misdeeds had brought divine retribution upon her. How else could she explain encountering such a calamity? Chapter 38. The insect race devours its own kind. This battlefield of life and death had been in use for many years, with countless imperial students entering it for assessments. Yet, never had there been reports of the insect race appearing. What kind of dreadful luck was it that allowed her to encounter this? Xiao Weina was on the verge of tears. She was merely a woman with limited spiritual power, capable only of calming ordinary energy fluctuations. If she were to face the black beetles, it would be a death sentence. But the black beetles clearly granted the two little time to prepare. Upon nearing, they launched their attack.
Ah!
Xiao Weina screamed, crouching down and covering her head. All outside the screen were stunned. With so many black beetles appearing in the battlefield of life and death, and the teleportation channel still disrupted, Yu Yuanxuan and Xiao Weina, trapped in the battlefield, were almost certain to meet their demise. Quick, keep your eyes on the screen broadcast. I will notify the guard team to urgently dispatch reinforcements. Inform me immediately of any developments. Su Wenjing, anxious and flustered, instructed as she hurriedly exited, already activating her communicator. The teleportation channel for the battlefield of life and death was being interfered with and needed immediate repair to bring Yu Yuanxuan and Xiao Weina back. At that moment, the training room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone anxiously watched the real-time broadcast of the battlefield, each lost in their thoughts. However, not long after Su Wenjing left, a loud crack echoed as the large screen plunged into darkness. The real-time broadcast was disrupted by interference from the insect race's signal. Mei Daisy, who had just been resentful of Yu Yuanshuan stealing the spotlight, could not help but nearly burst into laughter at this turn of events. How fortuitous it was that just as Yu Yuanshuan entered the battlefield of life and death, she encountered the insect race. Truly, even fate was conspiring against her. She was eager to see how Yu Yuanshuan would survive this time. In the battlefield of life and death, Yu Yuanshuan swiftly pulled the nearly terrified Xiao Weina behind her. With a swift kick, she crushed 2 beetles beneath her feet. Xiao Weina, initially resigned to her doom, suddenly witnessed Yu Yuanshuan effortlessly dispatching the attacking insects with a few casual steps. Momentarily stunned, she gaped at Yu Yuanshuan in disbelief. "Do I have an insect on my face?" Yu Yuanshuan raised an eyebrow at her stunned expression. "Why you, I. Xiao Weina stuttered for quite a while, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. "Conserve your strength and speak less. We don't know how many more of these insects are around. We must hold on until the teleportation channel is repaired." She understood that the academy instructors must have received news, but it would take time to restore the teleportation channel. Before that, they had to survive. "Wah, I don't want to die. Yuan Shan, please save me. You must not abandon me," Xiao Weina cried, filled with sorrow and fear upon witnessing Yuan Shan's formidable prowess. She feared that Yuan Shan might harbor a grudge and simply cast her aside. Each year, tens of thousands of male orcs perished in the jaws of the black beetles during battles against the insectoids, so she resolved to treat them better in the future. Yuan Shan cast a fleeting glance at her. Although she found it hard to like Xiao Weina, she could not bring herself to toss her out. Without her protection, Xiao Weina would not last a second. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiao Weina nodded sincerely, proclaiming, "I understand now. I will never bully those male orcs again." Yuan Shan was uncertain whether her words were genuine or merely superficial, but she also wished to survive safely. Thus, she activated her fervent insect squashing mode. Slashing, kicking, stomping, executing dual spiral kicks and scissor strikes, the various postures unleashed devastating force. The swarm of insects that leapt to attack often met their demise before they reached her. Crushed under her feet, a thick layer of insect carcasses had already accumulated on the ground. Xiao Weina transitioned from initial shock to gradual acclimatization, and eventually, she became numb to the horror. Even when she witnessed Yuan Shan squash the insects with the ease of slicing through vegetables, she couldn't resist dragging over an insect carcass and stepping on it herself. With a sharp gasp, she felt the powerful recoil as her foot made contact, sending a jolt of pain through her palm. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes. How could this insect be so hard? How can Yuan Shan remain unfazed, dispatching them with a single stomp? What a freak. No wonder she was able to snap that male orc's arm without breaking a sweat. She is no ordinary female orc. While astonished, Xiao Weina also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Shan's combat prowess was indeed a boon for them. If they could just hold on a little longer, the teleportation portal would open, and they could escape this place. Just as she was contemplating this, the insects suddenly changed their tactics. They no longer charged forward recklessly. Instead, they retreated a short distance, stacking up layer upon layer. In mere moments, the black beetles had constructed a massive tower as tall as a 2-story building, composed of countless smaller black beetles. Countless round bodies and heads clustered together. For those with a fear of crowds, just a glance would send shivers down their spine. Xiao Weina's eyes widened in horror, gazing upwards as the monstrous black beetle loomed higher. As the giant black beetle took shape, innumerable veiled eyes fixed their chilling, sinister gaze upon her. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she fainted from sheer terror. Yuan Shan thought to herself, no wonder this world deems females as delicate. Their courage is truly minuscule. She swiftly pulled Xiao Weina behind her and stepped forward to confront the colossal black beetle. Utilizing her sss-level strength would accelerate her internal energy cultivation, likely necessitating another body refining pill in just a few days. However, the current situation left no room for hesitation. Yuan Shan clenched her fists, preparing to strike when a peculiar sound wave suddenly resonated behind her. In that moment of distraction, a small pink propelled itself from behind her. Yuan Shan blinked in confusion, only to see the pink rapidly enlarging upon hitting the ground. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic orchid mantis, towering as high as a 2-story building. its delicate, rosy legs, agile triangular head, and eyes resembling countless embedded diamonds were enchanting and captivating. Yuan Shan found herself unable to look away. "It's you," she gasped in astonishment. "Isn't this the pink mantis I saw on the starship? How did it end up here? Wasn't it taken away by Chi Mabai's people?" The orchid mantis tilted its head, gazing at Yuan Shan, its compound eyes fixating on her lips. Remembering the intoxicating pheromones from her delicate mouth, it instinctively moved its mouth parts. Then, its eyes shifted to the towering black beetle before it. In Yuan Shan's astonished gaze, it extended its forelimb and deftly swatted the giant black beetle over, opening its mouth wide to start devouring it voraciously. Is this the insectoids eating their own kind? Yuan Shan was taken aback. Chapter 39. Disturbing or not? The black beetles seemed bewildered, no longer exhibiting their previous arrogance in front of Yuan Shan, even refraining from attacking the orchid mantis. They obediently remained in place, allowing the mantis to feast. "What is going on, Commander? Have the black beetles been rendered dumbstruck?" "To be precise, it is a bloodline suppression."
Huh?
Yuan Shan was confused. "The insectoids have bloodline suppression?" "Of course. The bloodline hierarchy among insectoids is incredibly strict. The giant orchid mantis you see is part of the royal lineage. Ordinary insectoids wouldn't even dare to move in its presence."
So they just stand there to be eaten?
"I don't understand. Aren't they afraid? Being devoured by their own kind? Don't they have psychological trauma?" The ability to consume is a significant aspect of the more powerful insectoids. For the lower-ranked insectoids, being devoured by a stronger bloodline is a point of pride. They do not fear it. Rather, they feel honored. Yuan Shan did not comprehend or respect this notion. However, regardless of where this orchid mantis had emerged from, it presented them with a golden opportunity to escape as it obstructed the black beetles. With this thought in mind, Yuan Shan grabbed Xiao Weina and prepared to sneak away. Yet, just as the mantis had been engrossed in devouring its kin, it suddenly sensed something. Pausing its meal to turn and face Yuan Shan, its agile compound eyes flicked around, and one of its forelimbs stretched forth, blocking her path. "Ahem, dear insectoid beauty. Why are you stopping me while you're so engrossed in your meal? I'm just a mere passerby. Why not treat me as a puff of air and let me go?" Yuan Shan felt her smile was sincere. After all, they had met before, hadn't they? It could be said they were familiar now. While she could certainly escape alone, bringing Xiao Weina along might prove troublesome. If it were possible to avoid confrontation, she preferred not to utilize the energy within her, especially since that energy was perpetually on the brink of expansion. Heng Yen felt a throbbing headache. He had been drowsily sleeping beside Yuan Shan, absorbing her soothing energy to calm his own turbulent strength. Particularly after that wave of calm she had provided on the battlefield, he had been closest to her. The soothing power continuously washed over his body, making him feel as if he was on the verge of blissful ecstasy. Even after the soothing session had long concluded, he remained lost in that pleasurable sensation. Little did he expect to be disturbed from his delightful feast of soothing energy by a swarm of pesky insects, abruptly awakening him. Frustration surged within his mind, prompting him to consider devouring them. However, he seemed to have frightened his steady source of nourishment. The young girl's expression, though attempting to smile, was clearly forced. She appeared quite displeased. What could possibly be the reason for her discontent? Was it because of these wretched insects? Heng Yan's triangular features crinkled slightly. He too found these insects bothersome, and having just received Yuan Shan's soothing energy, he was not hungry at all. With this in mind, his appetite vanished entirely, and as he lifted his forelimb, a wave of energy radiated outward.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Countless black beetles exploded in unison, leaving behind a grotesque scene of severed limbs and dismembered bodies on the yellow earth. Yuan Shan's lips twitched. What madness had struck the insectoids? The dining scene had suddenly transformed into a slaughterhouse. It was hard to deny that it was, somewhat nauseating. If Xiao Weina were awake, she would likely faint from the shock once more. The orchid mantis surveyed the blood-soaked ground, and with a sudden nod of satisfaction, it shifted its formidable body closer to Wanwan. Its exquisite compound eyes, resembling a myriad of pink gemstones, gazed affectionately at her. An instinctive alarm rang in Wanwan's mind. There was something unsettling about that gaze. Before she could gather her thoughts, the orchid mantis abruptly transformed, morphing into a tall, striking young man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall right before her eyes. Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. The insect had become a human host. This is the world of beastmen. Is it truly appropriate for you to be so astonished? Well, it wasn't that she hadn't reacted in time, though she was accustomed to the majestic and imposing form of Chi Mabai, the white lion. This was her first encounter with a human-turned insect. Such a rigid arthropod suddenly transforming into a flesh-and-blood, commanding, handsome male beast man was a visual shock indeed. Moreover, this male beast man was undeniably handsome. Unlike Chi Mabai's rugged charm, this man possessed deep-set features and strikingly refined eyes, exuding an exotic, mixed-blood allure. In contrast to Su Machang's cool elegance, his icy demeanor seemed innate, and his gaze bore a sharpness that conveyed a sense of unrivaled dominance. Coupled with that jaw-droppingly handsome face, the visual impact was undeniable. However, his long, slightly curled pink hair cascading to his chest softened the aggressive sharpness of his demeanor, imbuing him with an unexpectedly tender essence when he focused intently on someone. Wanwan blinked, only to see the transformed orchid mantis suddenly grasping her shoulders with both hands. The depth of affection in those pink, soulful eyes was becoming increasingly apparent. What was with that gaze? It wasn't that Wanwan was overly cautious. It was just that there was something off about it. It was no wonder she found herself drawing parallels to the way Chi Mabai looked at her when he was in heat. Although Su Machang maintained a restrained expression, there was a similar intoxication in his eyes when he felt desire. Yet, she barely knew this orchid mantis. Had it not been for the absence of malice emanating from him, she might have already sent a fist flying his way. What was his sudden grasp intended for? As she pondered this, he unexpectedly pulled her closer by the back of her head, closing the distance between them. The man's soft lips pressed against hers, and he seemed all too familiar with the act, attempting to pry her mouth open to savor its sweetness. Reacting instinctively, Wanwan pushed him away forcefully, frantically wiping her mouth.
Ugh.
You just consumed so many insects, and now you dare to kiss me? How disgusting. Although Wanwan did not possess a severe aversion to cleanliness, she certainly would not allow herself to consume insects. Insects were not on her menu. Cough, host. He is experiencing the aftereffects of consumption. It's the insect race's rutting period. The rutting period of the insect race? Wasn't that akin to the beastmen's mating season? Indeed, that is precisely the implication. The system chuckled lewdly within her mind. Host, you are, after all, seeking high-ranking male beastmen to earn points. This insect prince before you is rather appealing. Why not simply yield to him? Despite her lecherous tendencies, she was not devoid of principles. Did she truly wish to sleep with every handsome man she encountered, especially one from the insect race? In the memories of the beastmen, insects were cold, hypocritical, ruthless, and powerful enemies. Besides, she already had 2 beast husbands in the empire. If she were to accept an insect husband, what would become of Chi Mabai and Su Machang? No way. Absolutely not. Wanwan decisively rejected the notion and lifted her gaze, only to meet Heng Yen's bewildered expression. He seemed unable to comprehend why she had pushed him away, his face a mask of disgust. The system, realizing Wanwan's strong resistance, ceased its jesting. Host, he has amnesia. He is currently akin to a 5-year-old child. Be gentle. Don't frighten him. A 200-month-old child? And he knew how to kiss a woman? Wanwan rolled her eyes. The system nearly choked on its own words. It had intended to elaborate on how Wanwan's bodily fluids possessed a potent soothing quality, and that the orchid mantis had been secretly sipping her saliva in the dead of night. However, witnessing Wanwan's vehement resistance, it suddenly hesitated. If she were to discover all that the orchid mantis had been up to behind her back, she would likely lose her temper on the spot. Heng Yen felt a twinge of grievance. He had observed Wanwan exchanging kisses with her 2 handsome beast husbands daily and thought she enjoyed such forms of bodily fluid exchange. In the throes of his rut, he had momentarily lost control and transformed into human form, yearning for the pheromones from her small mouth. He had not expected to be rejected. He understood now that Wanwan found his mouth unclean. I absorb insect energy, not the shell. It's not dirty. Heng Yen pointed to his mouth. And to prove his point, he exhaled softly. A fragrant aroma of orchids wafted through the air. Wanwan was taken aback. How could this mantis's mouth exude a fragrance? Was this what they referred to as exhaling like an orchid? Well, that wouldn't he do. Wanwan hastily extinguished the fleeting thought of tasting that orchid-flavored saliva and coughed discreetly. Heng Yen felt even more aggrieved. He recalled that his mother had adored the scent of orchids that emanated from his father's mouth. Inherited from his father, he naturally possessed this fragrant quality. Why didn't Wanwan appreciate it? Perhaps she simply hadn't tried it yet, which was why she disliked it. What if she developed a fondness for it once she tasted it? Hung Yen blinked innocently, fixating on Wanwan's small mouth, which was chattering away in lecture. What malice could a 5-year-old with such intellect possess? He merely wanted her to sample his flavor. Wanwan never anticipated that she would be deceived by a seemingly innocent mantis. As her body stiffened and she began to fall, Hung Yen caught her. She found her limbs immobile, her head unable to move, leaving only her eyes to dart about in a panic. My mother adored my father's orchid scent. She claimed it was the finest aroma in the world. I inherited his orchid fragrance, and you must not dislike it without having tried it. Hung Yen rambled on, his beautiful pink eyes suddenly fixating on Wanwan's small mouth. Surely, that was where female beastmen sampled flavors, right? I will be gentle. I won't hurt you. Wanwan's eyes widened in alarm, her mind screaming, retreat, retreat, retreat. No insect-flavored saliva, please. Retreat. But Hung Yen, apparently oblivious to her silent cries, produced a handful of water from somewhere, rinsed his mouth, and gently cradled Wanwan in his arms. Wanwan felt that her mouth had regained some mobility, yet her strength was insufficient to inflict harm on anyone. Meanwhile, he shamelessly entangled himself with her, seemingly aware of her every sensitive spot. The sweet aroma of orchids infiltrated her senses, and Wanwan's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Was that truly the scent of orchids? This was astonishing. She felt as though her own mouth had become somewhat fragrant. Noticing the shock in Wanwan's gaze, Hung Yen felt a surge of pride. He embraced the back of her head and deepened their connection even further. Gradually, Wanwan found herself becoming a little dazed and confused. This orchid scent felt a little off. Was it akin to having ingested an aphrodisiac? Wanwan's eyes glazed over as her hands brushed against the man's well-defined abdominal muscles, snapping her back to reality. She pushed away the equally entranced mantis, gasping for breath. Her clothes hung precariously, barely concealing her figure. Wanwan thought to herself, damn, that was close. I almost ended up with an insect husband. Hung Yen could not fathom why Wanwan had pushed him away, especially since it was she who had grasped his collar, gradually peeling away his garments.
Now.
He felt an overwhelming discomfort, yearning for Wanwan to continue. The dazed pink mantis approached him once more, its slightly curled pink tresses cascading over its fair chest. Resembling a fairy, Wanwan cast a glance, instinctively swallowed, and hastily diverted her gaze. You do not come any closer, our races are different. You belong to the insect tribe, while I am an orc. Insect tribe? I can renounce my identity as an insect. Hung Yen stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor as he acutely sensed Wanwan's aversion towards him. A woman only exhibits such resistance towards a man she dislikes. Wanwan felt a sense of helplessness. One cannot simply cast aside their heritage as an insect tribe. Moreover, this particular being was of royal lineage. It must have taken considerable effort for Chi Mabai to bring him back from the outer realms. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had managed to escape. If he were to be captured again, would the Empire reward her with treasures? Upon this thought, Wanwan shook her head. She had no desire to become embroiled in a national conflict. It would be best if she remained unknown to any insect royalty, and vice versa for Hung Yen. Hung Yen, too, understood the distinction between the sexes and the appropriate conduct during a mating season. However, it seemed he lacked any other memories, exhibiting the intellect of a child combined with the reactions of an adult man. If she were to take advantage of him, would that not be akin to exploiting the vulnerable? Taking a deep breath, Wanwan quelled her inner tumult. It is late. You should leave from whence you came. Otherwise, when the Empire arrives, you may find it impossible to escape. Surely, it must be the saliva of this mantis that was to blame. Otherwise, how could someone with such strong self-discipline be so easily entangled with him? Wanwan realized the necessity of regaining her clarity. Hung Yen felt wounded. He could sense Wanwan's affection for him, yet he also felt her resistance. Did she not harbor feelings for him? He was beset by questions. But observing Wanwan's unwillingness to engage further, he chose to remain silent. Casting a lingering gaze at her, Hung Yen transformed into a pink luminescent point and vanished. Has he fled so swiftly? Wanwan gazed, astonished by the spectacle. Such an astonishing disappearance right before her eyes. She glanced around, confirming that Hung Yen had indeed departed, and her heart found solace. Thus, even if the teleportation portal was repaired, the Academy would remain oblivious to her entanglement with the insect tribe. As for the live broadcast from the training room, The system had already informed her that it had long since been cut off. Otherwise, she would not have dared to act so recklessly within. With a sense of relief, Wanwan sought a clean spot to sit, oblivious to the tiny pink luminescent point stealthily climbing up her garment. Chapter 41. A change of nature. The system glanced at the small pink, nestled in a secluded spot behind Wanwan's head. After some deliberation, it decided to withhold this information from her for the time being. After all, he was an SSS-ranked male orc, and who knew when he might prove useful in the future. Besides, with his currently low intellect, there was little chance he could stir up any trouble. Thus, the decision was made with a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Wanwan, a significant secret lingered within her hair as she leaned against a stone, resting her eyes. A flash of white teleportation light flickered. Inside the training room, the large screen re-established the live broadcast. What appeared was the rather carefree image of Wanwan resting amidst a battlefield strewn with insect carcasses. In stark contrast, Wanwan appeared pale. Gripping a broken spoon she had scavenged, her demeanor fraught with anxiety as she warily surveyed her surroundings. Wanwan, are you alright? Su Wenjing's voice resonated from the teleportation portal. Wanwan froze, her expression transforming with elation, nearly bringing her to tears. Teacher, we are still alive. Teacher, please, hurry and rescue us. Alright. The teleportation portal is fully repaired. You may return now. Upon hearing they were safe, Su Wenjing was both astonished and relieved. The two students had entered the life and death battlefield right under her watch. Had anything gone awry, she would have been at a loss to explain to the academy and their families. The teleportation portal illuminated, and Wanwan excitedly took a few steps forward, only to suddenly remember something. She turned and approached Wanwan. Wanwan, the teleportation portal is open. We can leave this place. Her voice was unexpectedly gentle, even carrying a hint of cautious flattery. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. When had Wanwan become so accommodating? Wasn't she supposed to harbor animosity towards Wanwan? Yet now, she even specifically invited Wanwan to exit with her. Wanwan had already awakened during their conversation. Observing Wanwan's change in demeanor, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared that this noble lady of the empire had indeed been thoroughly shaken by the life and death battlefield, to the extent that even her disposition had shifted. Let us leave quickly. This place is far too dangerous. Noticing Wanwan lost in thought, Wanwan urged her forward. Who knew what unknown creatures might emerge from the life and death battlefield once more? Wanwan nodded, allowing Wanwan to lead her towards the teleportation portal. A flash of light enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in the training room of the Empire Music Academy. At that moment, the training room was devoid of other students. Only a few trial participants remained, left by Su Wenjing to assist. Su Wenjing conducted a thorough examination of both individuals, relieved to find only minor abrasions, ensuring there were no significant issues before her worry eased. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. I shall report this matter to the Dean and Advocate for enhanced supervision of the life and death battlefield to prevent such occurrences in the future. Su Wenjing, concerned that the events of the day might affect them, quickly reassured them. As for the life and death battlefield today, the chaotic magnetic energy had been calmed, and it would not be reopened again. Wanwan, you should first visit the school nurse to check on your injuries. Su Wenjing spoke in a gentle tone, subsequently assigning a few trial participants to escort her. Having witnessed the insect tribe firsthand, it was clear that Wanwan had been frightened. Wanwan nodded, still shaken, obediently making her way to the infirmary. Wanwan, you should also have a look at the school nurse. There will be no classes today. Remember to come find me after your examination to discuss what transpired in the life and death battlefield. Su Wenjing's gaze turned towards Wanwan, who appeared remarkably composed, exuding calmness, seemingly unfazed by the ordeal. Indeed, anyone capable of resting amidst the corpses of insects on a life and death battlefield must possess formidable psychological fortitude. Yet, necessary checks were still imperative.
Alright.
Wanwan nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, both Wanwan and Wanwan were summoned by Su Wenjing for questioning. Wanwan's responses were succinct. She had fainted upon the appearance of the colossal black beetle and remembered nothing thereafter. Wanwan, could you recount what transpired afterward? Su Wenjing's expression was grave. A member of the Academy's guard standing nearby. Wanwan pondered for a moment, organizing her thoughts before slowly speaking. After Wanwan fainted, I was nearly terrified to death myself, convinced we were doomed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Another insect tribe member emerged and began viciously attacking the giant black beetle. I seized the opportunity while they were preoccupied and led Xiao to hide behind a nearby rock. I dared not look outside, unsure of what was happening. A peculiar scent wafted over, and after inhaling it a couple of times, I fainted. I have no recollection of what transpired thereafter. The scent? What kind of scent was it? The guard inquired, seeking further details. It was a rather fragrant aroma, though I cannot quite describe it. Wanwan shook her head, her expression innocently bewildered. She selectively recounted what she could, remaining silent on the matters that were best left unsaid. The alluring fragrance having been imparted to her by the system. After devouring their kin, some members of the Zerg enter a state of agitation, during which their bodily fluids emit an unusual fragrance. If the Zerg in question possesses hallucinogenic abilities, this fragrance may have the effect of ensnaring the senses. Upon hearing Wanshan's description, a member of the Academy's guard team indeed speculated in accordance with the system's predictions. The battlefield of life and death is equipped with information interference devices deployed by the Imperial Army. Perhaps the Zerg was in a compromised state and, due to the presence of the interference device, failed to detect your presence. It must be said that you are quite fortunate. Xiao genuinely felt lucky and was grateful that Wanshan did not abandon her in a critical moment. Otherwise, she would now be a lifeless corpse on the battlefield. After the guard team concluded their inquiries, they allowed the two to leave and even granted them the afternoon off from classes to rest at home. As they exited the office, Wanshan encountered Xiao hesitant expression. Is something the matter? I just wanted to say, thank you for saving me during the battlefield. Although Xiao was somewhat spoiled, she recognized right from wrong. Had it not been for Wanshan's protection, she would not have survived long enough to reach the teleportation portal. Moreover, in that critical moment, Wanshan had not abandoned her. She was immensely grateful. However, gratitude aside, if you wish to take my belongings again in the future, I certainly will not acquiesce. With that, Xiao gaze shifted to the end of the nearby path. A tall young man in a gray trench coat stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of how long he had been waiting in the corridor. Upon noticing the two girls looking at him, he stepped forward. Wanshan, you won our match. I accept my defeat and relinquish Chirin to you. After Xiao finished speaking, she turned to leave, only to be caught off guard by Wanshan's next remark, causing her to cough violently. And your cultivation resources for the next 6 months. Wanshan raised an eyebrow, a half-smile gracing her lips as she observed Xiao enraged and embarrassed visage. Xiao glared at Wanshan, grinding her teeth in frustration, before finally delivering a parting shot. You're ruthless. Yet inside, she was weeping profusely.
Now.
She truly felt as if she had lost everything. Chapter 42. Subject number 8. Miss you. Chiren's melodious voice drifted over from her side. Wanshan turned to find a pair of clear, doe-like eyes gazing back at her.
Chiren.
Have you been waiting for me? She surmised that he must be concerned about their match. Wanshan smiled at him. I won today's match. You need not endure others' malice any longer.
You may do as you please from now on.
Do as I please? Chiren repeated, his tone filled with curiosity. Of course. Then may I follow you? The young man's eyes sparkled like a tranquil lake rippling under sunlight, filled with determination as he looked at her. Wanshan was taken aback. She had not intended for him to accompany her, as this was an academy, not a place for leisure. However, faced with the hopeful gaze of the young man, she found it difficult to articulate a refusal. Following me may not offer any significant benefits. Wanshan attempted to decline gently. But as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed Chiren's expression dimming. He pressed his lips together and walked beside her in silence, his demeanor resembling that of a pitiful creature abandoned. Wanshan paused, then shifted the conversation. But if you don't mind, you may accompany me during my time at the academy. I don't mind, Chiren replied swiftly, his eyes regaining their luster. Lady Duke, encountering Zerg on the battlefield of life and death, how is it that Wanshan emerged unscathed? This is quite uncanny. In a corner of the corridor, Mary followed May Dicey's gaze and caught sight of Wanshan and Xiao departing. At that moment, they had been expelled from the training room by their instructor.
Su Wenting.
She had presumed that both Wanshan and Xiao were doomed, yet here they were, miraculously returning alive. However, being a lowly commoner, she lacked the sense to be cautious. Fortune would not smile upon her forever, and one day, she would surely regret it.
Indeed.
Let us see how long she can bask in her success. May Dicey scoffed, her gaze shifting to Chiren, her expression shifting slightly. The Academy distributes a batch of low-grade suppressants to test subjects every 2 weeks. I recall your uncle is the administrator? Mary's eyes brightened, realizing that the Duke's lady implied that he had become Wanshan's exclusive test subject. I see no need to provide him with the suppressants. Isn't there a new batch of products at the Research Institute that needs testing? I can arrange for someone to send you a sample shortly, which you may then give to him. May Dicey's lips curled into a slight smirk. It was said that this new type of suppressant was derived from the bodily fluids of Zerg in an agitated state, classified as the highest grade SSS suppressant, albeit untested on humans. I wonder if Chi-Ren's frail physique can withstand it? Will Wanshan be saddened at that moment?
May Dicey laughed maliciously,
Seemingly relishing the anticipated scene. Mary's heart raced, and she quickly bowed in agreement, knowing that those who offended the Duke's lady rarely met with favorable outcomes. After exchanging pleasantries with the instructor, Chi-Ren escorted Wanshan out of the academy. As they stepped beyond the gates, they were met by Chi Mabai and Su Machong, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Chi-Ren behind Wanshan, they exchanged glances before directing their gentle attention solely to her. Wanshan, are you returning home so early today? Yes, it's the first day, and the teacher wants us to acclimate, so we returned home early. Wanshan wished to spare them the details of the battlefield, not wanting to cause them concern. By the way, this is Chi-Ren, the test subject assigned to me by the Academy. You need not worry about me, as he will look after me. As Wanshan introduced them, the gazes of the three young men converged, igniting sparks of tension. The Academy had no policy of assigning test subjects to students. The only explanation was that the student had selected their exclusive test subject. Thus, it was evident that Wanshan had chosen Chi-Ren. Though he was somewhat lacking in strength, he possessed an appealing appearance, which Wanshan favored. The other two would not comment. Chi Mabai and Su Machong exchanged glances before extending their hands in unison.
Hello, I'm Kimobai. Hello, Yem Sumohang.
Chi-Ren gazed at the two distinguished figures before him, his heart fluttering slightly. These two were likely Wanshan's beast partners. Although they did not exert their power over him, the aura of high-tier beastmen emanating from them made him feel somewhat uneasy. Greetings, I am Chi-Ren. After a brief handshake, they acknowledged one another. Wanshan is still unfamiliar with the rules of this world. I hope you will look after her in the academy. Chi Mabai's demeanor was warm, devoid of the arrogance typically displayed by nobles towards commoners. Su Machong echoed his sentiment. As the two stood beside Wanshan, they appeared as a harmonious trio, seemingly destined to be together. Chi-Ren's hands curled within his sleeves, yet he raised his head with resolve, stating, I understand. And I will. Well then, we shall take our leave.
Goodbye, Chi-Ren.
Wanshan smiled and waved, taking the hands of the two men as they walked toward the nearby flying vehicle. Chi-Ren's gaze followed Wanshan until the vehicle vanished from view, his expression suddenly deepening. Recalling the sensation of holding Wanshan on the small electric vehicle stirred a sense of longing within him. An intense desire to compete surged from the depths of his previously calm heart. Slowly, Chi-Ren clenched his fists within his sleeves.
Moment late.
He activated his wrist communicator and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and an elderly voice came through. Hello, Xiaoren, you're calling me. Does that mean you've changed your mind? Professor Li, it's me. Do your previous words still hold true? Chi-Ren's voice was low, yet laced with determination. The elder on the other end of the line was thrilled by his inquiry. Of course, they hold. All the conditions I promised you are still valid. As long as you come by every night to participate in the experiments. Rest assured, I am here on behalf of the Empire, equipped with the most professional medical team. You shall not come to any harm. With that, Chi-Ren terminated the communication, his strides quickening as he exited the school gates, heading directly towards the address provided by Professor Li. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Empire's 7th Underground Research Institute, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat ended his call, turning with excitement to address those behind him. Quick, quick. The experimental subject will arrive imminently. Prepare for the first phase of the experiment, which is set to commence at 8 o'clock tonight. The entire Research Institute buzzed with activity. The old man swiftly dialed another number.
What is it?
A voice came through the line, belonging to the Empire's first princess, Suwaina. Your Highness, subject number 8 has been confirmed. We may commence the experiment tonight.
Oh. Suwaina responded, somahat surpriset, her tone biriktenin.
I recall you mentioning it was rather challenging. How swiftly you have resolved it. Well done. There were indeed some complications, and we struggled to find a suitable subject, but now we have one. Your Highness, may we proceed? The old man inquired cautiously. Of course, the sooner, the better. I can hardly wait to witness its power. Su Wena's voice was urgent, tinged with barely contained excitement. Chapter 43. Never late. As night deepened, Wanwan luxuriated in a warm bath, donning a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown before enveloping herself in the soft embrace of her blankets. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Wanwan looked up to find Shimabai seated at the edge of the bed. With a swift motion, he drew her from her cocoon of warmth. The warmth of his firm chest pressed through the thin fabric, radiating heat. Shimabai gazed down at the face he had long yearned for, the depths of desire flickering in his eyes. Wanwan, I miss you so much. Were it not for her well-being, he would never have wished to part from her for such a lengthy duration. The intensity of his gaze made Wanwan's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Amo, I miss you too. Despite believing herself to possess a thick skin, she found it difficult to withstand the depth of Chimabai's affectionate eyes, lowering her gaze in shyness. Yet, in the next moment, he gently tilted her chin back up. Wanwan, I adore it when you look at me and express how much you miss me. As Wanwan opened her mouth to respond, he captured her lips with his fiery kiss. The rich scent of his pheromones flooded her senses, awakening the long-suppressed instincts of the male beast within him. Initially, she retained some semblance of thought, but gradually succumbed to a blissful oblivion.
Sumo-chan,
holding a freshly warmed glass of milk, approached the door, ready to knock when he was met with the sultry sounds emanating from within. He inhaled sharply, carefully placing the milk aside, and slid down beside the doorframe. Through the barrier, he absorbed every sound within, his ruby-like eyes deepening to a rich crimson, captivating in their intensity. Once the commotion inside ceased, Su Machang rose from the floor and pushed open the bedroom door with a creak. Wanwan, still slightly dazed, was startled to see Su Machang, impeccably dressed, standing before her. Reflexively, she grabbed a nearby blanket to cover herself, feeling as though she had been caught in a misdeed.
Acha, oui.
Wanwan's words faltered, but Su Machang had already stepped past the figure beside the bed and approached her directly. His long, elegant fingers slipped beneath the covers, grasping her ankle. After all this time together, why are you still so shy? Is there something about your body that I have not seen? His ruby gaze, brimming with a tenderness that Wanwan could not fully comprehend, remained fixed upon her, seemingly unfazed by Chimabai's presence. Wanwan's face flushed a deep shade of red as she reached out to halt his actions, only to have her other hand effortlessly captured. The heat of her body intensified under his touch. Chong, she breathed, her cheeks aflame. I am here, he replied, his voice husky and enticing, sending shivers down her spine. In an instant, Su Machang leaned down to kiss her lips tenderly. The once bashful emotions transformed into a torrent of warmth. As the blanket was gradually drawn aside, Su Machang, lifting her effortlessly, cradled her against him. As dawn's light broke, Wanwan blinked open her eyes, glancing outside the window, her vision still bleary. It seemed as though there was something she needed to do today. Yes, school. Yet her body felt achingly sore, devoid of strength. Last night. Cough. Wanwan turned her head to the left, where Chimabai's strong features loomed close. His chiseled nose and thin lips reminiscent of a charismatic war god. To her right, Su Machang's handsome countenance, like a prince from a fairy tale, exuded serene beauty. Truly, she was blessed beyond measure. Wanwan squinted and smiled, feeling that the exhaustion was worthwhile. However, the moment she moved, the sensation of her body threatening to fall apart pulled her back to reality. Host, would you like a complete restorative pill? Cough. What is the price? Hee. The system offers it for free. No cost involved. Then what are we waiting for? Bring it on. Wanwan proclaimed with exuberance, prompting the system to provide her with the pill. Upon consuming the restorative, she felt an immediate wave of revitalization wash over her. Her body felt light and free of the previous aches. Even the fatigue from the previous night vanished completely, her eyes glistening with renewed vitality. Wanwan sprang upright from the bed, feeling as though she could single-handedly topple a bull. This medicine was remarkable. Her eyes sparkled with delight. System produced. Unparalleled in the world. Wanwan grinned widely, considering the need to stock up on more, as it might come in handy frequently. Understood. Awake? Is there any discomfort in your body? Su Machang opened his eyes, noticing her staring blankly. He assumed she was still fatigued from the previous night. Wanwan shook her head. What time is it? I can't be late for school. It's still early, we won't be late, Chimabai reassured her, glancing out the window. We can sleep a bit longer. But Wanwan was no longer sleepy. As she lay back down, glancing at the two drowsy beauties beside her, her mind began to wander. Last night, they had kept her awake. Now, she felt a mischievous spark. Wanwan reached out, touching Chi Mabai's firm chest with her left hand and Su Machang's defined abs with her right. When relaxed, Chi Mabai's chest was soft and elastic, while Su Machang's abs were distinctly chiseled, providing a delightful tactile experience. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Turning her head, she locked eyes with the intense stares of both men. Wanwan, not sleeping? I'm not sleepy, she instinctively replied. Chi Mabai and Su Machang exchanged knowing glances, recognizing a familiar look in each other's eyes, one that Wanwan did not comprehend, yet felt tinged with danger. Wanwan glanced around nervously, retracting her wandering hands. Would you both like to sleep a little longer? Su Machang pulled her into his embrace, his handsome face leaning close to her cheek, smiling as he whispered, just right. We are not sleepy either. Wanwan, his deep, sultry voice sent a thrill through her. Wanwan shivered, and in the next moment, Su Machang captured her lips with his. Meanwhile, Chi Mabai leaned in as well, and the blanket slipped slowly away. Outside the window, two little birds nestled together chirped incessantly. The morning sun rose. At the school gates, as Wanwan bounced joyfully into the academy, Su Machang found himself questioning reality.
Kimobai.
Did we perhaps restrain ourselves a bit too much last night? It seems our little wife is not yet satisfied. Otherwise, how could she be so tempting this early in the morning? Chi Mabai furrowed his brow, reflecting on the previous night. Indeed, they had held back, fearing Wanwan might not be able to handle it. Their little wife was far stronger than they had imagined. Perhaps tonight, there would be no need for restraint. A glint of resolve sparked in Chi Mabai's eyes. The two men exchanged knowing looks, each recognizing the same sentiment within the other. As men, how could they allow their wife to remain unsatisfied? Wanwan was unaware that due to that miraculous revitalizing pill, she had been misunderstood by two individuals. At this moment, she was greeting Chiren, who approached her. Chapter 44. The Good Samaritan card. Chiren, you don't seem well. Did you not sleep well last night? Wanwan observed Chiren with surprise. His complexion was exceedingly pale, bordering on an unhealthy whiteness. He typically appeared quite frail, and his current visage was even more devoid of color. A sense of concern washed over her. Chiren touched his face and shook his head. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong. Yet, within his heart, he pondered that he ought to prepare some makeup at home. Otherwise, seeing him in such a state would surely worry Wanwan. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Wanwan nodded, leading him towards their classroom. The system's revitalizing pill was indeed a remarkable remedy. Wanwan felt invigorated and brimming with energy. Even her memory had significantly improved. The foundational knowledge of soothing male beastmen, which the teacher had just covered in class, was etched clearly in her mind. She could even read the textbook at a glance and remember its contents with clarity. Most of the classmates in Class 3 had seen her in the training room yesterday, and many regarded her with unusually attentive gazes. Su Wenjing called Wanwan over to inquire about her achievement of a 100 in soothing during the deathmatch battlefield. I don't know why, but once I entered the battlefield, I felt a sense of solemnity, and I naturally began to sing that song. As for the 100 in soothing that you mentioned, I am unaware of what that entails, Wanwan replied, weaving a mix of truth and fiction. You truly have no mental power? Suwenting question, inso dulo. Wanwan had completed a 100 in soothing on her very first day in the deathmatch battlefield, despite not knowing how to utilize the soothing ability. Moreover, the solemnity she described was a sensation that could only be granted by the recognition of the deceased. A rather mysterious phenomenon. I have indeed been tested. I possess no mental power, Wanwan answered candidly. After a moment of silence, Su Wenjing reached a conclusion. It seems you inadvertently received the recognition of the deceased upon entering the battlefield. Thus, the malevolent aura did not harm you, allowing you to utilize that song to soothe the chaotic energy fields. Su Wenjing analyzed with the limited knowledge she possessed. Wanwan nodded in agreement, affirming her understanding. After their discussion, Su Wenjing returned to the classroom to explain the reasons behind Wanwan's 100 in soothing and encouraged her classmates to diligently practice their soothing abilities before the class concluded. Wanwan, was that song you sang in the deathmatch battlefield one of your own creation? A classmate with braided hair approached, her curiosity piqued. It is not of my creation. Wanwan shook her head. But I've never heard that song before. It was beautiful and poignant. I almost cried listening to it. Would you teach it to me? The young girl continued to press. I can teach you, Wanwan replied, for she had little to occupy her time at school. Besides studying to understand the fundamentals of this world, she also wished to explore its music. The two began to sing back and forth. The girl displayed considerable talent. Harmonizing well with Wanwan, with only slight guidance, she sang commendably. Thank you, Wanwan. You're such a wonderful person, the girl expressed, earning Wanwan a good Samaritan card. Wanwan, how did you achieve that 100 in soothing? I tend to lose control when I attempt to soothe. Could you help me understand what I'm doing wrong? Another student approached, violin in hand. Although the teacher had remarked that Wanwan's 100 in soothing was a fluke, many believed she possessed genuine skill. After all, why hadn't others experienced such serendipity in the deathmatch battlefield? Wanwan carefully observed the student's soothing technique. She discovered that the student was overly focused on the musical techniques taught in school, thus lacking sufficient soothing intensity. Play a piece freely, without concerning yourself with technique. Just let your emotions flow and try again, Wanwan advised. After pondering her words, the girl played another piece. This time, her music was not as flawless. She even hit 2 wrong notes. However, because her heart was fully invested in the soothing aspect, the soothing effect surpassed her previous attempts. Is it truly like this? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. She had always believed her shortcomings were due to a lack of skill, not realizing that her fixation on technique was the root of her struggles. Thank you, Wanwan. My name is Bailan. From this day forth, you shall be my friend. Wanwan smiled, accepting the girl's kindness. Such occurrences were frequent. People were often drawn to strength. Achieving a 100 in soothing was indeed an impressive feat, and this scene incited jealousy in the corner, where May Dicey seethed with envy. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor Wanwan, that wretched commoner? Why hadn't he the insect race devoured her already? Hey, have you heard? Twin Star Entertainment has signed an S contract. S contract? Is that for real? Did you mishear? How could I? My third uncle's second aunt's brother's youngest son works at Twin Star Entertainment and witnessed the S contract with his own eyes. If he saw it, it must be true. Twin Star has indeed signed an S contract. Who is the S contract for? Is it Lu Yuyao? Of course, it's Lu Yuyao. Only her voice is worthy of an S contract at Twin Star. That's a height we can never hope to reach. I'm so envious. Exactly. Wanwan, having just returned from the restroom, happened upon a group of students gathered in the corner of the hallway, discussing something that sounded quite familiar. An S contract from Twin Star Entertainment? She had recently signed one herself. Could it be that Twin Star had signed someone else? The thought crossed her mind fleetingly, but she paid it little heed, intending to leave when a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Ah! Lu Yuyao, it's Lu Yuyao. She's so beautiful. Her voice is so lovely. I adore her. Lu Yuyao, sing for us, Lu Yuyao. The narrow hallway instantly transformed into a mini fan convention, and Wanwan found herself trapped at the back of the throng, unable to advance toward her classroom. The chaos was so pronounced that even the teacher's attempts to maintain order were drowned out. Following the direction of the crowd's exclamations, Wanwan caught sight of Lu Yuyao walking gracefully amidst a throng of students, akin to a celestial body surrounded by adoring stars. Lu Yuyao possessed a delicate, graceful oval face and wore a soft yellow short dress that accentuated her alluring figure. With a gentle smile adorning her face, she seemed accustomed to the fervor of her fans. She raised her hand in a wave. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your support. Tonight at 8 p.m., there will be a live broadcast on Twin Star. Don't miss it. But remember, class is about to start, so please head back.
All right.
We'll heed Yuyao's words. At 8 p.m., we will surely be in the live room to cheer for her. We will definitely come. The students, having been graced by Lu Yuyao's presence, were flushed with excitement, waving their hands enthusiastically until she entered her elite class, after which the fervor gradually dissipated. Wanwan, do you like Lu Yuyao as well? Bailan approached Wanwan's side, glancing back at Lu Yuyao's departing figure with an expression that seemed somewhat off. What's wrong? You don't like her? Chapter 45. Do not resist. Bailan pursed her lips, remaining silent, yet the hostility in her eyes was unmistakable. Wanwan, do not be deceived by her facade. She is not a good person. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. On the way back, Wanwan found herself somewhat distracted. In a moment of inattention, she collided with someone.
Ah, I'm sorry.
I was lost in thought and didn't mean to bump into you. The young man at the corner lowered his head, his short flaxen hair obscuring his eyes. However, he was quite tall, measuring over 6 feet, causing Wanwan to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. A pair of striking purple eyes met hers. And Wanwan's eyes brightened. Those eyes, are they not exceedingly beautiful? They resemble the purple ice crystals formed over millennia upon the snow-capped peaks, deep and resplendent, almost as if they could draw one in. Yet, it is not solely the beauty of the eyes that captivates. The visage itself is strikingly handsome, with thin lips, a well-defined nose, and features that are profoundly chiseled. However, the eyes are so stunning that they seize an inordinate amount of attention. Classmate? Noticing his silence, Wanwan raised her voice in inquiry. She caught a fleeting glance from the youth, who then lowered his mesmerizing violet eyes and silently turned away. Wanwan scratched her head. This young man exudes an air of aloofness. Shaking her head, she dismissed the encounter and returned to the classroom. The theoretical lesson concluded for the day, and the next class was to be held in the 5D training room, prompting all students to gather their belongings in preparation. Su Wenjing instructed them to line up and follow her to the 5D training room. The application of calming energy must be experienced firsthand. Within the 5D training room, the holographic simulation engages all 5 senses, based on data recorded from a dying middle-aged male beastman during an energy surge. This advanced technology aims to allow students to experience the sensation of calming a male beastman. Each student is assigned a sensory pod, which closes upon activation, rendering the outside world invisible. Su Wenjing explained the initiation process from outside the pod. As the experience begins, participants will first encounter the male beastman's agony during the energy surge, necessitating mental preparation and the avoidance of resistance. Only then may they experience the comfort of being calmed. The entire process lasts for half an hour and cannot be interrupted. It will conclude automatically once the time elapses. Everyone settled in, focusing intently to better assist future male beastmen in calming their turbulent energies. Once Su Wenjing completed her instructions, she positioned herself at the main control switch.
All right.
We shall begin now. As she pressed the master switch, the entire sensory pod plunged into darkness, leaving the eyes unable to discern anything. Wanwan calmly awaited the onset of sensations. She had witnessed Chi Mabai's torment during his beastification but had never truly experienced it herself. She was curious to understand the extent of the pain. Letting her thoughts drift, she opened her eyes to find herself seated within a grand palace. The palace was astonishingly vast, adorned with azure and gold columns intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, resplendent murals, and exquisitely crafted ceilings, all epitomizing opulence and fantasy. In the very center of the palace lay an extraordinarily large bed, approximately 5 meters wide, draped in a soft golden silk quilt embroidered with vividly lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs. Wanwan felt bemused. Had she indeed entered the sensory pod? Wasn't she supposed to experience the pain of a male beastman in an energy surge? Could this be where the experience was to take place? She approached the window, only to find a white, chaotic expanse outside, obscured by thick fog. Nothing discernible. After wandering the palace, she sat upon the bed, which yielded pleasantly under her weight. Just as she began to wonder if Su Wenjing had perhaps connected to the wrong pod, a figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. The figure was silhouetted against the light, their features concealed in shadow, making them difficult to discern. With deliberate steps, they advanced towards her, exuding an imposing presence. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Could this be the male beastman in the throes of energy turbulence? His face remained shrouded in mist, no matter how she strained to see. His features eluded her, yet she could clearly discern his tall, imposing stature. He was clad in a dark blue, vintage princely garb, with golden tassels on his shoulders, swaying gently as he moved. It seemed to her that he could not be very old, perhaps not exceeding 22. Wasn't this supposed to be a sensory data from a dying middle-aged male beastman? Wanwan scratched her head, realizing that the figure showed no sign of halting, compelling her to retreat step by step until her legs were blocked by the bed. The man, however, showed no intention of stopping. As he loomed over her, she instinctively recoiled, landing softly on the plush bed. He pressed a slender, attractive finger against her lips, silencing any words she might utter. He seized her shoulder, kneeling beside her, looking down upon her from his elevated position. Wanwan blinked, bewildered by how this scenario felt so off. Surely, she had not stumbled into an improper sensory pod? As she momentarily lost her focus, the man leaned closer. She instinctively turned her head away, only to be gently redirected by him. Heaven knows, despite the indistinctness of his face, she could sense a wave of displeasure emanating from him. Wait, shouldn't she be the one feeling displeased? What was happening? Was this truly how a male beastman felt when being calmed? Weren't they supposed to be in pain? Wanwan's eyes widened as her lips were suddenly captured. A tingling sensation coursed through her. Was this the sensation of a male being calmed? She pondered. Was this the feeling of a kiss? Something felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. The teacher had advised against resistance. If there was to be no resistance, then perhaps she should, enjoy it? Any rebellious thoughts she had were quashed in that fleeting moment. It was said that this sensory pod merely simulated experiences, not truly embodying them. Thus, she needn't feel any trepidation. Furthermore, his face was obscured. Merely a string of data. There was nothing to fret over. Sensing her relaxation, he paused momentarily before parting her lips. This sensation, indeed, felt astonishingly real. Wanwan blinked. He cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Their lips met and intertwined. Though his face remained indistinct, this kiss, this sensation, was undeniably exquisite. Wanwan felt herself becoming lightheaded as he began to unfasten her garments. A chill enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively grasp his hand, only for him to take hold of it and guide it above her head. His kisses fell like raindrops, dense and fervent. Wanwan trembled, her eyes widening. Was this development truly appropriate? Yet the teacher had said to refrain from resistance. If it wasn't real, perhaps she should simply go with the flow? This internal conflict lasted but a moment, and Wanwan found herself relaxing. She even playfully grasped the golden tassels on his attire, twirling them around. With a flirtatious glint in her eye, the man's gaze flashed with a hint of light, and he swallowed hard, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 46. The program has been tampered with. The teacher had mentioned half an hour, had she not? Wanwan, her thoughts muddled, glanced at the faceless man before her. Surely, it had surpassed 2 hours by now. Moreover, the sensations felt astonishingly authentic. Was this truly the extent of what 5D could achieve? Meanwhile, within the 5D training room, Su Wenjing was nearly wearing out the shutdown switch in her hand. Yet, the sensory pods showed no signs of responding, remaining tightly sealed. The green lights above indicated that the pods were still operational. Su teacher, what is happening? Why can't we shut down the sensory pods? Old Lee from the technical department rushed in, his expression anxious as he glanced between Su Wenjing and the row of illuminated sensory pods. Old Lee, I am at a loss as well. According to protocol, these pods should cease functioning after half an hour. Yet, nearly 3 hours have passed, and there is still no sign of change. The master switch is ineffective. Su Wenjing replied, her own anxiety mounting. Recently, the Academy's equipment seemed plagued by persistent issues. First, a multitude of insectoid creatures emerged on the battlefield of life and death, and then the 5D training room experienced a program malfunction. What kind of unfortunate disposition does she possess that she encounters trouble at every turn? Old Lee meticulously examined the situation. The circuits were intact. The switches functioned correctly. Yet the program had been tampered with. Frowning, Old Lee gazed at the chaotic system programs dancing across the screen. Tampered with? Who had the audacity to breach the Empire's Music Academy system? This was utterly outrageous. Su Wenjing could hardly believe it. This was a crime, if caught. Even banishment to the outer battlefields would be a light punishment. Old Lee, you must attempt to crack the code quickly. I have so many students in the sensory pods. Su Wenjing urged, her anxiety palpable, and Old Lee shared her concern. However, as he endeavored to thwart the intruder's actions, he realized that the codes he input were effortlessly deciphered by the opponent. Moreover, they had erected a formidable barrier that obstructed his offensive. Old Lee, are you the intruder?
Or am I?
The intruder's arrogance was so overwhelming that even the seasoned Old Lee felt a moment of shock and astonishment. He had presumed that, with his expertise, breaching the defenses left by an enemy hacker would be a trivial task. Yet, he soon discerned something amiss. This wall was insurmountably thick. After tirelessly deciphering dozens of code sequences, the intruder's defenses appeared endless, leaving him at a loss. Unyielding, Old Lee furrowed his brow and toiled for another half hour. The connector in his hand could no longer bear the load, resulting in a blue screen. Yet, the wall erected by the intruder remained as imposing as a mountain, firmly blocking his path. Old Lee, how is it? Su Wenjing had been observing for a while, unable to comprehend the situation, but noting Old Lee's troubled expression. She sensed something was amiss. Ahem. The opponent's technology is exceedingly advanced. I am currently unable to breach it. Su Wenjing was taken aback. Oldly had previously been a part of the Empire's secret group and was considered a luminary in programming. If he couldn't crack it, who could? Oldly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed to cover his discomfort and reassured her, saying, "Though we are temporarily at a standstill, we can ascertain that the intruder does not intend to harm the students. The program running within merely seeks to ensure the sensory pods operate normally. We need not worry for the time being. Once the program concludes, the sensory pods will automatically open." Su Wenjing thought this assurance was somewhat ambiguous. In the system space, Wanwan watched as the figure's hand grazed her waist once more, hastily cradling the indistinct face and murmuring in a pitiful tone, "Is this not enough? I am hungry." She patted her small belly, estimating that at least 4 hours had passed. She was uncertain if this stream of data could comprehend her words, but she found herself yearning for the creamy little cake Su Machong used to make for her. She wished to return home. Beneath the white mist, her eyes flickered as she caught a glimpse of the indistinct face illuminated by a purplish glow. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared, leading Wanwan to question her own perception. The figure leaned closer, planting a kiss on her cheek, then obediently released her waist. Rising, he gathered the deep blue cord attire strewn across the floor, donning it until he restored the elegant, tall silhouette that had first captivated Wanwan. He turned his back to her, leaving her with a cold, indifferent profile, and began to exit the hall. Wanwan blinked, stealing a glance at the disheveled remnants on the bed. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in familiar darkness. The sound of Su Wenjing's excited voice reached her ears. "Oldly, it has opened. The sensory pod is unlocked." Simultaneously, the sensory pod before Wanwan also opened. The bright light momentarily disoriented her. She squinted until her eyes adjusted before sitting up from the pod. Meanwhile, the other students, who had been lying for over 5 hours, rubbed their heads and emerged from their pods. "Teacher, what happened? We were caught in a cycle of energy collapse and soothing. It was unbearable," a student exclaimed, prompting others to echo their sentiments. "Indeed, I never realized the male beastman energy surge could be so agonizing. It felt as if my entire being were about to explode. I felt as though someone had a grip on my throat, choking me." Me too. My body aches as if I truly experienced an energy surge. But were we supposed to be in there for only half an hour? It feels like an entire day has passed." "Yes. I endured the agony of an energy surge 6 times. If I hadn't been released, I would surely have lost my mind." The group clamored in disarray, then collectively turned to Su Wenjing. "Ahem. Well, there was a slight issue with the program, which caused a bit of an extension in time." Su Wenjing felt somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't anticipated that a seemingly ordinary experiential course would encounter such a problem. "Is everyone all right?" The group shook their heads. Physically, they were fine, but they felt somewhat uncomfortable. Wanwan observed her listless classmates, blinking in confusion. Did they not enter the same sensory pod? Setting aside the events in the palace, she had lain in the pod for such an extended period without feeling a hint of discomfort. On the contrary, her body appeared to have received an ample massage, feeling exceptionally light, with her capacity to absorb energy significantly heightened. Could it be that she truly experienced a remarkable sensory pod? Wanwan pondered thoughtfully. If she were to enter 2 more times, would she not need body-refining pills, and would she not be overwhelmed by the expanding energy? This was something she could not let others know. It must remain a secret. With this thought in mind, she feigned to stretch her neck and massage her shoulders like everyone else. Chapter 47. Testing the medicine. Oldly remained behind to work overtime. He sought to uncover traces from the hacker's withdrawal, hoping to follow the trail and unveil the intruder's identity. However, after an entire day of effort, the intruder had erased all signs, leaving no trace behind. Not to mention finding clues from mere hints. In the Empire's foremost research institute, within a spacious office, Wenba removed his glasses, rubbing his sore nose. Just as he was about to rest his eyes for a moment, a subordinate entered to report. "Chief Yuwen, Su Machong has arrived at the institute. What could he possibly want? Has he come to claim credit for the new SSS inhibitor?" Wenba abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his bloodshot gaze. Su Machong visited his former laboratory, meeting with a few of his disciples, and collected some belongings upon leaving. "Oh, collecting belongings?" Wenbo raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and decided to investigate. At the entrance of the research institute, Su Machong, holding a stack of documents, was intercepted by Wenba. "Since you're here, why the rush to leave? Have you committed some misdeed that you fear being discovered? Su Machang, you are no longer the chief of the institute. You cannot casually enter the confidential research rooms, nor can you take anything from the research facility. As Yu Wenba spoke, he signaled to his assistant. The assistant, understanding the cue, hurried to block Su Machang's path. Academician Su, we kindly ask that you leave behind what you have taken. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Su Machang cast a glance at the smug Yu Wenba, his expression remaining impassive as he dropped the documents from his hand. With a flick of his shirt sleeve, he spoke with a tone tinged with nonchalance. Yu Wenba, it matters not who holds the position of chief, however. The production of the SSS inhibitor still possesses flaws. Until those challenges are overcome, I advise against producing trial products. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenba immediately exploded with anger. Su Machang, by what authority do you lecture me? I am no longer under your command. You are not the chief anymore. Presently, I am your superior. You should heed my orders. In the past, when working under Su Machang, he had always employed such a tone and attitude to reprimand Yu Wenba. Why should it be so? How could he possibly be evaluated lower than him by a mere 0.5? Whether it be the master or the dean, they have always placed great importance on Su Machang, never once considering him. Now, it is he who has garnered the attention of the Empress, leading to his current achievements. It should be he who teaches lessons, not Su Machang.
Who does he think he is?
Yu Wenba's eyes reddened with fury. Does he believe the research institute would cease to function without him? Su Machang remained silent. Had it not been for the fear that the research on the SSS male beastman suppressants would be abandoned midway, he would not have returned to specifically remind a few of his former disciples. However, it now seems that such caution may have been unnecessary. Meanwhile, Yu Wenba appeared to have struck upon an idea, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I have formally petitioned the Empress to revoke your research qualifications at the Institute. Perhaps your dismissal notice will arrive within the next few days. There will be no need for you, the former chief, to concern yourself with matters at the Institute any longer. Yu Wenba emphasized the term former chief. The present Empress is exceedingly fond of him, both in the bedroom and the laboratory. He asserts the production of experimental subjects and the administration of test drugs. He is certain that the Empress will agree to Su Machang's dismissal.
Oh?
Is that so? Su Machang replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips.
What?
You doubt it? Yu Wenba, feeling anxious, sought to prove his point, exclaiming, the Empress values me now. She has promised to never do anything that would displease me. And your presence here is quite displeasing. He confidently declared, she will certainly agree. Then let us await the good news, Su Machang scoffed lightly, choosing not to engage in a futile debate with him. The notion that the Empress would consent to his dismissal was laughable. The Empress was no mere child who would take such words seriously. Nevertheless, he indeed needed to contemplate his future. A flicker of melancholy passed through Su Machang's downcast eyes. He was not a man prone to indecision. When he had departed from his family, he had risen to the position of chief at the Research Institute through sheer passion for his work. It now appeared that his elevation was merely contingent upon the whims of those in power, which was rather ironic. Leaving the Institute? This might not be an unwise course of action. Furthermore, he now had Wanwan by his side.
His wife.
A gentle warmth flickered in Su Machang's gaze at the thought of Wanwan. Perhaps even his biological parents had never anticipated that he would one day find his true partner. With this thought in mind, Su Machang activated his wristband, retrieving a letter from the trash folder. Behind him, Yu Wenba seethed with impotent rage, left with no choice but to await the Empress's decree, eager to humiliate Su Machang. Yet this wait extended for several days. Rather than receiving the Empress's order for Su Machang's dismissal, Yu Wenba was summoned to the palace. In the palace, at the Minghuang Hall, the Empress, Elia, reclined in a crimson silk nightgown, her long dark tresses cascading down her back. Her once youthful and radiant face now bore the marks of time, with deep-set wrinkles betraying her age. When Yu Wenba entered, a beastman was seen massaging the Empress's shoulders. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yu Wenba knelt, paying his respects. Despite having received the Empress's reassurances and having been intimately close to her, Yu Wenba understood that in her eyes, he was merely a subordinate to be kept under control. She could comfort him and speak sweetly, yet he could not overstep or be disrespectful. The Empress slowly opened her eyes, her profound gaze settling upon the kneeling figure before her, glinting with an icy light. She gestured for the beastman to withdraw, rising to approach Yu Wenba. Lifting his chin with her hand, Yu Wenba felt a wave of anxiety wash over him but dared not move, meeting the Empress's gaze instead. A batch of new SSS suppressants has been produced at the Institute, and as per your directive, they were distributed to 103 high-ranking beastmen for testing. Only 6 of them survived. 97 high-ranking beastmen perished due to your new product. Furthermore, the survivors have suffered energy collapse, turning into aberrations, and have gone mad. Do you understand? The Empress's tone was low and steady, imbued with an undeniable authority that bore down upon him like a mountain. The staggering figure emitted from her lips felt like a chilling blade, sending shivers down his spine. Yu Wenba met her cold gaze and felt his heart race with panic. The warmth and admiration he had once enjoyed in her eyes were now replaced with an endless frost. "Your Majesty," he stammered, his expression fraught with fear. Yet the Empress continued unabated. High-ranking beastmen are few in number, and those willing to serve as test subjects are even scarcer. Even I must take great care to nurture them. And now you, with a single command, have led to their near-total annihilation. Yu Wenba, you have truly outdone yourself. The moment her words fell, the icy glare in her eyes turned tangible as she suddenly released his chin. "Seize him. Your Majesty, please spare me. I did not intend for this to happen. I was unaware that those individuals would perish. I beg for your mercy." Yu Wenba cried as the guards entered, panic-stricken, desperately tugging at the Empress's garments and bowing profusely. "Your Majesty, for the sake of our past intimacy, please show mercy." His forehead struck the ground heavily, quickly turning red. Yet the Empress remained expressionless, unmoved. As he was about to be dragged away, Yu Wenba, filled with fury, spat. "Your Majesty, you praised my bravery in bed. And now you turn your back on me. How can one be so fickle?" The Empress turned her head, casting him a scornful glance. "I have praised many men in bed. I do not lack for you." Within the grand hall, the numerous guards and palace maids kept their eyes averted, not daring to look up or utter a sound at such a moment. The Empress was known for her icy demeanor. Discussing emotions with her was nothing short of absurd. He was merely a subordinate, and the few playful words exchanged in bed were hardly to be taken seriously. If the Empress so desired, she could easily welcome far younger and more capable suitors into her harem. What need had she for him? To be entrusted with such high expectations yet fail to fulfill his duties, what use was he? In that moment, Yu Wenba realized the true meaning of serving a king is akin to walking with a tiger. But now, it was too late for regrets. The guards, fearing his cries might provoke the Empress's wrath, swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away. "Your Majesty, only 300 units of the new SSS suppressants were found within the Institute. Combined with those that were distributed, the total amounts to 403. A small portion has escaped, but their locations remain unknown. If they cannot be found, then let them be. Those that have escaped are no longer our concern." The Empress rubbed her temples in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "The compensation for the families of the 97 high-ranking beastmen must be addressed. We must pacify the majority. If trouble arises, handle it discreetly. Do not let it escalate to the public. If necessary, we can offer you Wenba as a scapegoat." The Empress's expression was frozen, her gaze sharp with intent. The dark guards exchanged glances, immediately comprehending, and responded, "Understood." In the midst of a dilapidated old district, the air was thick with the stench of sewage. The cobblestone ground, long neglected, was overgrown with green moss, mingled with grime, rendering it an unseemly sight.
Wanwan,
clad in a pink and white skirt, showcased her long, slender legs which were exposed to the elements. Her slightly curled black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her beauty striking as she bent down to carefully navigate her footing, avoiding the muck below. She hopped through the dim alley, her fair skin starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness, resembling a vibrant splash of color amidst the gloom, drawing all eyes. Wanwan had already sensed several pairs of eyes watching her from the shadows, some curious, some lewd, and others greedy. At last, an impatient individual stepped forward, obstructing her path. "Little girl, where do you think you're going all alone? Would you like your big brother to escort you?" He chuckled lewdly. The man blocking Wanwan's way was a middle-aged lecher with a greasy smile. Beneath his balding head lay a face marred by excess flesh, clad in a loose, tattered shirt that could barely contain his beer belly. The pungent aroma of alcohol mingled with the foul stench of the surroundings, prompting Wanwan to pinch her nose in disgust. "You reek. Could you possibly find someone cleaner to lead the way? Ha, you think I smell bad? You filthy little girl. What brings you to the slums? You're just asking for a beating." He leered. "Once I have you pinned against the wall, begging for mercy.
We'll see how you feel then.
The greasy man rubbed his large hands together and lunged at Wanwan, his foul odor trailing behind him. With a frown, Wanwan did not hesitate. She raised her foot and kicked him away.
Bang!
The man crashed to the ground, skidding for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. The spectacle unfolded so swiftly that those present seemed momentarily stunned. The alley fell eerily silent, save for the man's wails. Was this truly the power possessed by a seemingly delicate woman? To send a nearly 300-pound adult flying with a single kick? Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would have believed it. Realizing that she could not navigate the chaotic alley alone, Wanwan activated her wristband and, surveying her surroundings, proclaimed, "I am here to find someone. There's a reward of 100,000 star coins for anyone who can assist me in locating him." The brilliance of the star coins within her wristband caught the eyes of several lurking figures, revealing their greed. "Miss, the slums are home to many. Might you specify whom you seek? Perhaps we can be of assistance?" Upon recognizing Wanwan's formidable strength, the crowd retracted their earlier intentions. Though impoverished, they possessed a keen sense of self-preservation. Some individuals were not to be trifled with, especially this seemingly harmless woman. It was no wonder she dared to venture alone into the slums. With such power, she could navigate the area with confidence. 100,000 star coins were an amount that an ordinary person could scarcely earn in a year. His name is Chi-Run, a trial user from the Imperial Music Academy. The man across from her echoed her words, yet did not seem familiar with the individual. Disappointment washed over Wanwan. Was there truly no one who knew his whereabouts? Chi-Run had not attended the academy for several days. Initially, she thought he had been delayed by some matter, but his continued absence and the inability to contact him via her wristband raised alarm bells. The academy did not prioritize the trial users, let alone assist in searching for them. Wanwan had no choice but to come here based on descriptions provided by a few fellow trial users. She only knew he resided nearby, but the specifics eluded her. "I know where he lives. Will you truly give me that 100,000 star coins?" A scrawny boy emerged from a shadowy corner, his hopeful gaze fixed upon Wanwan. More accurately, he was focused on her wristband, which contained enough star coins to save his entire family. He had never seen such a sum in his life. "Of course. Do you know where he resides?" Wanwan hurried towards the boy. Noticing his parched lips and pale complexion, she reached into her backpack, retrieving some bread and water to offer him. The boy's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the food, taking a bite. Thank you. I haven't eaten in a day." He expressed his gratitude. Many eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the bread in the boy's hands, yet none dared to snatch it. Mindful of Wanwan's recent display of strength, the boy, aware of this, remained close to Wanwan, clutching his treasure tightly as they moved forward. "Pretty sister, Chi-Gij's house is just ahead. It's a bit tucked away, but we need to go through here." Chapter 49. Suppressing lustful intentions, the boy led the way through a narrow alley, navigating through a rugged area of ruins until they arrived at the entrance of a dimly lit basement. "Chi-Run lives here?" Wanwan expressed disbelief. The walls appeared aged and glossy from years of neglect. The air was thick with the noxious odors of sewage and decay. The red wooden door, now faded, blended into the dark wall, the only distinguishing feature being its golden handle, which, despite its wear, remained clean from frequent use. The boy nodded vigorously, affirming, "If you're referring to the Chi-Run from the Imperial Music Academy, then yes, that's him. My father and I live right next door. Chi-Gij often brings us food from the academy. However, we haven't seen him in several days. We're not sure if he is home." Wanwan nodded. "Do you have a wristband?" Upon receiving a shake of the head from the boy, she considered for a moment before printing a check from her wristband and handing it to him. "This check contains 100,000 star coins. Take it to the Imperial Bank, and they will give you the money." The boy's eyes lit up as he carefully accepted the check, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, pretty sister." Wanwan nodded as the boy eagerly darted away. Her gaze returned to the well-worn door. Knock, knock. "Is anyone there?" She rapped lightly on the door, inquiring aloud. Inside, the silence was palpable. No sounds emerged. "Is no one home?" Wanwan felt a twinge of disappointment. She was not very familiar with Chi-Run. Their relationship was limited to that of a designated trial user. If she arrived at his home and found him absent, she would be at a loss for where to search next. "Host, there is someone inside."
Huh.
Wanwan paused. Someone was indeed within? Why was it so quiet? Had her knocking not been loud enough? Nevertheless, she did not doubt the system's words. Perhaps Chiron was simply unable to respond. Host, be cautious. Chiron's condition seems quite alarming. Alarming? A chill ran down Wanwan's spine. Could something truly be amiss? Chiron? Are you in there? Open the door. She pounded on the door with greater force, the noise echoing clearly for dozens of meters around. Yet, the interior remained silent, devoid of any response. Had it not been for the system's warning, Wanwan might have believed herself to be alone. Since you want tea open, I suppose I'll have to force my way in? Wanwan queried tentatively, feeling quite polite for attempting to reason before resorting to violence. The well-worn door posed no real barrier to her.
Bang.
With a decisive kick, she broke the door open. Inside the dimly lit basement room, a small wooden bed was simply arranged. The blue-plaid bedding was notably clean, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dark walls. The furnishings were minimal: a small table for two, a single armchair, a bed, and a cabinet. Though worn, everything was tidily kept. The air, while carrying a hint of mildew, was far fresher than the stench outside. Evidently, the room's occupant was diligent about cleanliness. As Wanwan pondered this, she stepped further inside. Chiron? She called out as she surveyed the space, but found no trace of him. Host, he asked in the bathroom.
Oh.
He asked, hiding in the bathroom? From what? Wanwan was perplexed. Did she seem like a monster? Having already arrived at his home, why would he hide from her? Well, the host will find out soon enough. The system's laughter carried an unsettling undertone. Nevertheless, Wanwan was genuinely curious about Chiron's condition. Without further contemplation, she approached the restroom door. Chiron, come out. If you don't, I shall enter. Wanwan believed it was best to appeal to his emotions and reason with him, hoping he would emerge willingly. Sounds of objects colliding echoed from within the restroom. Raising an eyebrow, she called out, Chiron, so you are indeed inside. Why haven't you been attending the academy these past few days? Hurry up, we're all quite worried about you. She refrained from immediately opening the door, suspecting he might be grappling with something unspeakable. Indeed, there was movement within, yet he remained hidden. Chiron, are you not my exclusive test subject? Have you ceased to heed my words? Wanwan raised an eyebrow, attempting to intimidate him. This time, silence enveloped the restroom. Host just kicked the door down. The system urged her from within. Wanwan sensed an eagerness for drama emanating from it. Ultimately, she did kick the door. Having already done so once, she was indifferent to the prospect of kicking down another. With a resounding crash, the restroom door yielded more easily than expected, as if it were made of mere veneer. A tall figure was curled in the corner by the sink, his back to her, revealing only his head. Scattered on the floor were torn fragments of clothing, as if they had been violently ripped apart, mostly reduced to palm-sized shreds, thoroughly obliterated. It was vaguely discernible that one of the pieces belonged to Chiron's frequently worn gray trench coat.
Chiron.
Wanwan called softly as she approached cautiously. The first thing that struck her was the smoothness of his back. Chiron possessed a rare alabaster complexion, as immaculate as mutton-fat jade. Yet now, that pale skin was marred by an unusual flush. Beads of sweat clung to his well-defined muscles, as if he had just emerged from a hot bath. 2 scraps of fabric dangled from his shoulders. Despite this, his physique was undeniably captivating, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, tall and poised. What a fine back. Chiron believed he had heard Wanwan's voice just as he was teetering on the brink of darkness. However, the agony coursing through his body rendered him disoriented, making it difficult to comprehend his surroundings. He did not turn around, instinctively bowing his head lower. Wanwan furrowed her brow, seizing his shoulder and pulling it back. A tearing sound echoed, accompanied by Chiron's muffled grunt. As she finally grasped the situation before her, her eyes widened in shock. Chiron sat bare-chested on the restroom's stone steps, his brow furrowed and his complexion pale. The ragged strips of fabric that had hung from his chest completely tore away under her tug, sliding down his fair skin and revealing his entire upper body. His sculpted chest was now fully exposed to her gaze.
Gulp.
Wanwan swallowed hard, her mind conjuring the phrase, a feast for the eyes. Despite Chiron's typically slender appearance, he boasted such an impressive physique beneath his clothes. His square pectorals were adorned with rippling muscles, and beneath his 8-pack abs lay a perfect line akin to that of a merman. One glance was enough to render anyone spellbound. Wanwan blinked rapidly, suddenly tempted to touch him, yet she restrained herself, suppressing her desires. Soon, her gaze was drawn to another detail. A gruesome scar ran from his brow, traversing his nose, grazing his chin, and extending down to his lower abdomen. Chapter 50, Refusal. The scar appeared fresh, oozing a hint of blood. And it was evident that it must be excruciatingly painful. This fellow had sustained such a severe injury? System, did he get into a fight? Wanwan's first reaction was to label Chi-Ren a delinquent. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could someone as well-behaved as Chi-Ren engage in brawls? Cough, host. Take a closer look. This is not a scar from a fight, the system interjected. Wanwan raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the scar more carefully, only to notice small red glimmers within it. Such luminescence was characteristic of high-ranking beastmen experiencing energy surges, something she had witnessed in Chi Mabai's blood before. The coloration was similar to that of blood, making it easily overlooked. Furthermore, having endured the torment of energy surges herself, an epiphany struck her. Had he experienced an energy eruption? Indeed, the system affirmed. He used a suppressant? Wanwan observed an empty suppressant tube on the ground nearby. That's correct. Yet not entirely accurate. Are you still playing riddles with me? Wanwan raised an eyebrow. The system was being rather cheeky. Host, he did use a suppressant, but it was an untested SSS-grade suppressant designed for high-ranking beastmen. This newly developed suppressant, lacking clinical trials, not only fails to inhibit male beastmen's energy surges, but can also induce frenzy, potentially resulting in death. Wanwan's eyebrows shot up in alarm. So, he is fortunate. His body has been implanted with a unique foreign gene. The collision of these elements has led to a mutation, achieving a fragile balance. His survival hinges upon this precarious equilibrium. Wanwan's brow furrowed as she glanced at Chi-Ren, who was ensnared in agony with his eyes tightly shut. Feeling a mix of shock and complexity, this fellow truly had a tumultuous fate. Can he be saved? She inquired. Host, should you wish for me to stabilize the tumultuous energy within him, it may cost you a considerable sum, the system replied. How much? Wanwan raised an eyebrow. 10,000 points. Wanwan, as if she could muster 10,000 points. After redeeming a gown, she had 500 points left, and after contracting Su Machong, she had gained 10,000 points, but redeeming a body refining pill had cost her 5,000, leaving her with 7,500 points now. 10,000 points. She simply did not have it. If the requirements were beyond her reach, was there a feasible method? Wanwan sighed in exasperation. There is.
Speak.
Soothing. Host. Your soothing touch is the finest remedy for the energy frenzy of male beastmen. Wanwan felt a dry sensation in her throat as a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Her exclusive test subject turning into a beastly husband? Although the Imperial Music Academy had such precedents, was it not too hasty? She had only taken in Su Machong less than half a month ago. Cough, host. Do not rush. There are many ways to soothe him. It is not strictly that one thing. Perhaps your thoughts have wandered too far, the system chided. Wanwan rolled her eyes, pondering whether it was her imagination or if the system was indeed being suggestive. If you keep leading me on, I swear I will report you. The system. Well, host, your saliva possesses significant soothing properties. If it can be directly applied to the wound, the effects would be quite favorable. Just like that orchid mantis from the insect tribe, which had coveted Wanwan's saliva and stealthily emerged at night to steal it while she slept. The system was aware, yet it refrained from mentioning it. Wanwan shuddered at the thought. Are you suggesting I lick his wound? System. Could you be more twisted? Host, it is a matter of necessity. If licking the wound is unpalatable, licking the area surrounding it would yield similar results.
Oh.
With that clarification, Wanwan found herself somewhat more amenable to the idea. After all, the sight of that gory wound was not something she could easily stomach. However, the tender skin surrounding the injury looked quite delectable. Chi-Ren kept his eyes tightly shut, feeling as though he were trapped in a fiery inferno. He longed to open his eyes, to breathe anew, to survive. Yet he found himself ensnared by the shackles of agony. Darkness enveloped him, with only the iron chains binding him reflecting a chilling glimmer. He gasped for air, his mind swirling in torment, feeling as though he would be consumed by flames at any moment, reduced to ashes. A sudden whisper of delicate kisses filled the air, accompanied by a soothing energy that cascaded down like gentle rain, enveloping his entire being. The searing pain that had gripped him seemed to be quelled, gradually dissipating. At that moment, the chaos within his mind found a fleeting moment of respite. A tingling sensation brushed against his brow, as if something were tenderly caressing him. Then, it reached his nose, the soothing energy becoming increasingly pronounced, wrapping him in an intoxicating blend of pheromones. The The familiar scent evoked a delightful warmth. Chi's involuntary sound of contentment escaped him, abruptly silenced as he hastily restrained his breath. System. Will this action lead to any complications? Wanwan pondered anxiously. If she were to act this way towards Chi Mabai and Su Machong, she would find herself bedridden the following day. Ahem. Rest assured, host. This is a standard soothing procedure, the system reassured her. With this assurance, Wanwan felt at ease. The previous muffled sound must have been a subconscious reaction from Chi. With this thought, she lowered her head and gently kissed the corner of his lips once more. Chi's heart raced with trepidation when suddenly, his lips were captured by another's. The kisses were light and fragmented, akin to a chick pecking at grains, igniting a delightful itch within him. His tension eased momentarily. His body caught in a struggle between rigidity and the urge to relax. That kiss trailed along his jawline, his fists clenched tightly as he fought to suppress any sounds. He feared alarming this soft creature, worried that the soothing energy might vanish. Wanwan was a diligent individual. Once she resolved to assist, she would not hesitate. Even if it was merely a series of gentle kisses, she was more than capable. She began at Chi's brow and continued her tender ministrations downwards, only pausing when she had adequately surrounded the wound with her kisses. Now, it was time for him to heal on his own. It must be said,
Puis possède ta truie remarquable physique.
His soft, well-defined pectorals were slightly narrower than Chi Mabai's, but undoubtedly present. And those 8 distinct abdominal muscles, each layer perfectly delineated, were quite impressive. Coughing slightly, she couldn't resist bestowing a few more kisses. Though her intentions were to heal, she did indulge herself. Her gaze shifted from Chi's body to the corner of his lips. That area seemed to lack sufficient soothing power. The tiny reds within the scar remained quite agitated, continuously assaulting Chi's wound. Could she tolerate this? Wanwan furrowed her brow, leaning against the sink as she gently kissed the corner of his lips, wishing to impart more soothing energy there. Unexpectedly, that kiss seemed to trigger a switch. Chi, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, his gaze glowing with a faint crimson light as it fixated on her. He reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 51. Playing with fire. Wanwan was already bent forward, and in an unguarded moment, she collided with him. Beneath the thin fabric, his body radiated an intense heat. How could she possibly endure this? Chi's body tensed, his other hand pressing firmly against her head, deepening their kiss.
Pill.
He's awake. Wanwan thought in a flurry. Chi's kiss bore an urgent restraint. She struggled slightly, but he held her tighter, their kiss growing deeper. The thin fabric separated them. Yet Chi's painstaking restraint shattered in an instant, as kisses cascaded from his lips to his neck, each one light and fleeting. By the time Wanwan, feeling dizzy, recalled her surroundings, her clothing had become loosened. The sudden coolness startled her, and she hurriedly pressed down on his head.
Chi.
She exclaimed softly, causing him to shudder slightly and lift his gaze to hers. His crimson eyes locked onto her, the red hue at the corners of those strikingly pale features adding a touch of allure. Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. It was not just Chi who was lost in this moment. Chi, listen to me, please don't continue. I can soothe you in other ways, Wanwan implored. Chi was not yet her partner. She could not take advantage of him in this vulnerable state. What if he lost his virtue and could never find a partner afterward? Wanwan attempted to reason with him, and indeed, Chi ceased his advances, having regained some measure of his composure. What had just transpired was merely the result of an energy surge and a moment of indulgence. Yet, Wanwan had halted him. She had prevented him. Chi's hand that clasped her waist gradually loosened. The crimson in his eyes began to calm, and he took a deep breath, glancing at Wanwan's face. He lowered his gaze, reaching out to adjust her disheveled clothing, murmuring, I am sorry. Wanwan released a sigh of relief. As long as he retained his reason, as long as he could still engage in rational discourse. However, the relief she expressed was perceived by Chi as a silent rejection. His breath hitched, as if something were constricting his chest, causing him unease. He couldn't comprehend. It was Wanwan who had initiated the kiss. As he groggily regained consciousness, it was her who had leaned down to kiss him. She seemed unperturbed by the grotesque scar that marred his skin, treating him as she would a most intimate companion, showering him with kisses. He had been awake for some time, but fearing to frighten her, he pretended to remain unconscious, allowing her kisses to fall upon him. It was both fatal and perilous. He thought, she had been so proactive. As a man, how could he retreat? Thus, he embraced her, yearning to offer her all of himself. You were just soothing me? Chi, keenly intelligent, deduced the reason behind Wanwan's unusual behavior. Indeed, she nodded earnestly. For a fleeting moment, disappointment clouded his expression, his eyes dimming. She was merely comforting him, not seeking to possess him. But soon, that beautiful gaze regained its sparkle. Her willingness to soothe him and engage in such intimate actions suggested that he held a special place in her heart. Could he aspire to be someone like Chi Mabai or Su Machang? Chi's gaze lifted once more, and he looked at Wanwan with renewed clarity.
His eyes,
Brimming with innocence, beseeched her. You won't cast me away, will you? Why would I do that? Wanwan blinked in surprise. I may have been rude earlier, but I'm your exclusive trial user. If you were to dismiss me, I wouldn't be able to remain at the academy. Those doe-like eyes gazed at her, tinged with equal parts apprehension and plea. Wanwan's heart melted. There was no way she would cast him aside. She quickly affirmed, of course not. Chi's face broke into a smile, but suddenly, he gasped, covering the scar on his face with one hand. Wanwan, my face hurts. The innocent gaze of his deer-like eyes looked at her forlornly. Wanwan's heart tightened, and she gently removed his hand. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look. She was tall, so she had to lean over to examine the wounds on his face closely. The system had informed her of effective ways to conserve points, and she noted that the tiny red points within the wound had diminished significantly. Yet, some remained fiercely resistant, seemingly unwilling to dissipate easily. After a moment of contemplation, she politely inquired, would you like me to soothe it again? Just to lend a helping hand, not to take advantage. If you're uncomfortable, I can think of other methods. I don't mind, she responded quickly. Wanwan, please help me. I don't want to face the academy with this scar. His eyes were far too sincere. Wanwan could discern no hint of reluctance. Everyone is concerned about their appearance, especially a handsome young man like him. She also wished to protect him from any ridicule due to his looks. Since he was not troubled by her assistance, she resolved to help him free of charge. Just to clarify, she was not acting with ulterior motives. Ahem. Wanwan cleared her throat internally, but maintained a serious facade. Now, please close your eyes. Obediently, Chi shut his eyes. Wanwan's lips descended upon his brow and eyes. The red points there were the most active and in need of soothing. She kissed him gently, each touch eliciting a delightful tingling sensation. Chi's hands, which had been hanging limply, suddenly clenched tightly. It was the essence of Wanwan enveloping him. Enveloped in a rich, soothing aura, it lingered around his nostrils. His rosy, delicate lips parted slightly, welcoming the kiss that Yuan gently placed at the corner of his mouth. He yearned to embrace the person before him, to press his lips against hers. Yet, he dared not move, fearful of startling Yuan. He was always the paragon of restraint. In this moment, he could also endure, refraining from any unnecessary movements, quietly absorbing the sensations. The kiss brushed against his chin, gliding softly over the smooth contours of Chi Ren's face. Yuan's gaze flickered. That damned youthful charm, exuding a cool allure reminiscent of a character stepped out from a comic, drew her closer. Yuan's hand, which had rested lightly on his shoulder, gradually encircled his neck. A kiss delicately landed beside the jagged scar on his skin. He struggled to suppress his anguish. She did too. Yuan felt as if she might explode, the fiery sensation within her seemingly affecting her energy threshold. She could vaguely sense the pain of energy expansion. Ouch! It hurt so much. The pill she had overstepped. Hurry system, exchanged for the second body-refining pill. In the instant Yuan ceased her movements, gritting her teeth in pain, she hastily commanded within her mind. The system had long been prepared. Upon hearing her, it promptly delivered a body-refining pill into Yuan's mouth. Instantly, her body relaxed, and she exhaled a sigh of relief before drifting into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Chi Ren was attentive to her every move and swiftly caught her in his arms. The rich, calming aura emanating from Yuan, now nestled within his embrace, stirred a tumult within his veins. Chi Ren took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the raging blood within. He adjusted his arms, cradling her in a more comfortable position. Lowering his gaze, he meticulously traced the delicate features of her face. Chapter 52. Inquire in advance. The early years of Chi Ren's life were shrouded in darkness. After giving birth to him, his mother, frail and weak, tragically lost her life in a raid by forest bandits. His father harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, believing that his existence had brought misfortune and ultimately led to his mother's demise. When Qiren was merely 2 years old, he was abandoned in the demon domain forest. No one knew how he, an ordinary child at that time, managed to survive the jaws of a magical beast. When his adoptive father discovered him, he lay amidst the corpses of magical wolves, his mouth stained with their still warm blood. Not a single part of him was unscathed, with wolf fangs piercing through his shoulder, deep enough to expose bone. Yet, that very magical wolf lay dead at his feet, its throat brutally bitten through. At that moment, he thought he had been saved, only to find himself plunged into a deeper hell. His adoptive father's wife was a pedophile who took advantage of her husband's absence to impose her advances upon him. Over time, his adoptive father discovered her actions. Unable to confront his wife directly, he redirected all his wrath towards Qiren. From then on, the small boy bore many injuries, some inflicted by needles as long as fingers, others by triangular steel rods as thick as arms. His adoptive father accused him of being seductive, claiming he had enticed his wife. That year, he was 10 years old. His adoptive father brought him to an underground boxing gym, where he was sold for 200 star coins to the manager of the establishment. Thrown into the juvenile boxing group, he was fitted with an energy-restricting collar and forced to engage in life-and-death battles with half-grown orc children. That year, he learned the harsh truth of survival of the fittest and the value of enduring pain, all for the sake of existence. He believed he would remain in the underground boxing gym until his death. He fought fiercely, striving to win matches and to survive. At that time, no one anticipated that he would emerge as the champion of the boxing ring. His remarkable performance incited jealousy among others, who conspired to drug him, delivering him into the hands of the manager who had long coveted his body. No one knew what transpired that night. When the truth came to light, the manager's eyes bulged, blood tears streaming down his face, and he lay lifeless on the bed. Even those who had previously conspired against him met their demise at the hands of sharp weapons. He changed his name to Qiren and blended into the imperial capital, seizing a criminal's basement as his refuge. He thought he would lead a muddled life from then on. Indifferent to everything and lacking any desire for interest, he refrained from resisting even when bullied, as long as his bottom line was not crossed. Of course, he was aware of his inability to resist. The chasm between nobles and commoners was as vast as the sky and the earth. No one would speak up for the impoverished. Yet, a single word from a noble could banish him from the imperial capital. He had not considered leaving the imperial capital, having finally acquired neighbors. However, he never anticipated that a fleeting glance in the crowd would ignite a spark within him. He mused that he must have appeared quite disheveled that day, confronting the noble lady's provocations and assaults in a manner he least wished her to witness. She was like the sun emerging in the cold winter, radiating warmth and brilliance that illuminated his world. Xiao Weina had taken notice of his beauty, which he found repugnant. Yet, in front of Yuan, he feared he was not beautiful enough to attract her. Fortunately, fate allowed their paths to cross, granting him the opportunity to remain by her side. Qiren extended his hand, his pale fingertips gliding along her brows and eyes, gently caressing the skin of the one cradled in his arms. As tender and smooth as a peeled egg, Yuan, asleep, appeared even more tranquil and beautiful. Her eyes were softly closed, devoid of the vivacity and resistance she exhibited when awake. Qiren buried his head into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the scent that belonged to her. He longed to hold her this way for eternity. By the time Yuan awoke, an entire afternoon had passed. Groggily opening her eyes, she was struck by the stunning visage before her. The scar on Qiren's face had vanished, his skin now as smooth and fair as that of a newborn. The corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson, and when they locked onto hers, they radiated warmth and tenderness. As her gaze traveled downward, she noted that Qiren was partially clad in a dark blue shirt, unbuttoned. The scars on his body had disappeared, the wounds healed, and his skin appeared even more pristine than before. His well-defined chest and neatly arranged 8-pack abs were partially revealed by the shirt, captivating her gaze.
Gulp.
Yuan heard the sound of her own swallowing. "You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Noticing her momentary daze, Qiren half knelt to rise, reaching out to smooth her stray hair. The masculine scent enveloped her, mingling with a fresh, grassy aroma that belonged to Qiren. And then, her eyes fell upon his perfect physique swaying before her. Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Instinctively, she covered her nose, stammering, I'm fine. I'm great. That's good to hear. Otherwise, I would have worried. You just saved me and can't afford to wear yourself out, Qiren replied with a smile, his melodious youthfulness akin to a gentle breeze across the grasslands. The warmth on Yuan's cheeks lingered. Her eyes darted left and right, unable to bear the sight of the scenery beneath that dark blue shirt, fearing that she might lose control and bleed from her nose. Chi-Ren. It's getting late, and I should head back. If you're feeling better, you can come to the academy as usual tomorrow, right? Upon receiving Chi-Ren's affirmative response, Yuan nodded. Then I'll see you tomorrow. As her words echoed, Yuan stood up, eager to make her exit. Observing her hurried retreat, Chi-Ren's eyes sparkled with amusement. He adjusted his garment, striving to appear more serious. Yet, just as she was about to leave, he seized her wrist. With a firm tug, Yuan found herself drawn into his embrace. His solid muscles exuded a potent, masculine aura. In the moment his beautiful golden-green eyes transformed into slit pupils, they resembled mysterious black holes, leaving Yuan momentarily devoid of thought. Yuan's mind short-circuited, her vision fixated solely on Chi-Ren's striking features as they moved subtly. Wanwan, she thought she heard him call her name. Then, Chi-Ren's hand cradled the back of her head, capturing her lips in a kiss. Yuan snapped back to reality, her hands pressing against his chest. Yet Chi-Ren tightened his hold around her waist. The kiss transformed from a gentle drizzle into a babbling brook. Until Wanwan felt utterly drained and completely leaned against Chi-Ren, he finally released her. Just as Wanwan was about to speak, Chi-Ren raised his eyes first, looking at her with a gaze full of pitiful grievance. Wanwan, my face suddenly hurt so much just now, and I couldn't help but seek some comfort.
I am sorry.
The boy's eyes, clear and innocent, contained a mix of hurt and anxiety that silenced her barrage of questions. Well, it wasn't as though they hadn't kissed before. Moreover, given Chi-Ren's striking features and athletic physique, she felt she had nothing to lose. Next time, don't be so sudden. It startled me. I'm alright.
Chi-Ren nodded obediently.
A glimmer of light flashing in his azure golden eyes. Next time, could you ask in advance? I'm leaving. Wanwan called out, steadying her thoughts as she exited. Chi-Ren followed her to the mouth of the alley, only turning back after her figure disappeared from the street outside the slums. With the one he wished to entice gone, Chi-Ren lost interest in flaunting his alluring physique. His long fingers leisurely fastened each button, halting his steps deep within the alley. He kicked a stone with the tip of his foot, sending it flying with a forceful strike.
Bang!
The stone thudded heavily against the metal door across the way. Simultaneously, the sound of barking dogs erupted, accompanied by an owner's furious shout. Who is it? What are you doing banging on my door? Chapter 53. Be cautious. In the next life, the iron gate swung open, and a large black dog barreled out, barking ferociously. Yet upon seeing Chi-Ren standing at the alley's entrance, it abruptly halted, retreating nervously a couple of steps to hide behind its owner. Following closely behind, a Mediterranean man, his left arm recently cast in plaster, emerged with a fierce demeanor, ready to unleash his wrath. However, the moment his mouth opened wide, he froze at the sight of Chi-Ren's face, abruptly closing it. And Magic Wolf King, what do you want? Don't do anything reckless. The Magic Wolf King, the third in command of the underworld forces in the imperial capital, was a legend feared in the slums. Though he had only recently ascended to power, his reputation had already spread throughout the city's underworld. No one knew where he came from, but he had challenged and defeated numerous gang leaders in just 3 days, leaving countless underlings dead while emerging unscathed. Soon after, he was promoted to the position of the third in command of the Black Cloud, which spoke volumes about his prowess. This was a man not to be trifled with. Few were acquainted with the third in command of Black Cloud, but unfortunately, the Mediterranean man was one of them. He had witnessed the Magic Wolf King slaughter an entire family of 31 from a rival faction, leaving no survivors. His methods were ruthless. The Mediterranean man's expression turned frantic, his legs trembling. He had no idea what offense he had committed against the Magic Wolf King, but the look in his eyes suggested ill intentions. Chi-Ren's expression remained cold and indifferent, his azure golden gaze sweeping over the man as if he were merely an ant on the ground. You want to lay hands on her? The enigmatic question left the Mediterranean man momentarily stunned. Confusion etched across his face. Chi-Ren, however, had no intention of elaborating. A cruel smile tugged at his lips as he suddenly lunged forward, like a sword slicing through the air.
Bang!
The Mediterranean man was sent flying several meters by a single kick, crashing violently into the wall of a nearby building. Blood spewed from his mouth as he slumped to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Chi-Ren strolled over with his hands in his pockets, looking down at the man, who was now gripped by terror. With a slight smirk, he softly uttered, I am Chi-Ren. The Mediterranean man's eyes widened in shock.
Chi-Ren.
Isn't that the person the young lady was searching for? That girl came looking for the magic wolf king. The realization struck him like ice water, freezing his blood. Did he really intend to lay hands on someone belonging to the magic wolf king? In your next life, be mindful not to provoke those you shouldn't. As Chirin finished speaking, he crushed the man's skull beneath his foot with a sickening crunch. The man's head burst apart like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Chirin disdainfully glanced at the mess on his shoe before wiping it clean on the man's clothing. The large black dog had long since cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, watching as this harbinger of death leisurely walked away. None dared to intervene. At the dimly lit mouth of the alley, a tall man leaned against the wall, lazily lowering his head to light a cigarette. The flickering flame illuminated his features momentarily, but they remained obscured in the shadows. Chirin paused for a moment before strolling past nonchalantly. The man offered him a cigarette, which Chirin declined. What's the matter? Now that you're a trial user at the academy, you want to even smoke? The man teased, his tone familiar. Chirin remained silent, leaning against the wall 3 meters away. What brings you to seek me? Hey, as the grand leader of Black Cloud, can I catch up with my little third-in-command who has hidden in plain sight? Chirin turned to regard him with an expressionless face before attempting to leave. Hey, your temperament remains as foul as ever. I wonder which woman will be able to endure you in the future? All right, let us get to the point. The man continued, prompting Chirin to halt and lean back in. You really want to smoke? The man offered the cigarette again. Chirin waved it away. In the past, he might have accepted, but after realizing how much Wanwan disliked the smell of smoke, he decided against it. I heard you accepted the experimental task from the 7th Research Institute. Have you really made up your mind? Having already participated in one experiment with data recorded. Isn't a bit late to be discussing this now? Chirin shot him a disdainful glance. The man chuckled awkwardly, letting out a sigh. Don't regret it. That path isn't smooth. Is there any path in this world that is truly smooth?
Chirin replied nonchalantly.
If I refuse, perhaps you'll be visiting my grave next year. The man fell silent, the glowing ember of his cigarette flickering as he sighed once more. Things aren't calm over at the Imperial Royal Family either. If anything happens, remember, you have Black Cloud as your backing. As he spoke, he extinguished the half-smoked cigarette and tossed it into the filthy drain. Take care. With that, the man turned and left, quickly disappearing at the end of the alley. Chirin stood impassively for a moment, then slowly slid his hand down from his brow to his abdomen. That was the place Wanwan had kissed. He thought to himself, he wanted her to kiss him again, not for comfort, but truly of her own volition. Plop. The tip of his pen fell onto the drawing paper, pulling the dazed Wanwan back from her reverie. She looked down at the sketch of a male abdomen and recalled Chirin's dreamy deer-like eyes, her cheeks flushing with warmth. What is this? A crisp voice came from behind her. Startled, Wanwan hurriedly attempted to hide her drawing. Just as she crumpled it up, Su Ma-chang's long fingers pressed down on it. His distinctly knuckled hand held hers, gradually unfolding the paper. The red-eyed fox raised an eyebrow upon seeing the abdominal sketch. Where did you find this little wildflower, Wanwan? His tone was calm, seemingly devoid of emotion. Wanwan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly fabricated an excuse. This is just Chi Ma-bai's abdomen. How could I have a wildflower? That's not true. Chi Ma-bai doesn't look that delicate.
Sumokung unceremoniosl aposet herli.
And don't even say it's mine. Mine doesn't have that shape. Wanwan, what a predicament. What should I do if my youthful infatuation is discovered by the beastly husband? All of it was Chirin's fault for being too enchanting, making her momentarily lose control. At a loss for words now, Su Ma-chang turned to look at her, a hint of hurt glimmering in his clear brows and eyes. Wanwan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Ah Chang, I
didn't mean it that way.
I really like him? Not exactly. I just found him pleasing to the eye and looked a bit longer. I assure you, there are absolutely no ulterior motives. Wanwan felt somewhat defeated, as if she were throwing caution to the wind. Upon seeing Su Ma-chang's injured gaze, she quickly raised 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing with utmost sincerity. Yet, she couldn't shake off the discomfort within. Shouldn't Wanwan offer me some comfort? Su Ma-chang lifted his head, his clear, refined features tinged with a hint of vulnerability as he gazed at her. How should I comfort you? He raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corner of his lips as he leaned closer to Wanwan's ear. Tonight, it's your turn, Wanwan. Chapter 54, it's really going to end. Wanwan felt as though she had fallen into a trap. However, When faced with Su Imo Chang's enchanting fox-like eyes, she momentarily thought perhaps she was overthinking things. Would her recent actions truly hurt his feelings? Yuan, is this alright? His clear voice, laced with a hint of pleading, wafted into her ears, causing Yuan to shudder and, almost involuntarily, respond, okay, alright. His kiss trailed down her neck, delicately ascending, until it reached her ear. Yuan clutched the fabric of his chest tightly, her doe-like eyes gazing up at Su Imo Chang. He stiffened, his hand cradling the back of her head, sealing his lips against hers. Su Imo Chang reasoned that they must not have been good enough, as it allowed Yuan to entertain thoughts of other men. Therefore, today, he could not let her slip away easily. Yuan felt dizzy from the kiss. Su Imo Chang wrapped his arms around her waist, planting soft kisses all over her brows and eyes, until her gaze became dazed and her thoughts muddled. Yuan's mind went blank, leaving her incapable of contemplating anything else. For the entirety of the night, Yuan did not find a moment's rest, until the first light of dawn broke, illuminating the sky. It was he who should have been exhausted, yet in the end, it was she who lay utterly spent. Yuan nestled against Su Imo Chang's chest, her dreamy eyes landing upon his exquisitely defined jaw, pouting slightly. I need to get up, I still have to go to school.
School?
Su Imo Chang opened his eyes, looking down at Yuan with raised brows. After such a tumultuous night, she still had the energy to attend school? In an instant, Su Imo Chang found himself questioning his own life choices. Was it that he was insufficiently capable, or was Yuan simply extraordinary? You'll be punished by the homeroom teacher for skipping, won't you? Besides, today's lesson is on musical techniques. I want to attend. Yuan's fair fingers poked at Su Imo Chang's solid chest, grinding her teeth in frustration. What? You can't get up? You were so reckless last night. Are you sure you can still go to work? Her lips were pursed, her delicate face adorned with a hint of bashfulness. Su Imo Chang swallowed hard. He was, in fact, perfectly fine, even capable of enduring 3 days and nights of work without issue. After all, the stamina of male beasts was quite formidable. Yet Yuan. Indeed, he still lacked diligence. It must have been during their brief rest that she had managed to catch a bit of sleep. Otherwise, how could she possibly have such energy today, worrying about whether he could go to work?
So Montag Chang assumed Yuan was merely jesting.
To his surprise, she truly threw off the covers, climbed out of bed, dressed, and prepared for school. She appeared to be brimming with vitality. Was this truly the stamina expected of female beasts? Or was his little wife truly exceptional? Quit dawdling and get up. Yuan handed him his clothes. She had already dressed and was in the bathroom preparing to wash up. Suddenly, she was embraced from behind. A familiar breath brushed against her ear, teasingly grazing her earlobe.
Achang.
Yuan squirmed uncomfortably, her waist suddenly clasped tighter, her back pressed firmly against his chest. Ah Chang, I need to go to school. Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Yuan, it's still early, there's time. She opened her mouth to protest, but he silenced her with a single phrase. His low, husky voice delivered words of temptation into her ears. Yuan's eyes widened in shock as the clothes she had just put on quickly slipped away. The cup she held for brushing her teeth trembled, the ripples lasting an eternity. Yuan thought to herself that were it not for the system's miraculous restorative pills, she would truly be done for. In the cool morning breeze, Yuan walked slowly towards the academy under Su Imo Chang's affectionate gaze. As soon as she entered, she was met with Qi Ren's clear, doe-like eyes. Though he was a wolf, Yuan always felt his gaze was too pure, resembling that of a deer.
Hey.
Up so early? Are you waiting for someone? Qi Ren held a delicate pastry in hand, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile as he gazed at her. Waiting for you.
Cough.
Yuan nearly choked on her own saliva. Upon reflection, Qi Ren was already her exclusive test subject, aside from waiting for her. Who else could he wait for? She essentially asked a redundant question. Well, this is for you, especially bought. It tastes alright. Qi Ren handed the pastry to Yuan. The pastry, adorned in a pale blue hue and sprinkled with sparkles, looked quite delectable. Although Yuan was not particularly fond of the food from this world, she would naturally not refuse Qi Ren's kind gesture. Thank you. Class is starting soon. Shall we head to the classroom? Today, the lesson would cover music soothing techniques, requiring practical demonstrations. As Yuan's exclusive test subject, Qi Ren would wait in the lounge during the practice session.
Hop on.
Yuan patted the small electric scooter. After a few rides, she had grown accustomed to ferrying Chi-Ren to the teaching building daily. Chi-Ren would not decline. His tall frame leaned against the back seat of the scooter, his long legs curled up slightly, arms wrapped tightly around Yuan's waist. The position was decidedly intimate. He rested his head lightly against her neck, inhaling her scent, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. In truth, he could have ridden Yuan himself. But then, he wouldn't be able to hold her. So, when Yuan first asked if he could ride a scooter, he had claimed he had never done so. Yuan believed him, willingly taking on the role of the driver. She had even grown accustomed to Chi-Ren's overly close embrace as the scooter rode smoothly and swiftly. Along the way, they drew many curious glances. Only Yuan from Class 3 would be seen riding a scooter with a male beast. She genuinely cherished this exclusive test subject. What is so good about it? He's just a woman without mental strength. Once Chi-Ren's energy erupts and she can't soothe him, she'll be doomed. Exactly, what good is that? She probably thinks she has no mental strength, which is why she grovels to the male beasts in other ways. She's bringing shame to our female beasts. The discussions behind her were lost on Yuan. Even if she had heard, she would have simply shouted, "Mind your own business," and continued to carry Chi-Ren as she pleased. She relished the act of transporting Chi-Ren, so what of it? The small electric scooter soon arrived at the teaching building. Yuan parked the scooter and first escorted Chi-Ren to the lounge, which was quite crowded. The soothing training would occur in the afternoon, but test subjects were required to wait in the lounge from the morning, not straying too far. After giving a few instructions, Yuan turned to leave when her waist was suddenly caught. Turning back, she saw Chi-Ren gazing at her with longing. Yuan. His melodious voice spilled from his lips, imbued with a natural charm. Yuan felt a jolt. What is it? Chi-Ren's face flushed slightly as he gestured towards the corridor. Following his gaze, Yuan spotted several students from the academy sharing farewell kisses with their exclusive test subjects. Chapter 55, over 20 million. And not just one couple. In a corner of the corridor, several pairs were lost in their passionate embrace, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Yuan's face flushed crimson. You can't. Chi-Ren's doe-like eyes lifted, filled with a glimmer of hope as he looked at Yuan. No. Yuan firmly rejected, her cheeks burning. The bustling crowd around her made it impossible for her to act nonchalantly, despite her thick skin. Chi-Ren's expression shifted to one of vulnerability, his golden eyes dimming, and his lips pressed together in a tight line. For a fleeting moment, Yuan genuinely wondered if she had indeed done something to bully him. Her heart softened instantaneously. After a brief internal struggle, she wrapped her arms around Chi-Ren's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Just as she intended to pull away, her waist was suddenly encircled by Chi-Ren, drawing her against his chest. Startled, she looked up only to find him gazing down at her with a striking intensity, his handsome features radiating an undeniable affection. At that moment, his emerald-hued eyes reflected nothing but her image. Yuan was momentarily entranced until his lips met hers. The contact sent her heart racing, and she found herself captivated by his long, curled eyelashes. Thump, thump, thump. She could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Before she could collect her thoughts, Chi-Ren released her, his demeanor composed and upright, a smile gracing his lips. All right, go on now. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. With that, he smoothed the wrinkles in her attire with a tender gesture. The kiss had been brief, yet its impact lingered profoundly. Yuan pouted, casting him an accusatory glance. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she turned on her heel and departed with heavy steps, her irritation palpable. Observing her retreat, Chi-Ren couldn't help but smirk. The person he had chosen was truly endearing. The morning was spent absorbing the nuances of musical techniques, including breath control, resonance application, and vocal training, under Su Wenjing's articulate guidance. During lunch, Yuan recalled the pastries Chi-Ren had gifted her. As she unveiled them, an exclamation arose from the side. Wow, is that cloud fruit on top? Turning to investigate, Yuan recognized the girl with braided hair who had previously requested singing lessons from her. Cloud fruit? She examined the delicacy in her hands, noting the small white fruits atop it, resembling tiny clouds with their wavy edges. Indeed, it's cloud fruit. Just how much must that have cost? Jiang Xinxin's eyes sparkled with desire as she glanced from Yuan to the pastries, licking her lips. Even without the ability to read minds, Yuan understood the implication. Do you want some? Jiang Xinxin eagerly inquired, her gaze pleading. After a moment's contemplation, Wanwan shook her head. This was a gift from someone else. I can't share it. Jiang Xinxin's expression faltered. Disappointment etched on her face as she fidgeted with her clothing. Amused, Wanwan added, however, if you really want to try it, I can spare you a small piece. Really? I can trade you my lunch for it. I'll give you anything you desire. Jiang Xinxin exclaimed, promptly presenting her lavishly prepared meal. It was evident she had a penchant for delectable food, as her lunch was a bounteous spread of pastries and drinks. With a smile, Wanwan sliced off a small piece of the pastry for her. It truly is cloud fruit. Jiang Xinxin gasped after tasting it. What exactly was cloud fruit? Wanwan was intrigued, noting the intense reaction from a seasoned foodie. Cloud fruit was an exotic delicacy known for its unique taste and intoxicating fragrance, reputed to enhance a woman's mental fortitude. Its growth conditions were exceedingly demanding, thriving only in the heart of diverse, foreign lands, making it a rare find. The price on the market had soared to an astonishing 100,000 star coins per piece. You have 200 to 300 of them on that pastry, which must be worth at least 20 million. Wanwan nearly choked on her own saliva, incredulous as she dug at her ears, suspecting she had misheard. Did you just say the pastry is worth 20 million? Indeed. Jiang Xinxin affirmed earnestly. Are you joking? Wanwan was skeptical. Do you think I'm fooling you? I've tasted cloud fruit before. It's definitely worth that much. Jiang Xinxin's brows furrowed in indignation at Wanwan's doubt. Wanwan's lips twitched as she glanced between the pastry and Jiang Xinxin, her instinct telling her it was implausible for Qiren to have bestowed such an extravagance upon her. Remembering how Qiren had been bullied by Xiao Weina, and how she had managed to reclaim a mere 1 million star coins for him, she found it hard to believe that he could afford a 20 million star coin pastry. Yet, seeing Jiang Xinxin's conviction, Wanwan offered a sheepish smile and refrained from disputing her, knowing that any argument would likely fall on deaf ears. From now on, you shall be my friend. I'll share my lunch with you. What do you wish to eat? Jiang Xinxin declared, immediately pushing her entire meal toward Wanwan. Clearly enchanted by the pastry, Wanwan graciously accepted a drink, savoring the moment as she leisurely consumed her food. Cloud fruit. Regardless of its worth, it was undeniably delicious. In the afternoon, Su Wenjing entered the classroom to deliver an announcement. Next, we shall engage in practical exercises for musical soothing. Since the equipment is not easily activated, this session will be conducted alongside other classes in the academy. Those who are designated as exclusive testers should proceed orderly to the soothing training room. As her words echoed, the students began to gather their belongings and make their way to the designated area. Wanwan hurried downstairs to summon Qiren. Navigating through 2 towering buildings, they took the elevator to the entrance of the soothing training room. Even before entering, they could hear the lively chatter emanating from within. Stepping through the door, Wanwan looked up to see a sea of heads, with female students comprising about a third of the crowd, while the majority were male testers. This was a stark contrast to the outside world, where the overwhelming presence of male beastmen overshadowed the few women. The gender ratio in the empire had reached a truly alarming level. Wanwan, over here. Following the voice, Wanwan spotted Jiang Xinxin waving enthusiastically from a distance. However, surrounded by several testers, Wanwan hesitated and declined her invitation. Wanwan, come to my side. Bailan called out, waving her hand, but her side appeared considerably more subdued. Nonetheless, Wanwan was unbothered and led Qiren over to her. Wanwan, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Baiyu, who is also a tester at the academy. Hello, Wanwan greeted politely, extending her hand to the striking young man standing beside Bailan. However, he merely looked up, his eyes reflecting an innocence and curiosity that seemed atypical for his age as he gazed at her. Wanwan, my brother fell ill a few years ago and lost his mental faculties. His intelligence is now comparable to that of a 3-year-old, so please don't take offense. Bailan quickly explained, holding onto Wanwan's hand. Wanwan raised her eyebrows in surprise. He is an SS-grade beastman, while I am only a C in mental power. I am unable to soothe him. Thus, I bring him to the academy during soothing training sessions, where the instruments can help regulate the energy within him. Bailan's explanation made sense to Wanwan. Clearly, males with intellectual disabilities did not meet the academy's tester criteria. For Baiyu to be accepted as a tester, Bailan must have navigated considerable challenges. Brother, sit here and be good. Bailan gently assisted Baiyu into a seat across from Wanwan. Baiyu tilted his head, observing Wanwan for a prolonged moment before suddenly shoving Bailan aside and squeezing into the space next to her. Brother, Bai Lan exclaimed in surprise, worried that he might unsettle Wanwan. Come back here and sit. Many female orcs harbor a deep aversion to the touch of unfamiliar males. It is even more pronounced when it comes to Bai Yu, who is rather peculiar. After being scolded, Bai Yu's face visibly reflected his grievances. However, instead of obediently returning to Bai Lan's side, he instead squeezed closer to Yuanshan, pressing against her side. Bai Lan's expression darkened. She never anticipated that her typically introverted brother, who shunned contact with others, would take the initiative to approach a girl and, furthermore, disregard her instructions. Brother, if you don't come back over here, I shall have to use a stick to hit you, Bai Lan threatened, only to be halted by Yuanshan's gentle intervention. It's all right, let him sit here, there's plenty of space. Yuanshan sensed that Bai Yu bore no malice towards her and was willing to extend a bit of tolerance to a young man with intellectual challenges. With Yuanshan's acceptance, Bai Lan finally exhaled in relief, sitting down to converse with Yuanshan about the day's calming training session. Bai Lan had participated in similar calming training numerous times before. The academy arranged for orc calming sessions based on the mental strength levels of the female students. Of course, if there were designated test subjects, those could also be calmed. The training room would suppress the orc's level as well as the female's mental strength, meaning that all participants, both female and male orcs, were on equal footing, competing solely on their proficiency in calming techniques. Those who performed exceptionally would even receive accolades from the academy. In a nearby corner, Maid Dicey glared sullenly at Yuanshan's back, crushing her pen tube in frustration. Why had her designated test subject not perished? She shot a sideways glance at the obsequious Mary beside her, her face a mask of displeasure. Mary, trembling, stammered, I followed all your instructions. I don't know why he hasn't died. Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Maid Dicey fumed, her temper threatening to boil over. How could she not deal with a mere Yuanshan or a test subject from the slums? Such news would surely be the source of mockery. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew. Opening her wristband to locate a pitch-black avatar, she composed and sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. Maid Dicey raised an eyebrow, discreetly snapping a photo of Chi Ren and sending it along with a transfer of 5 million star coins. I refuse to believe he cannot perish. Mary, observing Maid Dicey's actions, felt her pupils constrict, lowering her head in silence. The pure black avatar, if she wasn't mistaken, seemed to be the emblem of an imperial gang. Not far away, Chi Ren appeared to sense something, casting a glance in their direction. Maid Dicey quickly lowered her head, pretending as if nothing had occurred. He frowned but remained silent. Wow, Lu Yuyao has also arrived. The goddess Lu Yuyao. My goddess. I must be chosen by her this time. It truly is Lu Yuyao. I also want to be chosen by her. She is an SS-level gifted psychic, certainly more adept at calming. As Yuanshan conversed with Bai Lan, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd behind her. Immediately, many male orcs surged toward the entrance. Yuanshan looked up to see Lu Yuyao donning a playful fuchsia short skirt, undeniably showcasing her alluring figure. Her lightly curled brown hair was tied into a ponytail, secured by a pale pink hair tie, enhancing her vivacity. Coupled with her exquisite oval face, she exuded an air of spirited charm that was particularly captivating. Bai Lan glanced over, snorted disdainfully, and turned her head away. The throng of bodies formed an impenetrable barrier at the entrance. Even the supervising teachers were unable to clear it. Lu Yuyao quickly called out, urging everyone to make way. In an instant, the previously congested entrance opened up at her words, illustrating her immense popularity. The commotion persisted until Lu Yuyao took her seat, clearly surrounded by the most male orcs, creating a stark contrast with the rest of the room. Yuanshan felt a hand clasp hers. Turning, she found Chi Ren sitting closely beside her, his long fingers gently tracing her fingertips. Noticing Yuanshan's gaze, he took her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Yuanshan felt her face heat up. Was he concerned that she might envy others? Ahem, she was not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Bai Yu observed their interaction, blinked, and took hold of Yuanshan's other hand, mimicking Chi Ren in an attempt to kiss her. Cough, my brother doesn't understand, Bai Lan said awkwardly, hastily pulling him closer. Is that the Academy's treasure, the ancient relic known as the phoenix-headed harp? A low exclamation arose from behind, prompting Yuanshan to follow the direction of the voices. Spotting a guzheng displayed on a raised platform not far away. There is a distinction between the guzheng and the harp. The harp has a single row of strings while the guzheng has a double row. The harp features a long, box-shaped resonance chamber, whereas the guzheng has a pipa-shaped resonance chamber. The sides of the harp's resonance chamber are bare, while the guzheng's features a row of goose pillars on either side. The harp's pillars are cylindrical, while the guzheng's pillars are typically square. Moreover, as a decorative element, the presence of a phoenix head atop the pillar signifies it is indeed a guzheng, not a harp. Accustomed to the Western-influenced instruments of this world, Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by the exquisite beauty of the guzheng. However, the two conversing seemed unaware of the distinction between the guzheng and the harp, referring to it as the phoenix-headed harp, prompting a smile from Wanwan. Wanwan, are you interested in that phoenix-headed harp? Bai Lan noted her frequent glances toward the elevated platform. Is it possible that it is not called a harp? What else would it be called?
Bai Lan asket, bui.
Glancing at Wanwan. It is a guzheng. Wanwan stated with certainty, then proceeded to enlighten her on the differences between the harp and guzheng. Bai Lan was taken aback, having spent considerable time at the Imperial Music Academy. This was her first encounter with the notion that the Academy's treasure was not a harp but a guzheng. The term was utterly unfamiliar to her. Do you all call it a harp? Bai Lan nodded pragmatically, though it indeed appeared unlike a typical harp. Wanwan's earlier descriptions of the harp's characteristics were entirely accurate, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that this instrument was truly distinct from a harp. Yet, even the Academy's teachers referred to it as such. Could they all be mistaken? Nonetheless, regardless of its name, it remained merely a decorative piece, as no one could elicit music from it. Bai Lan shook her head, expressing her regret.
Oh,
why is that? Wanwan asked, surprised that such a magnificent guzheng, a treasured relic of the Academy, could not be played. I have heard it is sealed, and the correct fingering to unseal it has never been discovered. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, casting another glance at the guzheng. After a while, the Academy's leaders took the stage to address the audience, outlining the day's calming training schedule. Only then did Wanwan realize the considerable fuss was due to the Double Star Entertainment Music Company's selection process for the Double Star of the Year. Should one successfully pass the selection, they would at least secure a B-level contract with the Double Star Music Company. With popularity and wealth to be gained, the Imperial Music Academy stood to benefit as well, which explained the gathering of all students to create opportunities for both sides. Next, the director of Double Star Entertainment, Wanwan, was invited to speak. As the Academy leader concluded his remarks, he stepped aside, allowing a tall young man to approach the podium. Hello, everyone. I am Wanwan, the director of Double Star Entertainment and today's selection officer. Today, whether your calming ability meets the required rating or your musical skills reach the standard, there is an opportunity to become a signed artist with Double Star Entertainment. Best of luck to you all. As Wanwan's words echoed, the crowd erupted into cheers. Due to the existence of music calming energy techniques, the Imperial Music Association held a prestigious position within the empire, and Double Star Entertainment occupied a dominant role within it. All artists signed by Double Star Entertainment would receive membership in the Imperial Music Association. Enjoy all the privileges and benefits that come with being a member of the Imperial Music Association. This status symbolizes prestige and is indeed an honor. Even Lu Yuyao aspires to attain a senior contract with Twin Star Entertainment. Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, she has only managed to secure an A-level contract with them, with the S-level still far from her reach. Fortunately, recent news has emerged that Twin Star Entertainment intends to restart the S-level contracts. She has exerted considerable effort in hopes of standing out in this selection process and successfully obtaining the coveted S-level contract. Wanwan's simple remarks ignited the atmosphere in the venue, stirring excitement among countless attendees. Wanwan sat amidst the crowd, her chin resting on her hands, blinking in disbelief. If her eyes did not deceive her, the Wanwan speaking on the high platform was indeed the same individual with whom she had signed a contract on the Twin Star website. What expressions would these students wear if they knew that the S-level agreement they so eagerly vied for already lay within her bracelet? Next, the Qianquan instrument in the calming training room would activate, suppressing the levels of all beastmen and students' mental energies to the initial G level. On the high platform, the Academy's dean spoke loudly, his voice resonating throughout the training room via the broadcast system. Those without mental energy could choose to forego this calming training. To forego the calming training meant one would not be able to secure a B-level contract or above with Twin Star Entertainment, relying solely on pure vocal tone and singing skills to make a living there. Of course, this would also mean missing out on the Twin Star opportunities entirely. However, the majority of female students, despite their lower mental energy, still possess C or D levels, while those devoid of mental energy were quite rare. Moreover, Even those without mental energy wished to give it a try, as the training room had protective measures in place to prevent any harm to the women. What if they suddenly discovered their mental energy? No one stepped forward. Soon, the Qianquan instrument randomly assigned students without a designated tester to their respective testers. With a wave of the dean's hand, the Qianquan instrument enveloping the entire calming training room activated. A series of blue light screens illuminated, partitioning the multitude of students within the training room. These screens would temporarily create enclosed spaces, diminishing energy fluctuations to avoid disturbing other students. Simultaneously, they would gather physical data from the male beastmen within these enclosed spaces to assess the calming abilities of the soothers, subsequently reporting them one by one. Wanwan, who possessed no mental energy, remained unaffected by the level suppression. The others felt their bodies grow heavy, their internal energies rapidly compressing, their levels swiftly reducing to barely above that of an ordinary G-level beastman. Concurrently, the Qianquan instrument released the spirit-inducing mist, infusing each enclosed space with a vapor that heightened the collapse value of the male beastmen. Qi Ren's expression shifted slightly, and he straightened his slouched form against the chair. This was his first experience with calming training as a tester. The initially tranquil state of his body began to rise in turmoil due to the presence of the spirit-inducing mist, causing his blood to boil. 70, 75, 80. Qi Ren's expression grew unnatural, his grip on the armrest tightening. Simultaneously, beams of blue light descended, binding his body. The calming training commenced. The dean's voice echoed throughout the training room. A series of scarlet lights illuminated, casting a red-blue mottled glow across the entire training space. Wanwan turned to glance at the Bai-Lan siblings beside her. The blue light screens appeared somewhat hazy, obscuring her view of their precise actions. However, the scarlet glow emanating from their side intensified, hinting at a possible orange hue. It seemed that Baiyu had managed to stabilize himself after inhaling the spirit-inducing mist. Under the level suppression, lower-tier female beastmen could also soothe higher-tier male beastmen, albeit with minimal effectiveness, only sufficient for those like Baiyu, who were not entirely cognizant. "Shiren, are you alright?" Wanwan observed Shiren, who was gripping the armrest tightly and appeared pale, furrowing her brows. Shiren seemed to be in a troubling state. The others inhaling the spirit-inducing mist did not appear to be suffering so acutely. His complexion was excessively pale, as if he were gravely ill. Shiren gasped for breath, and upon hearing Wanwan's words, he forced a smile, indicating he was all right. "Host. He has inhaled the spirit-inducing mist, causing his demonic blood to surge, and his collapse value has reached 87, which is quite perilous." "What?" Upon hearing the system's urgent whisper, Wanwan gasped in shock. "Demonic blood?" "Indeed. A powerful ancestral demonic bloodline lies hidden within him. No wonder he, a low-tier beastman, can endure the implantation of foreign genes. He possesses the purest demonic blood lineage within him. Host, if Qi Ren harnesses his demonic blood, he could rival even sss-level beastmen. No. Perhaps even the average sss-level beastmen would stand no chance against him." The host screamed frantically in Wanwan's mind. Typically, beastmen cannot withstand the infusion of demonic blood, marking such individuals as destined for short lives. The system could not fathom how Qi Ren had survived to the age of 19. The journey must have been arduous. Moreover, the risk of demonic blood infusion could lead to a fatal outcome at any moment. Chapter 58. The purple light beamed Qi Ren's complexion grew increasingly grim. The once youthful and fair features became marred by visible veins, his expression a portrait of agony. The demonic blood within him boiled, threatening to consume his rationality and compel him to transform, wreaking havoc upon everything around him. Prior to the calming training, Qi Ren had no inkling that the Academy's instruments could provoke such a response from his demonic blood. The pain was excruciatingly sharp, even with his remarkable endurance. He found it hard to bear. He couldn't even manage to take a deep breath. Wanwan, hurry and go." Qi Ren clenched his jaw, forcing himself to remain calm. If he were to lose his sanity, the first person he would endanger would be Wanwan, who was so close by. He feared truly harming her. The evening breeze remained gentle as one strolled slowly along the street's crossroads, gazing at the Milky Way and the stars. A sweet, ethereal female voice flowed into his ears like the shattering of a silver bottle, imbued with profound soothing power, calming the tumult within his veins. Qi Ren's expression paused, a fleeting moment of clarity breaking through the haze of his chaotic thoughts. He slowly lifted his gaze. Wanwan stood before him, her hands raised, her crimson lips parting as melodious notes flowed forth. Like a spirited sprite dancing lightly in a secluded valley, her voice cascaded into his ears, ushering in a sense of tranquility and serenity. The tumult of his demonic blood momentarily subsided. Chiron gazed at the girl before him in disbelief. Female mental energy should be incapable of calming the turmoil of demonic blood, yet her song managed to do so. He stared, entranced, at the girl before him. The faint blue light enveloped her like a delicate veil, softly cascading over her form. This glow not only illuminated her figure, but also lent her contours a gentle hue. Wanwan, already beautiful, appeared even more enchanting amidst this blue radiance. In that moment, Chiron felt as though he were gazing upon a deity. Shall we piece together a future? Back then, you held my hand, promising a world tour. At that time, the warmth in our palms was just right. The evening breeze is gentle, your companionship is enough. The song drifting through the air was akin to a celestial melody, sweet and lingering, echoing like a lament. Each note seemed infused with life, dancing in the air, lingering in his ears. The powerful soothing energy flowed like a gentle stream into his heart, calming his body's turmoil and bloodlust. Chiron's blood gradually settled. He gazed adoringly at the girl before him and suddenly broke into a smile. His Wanwan was truly a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. On the high platform, Mentor Lu Feng was introducing Lu Yuyao's profile to Xiaowen. Lu Yuyao excelled in every aspect, possessing the exceptionally rare SS-level mental energy. She already held considerable fame within Twin Star, and here was her information. Xiaowen casually took the document from the mentor's hand, glancing over it, and offered a half-smile at the mentor. Is your surname also Lu? Ahem, to be frank. Lu Yuyao is indeed my niece, yet her prowess is unmistakable. Xiaowen nodded, acknowledging her considerable strength. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly inquired, is it possible to consider the S-sign from your esteemed company? I'm afraid our S-sign is determined directly by the boss. And I lack the authority to make such decisions, Xiaowen replied with a polite smile, declining the request. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Lu Feng's heart extinguished instantly, leaving him with no choice but to offer an awkward chuckle. Within the training room, numerous blue holographic screens erupted with pillars of orange, yellow, green, and cyan light. Even without analyzing the data, one could discern the varying levels of soothing power among these individuals. Xiaowen casually glanced around, maintaining an air of composure as he took a sip from his teacup. Soothing powers below cyan were not within his assessment purview. Others in the company would handle those. His focus remained solely on those exhibiting powers above cyan. The Academy had also recommended Lu Yuyao to him, perhaps he might encounter her shortly. Although the S-sign seemed unattainable, an A-sign was certainly within reach. Just as Xiaowen pondered this, a brilliant purple light suddenly illuminated the training room, cutting through the sea of red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan. It was dazzling, captivating the attention of all present. Purple, a soothing power of purple? The Academy leaders collectively rose from their seats, astonished and elated as they gazed upon the purple beams shooting towards the ceiling. Xiaowen too stood up, setting down his teacup, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise. Could it be that the Imperial Music Academy had produced a practitioner of purple soothing power? If her mental strength were equally exceptional, could she effectively soothe the boss's condition? Quick, let us discover who possesses this purple soothing power. Is it Lu Yuyao? Lu Feng, brimming with excitement, hurriedly urged the staff for information. Among all in the academy, Lu Yuyao was the most likely candidate for such a power. Although she had only demonstrated Cyan's soothing power during her recent training, what if she had exceeded expectations? The several academy leaders exchanged glances, pondering if Lu Yuyao truly possessed purple soothing power. If so, combined with her SS-level mental strength, her future would be limitless. At that point, the Lu family would surely flourish alongside her. Questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers, all eyes fixated on the large screen. Soon, the Qian Kuan device locked onto the purple pillar and retrieved the student's information. Wanwan? The dean paused, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar name. It wasn't he Lu Yuyao? Lu Feng's expression froze, disbelief washing over him as he stared at the name displayed on the screen. How could it be? How could it not be Yuyao? No, it was inconceivable. The Academy's strongest soothing power had to belong to Yuyao. What was there to be surprised about? In such a large academy, there could always be hidden talents. A mentor, who disdained Lu Feng, chuckled derisively before instructing other staff members. Who is this Wanwan? Quickly, summon her homeroom teacher. Su Wenjing was called before the leaders and answered their inquiries with excitement. The emergence of a student with purple soothing power indicated her effective teaching methods. Her quarterly bonus was assured. In contrast to the calm of those around him, Xiao Wen's excitement evaporated upon seeing the name Yuan Shan, dousing his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Yuan Shan? Wasn't she the singer he had secured an S sign for the boss on the Twin Stars network? Was it merely a coincidence? Or Xiao Wen's final thread of hope unraveled as he heard Su Wenjing mention that Yuan Shan was a newly enrolled freshman. He knew her well. Her vocal skills were exceptional, and her voice held a soothing quality that could calm even the boss. Yet she lacked mental strength. He had personally checked the Imperial Information System. Yuan Shan had not a shred of mental power. Even if her voice possessed soothing effects, it would hardly suffice for the boss's condition. He had even recommended her to the Imperial Music Academy himself. He never imagined that the one with purple soothing power would be her. Director Xiaowen, do you wish to meet this Yuan Shan? Not necessary. Xiaowen cast a brief glance before averting his gaze and resuming his seat. He lifted his teacup, restoring his previously unperturbed demeanor. It wasn't he merely because Yuan Shan lacked mental strength, but also because she was already assigned artist with twin stars, rendering any meeting redundant. However, he kept this to himself, leaving others in a state of confusion. The mentors exchanged glances, uncertain of Xiao Wen's stance. How could he remain so unperturbed with the emergence of purple soothing power? Wasn't he just excited moments ago? I think Director Xiao Wen must be concerned due to Yuan Shan's lack of mental strength, Su Wenjing suggested, being pulled aside by the dean, who hesitated before voicing her conjecture. What did you say? This Yuan Shan lacks mental strength? The dean's previously jubilant expression momentarily faltered.
Su Wenjing not that outset stily.
Having been overly exhilarated by the revelation of a purple soothing practitioner in her class, she had momentarily overlooked this crucial detail. The absence of mental strength meant that the purple soothing power manifested in her was akin to brilliance residing in a pig. It was impressive, but ultimately ineffective. Her quarterly bonus was now in jeopardy. The dean fell silent, and the other teachers ceased their chatter, all lamenting the fate of a student possessing purple soothing power yet devoid of mental strength. What had once seemed like a bright future, a potential national treasure, was now Lu Feng glared at the name Yuan Shan on the screen with disdain. Such remarkable soothing power would have been magnificent if it had belonged to Lu Yuyao. Unbeknownst to Yuan Shan, who was lost in the ethereal realm created by her soothing power and voice, she felt as though she were floating.
System.
Is this how soothing power can be utilized? I feel as though I might soar. Yuan Shan exclaimed in excitement, and with a mere thought, she truly began to levitate. Am I really flying? Yuan Shan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I?
I am genuinely airborne.
She looked down, astonished to find her feet hovering several meters off the ground. She was indeed flying. This phenomenon is called the sound domain, triggered when female soothing power and music reach a certain spatial resonance. Host, I must say, you are a true musical prodigy, and the system feels proud to bind with you. Is that so? The system nodded earnestly. In the sound domain, you possess numerous unique abilities. Levitation is merely one of them.
Oh.
What else is there? Yuan Shan blinked in curiosity. Indeed, you can also manipulate objects. Host, anything within the sound domain can be moved. Give it a try. The system was eager to witness Yuan Shan's prowess. Yuan Shan was exhilarated. She had only heard tales of individuals possessing such abilities in the realm of cultivation, never imagining she would one day possess them herself. What should she test her powers on? The soothing space was limited, with little to spare. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze fell upon Chi-Rin seated on a chair. With a flicker of thought, Chi-Rin suddenly vanished from the chair, leaving the blue beams that had bound him flailing helplessly in search of their lost connection. Meanwhile, Yuan Shan found herself cradling an unexpected passenger. Chi-Rin, having just experienced a surge of chaotic energy and subsequent soothing, was utterly drained and had been resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly finding himself airborne, he opened his eyes to discover he was now being cradled in Yuan Shan's arms, resembling a Princess Carrie. Fortunately, Yuan Shan was no ordinary female beastman. Her strength was sufficient to hold him effortlessly. Yuan Shan and Chi-Rin locked eyes, and an awkward silence enveloped them. I must confess, this is quite an unexpected turn of events. Do you believe it? Wanwan forced a smile, feeling utterly embarrassed. She genuinely had no idea that this teleportation could manifest in such a manner. Could it be that the mere thought of this scene before teleporting had triggered it? Tears welled up in her heart. Next time, she vowed to herself, she would refrain from such frivolous thoughts. Chi-Ren's lips curled into a charming smile, his handsome face illuminated by an enchanting radiance. He reached out, gently encircling Wanwan's neck, his warm breath whispering in her ear. So, it appears Wanwan enjoys this kind of amusement. Wanwan, I didn't mean to, please don't say such things, I understand, she stammered, her heart racing. Chi-Ren's gaze lifted, 2 words interrupting her flustered explanation. His cerulean eyes sparkled with delight, glimmering as if he were beholding his most cherished treasure. Wanwan likes it. And so do I. His melodious voice resonated like a babbling brook, each word dripping with seduction as it caressed her ears. Thump. Thump. Wanwan could hear her own heartbeat echoing within her chest. A kiss gently brushed against her lips, tender and delicate, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Wanwan wished to push him away, but Chi-Ren's grip on her neck was unyielding. Chi-Ren, let go of me. Please, she pleaded, her voice quivering. The youth's playful tone was irresistibly charming, sending shivers down her spine. For a fleeting moment, Wanwan doubted whether he was a distant relative of Su Machang. Why was he, a mere human, more troublesome than the cunning fox that was Su Machang? He grew bolder, nibbling and teasing her lips. Wanwan squirmed, her cheeks aflame. Chi-Ren chuckled lightly, his voice dripping with mischief. If you keep evading, I might just kiss somewhere else. Feeling his hand drift lower along her neck, Wanwan stiffened. In a moment of panic, she fabricates, Chi-Ren, I can't hold on anymore. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness in her arms, and before she could comprehend, she was swept off her feet in a dizzying whirl. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself securely cradled in Chi-Ren's arms. His handsome visage loomed larger as he seized the opportunity to kiss her lips before she could escape. Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. The speed of his actions was utterly absurd. She struggled to break free, but he effortlessly restrained her, deepening the kiss as he pried her lips apart. Beneath the dazzling purple light, all she could discern were his captivating cerulean eyes, slightly narrowed. Gradually, she surrendered to the warmth of their intimacy. Moment latte. Wanwan was left dazed, her thoughts clouded as she stood there, mouth agape, lost in the moment. However, Chi-Ren abruptly ceased his advances, gently setting her down. As she looked up, she saw Chi-Ren back to his composed self, adjusting her tousled hair and smoothing out the creases in her attire with a seriousness that made it seem as though everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting dream. Wanwan's muddled mind began to clear. Glancing at Chi-Ren, who appeared entirely unperturbed as he observed her with a hint of amusement, she felt a surge of indignation. How could you? Do you want me here, Wanwan? Chi-Ren's voice broke the silence, watching as her delicate face transformed into a hue of deep crimson, her bashfulness evident. Chi-Ren chuckled softly, realizing that Wanwan's unsatisfied desires manifested in such a manner. Chapter 60. The Black Cat. Wanwan felt as though she had lost her dignity entirely in front of Chi-Ren. This rascal was intentional. He deliberately seduced her with his allure and chose to withdraw just as her emotions became a whirlwind. He was clearly relishing her embarrassment. How wickedly mischievous. Observing Wanwan's increasingly flushed complexion, Chi-Ren chuckled again. Suddenly, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his well-defined chest. Wanwan's eyes widened, her words stumbling over one another. What are you doing? Wanwan, didn't you want this? If you don't mind, I certainly don't either, he flirted, his sultry words igniting a fire within her. Yet his expression was earnest, as if he were not jesting but rather declaring a significant matter. Wanwan's gaze involuntarily roamed over his breathtaking physique. In a panic, she covered her nose, fearing an uncontrollable nosebleed, her steps retreating hastily. Don't come any closer. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over the chair Chi-Ren had previously occupied and fell into it. What's the matter? Does Wanwan not like this? Chi-Ren tilted his head, leaning closer as he supported himself on the armrest. With him towering above and her seated below, his white shirt fell naturally, exposing a breathtaking view. His chiseled chest and enticingly red strawberry-shaped mark stood out against his pale skin, while his sculpted abs and alluring shape disappeared into his tailored waistband. Wanwan swallowed hard. Chi-Ren, we are still in the academy, she protested weakly. It was undeniable that she was captivated by this man. Her gaze remained fixed on his perfect form, unable to divert her attention. Yet she knew that if this continued, trouble would inevitably ensue. In a moment of desperation, she grasped the hem of his shirt, pressing it against his chest to shield herself from the tantalizing sight. However, his hand seized hers, his long fingers caressing her hand as if they were lovers entwined. Wanwan's heart fluttered as she heard him question, "So, does that mean it's permissible outside the academy?" She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet his. Outside the academy? Was it permissible? Her mind briefly short-circuited before panic set in. Was he inquiring whether she desired him? She was reluctantly considering accepting Chi Mabe and Su Machang, and now Chirin? Damn it. For a fleeting moment, her heart truly wavered. But before she could voice her thoughts, his kiss arrived unexpectedly, swallowing her remaining words. Chirin held her head firmly, anchoring her against his chest. Their breaths growing increasingly fervent. He whispered, "Wanwan, don't say." Wanwan interjected, "ISNT at you. Who wants me to say it?" However, she was reluctant to respond. Perhaps Chirin could sense her intentions. He didn't wish to hear them, so she chose silence. After a lengthy kiss, Chirin finally released her slightly flushed lips, gently pecking her cheek. Wanwan leaned against him, feigning sleep while contemplating the complexities of life. Chirin's intentions were so transparent. She was no fool and could see through it all. However, she already had two partners. What if Chi Mabe and Su Machang found out? They would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Moreover, she was not yet at a point of desperation. Alas, the turmoil within her raged on. The silver wolf's instincts were acutely sensitive. He could almost perceive her hesitation the moment she contemplated rejection. His numerous attempts, though aimed at affirming her feelings, always seemed to miss something vital. She was not wholly willing. Chirin lowered his gaze, observing the one who feigned sleep in his embrace, feeling a twinge of melancholy. What was she still hesitating about? He could clearly sense her affection for him, yet she continued to resist. Thus, he preemptively stifled her words, fearing that what she might say would not align with his desires. He feared that uttering those words might jeopardize their current relationship. For the first time, Chirin discovered that understanding a woman's heart was far more challenging than any fight. Yet, the discouragement was fleeting. He quickly regained his confidence. He had persevered through the darkness of the underground boxing arena and would not be deterred by Wanwan's vague rejections. It was inconceivable. Chirin lowered his head and planted a kiss on her rosy lips. Even if she rejected him, he would not withdraw. One day, he would ensure that she would willingly desire him. The sky was clear and bright, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. Suddenly, a sleek black cat descended from the branches of a towering banyan tree. Its fur was entirely ebony, and its deep azure eyes sparkled like shards of ice, mirroring the azure sky and white clouds, a sight of exquisite beauty. Feng Chueji paced restlessly, the wind sweeping away a few leaves. While a throbbing pain pulsed at his temples and a cacophony echoed in his mind, the pressure within him seemed to escalate once more. Were it not for his remarkable endurance, he would have surely succumbed to this torment. Within his wristband, the members of the music association continued their incessant chatter. "Xiao Ji, you cannot afford to delay any longer. Your body cannot withstand much more. You must find yourself a high-ranking spiritual partner. Do you understand?" "Indeed, Xiao Ji. Regardless of your reluctance, for the sake of Grandfather Shun, you should consider meeting the students from the Imperial Academy. There may be someone who catches your eye." "Did you hear that, Xiao Ji? Finding a partner is of utmost importance." Frustrated, Feng Chueji felt an overwhelming urge to sever the communication. His paw hovered over the disconnection interface several times, yet he restrained himself. They meant well, he understood, but he would not heed their advice. A partner? A woman? That was nothing but trouble. Once the communication ended, Feng Chueji exhaled in relief. Rubbing his aching temples, he gracefully leapt onto the rooftop of the music academy. Finding a spot, he lay down and activated the music within his wristband. A clear, lilting melody accompanied by a soft female voice filled the air, but Feng Chueji frowned. The burning sensation within him, coupled with the pain, spread like wildfire. Even this soothing melody could not quell it. His internal energy's collapse value continued to rise, surpassing 92, rendering even Squid Xiaoming's new song ineffective. The pain compelled him to flick his feline ears in irritation. Contemplating where to find a place to rest and allow time to dull the physical agony, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave of energy that briefly halted the collapse value. It was a familiar calming presence, reminiscent of the first time he heard Squid Xiaoming's song. His ears perked up, and his azure pupils narrowed as he eagerly scanned his surroundings. His gaze abruptly fixed upon a nearby building. The wave originated from that location. The black cat nimbly leapt onto the eaves, swiftly disappearing in that direction. Wanwan had been hiding in the restroom for some time now. The blush on her cheeks lingered, and she was unsure whether it stemmed from embarrassment or shyness. After splashing her face with cold water several times, she finally felt her temperature drop and adjusted her mindset before stepping out. As she rounded the corner, an inadvertent glance caught her attention. She was captivated by a figure across the corridor. Chapter 61. 20 centimeters. The man stood clad in a pure black silk shirt and tailored trousers, one leg casually bent, leaning languidly against the corridor wall. He possessed a tall, slender form, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. His face appeared as if it had stepped out of a painting, strikingly handsome. His elongated eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, held a depth akin to a serene pool. Thick, curled lashes cast a gentle shadow beneath his eyes, while his lips, tinted a rosy hue, were slightly pursed, radiating an air of nonchalant allure. The contrast between his pale skin, exposed by the rolled sleeves, and his dark attire was striking. He toyed with a lighter in his dexterous fingers, flipping it effortlessly. The entire demeanor conveyed a sense of leisurely indulgence. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him in a soft glow, and he stood there so casually, resembling an exquisite piece of wallpaper. Simply breathtaking. Unable to resist, Wanwan stole a few more glances. At that moment, he seemed to sense her scrutiny, slowly lifting his gaze. His eyes landed precisely on Wanwan, who, caught in the act, quickly averted her gaze. Feng Chueji narrowed his eyes, surveying her attentively. A subtle smile graced his lips, and in a low, husky voice, he murmured, "Found you." With those words, he took long strides toward Wanwan. The intensity in his azure eyes was unmistakably aggressive, causing her to feel a sudden wave of panic. His gaze seemed to be directed solely at her. The man's towering stature exuded an overwhelming presence, and as he approached, Wanwan instinctively retreated until there was nowhere left to go. Feng Chueji halted 3 steps away from her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Have you seen enough?" he inquired, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. Caught off guard, Wanwan stammered, "Well, yes, I suppose I have." Her cheeks flushed as she responded honestly. After all, in this world, admiring a handsome man was hardly a crime. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." As she turned to leave, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Forced to pivot back, she found the man tilting his head, a lazy smile gracing his features. "You've seen enough, but I haven't tea." Wanwan was momentarily taken aback as he abruptly closed the distance between them. His long, elegant fingers entwined in her gently curled hair, winding it upwards before tilting her chin. Wanwan had no choice but to look up. Feng Chueji examined her as if she were a work of art, scrutinizing her chin with an appraising gaze. After a moment, he offered his verdict, quite lovely." Wanwan's face burned with indignation as she swatted his hand away. Glaring at the audacious man, she turned on her heel to leave. Was it a crime to have admired him a little? Did they know each other so well to warrant such teasing? Behind her, a low chuckle echoed, prompting Wanwan to turn back, flustered.
What are you laughing at?
"Nothing. I just find you quite adorable, and you smell delightful," he replied in a deep, languid tone, his voice unmistakably distinctive. It was the kind of voice that could make one feel faint. Wanwan swallowed hard, choosing to ignore his flirtation as she prepared to walk away. Suddenly, a gust of wind approached, causing her to widen her eyes. Before she could react, she felt a tight grip around her waist, and in an instant, she was propelled out of the window. Panicking, Wanwan opened her eyes, and by the time she realized what had transpired, she had landed on the rooftop. The momentum caused her to collide uncontrollably into the man's embrace, and she inhaled a fresh, elegant scent of olives. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in alarm. Did he really just take her out the window without her consent? "Showing you the scenery," Feng Chueji replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Comparing the view. The scenery here isn't that great. The view from the central tower is much more breathtaking. Would you like to see?" Without waiting for Wanwan's response, he bent down and swept her off her feet in a princess carry, launching himself off the rooftop and soaring into the distance.
"Hey,
"Do we know each other so well?" Wanwan exclaimed, watching the Imperial Music Academy fade into the background. Panic surged within her. Was she being kidnapped? Her instincts warned her that this man was immensely powerful, likely not weaker than Chimabai. If she resisted, she would gain nothing. But could she simply allow herself to be taken away? What of her dignity? As Feng Chueji dashed across the interconnected rooftops, he couldn't help but glance down at the girl in his arms. Yu Wanwan was indeed beautiful, her petite face adorned with exquisite features. Each trait was charming individually, but together, they formed a strikingly lovely visage. Her expressive features betrayed her displeasure. So, this is what it feels like to hold a woman? Feng Chuoji pondered, his thoughts drifting. He had never been fond of women. Even the guard dog at his home knew that. He preferred women to maintain a distance of at least 3 meters from him. The earlier pursuit of that comforting wave of energy had been a mere whim. Yet, upon seeing Yu Wanwan for the first time, he felt an inexplicable urge to draw near. It was a novel and peculiar sensation. As she attempted to leave, he inexplicably snatched her away. At that moment, her body pressed against his chest, her hair brushing against his chin, resembling a fluffy little pet, just as adorable as Abu. Moreover, the fragrance that emanated from him was truly delightful. It captivated him even more than olives. Not too acquainted. Following Yu Wanwan's words, he replied, "If we are not familiar, what is the purpose of your bringing me out? I still have to participate in the Academy's calming training." Yu Wanwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Most importantly, Chi-Ren was still waiting for her in the training room. If he discovered her absence, how worried would he be? Feng Chueji suddenly realized. So, this was what concerned her. A smile flickered across his handsome face, previously unfamiliar, but after spending some time together, familiarity would soon blossom. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Chueji, rank SSS, 22 years old, standing at 190 centimeters tall, and weighing 75 kilograms. A beastman of the night nine-tailed soul-eating cat." Yu Wanwan gazed at this audacious man in disbelief. Had they not just met for the first time? What did he mean by all this? You should stop talking." Feng Chueji looked down, puzzled by the sudden agitation of the person in his arms. However, he considered himself quite considerate and proactively inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something you find unsatisfactory?" Why are you telling me all this? Do I even know you?" "Indeed, we were unfamiliar before, but now we are acquainted, are we not? Your name is Yu Wanwan." Feng Chueji's gaze fell on the school badge on Yu Wanwan's chest. Yu Wanwan rubbed her forehead. If it weren't for the fact that they were still on the rooftop, she truly wished to jump down. Why are you telling me all this? Shouldn't you provide a more detailed introduction to your future wife?" Feng Chueji tilted his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Future wife. Yu Wanwan keenly seized on the implication in his words and pointed at herself.
Me?
Is there someone else? Feng Chueji turned to survey the surroundings, wearing an expression that seemed to affirm her statement. "When did I agree to become your wife?" "Not at this moment, but I believe you will soon acquiesce." Feng Chueji spoke with utmost seriousness. Just as Yu Wanwan was about to retort, her body suddenly soared upward at an astonishing speed. Frightened, she hurriedly grasped Feng Chueji's clothing. Chapter 62. Above the Tower. Yu Wanwan looked down and discovered that they were scaling the outer wall of a tall, slender structure. In the blink of an eye, they had ascended over 30 meters. It was the central tower. "Hold on tight," the man's voice echoed, and Yu Wanwan felt a sudden loosening beneath her, tumbling onto a furry back. Looking up, she saw Feng Chueji had transformed into an enormous black cat, swiftly carrying her upward toward the tower's pinnacle. Yu Wanwan was startled, quickly clutching the black cat's neck tightly. The wind was fierce at that height, howling in her ears, compelling her to bury her head in his fur. The black cat's coat was exceptionally soft, carrying a delightful fragrance reminiscent of Feng Chueji's enchanting olive scent. However, as he climbed, he jostled her about. With no other option, Yu Wanwan pressed her body firmly against the black cat's back. Feng Chueji, as usual, was climbing at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation on his back. It was an extraordinarily unique feeling, soft above and delicate below, with exquisite curves. His mind involuntarily conjured images of Yu Wanwan's alluring figure. Realizing it was her lying against him, Feng Chueji felt a rush of warmth. He sensed something uncontrollable trickling from his nose, as if even the pain within him had vanished. Unconsciously, his pace slowed, his thoughts became tangled, and the roots of his ears beneath his black fur turned completely crimson. Even after reaching the pinnacle of the tower, he still did not dare revert to his true form, cautiously setting Yu Wanwan down. Yu Wanwan took a few deep breaths, striving to steady her wildly racing heart. The tip of the tower was quite small, merely over 10 square meters, surrounded by iron railings. Beyond that lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Yu Wanwan inhaled deeply several times, still feeling a bit dizzy. She took a few steps back, distancing herself from the railing, and began to feel somewhat better. Only then did she muster the energy to survey her surroundings. Below the tower, the buildings in the city appeared to her as insignificant as tiny ants. Gazing into the distance, the sunset was slowly descending in the sky, resembling a colossal fireball radiating brilliant afterglow. The remaining light fell like a golden veil, gently draping over the clouds, dyeing them into vibrant hues of red. Wanwan was awestruck by the magnificent scene before her, and a line of poetry suddenly surfaced in her mind, to stand atop the peak, surveying all mountains as mere hills. Feng Chueji was indeed correct. The scenery here was extraordinarily beautiful. Wanwan was so captivated by the sight that she remained momentarily speechless. Remembering Feng Chueji, she hastily turned to look. The black cat had reverted to its normal size. Its 4 paws were huddled together, sitting elegantly, its long tail coiled around itself, occupying only the space of a palm. So adorable and endearing. Yet, upon recalling that this was the same insufferable man from earlier, Wanwan found it hard to appreciate his cuteness. "Are you unhappy again?" The black cat approached with graceful feline steps, tilting its head to observe her, speaking human words. Wanwan was at a loss for words. Anyone who is unexpectedly abducted would hardly feel pleased, right? The black cat, still tilting its head and thought about how to make a young girl happy, suddenly remembered that when it transformed into a black cat, many girls sought to stroke, cuddle, or lift it high. Of course, it had never allowed them to succeed. It despised their touches. But if the person was Wanwan turned her head in silence, when suddenly she felt a soft touch in her palm. Looking down, she saw the black cat had nudged its little head into her hand, nuzzling against it adorably. Wanwan blinked in surprise. Despite knowing he was a tall man of nearly 2 meters, she found herself utterly charmed at that moment. This sensation, how soft. Seeing her entranced, the black cat took 2 steps closer, presenting its back to her hand. Wanwan struggled to resist but ultimately could not hold back. Tentatively speaking, "You're just a cat now, right?" The black cat tilted its head, seemingly unsure of how to respond. "If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree." Wanwan's eyes sparkled as she directly scooped the black cat into her embrace. Feng Chueji felt himself lift off the ground, and in the next moment, he was seated on Wanwan's lap. Her beautiful, rounded fingers gently caressed his fur. A rich aroma enveloped him entirely, and as he looked up, he could see her alluring curves, just barely concealed by the delicate fabric of her clothing. Feng Chueji's feline face flushed with warmth, and his gaze became flustered, unsure where to look. Just then, Wanwan turned his head to stroke the top of it. The faint fragrance of a woman wafted into his nostrils. Feng Chueji's body tensed abruptly, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him for reasons unknown. It felt warm, restless, accompanied by a desire to do something to that enticing curve. He tentatively inched closer to that alluring figure. His cat had gently brushed against the edge of that curve, and upon seeing Wanwan's lack of reaction, he grew bolder. Tilting his head, he nuzzled against her. The air became thick with pheromones, and the black cat's nose twitched as it endeavored to breathe.
"Ah!"
Wanwan exclaimed, instinctively wanting to push him away, but upon seeing his delicate, kitten-like demeanor, she hesitated. This fellow, could he truly not be doing it on purpose? Her little cat back on Blue Star would also nuzzle against her like this, so it mustn't be intentional. With this thought, Wanwan exhaled in relief and resumed petting the cat. Feng Chueji was enveloped in a soothing aura, and as Wanwan gently stroked him, he had never felt so comfortable in his entire being. The collapse value within him seemed to diminish ever so slightly. The black cat emitted a purring sound, causing Wanwan to laugh. It turned out that cat beastmen were quite similar to regular cats in their habits. In a state of utter comfort, the black cat instinctively turned on its back upon Yuanshan's lap, exposing its soft belly. Without hesitation, Yuanshan reached out to stroke it. The flesh on the cat's belly was delightfully plush, and its fur was even softer. It was simply irresistible to touch. Yuanshan reveled in the tactile pleasure, while Feng Chueji, in turn, found himself enduring a most excruciating ordeal. Though transformed into a feline, his sense of touch remained distinctly human. The gentle caresses of Yuanshan's small hands were palpably felt upon his chest and abdomen, causing the skin beneath the black fur to flush with warmth. Yet, he could not bring himself to leap away. Captivated by Yuanshan's tenderness and soothing ministrations, he bore the heat coursing through his body, relishing her touch. Suddenly, his dainty black tail entwined itself around Yuanshan's wrist, the tip teasingly brushing against the base of her palm, soft and ticklish. Yuanshan giggled. playfully squeezing his little tail. This innocent act successfully breached Feng Chueji's defenses. In a blink, the black cat transformed into a handsome man. Yu Wanshan froze, her gaze meeting a pair of crimson eyes. Feng Chueji's deep blue eyes were tumultuous with emotion, the corners slightly flushed. His lips parted in an alluring haze as he stared intently at her. His black shirt, which snugly encased his muscular frame, had somehow become unbuttoned, revealing a well-defined chest and abdomen. The stark contrast between the black fabric and his pale skin was particularly enticing. This scene was so vividly familiar to Yuan Shan. It resembled the expressions of Qi Rindong in moments of passion, or Su Machong when seeking affection, or even Qi Mabai when he desired to kiss her. A sudden jolt of realization struck her, pulling her back to her senses. Feng Chueji, you need to calm down. Feng Chueji had remained single for 20 years. Aside from his mother, no woman had ever ventured within 3 meters of him. Yuan Shan was the first to breach that barrier. This body had never before experienced such intimacy with a woman. How could such sensations be quelled by mere admonishments to calm down? With a swift motion, he shifted his form, sitting up and seizing Yuan Shan's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she tumbled into his arms. Atop the high tower, a cool breeze brushed against her hair. Their eyes locked, and the danger glimmering in Feng Chueji's gaze became increasingly palpable. Instinctively, Yuan Shan attempted to rise, but he easily secured his hold around her waist. Panic surged within her. Could this man truly be aroused? Oh, dear. She had merely petted a cat. Who knew it could lead to such complications? Feng Chueji, calm down. If you're having issues, go seek your rightful partner, not me. Feng Chueji gazed at the movement of Yu Wanshan's lips, and his mind was devoid of any other thought. He simply found her lips enchanting, appearing so delectable that he yearned to taste them. And so, he surrendered to his desires and acted upon them. The moment he grasped the back of her head, Yuan Shan realized trouble was imminent. Sure enough, the next instant, his kiss descended upon her, swallowing her words whole. Yuan Shan's eyes widened, instinctively trying to push him away. However, in the next moment, her hands were ensnared, drawn above her head. When she looked up, she found Feng Chueji's tail wrapped tightly around her wrists like a rope. It could be used like this? Yuan Shan was taken aback. Soon, Feng Chueji noticed her distraction and playfully bit her lip. The pain brought her back to reality, and his actions softened once more, a classic case of administering a gentle touch after a sharp reprimand. In no time, Yuan Shan found herself utterly drained of strength, her body limp. Feng Chueji lowered his gaze, earnestly reflecting on how his feline parents had once expressed their affection. His long, elegant fingers grazed Yuan Shan's waist. Indeed, all his techniques stemmed from a serendipitous lesson from his father, the cat. This was a secret he could not divulge. Previously, he had deemed such actions superfluous and found them mundane, unable to fathom why his father relished them so. Yet now, having tasted Yuan Shan's essence, Feng Chueji had an epiphany. The experience was undeniably delightful. Sensing Yuan Shan's body subtly tense, a smile crept across his face, as if he had discovered the right approach. And his movements grew bolder. He left wet kisses along her neck, and as the cool breeze brushed against her skin, Yuan Shan shivered, snapping out of her daze. Feng Chueji, release me. Wan Shan, you may feel a bit uncomfortable now, but it will soon pass, he reassured her. He was following in his father's footsteps, and soon, he would be ready to progress to the next step. Feng Chueji glanced at the hem of her dress. Wan Shan, the first rule of being a wife, always heed your wife's words, do you understand? An idea struck Yuan Shan, and she quickly spoke up. Feng Chueji paused, pondering the wife's rule. Indeed, he had never read about it. Yuan Shan scoffed lightly. Has no one taught you that you must listen to your wife and cannot force her? Feng Chueji halted his actions, deep in thought. Yuan Shan realized that while he appeared knowledgeable, he was, in fact, quite naive. His approach was rigid, and he even muttered to himself about the next steps. Right, undress. What comes next? Oh, kissing the earlobe. It seemed he had learned this from some source, rendering him a complete novice. With a mindset of trial and error, Yuan Shan found that her attempts at intimidation had genuinely flustered him. You said I am your wife, right? So, are you not going to listen to your wife's words? Feng Chueji pursed his lips. Indeed. His father had instructed him to heed his wife's words and avoid inciting her anger. Let me go. Yuan Shan seized the opportunity. Oh. Feng Chueji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to comply, releasing his tail. Yu Wanshan regained her freedom and sighed in relief. Turning to Feng Chueji, she felt the need to engage in a serious discussion. Why did you choose me as your wife? Because I like you, Feng Chueji answered promptly. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. His father had advised him that if one likes someone, they should express it early, lest someone else snatch them away, especially when it came to a woman. In this world, women were scarce, while men were abundant. If one encountered a woman they admired, they must seize the opportunity to declare their affection. Otherwise, they risked being pushed into a corner by other men. He had once scoffed at this notion, but now he was keenly aware of the potential consequences of delay. Yu Wanshan face-bombed. On what basis do you claim to like me? This is our first meeting. Feng Chueji blinked his deep blue eyes and tilted his head. Perhaps it is love at first sight? Did you not also like me before? I never. Yu Wanshan instinctively began to refute, but was silenced by a finger pressed against her lips. In the corridors of the Imperial Music Academy, you gazed at me for quite some time. This does not equate to liking. Why not? Those female beastmen often look at me like that. I know they like me, but I do not like them. I like you, and I permit you to look at me. Feng Chueji tilted his head, a mysterious smile gracing his handsome face. Yu Wanshan was momentarily at a loss for words. I merely thought you were good-looking, so I looked a bit longer. That doesn't necessarily mean, see? I told you. You like me, and you have just admitted it. Feng Chueji seized the opportunity, his beautiful peach blossom eyes drawing closer to Yu Wanshan, blinking playfully. Dare you look me in the eye, and say you do not find my face appealing? Feng Chueji touched his own face, leaning closer to Yu Wanshan to deliver an undeniable visual blow. Yu Wanshan opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words in the presence of his stunning visage. Feng Chueji grinned, pulling Yu Wanshan into his embrace, his handsome face tilting upward as he flashed a charming smile at the setting sun, radiating a sense of grandeur. Since Wanshan likes it, let her see more. I've heard those women say my profile is the most handsome. However you wish to gaze upon me, I am at your service. Yu Wanshan exhaled, momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. Where does this delusional youth hail from? A star streaks across the sky, trailing a long, fiery tail as it descends upon a distant town. Is that a shooting star? Yu Wanshan's gaze is captivated, and just as she speaks, a magnificent firework erupts in that very spot. Wait, that's not a shooting star. It's an explosion. Chapter 64, Stamping, Authority Boom. The thunderous sound of an explosion draws near, shaking even the towering structure beneath her feet. Yu Wanshan witnesses a mushroom cloud rise, accompanied by brilliant flames that illuminate half the sky. Beep beep beep. The urgent alarm from Feng Chueji's wristband pierces through the chaos. He glances down, and Yu Wanshan catches a glimpse of a title befitting a duke at the beginning of the message. Immediately, Feng Chueji sweeps her up by the waist, and, in an instant, transforms into a massive feline form. Yu Wanshan lands softly upon the plush fur of the cat. Wanshan, there's a terrifying riot at the Eastern City Gate. I must attend to some matters there, but first, I'll escort you home. With those words, Feng Chueji leaps down from the tower with remarkable speed. Yu Wanshan clings tightly to the nape of the giant cat as she cannot resist glancing towards the distant flames. That must be the Eastern City Gate Feng Chueji referred to. What kind of horrific riot could create such a commotion? By the way, is Chi Maobai heading there as well? Will he encounter any danger? Anxious thoughts swirl in her mind, prompting her to adjust her posture and send a few messages via her wristband. Suma Chong responds swiftly, confirming he is not at the Eastern City Gate and is unharmed. Chi Maobai, having just assumed the role of the Imperial Marshal, received orders the moment the riot erupted and is currently en route to quell the disturbance. Nevertheless, upon seeing Yu Wanshan's messages, he reassures her several times. The capital is well guarded, equipped with various measures to counter invaders, and the riot will soon be quelled. So she need not worry. He reminds her to remain at the academy and avoid wandering, as the safety level there is quite high. His voice message conveys urgency, revealing how busy he is at the moment. Yu Wanshan urges him to take care and refrains from prolonging the conversation. Feng Chueji descends from the tower with remarkable swiftness, reverting to his human form the moment his forepaws touch the ground. The youthful exuberance that once characterized his demeanor has vanished, replaced by a serious expression that reflects the fiery glow of the horizon in his deep blue eyes. From this angle, Feng Chueji embodies an air of noble composure, exuding an almost irresistible charm. Yu Wanshan gazes at this man whose expressions shift like the turning of a page, but before she can dwell on it, he effortlessly scoops her up in his arms. I shall return you to the academy. His pace is swift, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonates against Yuan-shan's ear, instilling a sense of security. She looks up at him. What's this? Have you been captivated by my charm? Noticing Yuan-shan's unexpected gaze, Feng Chueji's lips curve into a playful smile, shattering the gravity of his earlier demeanor. His tone, laced with a hint of mischief, instantly dispels Yuan-shan's fanciful thoughts. Ahem, he is merely a self-absorbed youth. There's no need to overthink it. Observing Yuan-shan's vexed expression, Feng Chueji's smile diminishes slightly as he adopts a serious tone. The academy's defenses are stringent, with a specialized guard in place. Under normal circumstances, nothing untoward should occur. In the event of a riot, they typically seal the academy gates, preventing students from returning home. You should rest at the academy, and once the situation is resolved, I will come to fetch you. That is entirely unnecessary. Yuan-shan quickly raises her hand to refuse. Meeting Feng Chueji's quizzical gaze, she explains, I have beast husbands. They will come to collect me. You have beast husbands? Feng Chueji's expression contorts suddenly, as if struggling to comprehend this revelation. Yuan-shan's eyes light up. Does he truly care about this matter? Indeed, I have 2 beast husbands and potentially many more in the future. I am rather fickle, falling for one after another, so you'd best keep your distance. Feng Chueji looks down at Yuan-shan, his gaze steady and imposing. Within his striking blue eyes lies a flicker of disapproval, though it quickly retreats. He lets out a soft huff. And what of it? Once this matter concludes, I shall come to request a match for the title of husband. Yuan-shan's eyes widen. Was he not bothered by her having beast husbands? Did he just say he would apply to be matched as her husband? On the surface, Feng Chueji appears unfazed, yet internally he seethes with indignation. Indeed, he has arrived too late. His little wife has already acquired 2 beast husbands. And from the sound of it, there may be more in the future? No. This simply cannot stand. While he may have missed out on the past, he cannot allow future suitors to overshadow him. He must expedite his application to become the 3rd husband on her household registration. With determination, Feng Chueji effortlessly carries Yuan-shan over the academy's defensive perimeter and lands gracefully on the grassy expanse. Lowering his gaze, he finds Yuan-shan still pouting at him. Her clear eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, reflect his face, her delicate nose and cherry lips as breathtaking as the first time they met. His gaze lingers on her lips. In an unexpected moment, he leans down and kisses her. Yuan-shan. First, let it be known, I am your 3rd beast husband. Yuan-shan. Feng Chueji grins, his previously composed demeanor morphing back into that of a whimsical youth. Now go await your beast husbands at the academy. He had initially intended to say wait for me, but upon reflecting, he realized he needed to handle the riot and could not guarantee when he would return. It would be unkind to make her wait idly. Yuan-shan had no intention of waiting for him either. She nonchalantly waved him off, go, and stay safe. After all, he was acting to protect the citizens of the empire, so she offered a casual yet sincere word of concern. Feng Chueji flashed a wide, toothy grin, his gleaming white teeth displayed in a rather silly manner. Yuan-shan face-bombed. How had she ever found this man to be strikingly handsome? Feng Chueji leaped onto the rooftop, casually greeting the academy's guard before swiftly departing towards the riot. Soon, he vanished from her sight. Yuan-shan sent a message to Qiren, preparing to have him collect her. Just as her finger hit send, a red exclamation mark appeared. Yuan-shan paused, perplexed. No signal? What is happening? The star network has no signal? That's quite illogical. She tapped send several more times, but the persistent red exclamation mark indicated her messages could not be sent. Frowning, Yuan-shan was about to seek out Qiren when a peculiar sound of wind caught her attention. She sensed an unusual aura in her surroundings. There was a murderous intent. She halted, her gaze keenly scanning her surroundings. This was the academy's back garden, where the floral beauty is intertwined with the corridors and the thickets, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Rustle. An abnormal crawling sound emanated from the bushes behind her, prompting Yuan-shan to turn sharply, coldly staring in that direction. Who goes there? Show yourself. You are indeed unlike other women, able to see through our disguise? A familiar voice reached her ears. Yuan-shan looked up, and from the thicket emerged 5 tall men. The speaker donned an exquisite dark gold robe, adorned with golden threads, and wore a golden crown. His fair complexion and well-defined features exuded an air of aristocracy. Yuan-shan raised an eyebrow. She did not recognize this man. Yet his voice rang a bell. Chapter 65. The Little Red. Suddenly, it dawned on her. You, golden bug. Hung Yi's expression darkened. Though a member of the insect race, he belonged to the most esteemed royal lineage, a true embodiment of noble blood. How dare this woman lack any decorum, equating him with those wretched black beetles?
What?
Am I mistaken? Aren't you the large golden bug who ambushed us on the starship last time?
Ah, indeed.
You were not like this at that time, with a false beard affixed to your face, having even gone so far as to alter your physique. However, I have not forgotten your voice, have I, great gold bug? Hung Yi's features contorted with rage, wishing he could seize this woman who had previously thwarted his plans and subject her to severe torment. Had it not been for her, he could have easily taken his second brother away last time. Why must it be so complicated, risking exposure to the beastman empire by infiltrating the imperial city? Initially, he sought assistance from the members of the White Orchid Alliance, intending to secretly eliminate this woman, but was unexpectedly rebuffed by them. Their reasoning was that their leader had recently embraced a vegetarian lifestyle, and it was inappropriate to take a life. To hell with their vegetarianism. The White Orchid Alliance is nothing compared to the number of lives you have taken. Hung Yi's frustrations with the White Orchid Alliance were now redirected towards Wanwan. Wanwan, while jesting, was also rapidly processing the information. The presence of the Great Gold Bug indicated that the insect tribe had infiltrated the Imperial Music Academy. What was their purpose? Why did they arrive at such a fortuitous time, coinciding with an attack on the East City Gate? Could it be that Wanwan raised an eyebrow, recalling how they had previously employed a diversionary tactic during their assault on the starship? Perhaps they were doing so again? The aim of the East City Gate attack was likely to draw away the Imperial City's guard, while their true target was the Music Academy. But what could possibly be of such significance at the Music Academy that warranted the personal attention of an insect prince? Moreover, was it not said that the Academy's defenses were stringent? How could these insects have infiltrated so easily? Wanwan's mind was rife with sarcastic thoughts. Though she maintained a facade of indifference, Hung Yi cast a glance at Wanwan, letting out a cold snort, remaining silent. He turned to a man cloaked entirely in black behind him. Have you discovered anything? The man appeared exceedingly youthful, yet his hands bore the signs of extreme age, resembling those of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Deep creases and prominent age spots marked his hands. At this moment, he was manipulating an object resembling a compass. In the center of the compass lay a droplet of crimson blood, glowing faintly with a red light. As the red glow intensified, the needle on the compass began to move slowly. The man fixated on the direction indicated by the compass. Suddenly, the compass emitted a clear chime, and the needle halted, pointing straight ahead. Wanwan wondered if these individuals were deranged, blocking her here, and without a word. Engrossed in their little gadget? What are you staring at? Wanwan demanded with displeasure. Hung Yi frowned, casting a sharp glance at the insect priest. The youthful face with aged hands of the insect priest trembled slightly, hastily adjusting the direction for a new reading. As he did, the needle on the compass indeed began to move again, slowly turning half a circle before once more pointing towards Wanwan. The gazes of the 5 individuals converged sharply upon Wanwan. Their expressions varied. Where have you hidden him? Hung Yi's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Wanwan, demanding an answer. Hidden someone? Who? Wanwan feigned ignorance, still trying to grasp the situation. Stop pretending. Where have you concealed my brother? Hand him over honestly, or I will kill you on the spot. The brother of the Great Gold Bug, that must be the Pink Mantis? Wanwan suddenly recalled the time at the Imperial Music Academy when she had competed against Xiaoweina. They had both entered the life-and-death battlefield, and subsequently, that Pink Mantis had startled them with its unexpected appearance. This Great Gold Bug had come to find the Pink Mantis? But so what? How was she to know where that Pink Mantis had gone? She had no idea. Wanwan crossed her arms defiantly, her mind racing with escape plans. Fortunately, just a couple of days prior, she had consumed a body refinement pill, and her energy threshold was still high. If she acted swiftly, as long as she was cautious, she could manage. Thus, she was unafraid. The compass indicates the location of my brother. It pointed to you twice, and you still claim ignorance? Wanwan realized that the compass was indeed designed to locate the Pink Mantis. However, she genuinely had no knowledge of its whereabouts. The outer battlefield. I last saw him there. Wanwan mused, casually responding. Nonsense. The compass currently points to you, which means he is either with you or has been hidden by you. Hey, I have quite the temper. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt the charge of unjust accusations and, in a fit of anger, rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind. Host, actually, that pink mantis is perched on your left earlobe. Don't doubt it. It has been following you since the last time you registered your identity at the Research Institute. Ahem, host, it is currently utilizing a special insect tribe technique, transforming into a small red mole, and is resting on your earlobe. Yuan paused, slowly lowering her rolled sleeves. So, it seemed the great gold bug was indeed seeking his brother through her? The system nodded honestly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuan truly had no idea that the pink mantis had been following her, had she known she vigorously scratched at the red mole on her left earlobe. She had noticed this mole before, thinking it was a sign of her secondary development. Little did she know it was actually the pink mantis. Host. I observed that it harbors no ill intent and has not engaged in any dangerous activities, so I forgot to mention it. Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically, suddenly feeling lacking in confidence under Hung Yi's fierce gaze. Why have you stopped talking? Not defending yourself anymore? You cunning woman. Hand over the person quickly. Yuan scratched at her earlobe for a long time, yet the mole remained stubbornly affixed, showing no signs of detaching. Can you awaken him? The system shook its head. Yuan pointed at Hung Yi and the others, asking if they would recognize the mole as the person they were searching for. The system shook its head again. Then, is there any way to resolve the current predicament? The system shook its head once more. What good are you then? The system felt wronged, tears welling up. Host, do you despise me?
A bit.
Yuan scratched her head, feeling a headache coming on. I'll put on credit for a body refinement pill. I plan to take them all down. The system. Host, do you hear yourself? If I could put the body refinement pill on credit, wouldn't I have done so already? Never mind, having spent years in the wilderness with her, Yuan couldn't bear to make things difficult for it. Give me a spirit-controlling worm. Yuan settled for second best. She had seen the spirit-controlling worm in the system shop. It could control the actions and words of living beings, appearing quite advantageous. Host, the spirit-controlling worm costs 3,000 points. HM? Forget it. The star crystal stone I consumed last time happened to replenish my energy, so I'll give you this spirit-controlling worm for free. The system compromised, recognizing that today's situation could be difficult for the host to handle alone. Chapter 66. Get closer. Only then did Yuan nod in satisfaction. After all this build-up, wasn't it just to extract something beneficial from the system? The system still loved her. Yuan gave it a comforting mental pat, then exited the mental discussion. Observing Yuan standing still, Hung Yi sneered and gestured for his men to seize her.
Wait.
Yuan quickly raised her hand. I indeed know where the pink mantis is. Where? Hung Yi's expression shifted as he pressed for an answer. Wasn't he in a manic phase? I saw him in great pain, so I contained him with a treasure and made him shrink to carry with me. Yuan fumbled at her waist, forming a fist, and extended her hand forward. Here, it's right in here. She opened her palm, revealing a pill the size of a finger nestled within. The pill was transparent on the outside, but within lay a beautiful pink mantis. Second brother, Hung Yi, upon seeing this, stepped forward anxiously, calling out. Others might not know, but he certainly did. During their manic episodes, the mantid clan indeed contracts their bodies to conserve energy, a strategy employed to withstand the agony brought on by their manic phases. Thus, witnessing the diminutive size of the pink mantis instilled a modicum of belief in Hung Yi regarding Yuan's words. He had taken his medication and was in a deep slumber, requiring someone to shout nearby to rouse him. Yuan stood by, offering reminders. Hung Yi cast a glance her way, although an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Concern for his brother prevailed. He advanced a couple of steps, positioning himself before Yuan, leaning closer to the tiny elixir. With a loud exclamation, he called out, Second brother. In a swift moment, Yuan seized Hung Yi by the nape of his neck, pulling him back and forcing the elixir into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, sliding down his throat, leaving Hung Yi futilely gagging in an attempt to expel it. The others stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them, weapons drawn and aimed at Yuan. What had they just witnessed? This woman, this accursed woman, had actually made the third prince consume the second prince? Coughing and sputtering, Hung Yi was taken aback, desperately trying to clear his throat. Had he really just devoured his brother?
No, that could not be.
Hung Yi was on the verge of madness. The Mantid clan had never engaged in self-cannibalism. They could consume other insect tribes, but they would never devour their own kin. Hung Yi's eyes widened, saliva pooling as he clawed at his throat, attempting to regurgitate his brother. The others, equally tense and anxious, were taken aback. Who could have anticipated that their attempt to save someone would lead to such a blunder? If the second prince were to perish just like that, how would they report to their superiors? The consequences for the third prince upon his return would be dire. Stop choking. That is not your brother. It is merely a cursed insect concealed within the elixir, Wanwan interjected kindly, observing his nearly frantic demeanor.
Henk je poset.
Wiping away the saliva, his eyes reddening as he asked, What did you say? I said that is not your brother. He is still alive and has not been consumed. It is merely a cursed insect that has taken on the form of your brother, Wanwan explained with a smile. She considered herself a good person otherwise. Hung Yi would have likely driven himself to madness by now. A cursed insect? Hung Yi was infuriated, his chest heaving violently, his expression dark and contorted. While this revelation was slightly more palatable than having consumed his brother, it was still a grave matter. How could this Wanwan have fed him a cursed insect? Raising his hand, he prepared to unleash a golden attack, glaring at Wanwan with barely contained fury, as if poised to unleash it upon her. Where is my brother? Wanwan raised an eyebrow, glancing at his hand. Are you planning to strike me? With a smirk, she added, You may certainly try. Without hesitation, Hung Yi hurled the golden attack toward Wanwan. However, he redirected it, aiming for her torso. After all, if Wanwan were to die, he would never find his brother.
Bang!
A figure was sent flying, but it was not Wanwan. It was Hung Yi himself. A searing pain radiated from his torso, causing tears to stream down his face as his expression contorted in agony. He stared in disbelief at the severe burn on his chest.
How could this attack,
originally intended for Wanwan, have struck him instead? Third prince? The others, witnessing this turn of events, rushed to assist him, their faces filled with horror as they looked at Wanwan. Wanwan lifted her chin and smiled broadly. I told you it was a cursed insect. Why would you dare to act against me? That is a spirit-controlling insect. Your third prince is now under my control. He can only distance himself as far as I allow. Any attacks directed at me will rebound upon him. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. As she spoke, she flashed a grin and instructed Hung Yi 3 steps. As soon as her words fell, Hung Yi staggered, abruptly breaking away from those supporting him. The next moment, he found himself 3 steps away from Wanwan. 10 steps. Hung Yi swayed again, now standing 10 steps away. The sudden occurrence left the others momentarily stunned. Was it truly real? Could this Wanwan genuinely control their third prince? How despicable. The others glared furiously. Wanwan had deceived the third prince into consuming that cursed insect using the information about the second prince, and now she was emboldened. Wait. Am I wrong to retaliate when you all are coming to kill me? Wanwan raised her hands in surrender. Should I simply stand here and allow you to kill me to avoid being deemed despicable? You silver-tongued vixen. Hung Yi's face paled with rage. What had once been a dignified countenance now resembled that of a frantic clown. Wanwan shrugged, smiling brightly. All is fair in war, my friends. The enraged subordinates prepared to act, but Hung Yi raised his hand to stop them. Third prince? Allow me to converse with her first. Hung Yi halted his men, took a healing pill, and slowly approached Wanwan. What are your intentions? Hung Yi's expression had calmed. Wanwan had the opportunity to poison him, but chose not to, indicating there was still room for negotiation. Wanwan lifted her gaze, casting an appreciative glance at Hung Yi, as expected of someone of royal lineage. Your mind is sharp. The chaos at the East City Gate was instigated by your people, correct? I demand you order your men to withdraw. Furthermore, the Imperial Music Academy is filled with students. None of them are the individuals you seek. Wanwan had witnessed the mushroom cloud engulfing several villages and towns. It was unimaginable how many lives had been lost in that explosion. Though not a native of the Empire, she could not remain indifferent to the loss of life. Hung Yi's eyelashes fluttered as he spoke. The chaos at the East City Gate was not caused by our people. It was the work of the White Mist Alliance. What did you say? The White Mist Alliance? Wanwan had heard of this organization. The White Mist Alliance was neither part of the Beastman Empire nor the Insect Tribe. Rather, it was a vast and enigmatic organization composed of imperial criminals and rogue beastmen, often referred to as interstellar marauders. Many within its ranks were stained with blood and notorious for their heinous deeds, eliciting fear and loathing from all. Rumor had it that the newly appointed leader of the White Mist Alliance was an unpredictable and eccentric individual, acting on whims without any semblance of order. Hung Yi's assault on the starship had also involved collusion with these individuals, and now they were entangled once more. The White Mist Alliance would only heed their leader's commands, and this time they were not here for the insect tribe. Then what is their purpose? Wanwan pressed, frowning. Had it not been for the system's reminder in her mind, she would never have believed that Hung Yi spoke the truth. I do not know. Hung Yi brushed off the dust from his attire. Wanwan struggled to restrain herself from taking action against this useless golden mantis. She produced a palm-sized metallic cylinder and pointed it at Hung Yi. You shrink and enter. Before Hung Yi could react, his body shrank uncontrollably, transforming into his beast form. In the blink of an eye, he became an ordinary-sized golden mantis, landing within Wanwan's metallic cylinder. Third Prince. The others gasped, rushing forward in a panic to intervene. I'm fine. You all should return. Hung Yi's voice emanated from within the metallic cylinder. But, Third Prince. The others' expressions were tense. The insect tribe's priest seemed to realize something and stopped the others. Since the Third Prince has spoken, we shall obey his command and return to wait. Though the others wanted to protest, they silenced themselves upon seeing the priest shake his head. Wanwan observed the group deliberating, but did not hinder their departure. Capturing Hung Yi was already a stroke of luck. It was inconceivable that she could apprehend all these individuals. She had not anticipated their swift departure. You don't harbor any nefarious intentions, do you? Wanwan leaned closer to the ventilation hole of the metallic cylinder, peering inside at the golden mantis. Compared to Hung Yi's beastly form was more elongated, resembling a slender bamboo pole, which was indeed not particularly aesthetically pleasing. You have already captured me. Why would you fear my ill intentions? Hung Yi cast her a sidelong glance, his golden irises reflecting disdain. That is indeed a valid point, Wanwan thought, feeling a sense of relief. She trusted the system's equipment, and it was fortuitous that she could hand over this insectoid prince to Chi Ma Bai. Noticing that Wanwan had shifted her focus away from him, Hung Yi's gaze flickered. Cautiously, he pierced a small hole in his chest, allowing a wisp of faint golden blood to emerge. The moment that golden blood appeared, it transformed into golden energy, slowly dispersing and silently enveloping Wanwan. Simultaneously, the small red mole on her left earlobe glimmered for an instant. Wanwan had already contacted Su Ma Chong and was preparing to locate him first before seeking out Chi Ma Bai. To her astonishment, just as she reached the playground, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the nearby training building.
Boom.
The rising smoke and flames erupted, and the shockwave obliterated the surrounding trees within a radius of over 10 meters, standing out starkly against the dim evening light. The Empire Music Academy's defensive barrier was struck at that moment, swiftly activated. In an instant, a pale blue energy shield materialized, resembling a turtle shell, sealing off the Academy's skies. Concurrently, more than a dozen small combat vessels surged forth from the building's ruins, now caught amidst the billowing black smoke over the Academy. These vessels, crafted from special materials, remained unscathed even after the explosion. Yet, they were soon repelled by the turtle shell barrier. The occupants of the vessels opted to halt and decrypt the barrier's system code. The sound of rapid keystrokes echoed distinctly within the quiet vessel. The subordinates were well aware of the leader's preference for silence. Thus none dared to speak and disrupt the atmosphere. Chung Feng leaned forward to glance beneath the vessel, immediately spotting several lithe female beastmen fleeing. After a moment's hesitation, he could no longer contain himself, affectionately tousling his blonde hair and chuckling as he turned to his companions. Leader, we've secured the goods. There are quite a few female students at the Empire Academy. Shall we take a few back? Interstellar women were scarce, and those from beyond the domain were even more rare. He had not seen such vibrant female beastmen in quite some time, making it exceedingly difficult not to be tempted. Beside the blonde, a man clad entirely in black combat attire rested lazily against the hatch, feigning sleep. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, he cast a sidelong glance at him but did not intervene, merely offering a cautionary reminder, regroup before the barrier is breached. Understood. Qingfeng's face brightened at the response. He quickly unfastened his safety belt and leaped from the vessel, eager to pursue the fleeing individuals. As Wanwan walked briskly through the night, she rounded a corner and heard cries for help ahead. Help! Let me go. Wu, please, you must release me. That voice sounded strikingly familiar. Peering around, Wanwan spotted a burly man clutching the petite Xiao Weina under his arm, preparing to abscond with her. Xiao Weina's face paled in terror. tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled futilely. However, she was no match for the male beastman, who easily restrained her limbs. Her mouth was muffled with cloth.
Bang!
Just as Xiao Weina was engulfed in fear, she suddenly heard a dull thud. Then, she witnessed the imposing man holding her gradually collapse. Seizing the moment, she slipped free from his grasp. Heart racing, she looked up to see Wanshan standing calmly across from her, brandishing a brick. Wanshan! Oh, you saved me again! Xiao Weina exclaimed, still shaken. Having lived this long, it was her first encounter with someone daring enough to storm the Empire Academy and abduct students. It was unimaginable what fate awaited her had she been taken. Gripping Wanshan's sleeve tightly, she wiped her tears, feeling utterly wronged. What about the others? Wanshan discarded the brick and kicked the fallen blonde, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. They were all in the training building. When the teachers sensed something was amiss, they urged us to flee through the emergency exit, but we ended up getting separated, Xiao Weina sobbed, articulating the events with painstaking clarity. Wanshan, who are these brigands? How could they infiltrate the Empire Academy? What should we do now? They are rogue beastmen from beyond the domain, Wanshan said, pulling back the rogue's sleeve to reveal the Bailon flower tattoo on his arm. It was a symbol exclusive to the Bailon Alliance, an organization of rogue beastmen. What? Xiao Weina trembled. Rogue beastmen? I have only heard that term from my parents. They are notorious criminals exiled from the Empire. I always believed they were far removed from us. I never imagined they would audaciously invade the Empire Academy. Chapter 68. A heartfelt glance. The Academy is currently quite perilous, with numerous rogue beastmen infiltrating, Wanshan remarked as she retrieved a small handgun from the rogue beastman and handed it to Xiao Weina. You know how to use this, right? Upon Xiao Weina's nod, she indicated a location for her to hide. When I came over, I noticed a small door over there that seemed rather concealed. Find a place to hide inside, and wait until it's safe to come out. Although Xiao Weina was frightened, she understood the wisdom in Wanshan's words. At this moment, she could rely on no one but herself. Nodding, she followed Wanshan's directions. Once Wanshan saw her concealed, she stealthily slipped back into the darkness like a nimble cat. What's the situation? Where are the captives? Chengfeng was directing his subordinates to escort the captured female students back to the vessel. Turning around, he noticed another small team returning empty-handed, causing his brow to furrow. Brother Cheng, there are experts in this academy. Everyone we captured over there was rescued. His subordinates lamented, explaining how the assailants had come and gone like phantoms, leaving them no time to react. Chengfeng clearly found their words hard to believe. But the situation had reached a point where the leader had already instructed him to prepare for retreat. There was no time to waste. All right. If we didn't catch anyone, let us go. Urging them, he hopped onto the vessel, ready to depart. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a delicate figure weaving through the corridors. With the advantage of height, he easily glimpsed the girl's exquisite features and graceful form. It was love at first sight. You all go ahead, Chengfeng declared, leaping from the vessel in pursuit of the direction the girl had vanished. Unbeknownst to Wanshan, she was already being targeted. As she traversed the corridor, making her way towards the teaching building to find others, an unexpected sense of danger halted her steps. Looking up, she saw a tall figure silhouetted against the moonlight, blocking her path in the corridor. Chengfeng had just thought the girl to be extraordinarily beautiful, and upon seeing her up close, his heart raced uncontrollably. That delicate oval face, skin as white as snow, along with her exquisite features and lithe figure, were indeed breathtaking. The man felt a rush of admiration swell within him. Wanshan furrowed her brow, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. She surmised that this individual must be among those who had been abducting students. Moreover, this person was immensely powerful, far surpassing the earlier miscreants. At the very least, a brick would not suffice to incapacitate him. Who are you? Wanshan feigned panic, retreating a step. The fear etched across her cherubic face only heightened Chengfeng's heartbeat. Rubbing his hands together, he donned a smile, striving to appear less menacing. Fear not, for I am not a villain. Wanshan tilted her head, her beautiful, clear eyes blinking innocently. The sight softened the man's heart, prompting him to reassure her, I shall not harm you. You need not be afraid. Is that truly so? You are not a bad person? A glimmer of surprise illuminated Wanshan's delicate oval face, as if she had just encountered a savior. Could it be that you are a good person here to rescue us? Yes, indeed. I am here to save you. Chengfeng stumbled over his words. a fleeting blush creeping across his handsome visage. It was the first time in his life as an interstellar bandit that he had been labeled a good person. Deceiving the innocent girl only deepened his pangs of guilt. Upon hearing this, Wanwan seemed genuinely convinced, rushing forward with bright eyes fixed on him. Is it true? That is wonderful. I am so frightened. I have seen so many classmates captured by those people. She cautiously grasped the man's finger, her expression a blend of alarm and vulnerability. Can you truly help me escape? As her soft hand encircled his fingertip, her enchanting voice carried a note of pleading. Chung Feng felt a shiver run through him, overwhelmed by her charm. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he thumped his chest, unwaveringly declaring, "Rest assured, I will certainly rescue you. With me here, no one shall harm you." Wanwan's face brightened with delight. "Thank you." She leaned in gently, as if to embrace him. The alluring fragrance of the girl wafted into Chung Feng's senses, causing him to tremble and instinctively reach out to draw her into his arms. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as pain surged through him. Chung Feng looked down to find a shard of glass embedded in his chest, thrust there by Wanwan's hand. "Do you like it?" Her red lips parted in a smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. Chung Feng clutched his chest, stumbling back in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly harmless beauty before him. Had she feigned weakness merely to lower his guard for this final strike? What a cunning woman! Seeing him incapacitated, Wanwan's lips curled into a smirk as she prepared to deliver another blow. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air reached her ears. Wanwan looked down to see a slender needle embedded in her fair arm. Shocked, she raised her gaze. Not far away, perched atop the wall, stood a tall young man, nonchalantly surveying the scene. His combat cap obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only a finely chiseled jaw. In his hand, he held the very weapon that had just fired at her. "Leader!" Chung Feng's expression brightened at the sight, urgently calling out. A light chuckle escaped the man's lips, laced with mockery. "Chung Feng, I warned you. If you continue to be so lecherous, you might just meet your end at the hands of a woman." Chung Feng forced a sheepish laugh. Who would have guessed this woman was so treacherous? Besides, hey, isn't the leader here? Even if something happens to me, the leader will avenge me. He felt no fear at all. Host, danger.
Danger.
That needle contains a mixture of drugs. The host is about to lose mobility. Without needing the system's warning, Wanwan sensed the impending peril. Even with her swift removal of the long needle, the drug coursed through her veins, swiftly taking effect. Her hands grew unresponsive, and her legs weakened. Taking 2 steps back, Wanwan attempted to steady herself against the stone wall, but stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. She moved her fingers, barely managing to keep herself upright. However, engaging in combat or fleeing was impossible. The man leaped down from the wall, tossing a bottle of pills to Chung Feng before striding over to Wanwan. Upon catching sight of her delicate features, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by indifference. No wonder Chung Feng was so enraptured. She was indeed a captivating beauty. With a scoff, he hoisted Wanwan up. "I have brought her to you. Let us go." Chung Feng's eyes sparkled with hope as he stifled his pain, rising to express his gratitude. "Thank you, leader." Chapter 69. Do you know her? Host, awaken. You are about to be abducted. The system shouted frantically in Wanwan's mind. She desperately wished to cover her ears. She was merely exhausted. She was not deaf. What should we do, host? These individuals clearly do not mean well. Oh no, host. Stop crying. If you keep it up, I will be driven to madness. Wanwan grimaced, her brow furrowing in irritation. The system sniffled before suddenly coming up with an idea, lowering its voice. Host, how about we resort to seduction? What? Wanwan thought she had misheard. What had the system just suggested? Seduction, host. Just grab that male beastman by the nape. He is also an SSS-ranked male beastman, immensely powerful and perfectly meets your energy channeling requirements. If you accept him, he will not harm you. Moreover, host, you are running low on points, insufficient to exchange for the next body refinement pill. I believe you should seriously consider my proposal. If you agree, I will certainly assist you. And he is still a virgin, you know. The system's prolonged tone caught Wanwan by surprise. This interstellar bandit was not only a rogue but also a man of virtue. Wanwan glanced at the man who was carrying her. He was tall, likely no less than 6 feet tall, with shoulders broader than Chiren's. His effortless strength in lifting her indicated he was equally formidable. However, she was curious about the face concealed beneath the combat cap. Host, he is remarkably youthful and handsome. The system, Noticing Yu Wanshan's intrigue, continued, after all, having just experienced the pain of being low on points, I can completely understand your feelings. Yu Wanshan chuckled softly. How do you know? The system possesses data on male beastmen with high compatibility to the host, and this Gulan is one of them.
Is that so?
Yu Wanshan raised an eyebrow. Yet, she did not act impulsively. In comparison to a stranger interstellar bandit, she preferred to obtain points from Chiren. At least he was familiar. Seeing Yu Wanshan close her eyes, dismissing it, the system sighed internally. Another opportunity wasted. The host remained steadfast in her principles. If she refused to accept a beast husband, when would the system ever upgrade? At that moment, Gulan felt a surge of agitation. Having an aversion to women, he never allowed them to approach him, let alone accept their comfort. He had always relied on remarkable willpower and the anesthetic effects of some rare alien substances to control the explosive energy within him. Until now, he had maintained perfect control, and those around him believed he would forever remain calm, never succumbing to madness.
But now,
the fragrance of the woman was like a haunting dream, wafting toward him in delicate tendrils. After merely inhaling a couple of breaths, he felt an instinctual urge rise within him, akin to a starved person catching a whiff of a delectable cake. It was irresistible, stirring desires deep within him. The scent emanating from Yu Wanshan carried a uniquely potent pheromone that exerted a lethal attraction on his body. This uncontrollable sensation left him somewhat rattled. Shaking his head, he pulled Yu Wanshan as far from him as possible, quickening his pace. The system's notification regarding the breach of the barrier echoed in his hand ring. As long as they boarded the spacecraft, they could escape this place.
Whoosh.
Just as they neared the spacecraft, a dazzling energy cannon surged toward them, closing the distance in an instant. Gulan's expression shifted slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pulled Wanwan to his side and retreated rapidly. Caught off guard, Wanwan collided into the man's embrace, the solid muscles eliciting a dull ache in her head. Lacking strength, she leaned against his chest, unable to rise for a while. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as an energy cannon struck the ground, creating a gaping crater. At that moment, several flying vessels approached, encircling Gulan and his companions. Leader. It is the Imperial Academy's security team. Paleng, weapon in hand, led his men toward Gulan, his gaze warily fixed on the hovering aircraft. The third squad could not hold them back, and had to let them through. Leader, what should we do? Paleng, a towering figure wielding dual blades, stood at an impressive height of over 2 meters, towering even above Chengfeng. Gulan's body stiffened, not due to the sudden ambush, but because of Yu Wanwan's proximity. The woman, rendered weak by the effects of the drug, could muster only enough strength to clutch his collar, barely managing to stay upright. Her graceful curves pressed against him, exuding an air of fragility. The sound of her shallow breaths seemed to waft through the thin fabric to his chest, accompanied by a peculiar essence intertwined with a potent pheromone that rendered Gulan momentarily bewildered. Leader? Paleng, receiving no response, turned to find his leader frozen in place, arms outstretched like a clothing rack. Gulan raised his hand to silence his subordinate's inquiries, his gaze fixed on the woman in his arms. Yu Wanwan's hands trembled severely. The drug was exceedingly potent, likely capable of incapacitating a bull. She was on the verge of collapse. At last, her grip loosened, and her body slid down against the man's chest. One of his hands instinctively wrapped around her waist. Gulan drew her closer, preventing her from making contact with the ground. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through Gulan's mind. He realized rather unexpectedly that he did not find her closeness unwelcome. In fact, it brought him a peculiar sense of pleasure. Beneath his battle helmet, his handsome face bore a bloodthirsty grin. His scarlet tongue flicked against his cheek as he chuckled softly. It seemed he had stumbled upon something amusing. Meanwhile, several individuals emerged from the flying vessels, led by none other than Lu Jingqiu, the captain of the Imperial Academy's security team. Behind him stood a familiar figure to Wanwan. His countenance was cool and detached, and his immaculate white suit accentuated his striking features. Yu Wanwan's hazy eyes brightened as she struggled to call out. However, before she could utter Su Ma Chang, Gulan pressed her back into his embrace. She glared at him, indignant. As a captive, one should maintain a sense of discretion and avoid drawing attention. Perhaps it was Yu Wanwan's stunning beauty that led Gulan to instinctively believe that many would recognize her. The thought of someone spotting her face could spell significant trouble. With that, he swiftly raised his hand to envelop her face with an energy shield, which blurred her outline and muffled sound. Moreover, Gulan's towering stature obscured most of her figure. Those opposite them could only discern that he was holding someone but could not see who it was. Damn it! Wanwan thought, frustrated. Su Ma-chong was so close, yet she could not cry for help. Gulan lowered his gaze, clearly reading her thoughts on her face. He glanced at the man at the end of Wanwan's line of sight. Do you know him? Chapter 70. Reinforcement. Wanwan shot him a glare, remaining silent. Gulan chuckled, his deep and melodious voice carrying a hint of dominance as he leaned closer to her ear. I don't care who you know in the capital. From now on you belong to me. You'd best forget about those people. Belong to you? Wanwan scoffed. Aren't you the one who abducted me from someone named Chung Foam? Before I show interest you were his. But now, you belong to me. Gulan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of insecurity about claiming her. Wanwan raised her head, observing the elegant lines of his profile, which radiated confidence and audacity. First, we need to figure out how to escape this encirclement. She glanced past Lu Jingqiu, setting aside Su Ma-chong. Within mere minutes, 100 flying vessels had converged. Meanwhile, Gulan's side had barely over 10. The disparity in numbers posed a significant threat. Wanwan doubted Gulan's sanity. Was he truly oblivious to the situation? How dare he act so brazenly on their turf? Are you concerned for my safety?
Gulan, un putter.
Tightened his grip around her waist, drawing her closer to his ear. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe passage out. As she drew nearer, the potency of her pheromones intensified, filling his nostrils and bringing him a sense of tranquility. Even the restless energy around them momentarily subsided. Gulan found himself irresistibly drawn closer, taking a deep breath. Gulan, isn't it a bit excessive to flirt with a woman in front of so many people? You truly seem to disregard us. The overlooked Lu Jingqiu's expression turned icy, his gaze as frigid as ice. Since you dared to come, this time, you shall remain. The bounty list in the star domain needs a change. Lu Jingqiu, do not overestimate your own worth. If you wish to detain me, I fear you are ill-equipped. As old adversaries, both Gulan and Lu Jingqiu were well aware of each other's strength, and their words were sharp and confrontational. Let us see about that. Lu Jingqiu huffed coldly, realizing that further words would be futile. Gripping a soft whip with reverse scales, he charged forward. Gulan raised an eyebrow, tightening his hold on Wanwan, and instructed in a low voice, hold on tight. Why not let me down and come find me after the fight? Wanwan paused, suggesting cautiously. But before she could finish, Gulan's light laughter interrupted her. Dream on. If I die, you accompany me to the afterlife. If I survive, I'll take you with me. Don't even think about escaping in the chaos. Wanwan recalled his earlier promise to ensure her safe departure. Indeed, men's words can be deceiving. Yet Gulan paid her no mind, turning to his men and calling out, Boys, grab your weapons and charge. The battle cry reverberated through the air. As both sides prepared for conflict, the clash was imminent.
Boom, boom, boom.
Various energy cannons crisscrossed the battlefield, restricting movement while posing a significant threat to both sides. In an instant, energy surged, and brilliant beams of light shot into the sky. The sounds of explosions and battle cries filled the air. To Wanwan's astonishment, Gulan, while holding her, faced Lu Jingqiu without yielding. His movements were agile, evading Lu Jingqiu's assaults while creating considerable trouble for him. However, this was the capital, the realm of the beastmen. Behind Lu Jingqiu stood the Empire, the security team, the official military. With the Imperial Army joining the fray, Gulan's side found themselves at a disadvantage. They were forced to retreat, their maneuvering space shrinking to a mere 100 meters. Everyone believed Gulan was destined to fail this time. Yet Lu Jingqiu remained cautious, observing Gulan, who seemed to be fighting like a cornered beast.
Gulan, surrender volunteer.
Are you begging me? Gulan lazily dug at his ear, wearing an expression of indifference and disdain. Lu Jingqiu pressed his lips together in silence. Your mouth never seems to suffer. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Lu Jingqiu cast a glance at Su Ma-chong behind him. Su Ma-chong understood the cue. His crimson eyes gleamed as a faint red light enveloped Lu Jingqiu. Instantly, Lu Jingqiu's aura surged, his strength amplifying dramatically. Reinforcement ability? Gulan was taken aback. The individual Lu Jingqiu had brought was indeed a rare enhancement beastman. With the augmentation, Lu Jingqiu gradually began to dominate the battlefield. Gulan evaded with a certain degree of clumsiness, his eyes darting before landing upon Su Ma-chong, a flicker of cold light glinting in his gaze. Casting a glance behind him, He signaled to his subordinates, who promptly stepped forward to intercept Lu Jingqiu. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly advanced towards Su Machang. Lu Jingqiu, though inferior in strength, was emboldened by Su Machang's augmentation, seemingly able to rival him. This was not a promising omen. To deal with Lu Jingqiu, he first needed to eliminate this augmenting beastman. Determined, Gu Lan subtly conjured a venomous stinger in his hand. Though numerous individuals shielded Su Machang, none posed a match for Gulan. In the moment he approached Su Machang, he launched an attack, the glimmering stinger concealed within the assault. Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically as she witnessed the venom dripping from the stinger corroding a significant hole in the ground. The potency of the toxin was evident. Should this stinger find its mark on Su Machang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanshan summoned all her strength and sank her teeth into Gulan's shoulder. Hiss!
Gulan ingan shapi.
The pain followed by a surge of rich pheromones flooding his bloodstream, akin to rain falling into molten iron, causing an intense boiling sensation. Gulan's body trembled, his attack momentarily slowing, allowing Su Machang to narrowly evade it. You! Gulan glowered, witnessing the duck he had nearly caught slip away. Yuanshan, while keeping a vigilant eye on Su Machang, bit down harder, deepening the wound. When she lifted her gaze, her lips, glistening with Gulan's blood, appeared both exquisite and hauntingly beautiful, her eyes reflecting a clarity that was both captivating and unsettling. Gulan's heart stuttered, a sudden wave of intoxicating desire surged within him, dispersing much of his anger. It was as though his blood had been invigorated by some unseen force, heightening his very essence. In an instant, as Gulan waved his hand, dozens of attacking imperial soldiers were sent sprawling. Just then, Lu Jingqiu, having freed himself from the entanglement of the Bai Lan alliance, positioned himself before Gulan. With a grin, Gulan's ebony eyes shimmered with a wild, frenzied light, and he abruptly struck at Lu Jingqiu.
Boom.
The explosion resounded, and Lu Jingqiu, augmented by the Red Fox clan, was sent hurtling backward. He steadied himself, disbelief etched on his face as he looked up at Gulan.
Augmentation.
It seems as if anyone can do it. Gulan grinned, his handsome features radiating smug satisfaction. Lu Jingqiu hastily searched behind Gulan, yet found no augmenting beastman in sight. Gulan's strength appeared to have surged unexpectedly. But how could this be possible? A sense of alarm rang loudly within Lu Jingqiu. Could it be that Gulan truly had an augmenting beastman assisting him? If that were the case, even with Su Machang's aid, he might not stand a chance. Yuanshan was equally perplexed. How had the tide of battle shifted so abruptly? How had Gulan's strength augmented so suddenly? With her ear pressed against his chest, she could distinctly hear the rapid, tumultuous beating of his heart, intense and uncontrollable. He seemed exhilarated, and this excitement was beyond his control. Gulan reveled in the sensation, intoxicated by the boiling blood and the fierce battle spirit coursing through him. He craved to unleash this fervor, and what better outlet than combat? Lu Jingqiu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Let that person augment you once more, and let us see who is truly stronger. Lu Jingqiu, unconvinced that Gulan could truly match their combined might, signaled to Su Machang, initiating a new round of augmentation. A crimson glow enveloped Lu Jingqiu, his power escalating yet again. With both of them fully committed, this enhancement was even more ferocious than before, Lu Jingqiu radiating a fiery brilliance akin to a crimson cannonball. Gulan, with a brilliant smile, remained unfazed, though he tightened his grip around Yuanshan. He drew her head down onto his shoulder, speaking to her in a husky tone. Be a good girl, bite me again. Yuanshan shot up, perplexed by his bizarre behavior.
Gulan squeam.
His lips parting in a smile, his hand gently stroking her neck, as if caressing a small creature.
What?
Not obedient? Use that same strength you had when you almost bit me to take another bite. Are you serious? Does this guy actually have a biting fetish?
Gulan linit lo.
Warm breath cascading over her ear, his alluring voice urging her once more. Be good, bite me. Yuanshan let out a cold laugh. If that was what he desired, then she would oblige. It was high time she avenged the previous incident. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and sunk her teeth into the same wound she had created earlier. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, cascading down Gulan's shoulder and soaking into his dark combat attire. Gulan should have felt pain, yet he closed his eyes in a state of bliss. Yuanshan looked up, confusion etched on her face, only to meet his gaze, now shimmering with crimson light. Her heart skipped a beat. Would this fight unleash something unprecedented? What was it about Gulan that was so peculiar? Gulan was utterly intoxicated. The stimulation from the pheromones made his blood boil, and he trembled with pleasure. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed with a fierce light, and his battle spirit surged as he charged ahead, Yuanshan in tow.
Bang, bang, bang.
After a flurry of blows, Lu Jingqiu stared at Gulan in disbelief. You've enhanced again? He had been watching intently. Yet Gulan had not appeared to do anything. Oh, no, he had merely allowed the woman in his arms to bite him. Wait. Could it be that women also had augmentative properties?
How could this be? Ha ha ha.
Lu Jingqiu, come at me. Gulan laughed maniacally, eager to unleash the rampant energy within him. Lu Jingqiu was utterly frustrated. He had believed that with the augmentation from the Red Fox clan, he would secure victory today. Little did he know that Gulan played by his own rules, inexplicably enhancing his strength. At this point, Gulan's power must have reached the pinnacle of SSS. With an existing disparity in their strengths, the amplification Gulan received was evidently greater than that of Lu Jingqiu. The situation tipped heavily in Gulan's favor. Within moments, Lu Jingqiu was left battered and retreating in disarray. Gulan, do not overstep your bounds. This is the imperial capital. Everyone, attack together. No matter how strong Gulan was, in a war of attrition, he would eventually succumb to exhaustion. He would have his day of reckoning. Lu Jingqiu, you cannot afford to play games with me. Gulan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Lu Jingqiu's features twisted in anger, his expression contorting. You don't truly believe I would engage you in a fair duel? Once I capture you, the humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold.
Gulan trút cờ đưa vào.
Leaning closer to Yuanshan. Be a good girl, bite me again. Do you take me for an augmenting machine? Yuanshan shot him a cold glance. She had realized that this Gulan gained a temporary boost in strength following her bite. Though incredulous, the reality remained. Thus, she would absolutely not bite him again. If I die, I will surely take you down with me, Gulan threatened. Would she bite or not? Yuanshan huffed dismissively, remaining unmoved. Gulan raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly shifting to Su Machong in the distance. Are you quite concerned about that individual? He recalled that Yuanshan had bitten him previously because of Su Machong. What do you intend to do? Alarm bells rang in Yuanshan's mind as she grasped his collar.
Gulan trút cờ xốp tì.
I still have that stinger ready and waiting. I am not one to waste resources. How about I aim it at his face? Gulan leaned closer to Wanwan and spoke in a tone that only the two of them could hear. I assure you, this time I will not be disturbed by you. Even if you attempt to interfere, I will not falter. Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare. Gulan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Frustrated, Wanwan ground her teeth. As the leader of a prominent alliance, how can you stoop so low as to threaten a defenseless woman? Defenseless? Gulan seemed to have heard a joke. My subordinate, SSS, nearly perished at your hands. Infuriated, Wanwan bit down hard on his shoulder, this time with considerable force. Blood quickly seeped out. Gulan let out a muffled grunt. That exhilarating sensation he had just experienced surged back within him, akin to a dolphin irresistibly drawn to the allure of the pufferfish, seeking that fleeting moment of nerve-wracking ecstasy. He laughed with fervor, once more transforming into a madman as he charged into the imperial army. Wanwan clung to his shoulder, her eyes slightly raised, only catching glimpses of the splattered blood and the silhouettes of those being sent flying. Her heart was shaken to its core. What kind of monstrosity was this? The more she bit down, the stronger he became? Or was it that her bite was so formidable it had an amplifying effect?
Gulan,
like a wild stallion breaking free from its restraints, burst through the defensive perimeter, followed by the surviving members of the White Mist Alliance, who found themselves with a genuine opportunity to escape. The faces of the White Mist Alliance members glowed with excitement. Chapter 72. Captives. Lu Jingqiu, stop pursuing. If you continue, the academy behind you will be reduced to ruins.
Boom, boom, boom.
As Gulan spoke, a series of explosions erupted from behind. Lu Jingqiu spun around sharply, witnessing the academy behind him, riddled with countless buried explosives, turning into a scene of devastation. Gulan, you despicable fiend. Despicable? Look at how many people you've brought to besiege me. If I hadn't prepared in advance, how could I have escaped from you? What I didn't expect was that my womaness bite could rival the innate skills of an enhancement beast. It certainly made things easier for me. Gulan's features radiated excitement. Lu Jingqiu gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing from Gulan to the wreckage of the academy behind him. Retreat to the academy. With that command, Lu Jingqiu led his team in retreat, effectively giving up the pursuit of Gulan. Su Machong furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at the woman taken by Gulan, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. The moment Gulan had been ruthless towards him, she had intervened.
Who was she?
Leader. Leader. Outside the aircraft, bloodied members of the White Mist Alliance exuded a strong scent of blood. Wanwan was carried by Gulan before the others, and he waved to remove the energy shield enveloping her. A strikingly beautiful face appeared before everyone's eyes. In the previous chaos, many knew that their leader had brought a woman along, but they could not discern who she truly was. At this moment, upon seeing Wanwan's face, many were momentarily stunned, including Chingfeng. However, upon noticing Gulan's hand wrapped around Wanwan's waist, Chingfeng fell silent and personally opened the door to the aircraft for the two. Leader, miss, please take your seats. There was no trace of resentment or anger in his eyes. Instead, there was a sense of joy. Joy that the leader had finally allowed a woman to come close. Joy that the leader had found a woman to his liking. Gulan cast a glance at him, patted his shoulder, and then entered the aircraft with Wanwan. In the pitch-black night, the aircraft activated its nocturnal mode, silently ascending and vanishing into the horizon. Inside the enclosed aircraft, the wall lights emitted a warm orange glow, casting a more inviting atmosphere upon the cold metallic walls. Gulan spoke softly into his wrist communicator. Moments later, explosions erupted throughout the imperial capital, plunging the entire city into chaos. The Empire urgently recalled active military personnel to quell the unrest. Even the enemies trailing the aircraft squad were swiftly called back. Observing this, Gulan's smile deepened and he relaxed, releasing Wanwan as he leaned back into the soft seat. To dare risk entering the imperial capital without thorough preparation would be folly. Tonight, even if trapped within the Imperial Music Academy, he had a way to extricate himself, albeit with some inconvenience. The blood coursing through his veins still buzzed with excitement, as if a restless energy remained unspent. He clenched his fist tightly, suddenly feeling irritable. Casting a sidelong glance at Wanwan, a thought crossed his mind, and he reached out, pulling her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. He rested his face against her neck, inhaling the rich scent of her pheromones, which brought him a modicum of relief. This woman indeed possessed a unique constitution. The broadness of the man's chest enveloped Wanwan, who lay limply like a giant plush pillow in his embrace. Thoughts swirled within her. This world was undeniably perilous. She thought she could play the fool and catch a tiger, only to discover that the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Gulan had long set his sights on her. Now, not only had she been drugged, but she had also lost her freedom. The feeling of being at the mercy of another was infuriating. System, I have a vague sense that something is amiss with this body. Wanwan suddenly spoke in her mind. The system paused momentarily before hastily conducting a thorough scan, and when it reported back, its voice trembled. Host. The potion you've ingested contains a rare herb known as the nine-leaf pearlgrass, rich in potent energy. Wanwan's eyes widened in realization. No wonder, she felt a shift in her energy threshold. She had absorbed the energy of the nine-leaf pearlgrass, increasing her internal energy. Did this mean that her body would soon succumb to the overload? You must be joking. I'm currently a captive, and my beast husband is nowhere in sight. Wanwan gritted her teeth. The system shook its head frantically. I would never joke about such matters. Host, you must find a solution. How many points do I have? Wanwan asked through gritted teeth. 2,500, the system replied weakly. A heavy weight was lifted from her heart. 2,500 was hardly enough to exchange for a body-refining pill. All the recent comforts of life at the academy had made her complacent. She had completely forgotten the looming threat to her life.
Had she known it would come to this,
she would have prioritized gathering points over dealing with Qirun and Feng Chueji. Regret flooded Wanwan as she pondered her next move. She closed her eyes tightly as the energy from the nine-leaf pearlgrass surged within her, relentlessly battering against her physical limits. A sharp pain radiated from every limb. Taking a deep breath, her eyes turned crimson. If this continued, her body would not withstand the expanding energy, and she would explode. Host, why not choose one of them? The system suggested, directing her gaze to a few stray beastmen aboard the combat aircraft. The one on the left, playing with the system, has been glancing at you several times since you boarded. The one on the right with the yellow hair, though he resents you for injuring him, still harbors fond feelings for you. And that one, Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. He has been stealing glances at you. By the way, the one holding you is the strongest, and his internal collapse value is quite high. He is currently suffering from being attracted by your pheromones. Host. Our wife contract system requires you to seek out more beast husbands to earn points, thereby enhancing your constitution and restoring your peak SSS strength. The system encouraged her from within. Wanwan felt utterly despondent. Recruiting stray beastmen? That had never been part of her plan. Were the beastmen of the imperial capital not handsome enough? Were all men in the world dead? Why should she seek out a few desperate stray beastmen? Even if these men were not unappealing and were all quite youthful, she found the idea utterly repugnant. She still wanted to navigate her way through the imperial capital. What sense did it make to recruit stray beastmen? Gulan remained oblivious to the turmoil of the person in his embrace. Cradling Wanwan, he inhaled her scent. Yet his heart was beset by an indescribable discomfort. Despite the soothing aura that emanated from her, he was simultaneously plagued by a profound sense of dissatisfaction, as if something imperative needed to be done to attain solace. His lips gently brushed against Wanwan's ear, inadvertently grazing the delicate contour of her earlobe. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, akin to the intoxicating toxin that mesmerizes dolphins, brimming with allure. This woman exuded an exquisite fragrance. Unable to resist, he planted a soft kiss upon her neck, the feeling intensifying ever more. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Irritated, he tugged at the collar of his combat uniform, unfastening it. Wanwan, ensconced within his embrace, rubbed against his robust chest through the thin fabric of his shirt. In her state of anguish, Wanwan abruptly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 73, eavesdropping, observing the man beside her, akin to a distressed husky seeking comfort. A flicker of resentment crossed Wanwan's reddened gaze. If it weren't for this man, how could she have absorbed the power of the nine-leaf pearl grass, resulting in a surge of strength that her body could scarcely endure, teetering on the brink of collapse? Suddenly, she raised her hand and grasped Gulan's neck. What? Do you wish to kill me? Gulan, with a nonchalant smile, lifted his gaze, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. He paid little heed to the tightening grip around his neck, and even leaned down to kiss Wanwan's taut wrist. Wanwan yearned to dispatch this insufferable man to his demise. Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, reason swiftly quelled it. Setting aside the fact that she was still within enemy territory, questioning whether she could escape unscathed after killing him, Gulan's prowess was far beyond her current capabilities. Furthermore, given her rapidly escalating internal energy, should she fail to find another SSS-rated male beastman, Gulan was her optimal choice. Whether for energy channeling or refining her body, he was indispensable. Host, do not hesitate. Aside from being a bit deranged, Gulan is, in fact, an exceptionally remarkable male beastman. The system encouraged Wanwan from within, fearing she might, in a moment of impulse, truly kill Gulan. Wanwan lowered her gaze and exhaled softly. In the instant she lifted her head, her hand tightened around Gulan's neck, forcing him to raise his chin. What were you just planning to do? Her strikingly beautiful watery eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned in closer. His exquisite features struck her with a profound impact. Gulan's eyes flickered. Did you wish to kiss me? Wanwan deliberately drew near to his face, blowing softly against his chin, her gaze fixed on the deep, dark eyes concealed beneath his combat cap. In his moment of astonishment, she swiftly pulled off his cap. A remarkably handsome visage emerged, one that left even Wanwan astounded. His skin was as pale as jade, emanating a subtle sheen, appearing almost translucent under the play of light and shadow. His elongated eyes resembled an enigmatic pool, shimmering with a ghostly light that oscillated between frigid clarity and the fervent blaze of a roaring flame. His thin lips, crimson as blood, curled into a hint of a wicked smile, both enchanting and striking. What a breathtaking sight! Unlike Su Maochang's ethereal grace or Qi Ren's striking elegance, Gulan's casual smile, coupled with his wild, confident demeanor, suggested that the entire world lay within his grasp. Recovering from his momentary daze, Gulan seized Wanwan's hand, leaning closer to her lips with an insinuating tone. So, are you satisfied with my appearance? He clearly noticed the awe reflected in her eyes. Wanwan smirked, generously offering her praise. He was indeed quite attractive. Her luscious, moist lips parted and closed, glistening with a subtle sheen that captivated Gulan's gaze. Those fleeting kisses, had they landed upon her lips instead of her neck, would they have yielded a different flavor? He fixated on Wanwan's mouth, the undercurrents of desire in his eyes unmistakable. Wanwan's lips curled upward as she raised her hand, forcing him to meet her gaze. Their breaths entwined. Their lips barely a finger's breadth apart. Gulan inhaled the delicate fragrance lingering at her lips, his throat constricting slightly. Wanwan's gaze remained locked onto his face. And upon witnessing his reaction, a similarly audacious smile graced her features. Leaning in a fraction closer, her lips nearly brushed against the corner of his mouth as she teased in an alluring tone, "Do you wish for me to comfort you?" Gulan's eyes widened slightly. Wanwan's fingertips pressed firmly against his chin, her voice ringing with authority. "This is for you." With that, Wanwan leaned down and bit his lip. Gulan let out a muffled groan, the metallic tang of blood spreading from the corner of his lips. After the initial bite, she flitted about like a dragonfly, planting delicate kisses upon him. Gulan's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the bold woman before him. Had she truly taken the initiative to kiss him first? Regaining his composure, Gulan grasped Wanwan's shoulders, firmly pushing her down onto the seat, transitioning from defense to offense as he claimed her lips. How could a woman take the lead in such matters? The kiss was fervent and unrestrained. The unique comfort that belonged solely to Wanwan surged through him, igniting every cell in his body with a fervent desire for more. Wanwan, however, was unwilling to let this insufferable man gain the upper hand. Gripping his collar, she pulled him down beneath her, capturing his chin and leaning over him once more, her force even more unrelenting than before. Neither party yielded, oblivious to the presence of others aboard the aircraft. They were unwittingly subjected to the spectacle of a back-and-forth exchange of dominance. The leader is truly formidable. Yet this delicate female beastman seems no pushover, managing to gain the upper hand. The keyboard clacking, Ju suddenly found the keyboard less appealing. It had been ages since he had experienced a woman's comfort. Yet, their leader was being excessively brazen, unabashedly displaying such intimacy before their very eyes. Wanwan's hand slipped into Gulan's uniform. Gulan's body stiffened suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, and he abruptly released her lips. Turning to bark at the others, "Get out." The three men jumped in surprise, hastily setting the aircraft to autopilot before fleeing at a rapid pace. The current state of their leader was perilously charged, his low, throaty voice heavy with unfulfilled desire, emanating an overwhelming pressure. They all questioned whether they would emerge unscathed if they delayed even a moment longer. The cold wind howled outside. The three exchanged glances, resigned to their fate as they leapt into the rear of the aircraft, mingling with the other subordinates of the Bailon Alliance. The anxious subordinates cast bewildered looks at their captain, puzzled as to why they had joined them in the secondary aircraft. "Captain, is something amiss with the primary aircraft?" "Enough chatter." Chung Feng delivered a sharp rap to the one who spoke. "Keep your eyes on the road. Mind your own business." Meanwhile, Gulan was taken aback by Wanwan's audacity in taking the initiative. Her delicate hands, soft as if boneless, boldly roamed across his chest, circling daringly. Gulan let out a muffled sound. How could he endure this? The seats in the aircraft reclined to form a makeshift bed. With a swift motion, he flipped Wanwan over, pinning her beneath him. The kiss transitioned from a thunderous roll to a tempestuous storm, cascading downwards. Wanwan, filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, struck without mercy, her long nails leaving several scratches along his arm. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she seized a metal tube from her waist and hurled it out the window. The metal tube thudded against the aircraft's deck, coming to a stable rest. Inside the tube, he was caught off guard. A gust of cold wind swept through, abruptly dousing the fervor that had been surging through him as he eavesdropped, chilling his blood like a bucket of cold water. Although he could no longer hear the commotion within, the vivid memory of the vibrant scene he had just witnessed sent his heart racing anew. Yuan, that woman is astonishingly beautiful. Blood trickles down from my nose. A certain portent of a sleepless night ahead. Gulan's delicate kisses fall upon Yuan's ear, tracing the contours with tender strokes. His teeth applied gentle pressure. Yuan gasped sharply. Chapter 74. Eavesdropping. 2 hours later, Gulan holds Yuan in his embrace, yet still feels an insatiable yearning. His gaze fixates on her porcelain white teeth, a spark igniting in his eyes. He leans closer to her ear, his voice dripping with seduction. Yuan, bite me. Yuan's eyes, glazed with daze, come alive when they meet his fervent gaze. With a scoff, she unhesitatingly sinks her teeth into him. A drop of crimson blood trickles down her shoulder, awakening a switch within Gulan that sends excitement coursing through him. He seizes Yuan's delicate ankle. Yuan, bite me again. Yuan Jiwu, are you certain this aircraft can withstand it? On the number 2 aircraft, Chung Feng observes the erratic movements of the number 1 aircraft, a concoction of emotions swirling within him. The expressions of the others mirror his uncertainty. It should be fine, Jiwu replies, though doubt lingers in his tone. Chung Feng and Talong fall silent, both unable to suppress their inner cries. Truly, the leader is exceptional, always standing apart. Hey, it's going to fall, Talong exclaims, prompting the others to look up. The aircraft, seemingly suffering from a malfunctioning balance system, tilts perilously to one side, plummeting toward the ground. Just then, a dark energy emanates from the aircraft, swiftly stabilizing it, allowing for a gentle descent. The group collectively exhales in relief. Hey, you're awake, Yuan exclaims, slapping the person beside her, truly astonished by his reckless nature. The bloodstains on her shoulder, both fresh and old, reveal the depth of the wound. Yet he continues to hold her tightly. Even after consuming the system's revitalizing elixir, Yuan feels a lingering soreness throughout her body. His strength is overwhelming, especially after urging her to bite him. Gulan looks up, his handsome features radiating an obsession for Yuan, and he kisses her deeply again, his voice husky. Be good, bite me again. In the tranquil expanse of the outer forest, dozens of aircraft hover above, patiently waiting. Is the leader not out yet? Could something have happened? Talong scratches his head, concern etched on his face. Jiwu glances at him without a word. Chung Feng purses his lips, lifting his gaze to the sun rising for the 3rd time, releasing a soft sigh. The leader is fine. How do you know? Talong turns, Jiwu looking at him, as if he were a fool. Have you forgotten what Chung Feng excels at? Oh, right. Chung Feng's keen hearing allows him to hear conversations from miles away, Talong realizes. Since Chung Feng has said so, he must have overheard something. Chung Feng's acute hearing captures every sound from the nearby aircraft, including the leader's excited tremors. It is truly a predicament. At this moment, he would rather be hard of hearing. He wishes not to listen, yet worries for the leader's safety, compelling him to eavesdrop. It is a torment. Fortunately, the aircraft fell beyond the outer realm, in a remote area where the Empire's pursuers cannot reach them for the time being. Lingering here for a few days poses no issue. Another night passes. As the sun's rays illuminate the earth on the 4th day, Yuan consumes the nutritional liquid Gulan offers while pushing away the man who clings to her, rising from the bed to groom and dress herself. The surging energy within her has long been transmitted to Gulan through days of energy guidance. Her body, having consumed the refining pills, has now nearly reached B-level status. It is likely that with another pill, she will directly ascend to B-level. At that point, it may not be so easy to breach the threshold. Chapter 75. The Silver Butterfly. Are you so unrecognizable when you lift your skirt, Yuan? A languid, seductive voice emanates from behind her. Yuan turns to look. The man leans on the bed with one arm, a satisfied smile gracing his handsome features, clearly in high spirits. A thin silk blanket obscures his lower half, but his perfect upper body is fully displayed. Upon his broad shoulders lies the mark of ownership that Yuan has freshly imprinted, a delicate silver butterfly glimmering softly. Beneath his well-defined muscles lies a chiseled chest and neatly arranged abdominal muscles. Yuan has long since grown familiar with the patterns on his skin. Yet, despite this familiarity, when Gulan deliberately reveals it, she cannot help but swallow hard. He is once again tempting her. She recalls how he would pull her close, urging her to feel his solid chest or the tautness of his abs. Like a loyal, adorable puppy, he would take her hand and place it against his handsome face, his pitiful expression pleading for her touch, instantly melting Yuan's resolve. Under this gentle assault, Yuan finds herself being pulled back time and again.
Now.
She restrains her body's restlessness, turning away to avoid temptation. Having finished dressing, she feels a warm chest pressing against her back. Gulan, can you not exhibit any restraint? Yuan cannot help but exclaim in a low voice. Do you have any idea how many mutant beasts your subordinates kill each night just to maintain peace around here? The presence of humans aboard the aircraft is too conspicuous, attracting numerous carnivorous mutant beasts. It is only due to Chung Feng and Talong taking turns to clear them out that this tranquility is preserved. Sometimes, the sounds of battle can last throughout the night. I know, a deep, husky voice whispers in her ear. But so what? Listen to yourself. Does that sound like something a leader should say?
Yuan,
a resident of the Beastman Empire, feels a pang of pity for his subordinates. Aren't you afraid they might just kick you out of your position? Yuan cannot believe it. Gulan chuckles softly. I welcome it. You Yuan finds herself at an impasse in their conversation, pressing down on his restless head with her hand. You can play by yourself. I must leave. As the starlight fades and dawn breaks, a gentle breeze caresses Yuan's ears as she steps out of the aircraft, inhaling the fresh air and feeling invigorated. Not far off, Chengfeng leads a group cleaning up the mutant beasts they hunted the previous night. The morning sun casts its light upon everyone, as if cloaking them all in golden garments. Yuan has not seen the sky beyond the realm for ages. Under the clear blue expanse, the scenery is devoid of clouds, and below lies an endless forest. The sky here is bluer than that of the imperial capital, the clouds whiter and the air fresher. Were it not for the terrifying mutant beasts lurking within the forest, it would undoubtedly be an idyllic place for retirement. As Yuan muses, her gaze catches movement in the nearby grass. Peering closer, two pale legs suddenly emerge, followed by two people locked in an embrace. The grass conceals only half of them, and their passionate sounds leave little to the imagination. Yuan. She coughs awkwardly, turning her head to look elsewhere. Yet she cannot shake the feeling that one of the individuals looks familiar. Jiang Xinxin? Yuan turns back in disbelief, squinting for a clearer view. Indeed, it is her. Has she also been brought here? Was she coerced, or? Furrowing her brow, concern for her friend blooms within her. Without further thought, she strides toward the scene. In the grass, the two have just finished, and upon hearing the commotion, hastily throw on their clothes. Jiang Xinxin? Yuan calls out, as the girl, half-dressed, lifts her head, her dark, glossy braids swaying forward. Yuan! Jiang Xinxin exclaims in surprise. You're here too? As the realization dawned upon her, her face flushed slightly. Ahem, encountering you here is not exactly a fortuitous event. The appearance of students from the academy in this realm is often synonymous with being captured by the wandering beastmen, is it not? To her astonishment, Yuan had also fallen victim to such a fate. Casting a glance at the male beastman who was dressing nearby, Wanwan's expression darkened as she turned to Jiang Xinxin and inquired, Were you coerced?
Huh?
Jiang Xinxin was momentarily taken aback. Once she grasped what Yuan was implying, her demeanor became somewhat evasive. Don't speak nonsense. We came willingly. Before Jiang Xinxin could elaborate, the male beastman interjected. He harbored feelings for Jiang Xinxin, and she reciprocated. He was eager to prevent any misunderstandings. Yuan turned to Jiang Xinxin, who awkwardly smiled and nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. It was indeed voluntary. Yuan realized she was out of touch. This world was astonishingly permissive. Ahem, my apologies for interrupting your enjoyable affair. Yuan offered an awkward apology. Not at all. It brings me immense joy to see a familiar friend here. Jiang Xinxin linked her arm with Yuan's, bouncing with renewed exuberance reminiscent of their days at the academy. Yuan recalled Jiang Xinxin's fondness for delectable treats. She had once traded a multitude of lunches for cloud pastries. Suddenly, a thought struck her. You didn't fall prey to the allure of 2 pieces of otherworldly cake, did you? Yuan leaned closer to Jiang Xinxin, gesturing toward the male beastman following closely behind. Ahem. Where did you get that idea? Jiang Xinxin's cheeks flushed crimson. Then how did you? The male beastman, being a wandering beastman, was generally overlooked by females from the imperial realm. Speaking of which, Jiang Xinxin tugged at Yuan's arm and lowered her voice. Don't you think these wandering beastmen are rather charming? You mean just their physiques, looks, and, well, their skills? Jiang Xinxin's face grew warmer. They possess certain techniques that the males of the imperial capital lack. Jiang Xinxin affirmed with a serious expression. They are exceptionally skilled. Jiang Xinxin continued in a hushed tone. Since we've already been captured, they won't harm us. Why not indulge in the moment? Once we return to the imperial capital, such thrilling escapades will be a thing of the past. You cannot imagine what transpired last night. Jiang Xinxin chattered excitedly about how the imperial students selected their bed partners among the wandering beastmen, detailing everything to Yuan. It dawned on Yuan that in recent days, many women from the empire had found bed partners almost immediately upon being captured. Those with particularly appealing appearances were in high demand. When multiple individuals expressed interest in the same beastman, the final choice fell to him. Yuan thought her swift alliance with a leader was already absurd, only to realize she had been overly conservative. This world was astonishingly different. Since resistance was futile and no harm would come to them, why not embrace the moment? Women actively seeking out wandering beastmen could choose their preferred partners. After all, They were merely wandering beastmen, unlikely to return to the imperial capital, and as long as they kept quiet, no one would be the wiser. Upon their return to the imperial capital, they would still be regarded as pure noblewomen. This was a well-known secret among the captured female beastmen. Moreover, in this realm, women could have multiple beast husbands, as well as bed companions and guests. Even if news of such matters were to spread, there would be no reproach. At most, one might exclaim, "What a libertine." As Wanwan observed Jiang Xinshin enthusiastically sharing her recent exhilarating experiences, a torrent of words lodged in her throat, unable to escape. She had initially perceived Jiang Xinshin as a pure and innocent figure, only to discover she was, in fact, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing.
Indeed.
One should not judge a book by its cover. By the way, have you chosen a wandering beast man? Jiang Xinshin asked. If you have tea, I can have Ada introduce you to one. He knows quite a few handsome and strong wandering beast men who will ensure your utmost comfort. Jiang Xinshin winked at Wanwan while speaking in hushed tones. Don't you have a bed partner yet? The male beast man trailing behind the two women, who possessed exceptional hearing, couldn't resist interjecting. I have a good friend, quite handsome and strong, a genuine SS. Should I introduce you? Ada, is that really possible? Hurry and introduce Wanwan. She is my best friend, and you must treat her well. Of course. Ada thumped his chest. My good friend is truly remarkable, albeit a bit reserved. But don't worry, you'll meet Alan shortly. As Ada spoke, his eyes darted toward a nearby group of wandering beast men, and he suddenly shouted. Among the cleanup crew, someone looked up. Ada waved enthusiastically. Alan, come here quickly. To be chosen by a female beast man meant receiving her deep affection, something every wandering beast man dreams of. However, Alan was quiet and introverted, preferring not to stand out, which was why he had yet to be selected. As his close friend, Ada was anxious for him. Before Wanwan could intervene, Alan was already called over. Indeed, Alan was quite handsome, with fair skin and striking features. After whispering a few words to Alan, his ears turned crimson, and he stole several glances at Wanwan. Wanwan, I've already spoken to Alan. Miss, do you find Alan to your liking? Ada asked eagerly on behalf of his friend, his eyes sparkling. Alan also turned his gaze toward Wanwan, astonished that the female beastman Ada spoke of was so beautiful. If she truly took an interest in him, he would make every effort to impress her and not disappoint her. Jiang Xinshin also looked at Wanwan, playfully nudging her with a teasing expression. Chapter 76. Unmanageable Wanwan cleared her throat, about to speak, when an untimely voice interrupted. Am I not serving you well enough? Turning around, she saw a tall, striking man clad in form-fitting combat attire that accentuated his perfectly sculpted physique. He approached Wanwan, slightly bowing his head and playfully blowing a breath of air near her ear. Did you rise too early this morning, that you are still seeking wildflowers?
Wow.
Who is that? He is so handsome. Jiang Xinshin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She had thought Ada was handsome, but this newcomer was on a whole different level. The tight combat attire showcased a physique that was nothing short of perfect, complemented by a chiseled face that seemed to capture all the attention in the world. Handsome. Incredibly handsome. Both Ada and Alan were rendered speechless upon seeing the newcomer. Leader? You mean he is the leader? The leader of the White Mist Alliance? Jiang Xinshin repeated in disbelief, her expression turning to one of horror as realization washed over her. The notorious leader of the White Mist Alliance, the one who topped the interstellar wanted list, was standing before them? Then those words he just spoke. Jiang Xinshin's gaze fell stiffly upon Wanwan. In the next moment, Wanwan felt her waist encircled by Gulan, drawing her into his embrace. Ahem, allow me to introduce Gulan, the leader of the White Mist Alliance. Currently, well, he is my bed partner. Wanwan spoke lightly, pressing her lips together as she declined the good intentions of the two White Mist Alliance subordinates. After all, their superior was still holding her waist. The expressions of the group morphed into shock as they exchanged glances. I apologize, I didn't know you were the leader's person. Ada stammered, flustered. Given the leader's temperament, would he resort to violence against him? The mere thought of such a possibility sent Ada into a tremor, particularly as he felt the icy gaze of Gulan sweeping over him. Yuanshan abruptly grasped Gulan's face, pulling him towards her with a smile as she addressed the others. Ignorance is no excuse. I trust that your leader is not so petty, am I right? Yuanshan inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Gulan's face broke into a brilliant smile, seemingly unfazed by the distortion of his features as she held him tighter around the waist. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Am I not generous? Wasn't it you who seemed ready to agree just now?" His eyes sparkled with deep affection, his handsome features enhanced by a hint of alluring desire. His lips brushed against Yuan Shan's ear, his voice low and husky. "I am quite displeased." With that, he took her fingertips in his hand and gently nibbled at them. "Is this fellow a dog?" Yuan Shan felt a tingle of delight at his playful biting and couldn't resist pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "What do you wish to do then?" she inquired, her tone softening as she sought to avoid any trouble for having inadvertently harmed his subordinates. Gulan's smile dimmed ever so slightly, his gaze turning cold as it fell upon Ada.
Thud.
Ada, frightened, collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Please spare me, my lord."
Hey.
Yuan Shan frowned, pulling him back up, yet Gulan remained unmoved, seemingly intent on issuing an order. Yuan Shan exhaled sharply, seizing Gulan's collar and tugging him downwards with a roughness that conveyed her intent to soothe him. Their lips met, her gesture calming the tension that had arisen in the man. Gulan grasped the back of Yuan Shan's head, deepening the kiss, without reservation. Seizing the moment, she waved at the others, who promptly retreated with caution. Noticing Yuan Shan's distraction, Gulan playfully bit her again, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. Momentlate. Yuan Shan found herself languidly draped over Gulan. He cast a satisfied glance at the dazed beauty in his arms, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the aircraft. "Are you all right, Ada?" Jiang Xinxin shifted her gaze from the direction the two had departed, her heart aching for the tall man standing before her. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea she was with your leader. I nearly caused you trouble." Jiang Xinxin felt a pang of guilt. Even from the imperial capital, she was aware of the unpredictable and ruthless nature of the White Lawn Alliance's leader, who treated human life with utter disregard. If he were to take offense, Ada could very well meet his demise today. Ada shook his head. "It was my fault. I failed to grasp the situation." The moment he laid eyes on Yuan Shan, he was utterly captivated, and he neglected to inquire whether she had a partner. Had he known her partner was the leader, not even 100 lives would have persuaded him to provoke her, let alone consider introducing her to his good friend, nearly jeopardizing his brother's safety. Seeing his disheartened demeanor, Jiang Xinxin felt a surge of sympathy. She genuinely liked this vagabond beastman. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Ada, may I touch your dog ears again?" Ada's beast form was that of a dog, a magnificent wolf dog, undeniably handsome. She adored petting his dog ears, and he relished her touch in return. Indeed, upon mentioning it, the despondence on Ada's face quickly vanished, replaced by a faint blush. Whoosh! 2 black dog ears popped up, soft and tender, nudging Jiang Xinxin's hand. Her playful spirit ignited. She seized the ears, squeezing and kneading them to her heart's content. Once she had her fill, she noticed Ada's face had turned a deep shade of red. "Ada, you." Ada blinked and swiftly lifted Jiang Xinxin into his arms, striding towards the room. 2 hours later, Yuan Shan threw off the covers to freshen up. Gulan, observing her hasty retreat, couldn't help but chuckle. Just 5 days prior, he would have never believed he could become so infatuated with a woman. Yet now, Gulan grasped the blanket that Yuan Shan had just occupied, lifting it to his nose to inhale deeply. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through him. The allure of Yuan Shan's presence was beyond anything he could have ever imagined. A gentle breeze rustled as birds chirped melodiously. Yuan Shan invited Jiang Xinxin to set up a barbecue stall beneath the shade of trees, with Ada tasked to tend the grill while the two engaged in conversation. Yuan Shan had initially thought that Gulan's indulgence had led the team to linger here for so many days. However, she was soon informed by Jiang Xinxin that they were forced to wait due to a migration of the iron-armored ants, a formidable beast, blocking their path ahead. "Yuan Shan, I miss the Imperial Capital's star network," Jiang Xinxin sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Yuan Shan felt the same. If only there were internet here, she could send her beastly husbands her coordinates. However, Gulan had likely anticipated that their wristbands would lose function beyond this realm, which was why he had not bothered with the matter. "Do you think we can really return to the Imperial Capital?" Chapter 77. Long legs. Yuan Shan swallowed a piece of roasted meat, savoring the unique flavor of the meat from the Outer Realms beasts. Unfortunately, as a male beast man, Ada refrained from consuming it, fearing an energy upheaval, thus missing out on this delicacy. "Of course we can." Upon hearing Yuan Shan's question, Jiang Xinxin hastily leaned closer, lowering her voice as she nudged a small stool towards Yuan Shan. "This isn't my first encounter with being captured by vagabond beastmen. 3 years ago, When I left the imperial capital with my mother, I was captured by them while playing around. Eventually, my family paid a ransom to bring me back. Moreover, even if I hadn't been redeemed, the Empire would not stand idly by. It concerns their dignity. In any case, returning is just a matter of time. So you need not worry too much. Jiang Xinxin winked at her, signaling her to eat quickly. Female beastmen were unaffected by the violent factors within beast meat and could indulge freely. Yu Wanshan lowered her gaze, an instinct telling her that Gulan would never let her return easily. Even if Qi Mabai and Su Machong were to bring all their wealth, it seemed implausible. However, they would undoubtedly devise a way to rescue her. As Yu Wanshan pondered, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears from the direction of the wind. You worthless vagabond beastmen. How dare you think of being my bed partners?
Bah.
I advise you not to dream of eating swan meat. Get away from me, and keep your filthy hands to yourselves. Yu Wanshan and Jiang Xinxin exchanged glances, then turned to see a familiar figure. May Dicey, clad in a resplendent emerald princess gown, was now covered in grime and mud. The colorful gemstone crown atop her head hung loosely in her disheveled hair, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Clearly, after being captured, she had gone days without a maid or servant to attend to her. At that moment, May Dicey still clung to her noble superiority, glaring at several vagabond beastmen with disdain. The expressions of the vagabond beastmen darkened, but they refrained from retaliating, mindful of her status. Does that mean you do not intend to select a bed partner from among us? One of the vagabond beastmen stepped forward, his piercing gaze sweeping over May Dicey. Of course not. Just look at you lot. Do you think you are worthy of me? I am a noble duke's daughter of the Empire. May Dicey scoffed with contempt, delivering her reprimand without reservation. Yuan Shan took a bite of roasted meat, thoroughly enjoying the scene. Meanwhile, Gulan, who had been working upstairs, was disturbed by the commotion. Frowning, he exited his office. His long legs descended the staircase. Clad in a fitted combat suit, his features strikingly handsome and his stature tall, instantly captivating all eyes around him. Jiang Xinxin was elated, immediately grabbing Yu Wanshan's arm, exclaiming, the leader of the White Lawn Alliance. Your man. Yu Wanshan patted her arm, signaling that she need not worry. Although Gulan was indeed handsome, after seeing him so often, it had become somewhat routine. Yu Yuan casually stuffed another piece of roasted meat into her mouth. May Dicey, disdainful of the shabby appearance of the wandering beast men before her, inadvertently turned her head and suddenly beheld Gulan. Her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon him without blinking. The leader. The surrounding wandering beast men, upon seeing Gulan, bowed in reverence. Leader? You are the leader of the White Mist Alliance? May Dicey exclaimed in surprise, her gaze appraising Gulan from head to toe. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. What a handsome man! And he is indeed the leader of the White Mist Alliance. The intensity of May Dicey's gaze upon Gulan was unabashedly fervent. The nearby wandering beastmen exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. Did this imperial woman truly consider them beneath her, yet her eyes were glued to the leader? Did she believe the leader was so easily placated? As expected, Gulan furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at May Dicey, as if to say, do you think your gaze is unwarranted? That look was icy and imposing. May Dicey nearly felt as though she were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, shivering violently. Unable to help herself, she averted her gaze. Leader, this woman is unwilling to choose a bedmate, one of the wandering beast men reported, bowing low. Why are you so fierce? I am a duchess of the Empire. Naturally, I would choose only the best. How could they compare to me? May Dicey pouted, feeling aggrieved. It was the first time she had been so harshly glared at by a male beast man. She was terrified. Gulan, however, dismissed her petulance with indifference, merely casting a frosty glance at the leader of the wandering beastmen. What of a duchess? This is not the beastman empire, and their laws do not govern us. If she is unwilling, toss her into the livestock pen, as long as she is fed enough not to starve. We can wait for the beastman empire to pay triple the ransom. Do I really need to teach you this? Gulan's tone elongated, his displeasure evident. The wandering beastman was so startled that he quickly bowed in response. Upon hearing that she would be thrown into the livestock pen, May Dicey panicked. She had witnessed firsthand the filth and stench of the pens where livestock were kept. How could a dignified duchess like herself be cast into such a place?
Wait.
Don't throw me. I choose you. Leader of the White Mist Alliance. I am a distinguished S-level psychic woman of the Empire. Even if you are an SSS male beastman, I can still soothe you. Take me with you, and I will provide you with the deepest comfort. Maid Dicey rushed forward, attempting to grasp Goulan's garment, only to be halted by the wandering beastman's subordinates. Panic-stricken, her face turned pale as she glared angrily at the beastman. In her eyes, Goulan's striking handsomeness, combined with his status as the leader of the wandering beastmen and his formidable strength, made him the man worthy of her affections. With her S-level psychic ability, she was confident no male beastman would refuse her. Indeed, upon learning of her S-level psychic prowess, the other beastmen present gasped in surprise, their gazes toward Maid Dicey tinged with greed. The higher the psychic level of a female beastman, the stronger her soothing abilities. Securing the comfort of a high-level psychic female was a pursuit many male beastmen dreamt of throughout their lives. Yet at this moment, Maid Dicey had her sights set on Goulan. While an ordinary SSS male beastman might indeed be desperate for the comfort of a high-level psychic female, Goulan was the leader of the White Mist Alliance. How difficult would it be for him to find a high-level psychic woman? If he wished, he could easily find even an SS-level psychic, let alone Maid Dicey, who was merely S-level. His reluctance was not due to inability, but rather disinterest. What others viewed as rare, Goulan regarded with disdain. He cast a mocking, contemptuous glance at Maid Dicey. Observing their leader's expression, the wandering beastmen immediately understood he was disgusted. As Goulan appeared ready to erupt, one of them quickly sneered and stepped forward to reprimand. Does the leader of the White Mist Alliance truly lack for an S-level psychic female? Chapter 78. Roasted Meat. Maid Dicey was momentarily stunned. What? What does that mean? The implication was clear. You are unworthy. The beastman coldly retorted, waving his hand to direct others forward. Throw her into the livestock pen. Wait. Maid Dicey was horrified. She did not want to share the same fate as the livestock, eating and sleeping with them. I choose you. Just you. I will provide you with the deepest comfort. Maid Dicey pointed at the commanding wandering beastman, speaking urgently. The beastman, upon hearing her words, glanced at her panicked expression and let out a cold laugh. Weren't you unwilling to choose before? Now you choose. But it's too late. As he spoke, the wandering beastman ordered for Maid Dicey to be dragged away. Maid Dicey's face turned ashen as she desperately grasped the beastman. I am an S-level psychic female. I can provide you with deep comfort. Seeing the beastman remain unmoved, her heart raced, and her face displayed panic. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she seized the arms of several male beastmen nearby. I can provide deep comfort to all of you. Please, don't send me to the livestock pen. The beastmen who were about to act exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of delight in the other's eyes. Are you certain you can provide deep comfort to all of us? They queried, pointing at one another. There were a total of 9 wandering beastmen present. Maid Dicey's implication was that she intended to provide comfort to all 9. If that were the case, she could indeed avoid the livestock pen. Though her expression was frantic, she reluctantly nodded. The beastmen's eyes brightened, all looking to their leader. The leader raised an eyebrow, observing the hopeful expressions of his subordinates, and nodded slightly. Since the female beastman had consented, even the new regulations of the White Mist Alliance could not hinder this, and he had no reason to refuse. The beastmen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and one of them lifted Maid Dicey and headed toward a room, while the other 8 followed closely behind. Watching the unfolding scene, Yun took another bite of the tender, juicy roasted meat, savoring its deliciousness. She gave a thumbs up. Jiang Xinxin sighed heavily, feeling quite reflective. This was the difference between an active choice and a passive one. She was clearly like a fish on a chopping board, yet she fancied herself superior. It seemed she had run into a wall now, hadn't she? Jiang Xinxin shrugged, making a silly face that caused Yun to burst into laughter. She had little friendship with Maid Dicey, so she would not interfere in another's fate. As for Yun, the two had a history of enmity. She was simply refraining from kicking her while she was down. Is the roasted meat really that delicious? You seem so happy. A chest pressed against her back, and a hand had already wrapped around Yun's waist. Shortly after, Goulan rested his head on her shoulder, gently nuzzling her neck. Jiang Xinxin stuck out her tongue and retreated a distance with a da, giving the couple some space. The warm breath tickled her neck, causing Yun to squirm slightly. Stop it. Where's the trouble? What's the fuss? His long fingers gently kneaded her slim waist. Yun gasped, swiftly pressing down on his mischief-making hand. I told you to behave. Delicate kisses rained down on her neck, reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice. Yun quickly dodged, poking a piece of roasted meat into his mouth and shooting him a glare. Enjoy the meat properly. Gulan chuckled softly. But he did not release his hold on Yun. He obediently swallowed the meat in his mouth. Ah, this meat. Ada was taken aback. This was beast meat, and male beastmen would experience an energy surge after consuming it. He opened his mouth to stop Gulan but was abruptly pulled back by Jiang Xinxin. Yuan is a student of the Imperial Music Academy. Her musical soothing ability is quite strong, and she knows her limits. She pulled Ada away and added, "Don't disturb them." Ada scratched his head. Can she really do as she pleases if there's soothing music? Then Ada's gaze fell upon the roasted meat. Xin, I want to eat too. The large wolfhound's ears perked up, and its eyes, glistening with innocence, gazed at Jiang Xinxin, exuding both charm and grace, instantly melting her heart.
Food.
Is it merely a matter of exerting a bit of effort to offer profound comfort? Jiang Xinxin resolved to give it her all. Meanwhile, Yuan had completely forgotten that the beast meat contained a violent factor. Noticing that Gulan enjoyed eating, she generously offered him all the pieces she couldn't finish. It wasn't until Gulan's hand slid around her waist, exploring areas it shouldn't, that she realized the implications. Yuan turned, only to meet Gulan's slightly flushed gaze, his eyes glinting with desire. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through her. Gulan had already leaned closer, inhaling the breath near her lips, brushing against her cheek. His demeanor unmistakably indicated he was in heat. Yuan instinctively attempted to pry his hand from her waist, but found herself effortlessly drawn into his embrace. Wanwan, I feel so uncomfortable. His lips grazed her neck, while his long, strong fingers pressed against her thigh. They were positioned dangerously close, with Gulan's feverish body heat radiating through the thin fabric separating them. Yuan wished to flee, but was firmly held in place. Wanwan, this is the beast meat you personally fed me. Do you intend to tease me without taking responsibility? His suggestive tone, accompanied by warm breaths against her ear, made her shiver. Only then did she recall that the beast meat from beyond was off-limits for male beastmen. The violent factors within could incite an energy riot in them. You did this on purpose? Yuan shot him an accusatory glare. This man must have known the dangers of the beast meat, yet he had consumed so much with such relish. Isn't it what Wanwan wanted me to eat? Gulan tugged at his collar, the blood within him boiling, the pain gradually eroding his thoughts. I never wanted you to eat it. You should have warned me instead of indulging so much. Yuan was at a loss for words. Even Ada knew he couldn't partake, hence his restraint. This guy was fully aware yet offered no warning. As she pondered this, she turned to glance at Ada and Jiang Xinxin not far away. To her shock, she found that the two, who had been enjoying roasted meat, were now entangled in each other's embrace, their garments askew, revealing tantalizing glimpses of skin.
Ada,
evidently having consumed the beast meat as well, had red eyes, his energy surging uncontrollably. Wanwan, so this roasted meat is part of your play? Roasted meat. Are you all being polite? Wanwan, the energy riot you caused must be accounted for. Gulan's flirtatious voice drifted back to her, prompting Wanwan to turn away. His cheeks were flushed, his handsome face clouded with desire. Despite being on the brink of agony, he still sought her response. Wanwan sighed softly, her voice low. Gulan, you know we can never. Before she could finish, Gulan sealed her words with a kiss. Wanwan's surprise left her mouth agape. Chapter 79. Riding the wind's remnants, this kiss lingered for nearly a quarter of an hour. Wanwan's outer garment slipped away, leaving her clad in a delicate, nearly falling off camisole dress. She grasped Gulan's wandering hand. Gulan, not here. Although she had heard Jiang Xinxin speak of the allure of outdoor escapades, Wanwan was, at her core, somewhat conservative. She found it impossible to embrace the notion of the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket. Gulan noted her dazed expression, her cheeks flushed, deeply moved and compelled by emotion. He swiftly gathered her garments, cradling her back into the aircraft. Under the warm yellow light, Wanwan's fair skin glowed with a tantalizing orange hue, exuding irresistible allure. As the energy within him surged to its peak, Gulan could no longer restrain himself. As the clouds settled and the rain ceased, Gulan gazed at the tranquil woman asleep in his arms, his eyes darkening. One was a noblewoman of the empire, the other a leader of the wandering beastmen. He understood her unspoken thoughts, yet he was unwilling to listen. He had always acted on impulse, doing as he pleased without regard for consequences. However, time was of the essence. Gulan's fingers gently caressed Wanwan's cheek, tracing her brow and nose before resting on her luscious, crimson lips, lightly teasing them. It was indeed difficult to let go. With lowered eyes, Gulan's lips curled into a mocking smile, which he quickly suppressed. He adjusted her head gently onto the pillow, rose, and exited the room. His subordinates, who had been waiting on the deck, bowed in unison upon seeing him. "Leader, what is the situation?" Gulan casually lit a cigarette, taking a puff while gazing out over the railing. As night fell, the forest lay silent, dark as a slumbering giant. Reporting to the leader. "The endless magic forest has detected the Imperial starship and is rapidly approaching our location. Leading the charge is Imperial General Chi Malbai, also Ms. Yu's beast husband." Gulan's gaze flickered, yet he showed no signs of surprise as he continued to inquire, "Where are the reinforcements?" "They have reached the designated location 5 kilometers away. They just need a signal to launch an attack on the Imperial starship." "Not enough." Gulan raised his eyes, scanning the bright North Star. His voice low and laced with a hint of chill. "They would not easily relent. Initiate Plan B." As his words fell, the faces of those present changed slightly. The leader's implication was clear. Gulan offered no further explanation, flicking the ash from a cigarette and speaking in a deep tone, "Leave the wind behind." The door creaked open, rousing the peacefully sleeping Wanwan. Gulan hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Wanwan lifted her gaze, catching sight of him, and rolled over in her blanket, turning her back. The champagne-colored silk camisole hung loosely on her form. As she moved, a rounded shoulder and her delicate waist were revealed. Gulan's gaze flickered, and he turned away, flustered. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he forced himself to face her calmly. Wanwan felt someone settle down beside her. However, too fatigued from the previous night and lost in sweet dreams, she was reluctant to open her eyes or take a closer look. When she finally awoke, groggy and disoriented, she turned to see Gulan lying perfectly straight, like a pencil in a pencil case, his attire impeccably neat. Wanwan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Gulan of old would have long since pulled her into his embrace, refusing to let go. Why was he behaving like such a gentleman today? Yet Wanwan paid it no mind, assuming he had merely changed his ways. She rose to freshen up in the bathroom. The sound of water cascading from the shower enveloped her, echoing in the air. Gulan, once calm, found his heart racing uncontrollably. Unable to resist, he turned to glance at the translucent glass door. The silhouette of the woman was enchanting against the glass, her graceful figure accentuated by the flowing water, striking a chord in Gulan's heart. He felt his body tense, his gaze fixated on that spot, lost in thought. A quarter of an hour later, Wanwan emerged, clad in a flowing silk dress, languidly sitting at the vanity. After a quick application of moisturizer, she stood up, ready to venture out for a stroll and perhaps gather news about the beastmen. It was only after the door closed behind her and her figure vanished that Gulan finally opened his eyes. He took a couple of deep breaths, stepping into the bathroom. The lingering scent of Wanwan's bath enveloped him. Gulan's gaze trembled slightly as he inhaled deeply, the rich pheromones causing a shiver to run through him, a stirring of emotions rising within. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Wanwan had lunch with Jiang Xinshin, followed by an afternoon tea. Sated and refreshed, she gracefully returned to the spacecraft. As she pushed open the door, Yuanshan was taken aback to find a tall man seated on the bed. "You're here? Don't you have anything to do today?" In the past few days, aside from their moments in bed, Gulan had been quite preoccupied. With matters finally settled for the time being, Gulan glanced up at her before quickly averting his gaze. Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Was this man having an unusual day? Upon seeing her, his first instinct was not to come forward for a kiss or an embrace. She cast him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and headed straight to the bathroom. Earlier that day, she had enjoyed afternoon tea with Jiang Xinshin, while Ada had invited a few friends to perform a thrilling act of smashing stones on their chests. She had even tried her hand at it, working up quite a sweat. After a refreshing shower, Yuanshan emerged from the bathroom clad in a silk nightgown. "Aren't you going to wash up?" Gulan remained seated at the edge of the bed, staring blankly like a wooden figure. At her words, he instinctively stood and shuffled toward the bathroom, murmuring, "I'll go wash now." Yuanshan watched as Gulan took nearly 15 minutes to emerge from the bathroom, moving slowly as if in a daze. She touched her chin and scrutinized him. His face was still the same. High nose, Thin lips, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Handsome indeed. Yet, that expression Wanwan frowned. Is it that time of the month? What? Gulan appeared momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp her meaning. Isn't it just that men are abnormal when women are on their period? Wanwan propped her chin with one hand, teasingly asked, Gulan, when did you become so innocent? She had just noticed him casting a glance her way, only to quickly turn his head as if scalded. Following his gaze, she looked down and realized her loose nightgown revealed a hint of her curves. Was this truly the same Gulan who once acted so ravenously? Wanwan furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with blatant skepticism. Gulan felt a pang of anxiety, steeling himself and forcing calmness. He strode toward her. His dark eyes seemed to harbor a newfound resolution as he gazed earnestly at Wanwan. In the next moment, he reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist. Wanwan found herself pressed against his firm chest, the solid muscles pressing uncomfortably against her cheek. Struggling slightly, Gulan offered her an apologetic glance, easing his grip just a fraction. In an instant, however, her head was held firmly in place as the man's lips descended upon hers, like a relentless summer rain. Fervent and unceasing. The mingling of warm breaths was both exhilarating and strangely unfamiliar. Wanwan's eyes widened as she forcefully pushed the man away, her gaze frigid.
Who are you?
If there had been any lingering doubts previously, Wanwan was now certain that the person before her was not Gulan. His lips, his tongue. The sensations he evoked were entirely different. This individual could alter his appearance, but could never change his essence. He was unequivocally not Gulan. Wanwan, I am Gulan. Do you take me for a fool? Wanwan scoffed, her vigilance unwavering. The man before her stood there, his fists clenching and unclenching, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before finally exhaling deeply, as if resolved. I am Chingfeng. With that declaration, he seemed to shed his facade, revealing his true face. In an effort to align himself with the image of the leader Gulan, he had dyed his previously golden hair to a deep black. His striking features were sharp and handsome, his thin lips and prominent nose lending him an air of wild allure. Yet, Wanwan felt only astonishment, devoid of joy. He sent you? The he in her words was undoubtedly Gulan. Chengfeng sighed, having anticipated the revelation, though he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. Recalling the conversation from the night prior when the leader had kept him back to speak privately, he remembered Gulan's words. Chengfeng, you'll take my place. I know you have feelings for her. If she accepts you, you may. Though Gulan's words had trailed off, their implication was clear. Initially resistant, Chengfeng had respected the leader's wishes, for Gulan was the woman he revered above all. Yet, Gulan had expressed no objections, stating that he would not mind as long as Wanwan was willing to accept him. In that moment, he had shamefully succumbed to his own feelings. Upon first laying eyes on Wanwan in the academy, he had felt an undeniable attraction, even though she had once hurt him. Yet, he was also afraid that Wanwan might mistake him for Gulan and, upon discovering the truth, come to despise him. Torn and hesitant, he had finally made his decision when he caught sight of Wanwan's alluring and languorous form. That kiss had been the sweetest thing he had ever tasted, sweet enough that he wished never to awaken from it. But Wanwan, being so astute, had discerned his difference almost immediately. He was not Gulan after all. Chengfeng fell silent, and Wanwan understood. Everything had been Gulan's scheme. Is there movement from the Empire? Having pieced everything together, Wanwan relaxed and walked to the coat rack, draping her clothes back over her shoulders. Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? Wanwan chuckled lightly. You all made such a grand entrance at the Empire Academy. Surely it wasn't he merely for a handful of defenseless female students, was it? Did he leave with something? She settled onto the sofa, preparing herself a cup of hot tea. Blowing away the froth, she took a sip. Chengfeng's face was a mask of shock. You guessed correctly again. Behind her, the man's silence spoke volumes. Wanwan tightened her grip on the teacup before quickly relaxing. With a soft thud, she placed the cup down, sinking into the sofa with a self-deprecating smile. It dawned on her that while she had been deliberating on how to arrange matters with Gulan, he had already made his choice. A fleeting affair. Indeed, a true one-night stand. Did he order you to kill me? Absolutely not.
How could that be?
Upon hearing Wanwan's calm, breezy voice, Chengfeng's heart tightened, and he hastily denied it.
What?
Would he have you protect me instead? Wanwan mocked, a wry smile gracing her lips. Chung Feng found himself at a loss for words, for the leader had not given him any explicit instructions. Miss Yu, I apologize for the earlier offense. Since you are already aware, I shall disclose everything. I require your assistance in drawing away the Empire's military pursuit. Therefore, for the next few days, I kindly ask that you remain aboard the spacecraft and refrain from venturing out. Should you desire company, I can arrange for Jiang Xinxin and her beast partner. I do not require that. Yu Wanshan interrupted sharply. Although the White Lawn Alliance was ruthless, it adhered to its own code of conduct, one of which prohibited the coercion of female beastmen, correct? She retorted, and upon receiving Chung Feng's nod, she continued. Please ensure Jiang Xinxin is returned safely. Yu Wanshan surmised that the Empire's military commander was likely connected to her, with a high probability it was Qi Maobai. Otherwise, Gulan would not have specifically kept her as bait. Chung Feng, noticing her expression returning to calmness, couldn't help but sigh. Very well. The following 2 days passed in tranquility. In the quiet confines of the spacecraft, devoid of Gulan and Chung Feng, Yu Wanshan enjoyed 2 peaceful nights of sleep. Until the 3rd night, when a shell struck the side of the 2nd spacecraft. Immediately after, hundreds of shells followed suit. The combat spacecraft slowed, activating its defense mode. Countless projectiles slammed against the pale blue protective barrier, exploding in a cacophony of sound. The spacecraft rocked violently, yet held firm, thanks to its unparalleled construction. Chung Feng, donning Gulan's visage, led everyone in a retreat while engaging in combat. Soon, they fell back to a position not far from the marching army of ants. Miss Yu, I am truly sorry. If there's a chance, I will personally apologize to you. Chung Feng waved his hand, creating an energy shield to ensconce her. Subsequently, she tightened her grip on the control stick of the aircraft, cranking the energy valve to its maximum. The vessel soared through the air, trailing a long tail, akin to a shooting star plummeting towards the army of marching ants. Wanwan. A familiar call echoed from behind. Yu Wanwan turned to see a colossal starship hurtling toward her. The figure in the glass viewport was none other than Qi Maobai. Yu Wanwan's heart trembled. Indeed, he had come for her. Gulan had retained her for the very purpose of restraining Qi Maobai. Her inner turmoil, however, seemed insignificant in Gulan's eyes. Ultimately, it was her own misplaced affections that had led to this predicament. With her eyes growing warm, it felt as if something molten was trickling down. The aircraft collided with the horde of marching ants. Countless ants brandished their sharp mandibles, gnawing at the metal of the vessel. In a mere moment, a substantial hole was devoured into the metallic wall, and swarms of ants poured into the aircraft, instantly engulfing Yu Wanwan and Chung Feng. Yet, Yu Wanwan would not resign herself to despair. She summoned all her strength, pushing beyond her physical limits to carve a path through the swarm. A deafening explosion erupted from behind. Yu Wanwan staggered to her feet and glanced back. The massive starship had collided with the ant swarm, a fiery eruption sending countless ants flying. A figure descended from the heavens, akin to a divine being. Wanwan. The heart-wrenching cry seemed to transcend time and space. Yu Wanwan abruptly lifted her gaze. A gigantic snow-white lion, several meters in length, descended from the sky, its broad wings unfurling as if imbued with celestial light. The gale from its wings swept away the marching ants that stood in front of Yu Wanwan, clearing a pristine path. Qi Maobai finally spotted his beloved wife. She had donned a striking crimson gown that stood out vividly against the black mass of ants. Her petite face tilted slightly upward, her ruby lips parted, and it seemed as if his reflection shimmered in her glass-like eyes. Qi Maobai's heart surged with excitement. In the instant he landed, his towering form swiftly morphed into human shape, embracing the delicate figure within his arms. For over a week, ever since learning that Yu Wanwan had been abducted, he had tirelessly sought her whereabouts. However, the White Lawn Alliance had cunningly devised numerous traps and obstacles along their escape route, including packs of monstrous wolves and exotic plant species. The military had been delayed for several days at that location before finally catching up. Fortunately, the army of marching ants had obstructed the White Lawn Alliance, allowing the Imperial forces to close in on them. Heaven knows, at the moment he witnessed Yu Wanwan's aircraft crash into the ant horde, his heart nearly leapt into his throat. Those cold-blooded, merciless ants consumed everything in their path. He feared that upon finding Yu Wanwan, he would be confronted with a mangled corpse. Driven by desperation, he charged in, disregarding all else. Finally, he beheld his beloved Yu Wanwan unharmed. The warmth of the man's embrace enveloped her, filled with the scent of snow that she had missed so dearly. unable to resist. Wanwan nuzzled against him, her voice taking on a playful tone. I'm fine. Instantly, Chi Mabai's heart settled back into place. He pressed a kiss to Wanwan's cheek, affirming with a soft wrapping his arms around her waist, he unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. The marching ants, disoriented by the explosion of the starship, were momentarily stunned. Yet, regaining their senses, they quickly surrounded Chi Mabai and Wanwan again. Wanwan intended to assist, but was firmly pressed back into Chi Mabai's embrace, who shielded her protectively. The buzzing of the flying ants filled her ears. Wanwan clutched at Chi Mabai's garment, gazing up at him with concern. But she met his gaze, which sparkled with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will be fine. As the words left his lips, Chi Mabai, fearing a sudden attack from the flying ants, pulled her closer, draping his cloak around her tightly. Nestled against his chest, Wanwan could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and her once icy heart began to warm. She instinctively tightened her hold around Chi Mabai's waist, playfully nuzzling against his chest. Sensing the affection from his little wife, Chi Mabai, whose body had been filled with pain, suddenly felt an influx of strength. With a swift motion, he unleashed an icy attack, instantly striking down countless flying ants. He charged with Wanwan through the black swarm. Beneath the moonlight, they resembled divine beings descending upon the earth.
Boom, boom, boom.
Countless shells were fired, crashing into the ant horde and exploding into a myriad of fireworks, simultaneously impeding the encroaching ants. Seizing the moment, Chi Mabai held Wanwan tightly and broke through the encirclement. Upon the deck of the aircraft, the two embraced fervently, as if to convey the endless longing of their separation. The sounds of gunfire and the cries of the beastmen echoed around them, urging the two in their brief reunion. Reluctantly, Chi Mabai released Wanwan. Wait for me. With those words, he turned, unfurling his wings, and soared towards the battlefield under the moonlight. Wanwan took a couple of steps after him, but did not stop him. He was the marshal of the empire. His subordinates needed him, and this battle required his presence. Wanwan grasped the railing on the deck, her eyes filled with worry. As Chi Mabai landed on the front lines of the battlefield, Gon and Lisa rushed to greet him. Lisa's face bore a look of shame. Marshal, we could not locate the leader of the White Lawn Alliance. When Chi Mabai went to rescue her, he had entrusted the task of finding the leader to her and Gon. Yet, the aircraft's plunge into the ant swarm had thrown everything into chaos, and they had found nothing. Chi Mabai raised his hand to halt her apologies, stating that the leader of the White Lawn Alliance had long since escaped. That person was merely a decoy. This information he had gleaned from his little wife, and it appeared to be true. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened. How cunning was this leader of the White Lawn Alliance? Truly despicable. If the leader could be so easily dealt with, then he would not have dominated the interstellar wanted list for years. The group began to discuss among themselves. If that's the case, then what we seek has also been taken away. Lisa, feeling disheartened, ran her fingers through her flowing red waves. This signified that half of their mission had failed. Now is not the time for this, Gon interjected. We are suddenly under attack from a group of rogue beastmen. The 3rd and 4th reinforcement squads are entangled, and it seems they won't be able to reach their designated positions anytime soon. With that, Gon looked up at Chi Mabai. The 3rd and 4th reinforcement squads had been specifically dispatched by the Marshal to ensure the stability of the military's retreat route. Little did they expect that the White Lawn Alliance had already made arrangements. Without the reinforcements, the task of breaking through would fall solely upon them. The gazes of the others converged on Chi Mabai, awaiting his command. Chi Mabai furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking slowly. The assault of these marching ants is far too formidable, and their numbers are overwhelming. With our current forces, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach the encircling throng. However, according to the latest maps, there is a large river not far to the east. Although the marching ants are fierce, they, like ordinary ants, fear water. Thus we may be able to break through from that direction. Lisa's eyes lit up, interjecting, once we cross the river, the marching ants will be unable to pursue us. Chi Mabai nodded in approval. Indeed, but the distance to the river is not short, and reaching it smoothly will not be easy. Lisa, relay the order for the troops to retreat in a V formation towards the east. Gon, you lead a squadron of beastmen in avian forms to provide support from the flanks. We must ensure that both land and air possess combat capabilities to stabilize the situation.
Yes.
They responded in unison, departing to carry out their orders. The aircraft carrying Wanwan was situated in the midst of the troop, with guards positioned both ahead and behind, ensuring her safety. The sounds of gunfire and the explosions of energy attacks from the beastmen resonated around her. Occasionally, the aircraft would tremble violently under the fluctuations of energy collisions. Wanwan set down her teacup and rose to the window. Bathed in the moonlight, she could faintly discern groups of injured soldiers retreating. The marching ant swarm was formidable, flanked by the feral orcs. Despite the orc army's considerable strength, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, these ant swarms could generate a large-scale disruptive energy wave, which incited a tumultuous energy disturbance within the orc soldiers. Although this was not as impactful as a full-blown energy riot, it significantly diminished the orc army's combat effectiveness. The number of injured orcs was escalating, and the situation was dire. Chapter 82. Melody miss you. The guards at the entrance bowed deeply as they saw her emerge from the room. Is there a female orc assisting in calming the soldiers? Wanwan gestured forward. The guard glanced over and nodded. It was indeed a student from the Imperial Music Academy who had just been rescued. The battlefield soldiers were spontaneously soothing one another affected by the disruptive energy waves from the marching ant swarm. Wanwan nodded, but after a moment of observation, she realized that their method of soothing was far too inefficient, perhaps due to the students' low mental fortitude. Or perhaps the instruments they wielded were of inferior quality and lacked penetrating power. Each student could soothe at most 3 soldiers at a time, and that was merely a rudimentary form of comfort. The soldiers they managed to soothe were in no position to return to battle.
System.
Is my soothing ability effective on these soldiers?
Indeed, host.
Your unique constitution grants your voice a high-level soothing effect. However, the true battlefield is unlike a life-and-death arena. It is far too chaotic. If the host wishes to soothe many soldiers simultaneously, a suitable soothing instrument is necessary. The system responded in her mind. A soothing instrument? Wanwan furrowed her brow. She did not possess such an instrument. Furthermore, a soothing instrument capable of influencing the entire battlefield would need to have strong energy penetration. Ordinary soothing instruments offered little utility, merely achieving the same limited soothing as others. Wanwan frowned, pondering for a moment before deciding to inquire. Is there a soothing instrument within the ranks? A soothing instrument? The guard was taken aback, quickly realizing. Do you wish to assist in calming the soldiers as well? Wanwan was under the special care of the marshal, and he had not anticipated her to have such intentions. However, the current army was not equipped with soothing orcs, and thus, no soothing instruments were available. Yet, seeing Wanwan's earnest expression, the guard contemplated and suddenly had a realization, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, there is a soothing instrument that was salvaged from the chaotic Imperial Music Academy. Salvaged from the Imperial Academy? Yes, it seems to be a harp, located on the starship behind us. On the chaotic and perilous front lines, Chi continued to lead his team in a desperate breakout. Initially, they advanced swiftly and nearly broke through the encirclement of the marching ants. However, the Ant King soon discovered his intentions and promptly dispatched reinforcements, intensifying their blockade. The army's pace was forcibly slowed once more. Coupled with the large disruptive energy waves emitted by the marching ant swarm, many orcs began to experience energy disturbances, significantly diminishing their overall strength. Marshal, the situation is critical. The number of marching ants is increasing, yet our ranks are dwindling at an alarming rate. What should we do? Garen, having dispatched an ant, pushed his way to Chi, wiping the blood from his face and gasping for breath. Numerous male orc soldiers had lost their combat ability due to energy disturbances and had to be replaced. Consequently, the rate of their advancement had severely decreased. At the current pace, they would likely be completely surrounded by the marching ant swarm before they reached the Great River. Chi furrowed his brow. As an sss-level entity, he could perceive the energy disturbances more acutely. Had it not been for the deep calming he had received from his wife multiple times, his internal energy would have been in turmoil long ago. Not to mention, the army consisted solely of single male orcs. If the energy disturbances escalated to a certain degree, they could very well evolve into an energy riot. At that point, it would truly become uncontrollable. However, this time, they had set out in haste to pursue the Bylon alliance, and no high-level soothers had been arranged within the ranks. There was currently no way to properly manage these energy-disturbed male orcs. Chi pursed his lips, his eyes reddening. Just as he was about to issue the order for a full-speed breakout, a clear and melodious sound of a harp resonated. It was akin to the gentle flow of water between mountains, a soothing serenade to the ears. It was as if 100 flowers bloomed within a paradise, filling the air with fragrance. At first hearing, it felt as though one was being cleansed by crystal-clear water, washing away all fatigue. Upon further listening, it seemed to imbue the body with an inexhaustible vitality. The soldiers, astonished, looked up. They beheld waves of pale green light cascading through the night sky in harmony with the harp's melody, forming rippling sound waves that spread outward. Any soldier swept by these waves found their bodies glimmering with faint green light, revitalized beneath the night sky. I feel my energy calming down significantly. I can return to battle. I feel so comfortable. It's as if I'm brimming with strength. What is happening? One by one, the Imperial soldiers grasped their weapons and stood, rejoining the fray. The melody continued to flow, and the soothing power accompanied it. As more and more Imperial soldiers returned to normal, even feeling a surge of strength beyond their previous capabilities as they threw themselves back into the fight. What is going on? I'm an sss-level being, yet I can feel the soothing power too? Am I dreaming? Garen clenched his fists, the stagnation in his blood completely dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. It was as if all past ailments had vanished under the influence of this melody. Garen was immensely excited. The Empire possessed such a powerful soother.
Who could it be?
Do you all find this melody peculiar? It seems somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I do have a faint recollection. Doesn't this melody resemble a segment from the Golden Melody fragment on the Dual Star website? A few officers who often listen to music together murmured quietly. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly exchanged wide-eyed glances. Are you suggesting it's the Guqin piece released by the Imperial Music Academy? The group was taken aback, their eyes growing wide as they realized the timbre of the piece being played matched perfectly with that ancient fragment from Dual Star. However, that was a golden melody fragment, lost for centuries. Even the esteemed director of the Imperial Music Academy, with his extensive research, could not fully render that fragment. Hurry, record it! Those who had uncovered this secret wore tense expressions, hurriedly activating their wristbands to capture the drifting melody in the air. Chi Maobai lowered his head. He sensed a familiar soothing power. This power had long since become inseparably intertwined with his essence. He turned to look in the direction of Wanshan's aircraft. The one playing this melody was his little wife. She was aiding him. Relay the order. Advance the entire army. The command echoed through the ranks, and increasingly more orcs regained their combat prowess and joined the battle. The marching ant swarm had initially believed these Imperial orcs to be mere prey, ready to be slaughtered at will. Little did they expect these soldiers to suddenly surge in power. Under Chi Maobai's leadership, they forcefully carved out an exit from the encirclement. By the time the ants realized they needed to reinforce their ranks, it was already too late. Indeed, they were unable to stop it. Empowered by the melody, the Imperial orcs, whose strength had multiplied exponentially, were no longer a force the ants could withstand. Chapter 83. 5,000 points within the starship. Wanshan's fingers danced across the strings of the Guqin, producing a cascade of vibrant notes. Until the triumphant cheers of the Empire's orcs echoed from outside, faint footsteps approached. It was only then that Wanshan ceased her playing, rising to grasp the arm of the young guard who had brought her here, and retreated into a corner. The dimly lit corner of the room was cluttered with various items, offering a scant refuge for two. The unique fragrance that enveloped her feminine form wafted into the young guard's nostrils, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Fortunately, the poor lighting concealed his embarrassment. The young guard could not fathom why Wanshan felt the need to hide. Was it merely a matter of playing the harp aboard the starship? Even if it was a treasured possession of the Imperial Academy of Music, it served to soothe the Empire soldiers, and surely the Marshal would not hold it against her. Yet, as he was specifically assigned to protect Wanshan by the Marshal, he did not question his superior's actions. Once the footsteps faded away, Wanshan emerged from her concealment. It was not fear of reproach from Chi Maobai that drove her to hide, but rather the recollection of the origins of the guzheng. Indeed, this instrument was the prized treasure of the Imperial Academy of Music, often referred to as a harp by the Academy's instructors. With a spirit of experimentation, she had approached it, only to find the seal upon its strings fall away as her fingers brushed them. She had successfully completed her performance. How would she explain this if the Academy's instructors learned of it? This quandary remained unresolved in her mind.
Amontak.
Wanshan stood upon the deck of the vessel, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a striking figure soaring through the night sky, wings unfurled. She hurriedly approached him. Wanshan, Before he could finish his sentence, Wanshan had flung herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Sensing the concern radiating from his little wife, Chi Maobai dispensed with any hesitation and gently embraced her in return. Wanshan, I'm fine. Wanshan nuzzled against his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar, responding softly. After a moment, she released him, exclaiming, "Let me see your wounds." With that, she took his hand and led him into the room. Wanshan, perhaps I should wash up first? He was still reeking of the stench of blood and the bodily fluids of the soldier ants. Chimabai had initially intended to clean himself up to avoid alarming his little wife, but under her earnest gaze, he immediately removed his blood-stained outer garment and took a seat. Wanshan moved behind him, cautiously unbuttoning his fitted shirt. To her dismay, she discovered that the once smooth and fair skin of Chimabai was marred by numerous bite marks left by the soldier ants, each as large as a finger. Blood streamed forth, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. "Why aren't you crying out in pain?" she gasped, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. These wounds must have been inflicted when he shielded her from the swarm of soldier ants. She had remained unscathed, cradled in his embrace, while Chimabai bore the brunt of the assault. Seeing her distress, Chimabai felt a pang of sorrow and carefully pulled her into his arms. "Wanshan, it doesn't hurt. How can it not hurt?" she retorted, her voice laced with incredulity. "So many wounds, all inflicted while you were conscious. How can you say it doesn't hurt? You fool." Her fist lightly struck his chest in frustration. Despite his grievous injuries, he had still fought on. Chimabai merely smiled, affectionately nuzzling against Wanshan's cheek. "As long as I can keep Wanshan safe, a little pain is of no consequence. Besides, I truly don't feel much pain. They're just superficial wounds. With some rest, I'll be fine." As he spoke, his eyes momentarily flickered, and he instinctively shook his head. "What's wrong?" Wanshan noticed a change in his complexion and immediately grew anxious. Chimabai pressed his forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing alarm to rise within him. Could it be that the soldier ants bore venom? He had heard tales of large swarms of soldier ants evolving to possess venomous variants. Such toxins were notoriously potent, rendering ordinary remedies ineffective. Moreover, he had delayed attending to his wounds in order to stabilize the situation. Now, it appeared that the energy within him was reacting uncontrollably to the venom. Chimabai's face flushed, his gaze becoming unfocused, indicating that something was amiss. "Host, he has been poisoned by the soldier ants. The toxin will stimulate his internal energy, and he is now experiencing an energy surge." The system's voice suddenly resonated within Wanshan's mind. Poisoned? An energy surge? What would happen to him? A surge of fear gripped her heart as she urgently inquired. That type of soldier ant produces a toxin that can paralyze the nervous system and corrode the body. His wounds are severe, and the venom is potent. If left unchecked, allowing it to clash with his surging energy could prove fatal. "What?" Wanshan gasped, taken aback. "Is there any way to help? The antidote, the Wan poison pill, can neutralize the toxin. As for the energy surge, it merely requires the host's soothing presence. Moreover, once he consumes the Wan poison pill, he will become immune to all toxins henceforth. Would the host like it? It does come at a slightly elevated cost." "How much?" 5,000 points. 5,000 points, equivalent to the price of a single body refinement pill. Wanshan found herself momentarily dazed. Recalling the figure that had descended from the heavens amidst the soldier ants, his eyes filled with nothing but her, relentlessly striving to bring her to safety. "I'll trade." 5,000 points was a small price to pay for Chimabai's life. The system exhaled, deducting the points and completing the exchange for the Wan poison pill, which it then provided to Wanshan. "Wanshan, I'm fine. I really am." Chimabai gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the pain coursing through his body, unwilling to let Wanshan perceive his distress. Yet, Wanshan had already learned of his condition from the system. Seeing him feign nonchalance only made her eyes redden, tears welling up. "Wanshan, please don't cry. I'm truly okay." Chimabai was startled, quickly reaching out to gently wipe the tears from her face. Wanshan seized his hand, placing the Wan poison pill in her mouth before suddenly kissing him. "System, cleanse him of the filth upon him." "Understood, host, do not worry." Wanshan's soothing power, along with the slightly bitter pill, was conveyed into Chimabai's mouth. He felt the tumultuous energy within him cool almost instantaneously, his entire being relaxing. Even the throbbing pain in his head diminished considerably. Wanshan's small hands had already ventured beneath his clothing. Her movements were gentle yet purposeful. Chimabai gasped in surprise. His body, long deprived of his wife's tender touch, was acutely sensitive. Yet he recognized that this was not the right moment. Wanwan had just escaped from the clutches of the Bailon Alliance and narrowly avoided the dangers of the soldier ants. She must be frightened. How could he take advantage of her vulnerability? Wanwan, you must rest well now, he began, his voice strained as he grasped her wandering hands. Wanwan gazed up at him, her heart swelling with affection for such a considerate man, even in his own turmoil. How could she not love him? She lowered her gaze, a soft smile gracing her lips, before suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips to the corner of his mouth.
Fool. Im fine.
It is you whose internal energy is surging. If it isn't soothed in time, it could lead to dire consequences. She placed gentle kisses upon his lips. Feeling the heat radiating from him, he remained steadfast, suppressing his desires, unable to resist the urge to bite him lightly.
Ah.
Chimabai's eyes widened as he pulled Wanwan closer. Wanwan, are you really okay? The tumultuous energy within him found a brief reprieve in her kisses, but soon began to stir restlessly once more. Fearing for her safety, he endured the pain, his slightly reddened eyes fixated upon her. Upon receiving her nod of reassurance, Chimabai could no longer contain the fervor within him. He grasped the back of her head and captured her lips with his own. This kiss conveys deep yearning, as well as the unspoken emotions of restraint. Ever since Wanwan became involved with Su Machang, he has exercised self-control, striving to avoid disturbing Wanwan as long as Su Machang is present, fearing her weariness. That longing has long since been etched into his very bones. Yet, regardless of who stands by Wanwan's side, he remains her foremost beast husband. This is his pride. As he savors Chimabai's tender affection, mere kisses seem insufficient to express his emotions. Wanwan's hand glides down his firm chest, tracing the familiar lines of his well-defined abdomen.
Chimabai's kisses grow increasingly fervent.
And Wanwan responds with equal fervor. In but a moment, the atmosphere becomes charged with heat. In the vast expanse of the outer forest, Gulan reclines in the seat of the spacecraft, tossing an azure crystal core energy up and down. Nearby, Zhou and Taoyuan bow their heads, their silence palpable as they fear provoking their leader's ire. Ever since their forces split and they departed with the crystal core energy, the leader's temper has soured. He has been known to take violent action over trifling matters, resulting in the loss of several subordinates from the White Lawn Alliance. It appears that the leader is on the verge of another outburst. Even the hard-won crystal core energy is being tossed around carelessly as if it were a mere toy. They watch anxiously while the leader exhibits an unmistakable impatience. Gulan takes a deep breath, the frigid air filling his lungs, alleviating a touch of his agitation. With closed eyes, the vision of a stunningly beautiful face materializes in his mind, coldly observing him with an indifferent expression. He suddenly opens his eyes, inhaling sharply once more. The grip on the railing tightens, his knuckles turning white. The decisions were made by him. It was he who chose to leave Chengfeng behind. Yet now he feels a profound discomfort. Do women truly possess such overwhelming enchantment? Is it impossible to part ways once one has encountered them? Gulan reaches out, gently tracing his shoulder, where Wanwan's bite marks linger. He deliberately refrained from applying any ointment, wishing to preserve that small memento. Each time he recalls it, he can vividly remember the taste of her luscious lips and the sensation of her bite. Those memories gnaw at him like ants, sending tingles through his nerves. His grip on the railing intensifies, as if he intends to crush it into shape. Leader, we are about to enter the endless star domain. We need to transfer to the starship ahead, Zhou calls out, nudging Taoyuan to remind him. Gulan's eyes snap open, a hint of crimson in their depths as he silently inquires, is there any news from Chengfeng? Taoyuan shakes his head, though no word has arrived. The blood guide stone belonging to Chengfeng remains intact, indicating he is still alive. Alive, this is sufficient. Gulan forces himself to cease thoughts of Wanwan. Rising, he prepares to command the team to transfer to the starship when a sudden searing sensation erupts at his collarbone, stopping in his tracks. He recalls something and hastily opens his clothing. There, the silver butterfly imprint, the mark of a wife, branded by Wanwan, begins to fade away. Gulan is taken aback, quickly gathering energy to try and hold onto the silver butterfly. Yet, despite his efforts, the imprint continues to diminish until it vanishes completely.
No.
Panic seizes Gulan as he frantically seeks to grasp something, yet finds nothing in his grasp. The disappearance of the wife mark can occur in two scenarios. 1. The beast husband applies a special potion, causing the mark to fade, or 2. The wife voluntarily relinquishes the mark. He has not tampered with the silver butterfly, leaving only the possibility that Yu Yuanshuan has undone the mark she bestowed upon him. How could she be so cold-hearted as to erase the wife mark? By what right? Gulan's hands tighten on the deck, the solid metal surface yielding to his grip, leaving 10 deep indentations. Leader? Taoyuan gazes at the suddenly frenzied Gulan, anxiety twisting in his gut, unable to suppress his concern. Gulan's demeanor is unsettling, his pallor, his vacant gaze. The way he clutches his clothing as if he has lost something precious. But isn't the most valuable crystal core energy right in his possession? Gulan raises his eyes, blood-red and fixated on Taoyuan, who shivers under his gaze, retreating cautiously to stand beside Joey. Joey, what is happening to the leader? Taoyuan questions, bewildered. Is this truly the same leader known for his decisive actions and strategic prowess? Has he been replaced? Joey purses his lips, casting a glance at the towering figure beside him. Did you not notice what was dissipating from the leader's shoulder just now? He remarks, recalling the silver-white specks. Taoyuan thinks back. What's silver-white specks? That was Miss Yu's wife mark. Joey rolls his eyes and sighs. In truth, the leader must have realized that the moment he chose to part ways with Miss Yu, such an outcome was inevitable. However, he did not expect her to act so decisively, erasing the wife mark from him. This is the first time I have witnessed the leader in such a state of despair. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, Yu Yuanshuan holds a cup of coffee in one hand while tapping on the personal information panel provided by the system. Upon noticing Gulan's name vanish from her beast husband list, she takes a sip of tea, her mood evidently lifted.
Kimobay approche.
Gently wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace, nuzzling against her cheek. What brings you such joy? He inquires. I've dealt with some rather delightful matters, Yu Yuanshuan replies, reciprocating with a gentle nuzzle and planting a kiss on Chi Mabai's handsome face. His eyes glimmer with emotion, and he captures her head, claiming her lips with fervor. The crisp scent of pine and snow envelopes her senses, lingering sweetly. Yu Yuanshuan wraps her arms around his neck, responding with increasing passion. She understands that since Su Machang's arrival, AMO has been holding back. At times, he even quietly returned to the military district to spare her discomfort. Yet, his longing for her remains undiminished, perhaps even intensifying. In this, Yu Yuanshuan finds herself equally affected. His heart, his body, and his soul gaze belong to her, and she cherishes it all. Chapter 85. Confession Thud. A metallic cylinder is ejected from the spacecraft, landing on the deck. Hung Yi, who has been diligently extracting his golden blood, thinks to himself, I knew this would happen. This is not the first time he has been tossed out in such a manner. First Gulan, and now Chi Mabai follows suit. Hung Yi grits his teeth in frustration. But he recalls the purpose behind enduring this humiliation. He clenches his jaw, compelling himself to persevere. Soon, very soon, he will achieve success. The spacecraft steadily traverses the expansive forest, approaching the borders of the beastman empire. Yu Yuanshuan awakens late in the morning, freshens up, and takes the metallic cylinder on deck, intending to hand Hung Yi over to Chi Mabai. Seeing this, Hung Yi panics, hastily increasing the flow of his golden blood. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washes over him. He looks up to find a flash of pink light, and a tall figure materializes before him. Hung Yi's eyes widen in excitement. Simultaneously, Yu Yuanshuan stands momentarily stunned at the sight of a towering man. His lips are red, his teeth white, and his face is like a jade crown, with long pink hair cascading in gentle waves over his fair shoulders. Clad in an exotic, gold-trimmed white robe, he resembles a prince from another realm, exuding an air of noble composure with every gesture. Coupled with his breathtakingly handsome face, he is the epitome of a cool, ethereal beauty. However, the moment his pink eyes meet Yu Yuanshuan's, they brighten with delight, and Hung Yen bounds toward her like an eager puppy, eyes wide and unblinking. Second brother. Second brother. Her exclamation, ill-timed as it may be, instantly draws the attention and gaze of the two present. As Wanwan lifted the metallic cylinder, before she could utter a word, Hung Yi produced a stone from his bosom. With a swift motion, he sliced through the metallic cylinder and leaped out. Host, it is a star crystal, host. A star crystal. The system's voice shrieked in Wanwan's mind like an excitable groundhog. She instinctively reached for her ears, tempted to cast this nearly deafening entity out of her head. Host, quickly, help me acquire it. Sob, sob, sob. The system's avatar in her mind gazed up at her with big, watery eyes, a picture of longing and desperation, as if it were about to drool over the stone. Wanwan gently patted its head, reassuring it that she would certainly seize the opportunity to obtain it. Second brother. Over there, Hung Yi had already seized the astonished Hung Yen with gleeful eyes, his excitement palpable. He had known that the compass of the insectoid priest would not lead him astray. Indeed, his second brother was with Wanwan. All the days he had spent nourishing his brother with his own heart's blood had finally borne fruit, awakening him at last. Hung Yen, caught off guard by the grip, blinked in confusion before pushing Hung Yi's hand away without hesitation. Who are you? Hung Yi stood dumbfounded. Second brother, you don't recognize me? Hung Yen frowned, stepping back further from Hung Yi and moving closer to Wanwan with a look of disdain directed at Hung Yi. Who is your second brother?
Do I know you?
Hung Yi, unable to contain himself, interjected excitedly, pointing at himself. Second brother, we are blood brothers. We are family.
And she?
She is merely a cunning woman from the beastman empire. She is our enemy. Quick, let us unite as brothers and eliminate her. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, and before she could respond, Hung Yen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. His handsome face was shrouded in an icy aura as he glared coldly at Hung Yi. You wish to kill her? Of course. She is our. Before the word enemy could escape his lips, Hung Yan's blade had already glinted dangerously close to Hung Yi's face. Hung Yi was startled, reflexively dodging away.
Bang!
The blade struck the ground where Hung Yi had just stood, carving a deep gash into the earth. Second brother, are you serious? Hung Yi stared incredulously at the scar on the ground, then back at Hung Yan's cold and furious expression, his heart sinking. Was this truly the second brother he had risked his life to awaken by venturing into the beastman empire? Wanwan was equally taken aback. Surely, there ought to be a sense of kinship among the insectoids, not to mention between brothers. Had things truly soured so dramatically? She is not my enemy. I will not harm her. Hung Yen turned to glance at Wanwan, his gaze bright and gentle. Then he looked back at Hung Yi, his demeanor returning to icy vigilance. If you wish to harm her, then you become my enemy. Hung Yi's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, torn between anger and disbelief. What kind of elder brother was this, to betray him so? Suddenly, Hung Yen grasped Wanwan's hand. Looking up, she found his beautiful pink eyes fixed on her unwavering. His long, elegant fingers tenderly clasped her fingertips, raising her hand to his lips and gently kissing the back of her hand, as if cherishing a sacred belief. Even if you chased me away last time, I hold no resentment. Being gazed at so passionately by such a strikingly handsome man made Wanwan's heart tremble. Had he not been an insectoid, she might have truly been swayed. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet those deep, affectionate eyes.
Can't you see?
She despises you for being an insectoid. She will never harbor feelings for you. Hung Yi watched anxiously from the side, his expression a mix of frustration and impatience. Had his second brother, a prince of the insectoids, truly become so subservient to win the affection of a beastman woman? Silence. Hung Yen shot a fierce glare at Hung Yi, a pink blade of energy coalescing in his hand, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Hung Yi thought in despair. What do I do when my brother has become a sycophant to our enemy? I need help, urgently. Wanwan felt torn. Hung Yen, with the intellect of a mere 5-year-old, was evidently easy to deceive. She could even manipulate him into killing his own brother. Yet if she did so, how would she differ from the merciless wandering beastmen? Moreover, confronted by those soulful pink eyes, she found herself unable to deceive him without feeling a pang of guilt. Actually, I am of a different race than you. I am a beastman, and you are an insectoid. Chapter 86. Unable to endure after a moment of silence, Wanwan resolved to explain once more. Hung Yan's eyes trembled, revealing a hint of hurt as he looked up at her with a pitiful expression. The last time she had said something like that, he had been urged to leave quickly. He sensed that she was about to ask him to depart again. But he was unwilling. His pink eyes were brimming with tears, as if he might weep at any moment. Wanwan felt a pang of guilt, as if she were betraying a heart. Who has decreed that beastmen and insectoids cannot be together? Just as Wanwan was about to elaborate, Hung Yen interrupted her with a single phrase. Upon reflection, she realized that, indeed, no such decree existed. However, wasn't it common knowledge that insectoids were malevolent and cold, preying upon their own kind, thus unworthy of acceptance by beastmen? Furthermore, Wanwan had never considered finding a husband among the insectoids. I don't, Wanwan began, but 2 fingers suddenly pressed against her lips, silencing her. Wanwan, is it that he is too noisy beside you, causing your anger? Is that why you do not wish to like me and have rejected me?
Hung Yi.
The one pointed at by Hung Yen was taken aback, stammering in disbelief. As Hung Yi opened his mouth to explain, Hung Yen stood abruptly, interrupting him. I know it must be him who has affected your mood, clouding your judgment.
Just wait for me.
With that, Hung Yen raised his right hand. Under Hung Yi's terrified gaze, he conjured an enormous shadowy claw and sent it hurtling towards him. Hung Yi wanted to evade, but this time, he found himself ensnared by Hung Yan's grip, unable to escape.
Bang!
The claw struck Hung Yi squarely in the chest. He expelled a golden breath, his complexion quickly fading. In the blink of an eye, he melted away like a wax figure in fire, dissipating into a pool of liquid that vanished before their eyes, leaving only a luxurious garment collapsing to the ground. Wanwan stared in astonishment at the disappearing Hung Yi. You killed him? She wanted to exclaim. But he is your own brother. Hung Yen shook his head. That was merely a puppet conjured through insectoid sorcery. The real person remains unharmed. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Insectoid sorcery puppets? Hung Yi used such a tactic to infiltrate the starship during his ambush. It is no wonder he remained so calm after being captured. Staying in that metallic cylinder for so long, he was a fake. With a fierce stomp, Wanwan crushed the fallen garment beneath her feet and pocketed the fallen star crystal. Suddenly, Hung Yen grasped her hand once more. Do not be upset. When I encounter him again, I will strike him. Wanwan turned away. But Hung Yen carefully cradled her hand with both of his, gazing at her as if she were a precious treasure, appearing ready to defend her at all costs. Those enchanting pink eyes possessed an irresistible allure, captivating the very core of one's being. Yuan Shu blushed under such scrutiny, instinctively retreating, only to be ensnared by Hung Yan's firm grasp, drawing her into his embrace. His handsome visage leaned closer, whispering flirtatiously against her ear. Wan Shu, I just rinsed my mouth with the spiritual spring left by my father.
So?
Yuan Shu felt a tingling sensation from his breath, instinctively pulling her neck in response. Thus, today, the fragrance of orchids is most potent. Wan Shu, would you care to sample it? Orchid fragrance? The very thought made her gulp. Memories of a previous kiss on the battlefield, imbued with that same scent, flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She was about to decline when Hung Yen seized her shoulders, turning her to face him. His striking face drew near, and before she could fully grasp the situation, his lips captured hers. The soft petals of her lips tasted like honey, igniting Hung Yan's senses. He trembled with excitement, his hand finding the back of Yuan Shu's head, fingers weaving into her hair, deepening the kiss. The rich aroma of orchids permeated every taste bud, sending shivers through her nerves, as if she had kissed the very flower itself. With his arms encircling her waist, she was pressed tightly against his chest. The thin fabric of his exotic attire lay open, revealing the contours of his solid chest and abs, brushing against her skin. Any initial resistance Yuan Shu had evaporated in the face of such breathtaking temptation. Hung Yan's partially narrowed eyes sparkled, the corners lifting as he guided her hand to his chest, the unique sensation radiating a palpable tension. Yuan Shu's heart fluttered, her fingers betraying her control as they ventured into his attire. Hung Yen shivered, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Yuan Shu glanced down, realizing her hand had unknowingly found its way to his waist. Wan Shu. His voice, husky with desire, bore a pleading tone. She lifted her gaze, meeting Hung Yan's flushed cheeks and the unmistakable hunger in his striking face. His cherry-red lips parted slightly, glistening and exuding a faint orchid scent, seemingly inviting her to taste. The sight was utterly intoxicating, causing Yuan Shu to tremble, nearly losing her composure. Hung Yen, please don't. She averted her eyes, clenching her fists within her sleeves. The scene before her was a feast for the eyes, yet she could not indulge. This man, despite his youthful intellect, was clueless. He understood nothing of the stakes. Even among the insect race, a male's chastity was of utmost importance. She could not take advantage of his naivety. Wan Shu, his alluring voice, tinged with a hint of desperation, echoed like that of a fairy. Yuan Shu took 2 steps back, only to have her hand grasped by Hung Yen once more, his long, slender fingers entwined around her fingertips, teasingly brushing against her palm. Her heart fluttered in response. Then, he gently placed her hand on his chest, guiding it along the smooth contours of his muscles, inching lower. If Wan Shu wishes to stop, then let us not proceed further. But do not push me away. His tear-filled eyes, shimmering with a mix of desire and yearning, beseeched her. Yu Yuanshu's heart raced uncontrollably.
Hung Yan Yu.
Wanshu, please don't push me away. Comfort me, he murmured, his voice caressing her ear. Yu Yuanshu's heart tightened further. This uncle could endure. But this aunt could not. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her chin and held his face. Gazing into those beautiful, gem-like pink eyes, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. Hung Yan, are you truly certain you wish for my comfort, even if there is no resolution for us? Witnessing Hung Yan injure his own brother for her sake stirred something deep within her. She did not wish to exploit his vulnerability. Yet she was not a saint, and remained unmoved in the face of such a stunning man's courtship. A glimmer of hope flickered in Hung Yan's dreamy gaze. He released her waist and suddenly took her hands, kneeling before her. With reverence, he raised his head, looking at her as if she were a deity, his eyes pleading. I beg you. Yu Yuanshu looked down at the man kneeling before her, her heart stirred. After a moment, her delicate fingers gently grasped his chin. And with a sigh, she spoke, since this is your choice, I shall provide the comfort you seek. However, I shall not claim you. Perhaps when you truly regain your memories, if you still wish to follow me, then I shall take all of you. Do you understand? The imprint of her fingers lingered on his crimson lips, resembling droplets of blood on a ruby, tantalizing and irresistible. Hung Yan's face could indeed be deemed captivating. Yu Yuanshu felt shamefully moved. Hung Yan appeared momentarily stunned, not fully comprehending her words. Yet, he recognized a familiar assertiveness in her gaze, akin to how she looked at Chi Mabai and Su Machang. His heart fluttered, and he obediently nodded. Yu Yuanshu smiled, her lips curving into a radiant arc as she regarded the innocent little rabbit before her. Then, she seized his chin, compelling him to tilt his head back, and she leaned down, capturing his lips in a kiss. His mouth was irresistibly sweet. She could not get enough. Hung Yan's eyes trembled, his arms instinctively wrapping around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. In that moment, without Hung Yan needing to draw her in, Yu Yuanshu's hands had already found their way to his firm chest. The taut muscles beneath her fingers were enticing. Though it had been Yu Yuanshu who initiated the kiss, she found herself soft and leaning against him. Hung Yan's hand brushed against her shoulder strap, and as it slipped down, she caught it in a swift motion. Hung Yan lowered his gaze, confusion evident in his expression. This is not permissible. Yu Yuanshu released his lips, smiling as she spoke.
Why?
Hung Yan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, resembling a wronged little rabbit, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. I do not wish for you to regret this. Yu Yuanshu encircled his neck, gently kissing the corner of his lips. Hung Yan pressed his lips together, fully aware that her words referred to his lost memories. Yet, he felt he would not care. He loved Yu Yuanshu, regardless of his memories. He believed he would always love her. However, Yu Yuanshu was a principled mistress, and once she made a decision, she would not easily alter it. Thankfully, she was now willing to kiss him and comfort him. This feeling brought him immense joy. Hung Yan cradled Yu Yuanshu in his arms, as if holding the entire world, with utmost care. Yu Yuanshu gently returned the embrace. After a long while, Hung Yan finally released her, his beautiful pink eyes fixed unwaveringly on her. As her expression turned curious, and she prepared to speak, he suddenly grasped the back of her head, kissing her lips once more. Wanshu is so fragrant. Every time I see her lips, I long to kiss them. The insect race never considered the occasion, only the opportunity. Previously, he had refrained from kissing her, fearing her ire. Now, he intended to kiss her to his heart's content. A pair of white boots approached the corridor's corner, and upon lifting his gaze, Chi Mabai caught sight of the two locked in a kiss. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze as he halted mid-step. Even without looking, the sounds belonging to Yu Yuanshu and the nearby male voice resonated in his ears. The pair remained engrossed, oblivious to his lingering presence. His grip tightened around the floral pastry he held. After a moment's hesitation, Chi Mabai turned and walked towards the rear of the aircraft. The sky was scattered with flowing clouds, and occasionally, a couple of lively birds swooped by, emitting sharp calls. Chi Mabai pressed his lips together, feeling a heaviness in his heart, as if something was lodged within his chest, unspeakable. An hour and a half later, Hung Yan transformed once more, a small red, once again resting upon Yu Yuanshu's earlobe. Wanwan adjusted her collar and turned to return to her chamber. The aircraft had already entered the Empire's territory, and under the influence of the energy currents, the light had taken on a dim hue. As Wanwan stepped inside, a fragrant aroma of flower cakes wafted through the air, the scent of her beloved roses. "Amo, are you back?" she called out, but no one responded from the darkness. Just as she was about to turn on the room's lights, she was suddenly embraced from behind. Startled, she recognized the familiar scent of cedarwood that invaded her senses. "Amo?" Chimabai did not answer. Instead, he held her tightly, kissing her cheek tenderly. He trailed soft kisses along her ear, finally nibbling at her earlobe. Wanwan shivered, unable to suppress a soft gasp. The pressure on her earlobe intensified, followed closely by the warmth of the man's palm as it rested on her waist. "Amo, what's wrong?" she murmured softly. The flames ignited at Hung Yen had yielded no conclusion, now erupting entirely within Chimabai. "Wanwan, I miss you." His voice was a deep, alluring murmur that wrapped around her senses. He held her close, resting her against his chest, then turned her face to capture her lips with his. Images of Wanwan being embraced by that unfamiliar man flooded his mind. He tenderly caressed her lips, yearning to erase the traces left by that man. The kiss was fervent and consuming. Wanwan's eyes widened in confusion, her vision filled only with the indistinct silhouette of Chimabai. Something felt off about him tonight. She even suspected that perhaps his recent lack of fulfillment had led to his current urgency. Yet, this was Chimabai, her beastly husband. She permitted him to indulge, to be unrestrained with her. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she reciprocated the kiss with ardor. This small gesture only served to fan the flames of Chimabai's desire. He grasped the back of her head, deepening their kiss. Before long, Wanwan found herself dizzy, leaning against him for support.
Chimabai gasped softly,
bringing his lips to her ear, planting delicate kisses along her earlobe and neck. His voice, low and husky, was laden with irresistible allure, coaxing her to respond. "Wanwan, say you will love me forever." Wanwan, feeling weak, could only embrace the man's neck. Her mind was clouded, and she blurted out, "Amo, I will love you forever." Chimabai's heart raced, holding her neck firmly as he kissed her lips once more. The intensity of his kiss seemed to convey a desire to pull the one he cherished most into his very heart. As dawn broke, Wanwan finally succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, she found Chimabai absent from the room. Instead, Hung Yen was by her side. Those beautiful pink eyes were fixed intently on her face, painstakingly tracing the contours of her features. Startled, Wanwan opened her eyes, causing Hung Yen to jump. Caught in the act of eavesdropping, he offered an awkward smile. "Wanwan, you're awake." Wanwan nodded, feeling as if her body might fall apart from exhaustion. She exhaled and requested a revitalizing pill from the system, feeling considerably better after swallowing it. As she prepared to freshen up, Hung Yen hurried forward to scoop her up in his arms, carrying her toward the bathroom. Chapter 88. Temptation of Significance. Watching him set the bathwater, Wanwan observed him intently and then adjusted her forehead. "You should step outside." Hung Yen's joyful expression instantly fell. Wanwan, he looked at her with a pitiful gaze, his demeanor utterly despondent. Why could Chimabai and Sumachong do so? But he could not? Had he not seen every inch of her? Even if she were to transform into a freckle, he could still behold the world beyond. He had witnessed every interaction between her and her beastly husband, knowing her preferred positions, her sensitive spots, and how to serve her well. Yet, she never granted him the opportunity. However, Wanwan was unaware of his thoughts, and he dared not voice them. Yet, he understood that Wanwan had a soft heart. Perhaps she would relent and not send him away. He evidently overestimated himself and underestimated Wanwan's resolve. "You should step outside." Regardless of his coaxing, her expression remained calm, her stance unwavering. If he did not move, neither would she. With no choice left, Hung Yen reluctantly exited, glancing back 3 times. Wanwan sighed, hastily completing her grooming. Upon finishing, she flung open the bathroom door, only to be met by Hung Yen's towering figure tumbling into her embrace. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, steadying him. I came to see if you needed help," Hung Yen stammered, his cheeks flushed, his eyes darting as he concocted what he believed to be a splendid excuse. Wanwan almost laughed at him. Observing that handsome face adorned with such animated expressions, she couldn't help but reach out, playfully pinching his cheek. Hung Yen, far from angered, merely offered the other cheek, allowing her to indulge. Wanwan, unreserved, continued until his fair complexion was flushed a deep red, finally relenting. "All right, I shall not tease you further. Come, let us eat." She opened a box of flour cakes on the table, handing a piece to Hung Yen while taking one for herself to savor. Chi Mabai knew of her fondness for rose-flavored cakes and had specifically instructed the chef to prepare them. The taste was reminiscent of those she made herself, equally delightful. After swallowing a piece, Wanwan looked up to find Hung Yen's gaze fixed on her, unblinking. Is there something on my face? Wanwan asked, touching her cheeks. She had checked her reflection upon exiting the bathroom and found her face spotless. Hung Yen nodded earnestly. Yes, there is. What is it? Seeing Wanwan reach to wipe her face, Hung Yen quickly stopped her. Don't move. I will get it for you. With that, he leaned closer, the loose fabric of his exotic attire cascading down. From Wanwan's perspective, the defined muscles of his abdomen were fully exposed before her eyes. Indecent. As she averted her gaze, Hung Yen unexpectedly grasped her chin. Wanwan blinked in surprise but did not struggle, waiting for him to remove the dirt from her face. Instead, she was met with a mischievous smile in his eyes as his handsome face loomed closer, and in the next moment, he captured her lips in a kiss. The kiss, from gentle spring rain to torrential downpour, ensnared Wanwan, who found herself tightly embraced by Hung Yen, her back pressed against his chest, lost in a whirlwind of sensations. After a long while, he finally released her. Hung Yen, Wanwan, you do not accept me. Is it too much to ask for a mere kiss? His pink eyes glistened with feigned innocence, as if on the verge of shedding tears. This tugged at Wanwan's heartstrings. Noticing her silence as she bit her lip, he continued, the insect clan experiences a rut. Without my wife's comfort, it is quite unbearable. Only your kiss can soothe me. Wanwan sighed. It was undeniable that she was not truly angry. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to kiss her for so long. Next time, do not be so sudden. I was not prepared. She hesitated, offering an explanation for her previous response. So that's how it is. Hung Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as he leaned closer. Wanwan, are you prepared now?
Huh.
Before she could process the question, his lips descended once more. This time, Hung Yan guided her hand to rest on his abdomen. Temptation of significance. Wanwan had a wildly absurd morning. As lunchtime approached, Chi Mabai arrived with a meal in hand, personally overseeing the chef's preparations. The spread included 5 dishes, all of which were Wanwan's favorites. In the air lingered a subtle fragrance of orchids. Chi Mabai slightly furrowed his brows. Once Wanwan finished her lunch, he pulled her into his embrace and spoke in a muffled voice. Wanwan, have you taken on a new beast husband? Wanwan was taken aback. A new beast husband?
Gulam.
No, she had already dismissed him from that role. As for Hung Yen, while they did share affectionate moments, she had not accepted him. Shaking her head, Wanwan replied, no, there are only the 2 of you. Really? Wanwan nodded earnestly. Chi Mabai found it hard to believe, yet he trusted her. If she said there was none, then there truly was none. Thus, that man who kissed her was, in fact, not her beast husband. Leaning against Chi Mabai, Wanwan listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her fingers involuntarily tracing the solid contours of his chest. If I were to take a beast husband, I wouldn't hide it from you. You are my most important people. Wanwan gazed at him with utmost seriousness, her voice clear and resolute. At that moment, Chi Mabai felt as if his heart were filled with something warm. He embraced Wanwan tightly, burying his head into the crook of her neck, inhaling her unique scent deeply. All right, I understand, Wanwan. In the insect tribe's royal palace, Hung Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in an instant, as he sprang upright, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression growing increasingly feeble. The insect tribe priest was startled and hurriedly supported Hung Yi, trembling with concern. Third Prince, are you all right? Since their last parting at the Imperial Music Academy, his subordinates had rushed back to the insect tribe to guard the true form of the Third Prince. Previously, seeing him full of vigor and excitement, they had thought he had found the Second Prince. Little did they expect that the puppet would perish so soon, forcing him back into his original body. Although the insect tribe's puppet technique was sophisticated, it carried many drawbacks. Each time it was used, the body would become extremely weak, akin to suffering from a grievous illness. Hung Yi looked up, meeting the worried gaze of the insect tribe priest, and recalled his infatuated elder brother, his teeth gritting in anger. I found the second brother, but for the sake of an orc woman, he disregarded our brotherly bond and even injured me. And that woman, she seduced the second brother and sowed discord between us. She is truly damned. Speaking of Wanwan, Hung Yi couldn't help but recall her enchanting moments, her flushed cheeks, her dazed eyes, making one want to bully her fiercely. Yet, in a mere instant, He cast aside that alluring thought. She was a cunning and wicked woman. He roared fiercely, Wanwan, I will surely kill you. Chapter 89. The Rue Shui family on the tranquil balcony of a garden villa. Su Mo Chong lifted the coffee from the table and took a sip, his gaze drifting towards the distance. That direction was where the endless forest met the imperial capital. This was the first time he could leisurely enjoy coffee since Wanwan was abducted. For he had received a message from Chi Mo Bai, the wife has been found unharmed. Calculating the time, she should be arriving soon. He slowly spoke, instructing the robotic butler to prepare the flying vehicle for departure. Just as he was about to leave, his wristband suddenly buzzed urgently. Glancing at the notification, it was an unfamiliar number. Su Mo Chong frowned but still opened the wristband. The communication connected, and a regal middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to Su Mo Chong. Despite her age, traces of her past beauty were still evident. Chong-er, the woman began, her voice laden with suppressed emotion, gazing at Su Mo Chong with sorrowful eyes. Do not address me so intimately, we need not be so. Su Mo Chang's expression remained cold as he cast a fleeting glance before turning his gaze away. Yet, he did not hang up the call. The middle-aged woman's face reflected anguish, but she quickly composed herself, steadying her emotions as she spoke softly. I am glad to know you have thoughts of returning home. I have always said, this place will forever be your home, and you can return whenever you wish. Su Mo Chong remained noncommittal, taking another sip of his unfinished coffee. Out of sight of the camera, he gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, as if trying to crush a hole into it. Bao Gulan Rue Shui, Su Mo Chang's mother, was also the matriarch of the Rue Shui family. The Rue Shui family held over 40% of the biomedical research data in the star domain. Even the imperial family would address its matriarch as professor. Su Mo Chong was originally meant to be the pampered young master of the Rue Shui family, with a promising future. However, due to a violation in the research lab involving rare elements, an explosion occurred. His mother, Bao Gulan, in her desperate attempt to save the research data and precious elements, allowed Su Mo Chang's injured father to perish in the flames. He witnessed his father's struggle in the inferno, yearning to save him, but was held back tightly by his mother. After his father's death, Su Mo Chong chose to leave the family behind and head to the imperial capital alone. His obsessive cleanliness intensified whenever he saw a woman. He was reminded of his cold mother and the raging flames. This obsession soon morphed into misandry. Any woman who approached him within 10 steps made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Of course, Wanwan was the exception. Only in her presence did he feel a semblance of life. Watching the video of her son, who bore a 7/10 resemblance to his father, Bao Gulan's heartache deepened. She loved this son dearly, just as she had loved his father. The circumstances of the past had left her with no choice. For the sake of the Rue Shui family's continuation, those materials could not be destroyed. And she had no other option. Ever since that incident, she had carried immense guilt, desiring to make amends with Su Mo Chong. However, he had left home and severed all ties with them. Years had passed, and the boy who once was a mere child had now grown into a man, the distance in his eyes becoming increasingly apparent. Bao Gulan felt a dull ache in her heart, but could not help but wish to speak with him, desperately seeking common ground. Chong-er, do you remember the little white dog you raised when you were young? It has aged now, lost much fur, and is reluctant to go for walks. Chong-er, your childhood companion, Yan, has also grown up into a lovely young lady. Chong-er, you resemble your father more and more, with the same brows and eyes, the same. Do you have the right to mention my father? As soon as Bao Gulan finished speaking, Su Mo Chong, who had remained unresponsive, suddenly appeared to have touched a raw nerve. He turned his head, his gaze icy as he questioned her. Bao Gulan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came forth. She realized she had misspoken. Why bring up his father at this moment? Forget it. As long as you are willing to return, I will accept your hatred. Bao Gulan sighed, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her son. She didn't even dare to ask him to call her mother. Su Mo Chong, wishing to end the conversation, abruptly terminated the communication. He returned to his room, took a shower, changed into a clean outfit, and prepared a bouquet of beautiful pink roses. He boarded the flying vehicle to welcome his little wife. As Wanwan alighted from the flying vehicle, she spotted Su Mo Chong standing a short distance away, impeccably dressed and holding flowers.
Today,
he wore a pair of gold-framed glasses adorned with tassels, exuding an elegant charm mixed with a touch of refined sophistication, captivating Wanwan's attention.
at Shang.
The voice of the little wife was as delightful as her presence, cheerful and melodious. Su Mo Chang's previously placid expression immediately blossomed into a smile. He stepped forward, arms wide open. Wanwan dashed into his embrace. The familiar faint scent of antiseptic wafted into her nostrils, invigorating her senses. The scent of this man was so pristine that it made her want to disrupt it. Gripping Su Mo Chang's collar, Wanwan mischievously buried her face into his chest, turning away from the crowd. She deftly pried open a gap between the neatly arranged buttons of his shirt with her lips, sinking her teeth into the flesh of his chest. Su Ma Chang's expression shifted, a sharp intake of breath escaping him as he instinctively wrapped his arms around Wanwan's waist. Wanwan, Wanwan teasingly paused, raising her head with a mischievous smile before attempting to flee. However, Su Ma Chang swiftly caught her, drawing her into his embrace. Surprised, Wanwan looked up, only to find him leaning down to capture her lips with his own. Her eyes widened slightly. This fellow, wasn't she Mabai and the Imperial soldier still behind them? Was he disregarding his image? Thankfully, Su Ma Chang only indulged briefly before releasing her. Tonight, I shall not let you off so easily. Su Ma Chang's voice whispered into Wanwan's ear, laden with innuendo. Wanwan's body stiffened. Oh no, it seemed they had crossed a line. Su Ma Chang exchanged a knowing glance with Chi Mabai, a silent acknowledgement, before bending down to hook her leg, lifting her into his flying vehicle. Wanwan barely had time to bid farewell to Jiang Xinxin and her companions, resorting to fervently waving her hand. Jiang Xinxin, her eyes sparkling with excitement and mischief, shot a teasing look at Su Ma Chang before winking at Wanwan, her expression clearly conveying her understanding. She too had her beastly husband awaiting her, ensuring that the night would be a bustling one. Wanwan's lips twitched as she contemplated saying something more. But Jiang Xinxin had already been swept away by her own beastly partner. Resigned, Wanwan clutched the roses tightly and nestled back into Su Ma Chang's embrace. Chi Mabai observed the departing figures of the two, saying nothing as he turned to direct his subordinates in the aftermath. The results of this battle, the completion of their mission, and the casualties among the soldiers all required reporting. At this moment, he was at his busiest. With Su Ma Chang looking after Wanwan, he felt a sense of reassurance.